commonplace journey through time, a system of mutation and evolution, a malevolent spirit concealed for many years, honing its powers, a wandering soul, lost for several lifetimes, unable to find its destination, a continuous transformation from weakness to strength, a series of blood-soaked battles, a poignant love song, eternal and unyielding, in revelry and song. With sword in hand and blood upon my lips, I ponder how many in this world can truly return. Chapter 1. The Evolution System. Startled by the clarity of the sobs nearby, he mused, it was merely a minor mishap, a jolt from a high-voltage pulse, not a brush with death. To be preparing for the aftermath, what bad luck. With an effort, he struggled to pry open his heavy eyelids. Ah, third young master is awake. A youthful voice erupted beside him, shocking Fong Lei. As he beheld the throng of men and women, young and old, clad in archaic attire, his mind filled with a torrent of bewildering information, leading him to exclaim, by my ancestors, I have traversed time. At the forefront of the crowd stood a rotund, middle-aged man, his father and the family patriarch, Fong Zhongxin. Beside him were his half-brothers, Fong Yun and Fong Zhun, along with other siblings, aunts, and sisters-in-law. Where's my mother? Fong Lei searched the gathering, only to recall that he was the sole child in the Fong family without a mother, his biological parent having passed away long ago. Alas, yet another child from a single-parent household. How pitiable. Just then, a furious voice erupted from behind. What nonsense is this doctor spouting? He just declared preparations for the aftermath, and now the third brother awakens. I shall deal with him. Brother, let us go. Such deceit should be dealt with accordingly. Onward. His elder brothers stormed out, pursuing the physician who had just departed from the Fong residence. Only then did Fong Zhongxin approach, softly inquiring about Fong Lei's condition, asking if he felt pain or discomfort, and whether the physician should be summoned again. Though somewhat perplexed, he was ultimately relieved and instructed Lianer and several servants to tend to him carefully. After another doctor's examination, Fong Lei was found free of ailments and returned to normalcy. Fong Zhongxin was overjoyed and celebrated for 3 days, inviting numerous relatives and friends to rejoice in his son's recovery. As the protagonist, Fong Lei, still grappling with the surreal turn of events, concocted an excuse to remain indoors, while others came to pay their respects, offering words of blessing. Once the visitors departed, Fong Lei sat at the table and sighed, truly, I cannot return. Fong Lei, an expert and honorary vice director at the Institute of Ancient Human Studies of the National Academy of Social Sciences, had been merely working overtime to meet a deadline when an unexpected incident occurred during a simulation experiment. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in a land reminiscent of antiquity, having become the third young master of a prominent family in Beishur City. While speaking of such a bizarre experience is one thing, to have it unfold in one's own life is quite another. After over 2 decades of diligent study, the dreams of luxury cars, beautiful women, villas, fine wines, and a bright future had dissipated into mere vapor. From a material standpoint, however, life was indeed significantly better than before. Previously, Fong Lei had endured a grueling existence, spending 4 years in university and 3 in graduate school, while working part-time to make ends meet. Even after securing employment, his life remained a struggle, with half of his earnings consumed by rent alone. In stark contrast, Fong Lei now lived in opulence, feasting on exquisite delicacies, donning silks and satins, traveling in horse-drawn carriages, and attended by maidservants at all times, with a monthly allowance of 300 taels of silver. What does 300 taels represent? Converted to modern currency, it amounts to over 50,000 yuan, surpassing his annual salary, sufficient to feed 300 families for an entire year in the impoverished strata of Beishur City. Suddenly, a young man burst into the room as attendant, Ernyo. With an air of mystery, he produced a cloth pouch, stating, Young master, I heard Lianer mention your interest in ancient artifacts. I happen to know someone who has recently unearthed something, which I managed to acquire. Please, see for yourself the quality. Inside the pouch lay a short sword, rusted beyond recognition, measuring barely a foot in length, a curious object that resembled neither dagger nor sword. Fong Lei, an aficionado of antiquities and a professional in the field, had casually expressed interest to Lianer a few days prior, never expecting Ernyo to take him seriously. As Fong Lei held it, examining its condition, he inadvertently pricked his finger on a rusted needle, causing a few drops of blood to fall upon the blade. To his astonishment, an eye suddenly opened at the spot where his blood had touched, rolling slightly to meet his gaze. Startled, Fong Lei instinctively attempted to discard the sword, but it was too late. A surge of electricity shot forth from the blade, coursing through his palm, traveling up his arm, shoulder, neck, back of the head, and ultimately converging at his brow. At his forehead, it felt as though a pool of water had formed, the electricity cascading into it endlessly. Fong Lei's body froze in astonishment, and just as he was about to comprehend the unfolding events, a mechanical, emotionless female voice resonated in his mind. Unknown virus detected. The system has activated Reserve Energy Emergency Response Protocol, is executing a virus elimination program. Images flashed rapidly in his mind, coalescing into a translucent, humanoid figure standing before him. The figure's body illuminated with interwoven red lines, forming a complete network of human meridians. Approximately a minute passed, and the electric current pouring into his brow ceased. After another 2 minutes, the red lines within the figure gradually dimmed and ultimately vanished. The mechanical voice re-emerged, stating, "Unidentified life form eliminated. The system has extracted genetic DNA fragments for storage. System operating normally, security at highest level, energy reserve alert." Fong Lei then noticed a line of red text flashing in the upper left corner of the figure, while a small yellow gauge in the lower right corner indicated that the energy reserves were at a yellow alert status. Young master, what is wrong?" Ernyo, startled, shook Fong Lei gently, who remained frozen in place. With a clang, the sword fell to the floor, and Fong Lei finally snapped back to reality, gazing in awe at the hovering humanoid figure before him. "Youth, you have done something amiss with this sword," Ernyo said, picking it up cautiously and inquiring. Fong Lei replied, "Oh, you may return for now. I shall settle your payment later." "Yes, of course," Ernyo responded, visibly relieved, and bowed before departing. Fong Lei stared at the humanoid figure for an extended period before suddenly inhaling sharply. Nian knew the evolution system. Indeed, the figure before him represented the most advanced technology of the academia system for simulating the evolution of ancient organisms, simply referred to as the evolution system. Fong Lei was genuinely astonished, his mind racing as the Nian new simulation system's figure began to rotate slowly. Its eyes closed yet remained present before him, indicating it was not a physical entity, but rather an existence within his mind. Did not everyone traverse time? How is it that these relics of the past have followed me here? As the red text faded, the figure's upper left corner revealed 2 characters, Fong Lei. This denoted a classification akin to species such as tiger, lion, monkey, wild boar, and now, Fong Lei had become one among them. Beneath the name, another line appeared, unknown source energy, capable of simulation and deduction. This indicated the program for conducting the simulation experiment, linking to the results of the previous step. With a mere press, Nian Nu would execute the next operation as per the predetermined protocol. As the thoughts in his mind barely touched the text, he noticed the entire line of words indenting inward. "This is bad." Fong Lei almost lost his composure. In his previous life, he had to operate the Nian Nu system through the keyboard, but now, he was controlling it with the thoughts in his mind, and the indentation of the text signified that a command had been issued. Sure enough, the text vanished instantly, replaced by a prompt. "Executing simulation. Please wait." A brilliant line emerged from the navel of the humanoid silhouette, splitting into 2 along the abdomen, tracing down the legs to the soles of the feet before returning to converge at the lower back, ascending to the crown of the head, and finally descending through the center of the brow to return to the abdomen, forming a closed curve. The circulation diagram. As an expert in humanity, Fong Lei, well-versed in various fields, recognized the intricacies at a glance. However, before he could take any action, a transformation occurred within his form. A powerful stream of energy inexplicably manifested, traversing the circulation diagram and infusing his entire body with vigor. It was a marvelous experience akin to soaking in a hot spring as blood surged, his body felt invigorated, and he was elated. When all of this subsided, Fong Lei inexplicably raised his arms and stretched vigorously. Crack, crack, crack. His joints popped like bursting beans, and an unprecedented sense of strength welled up within him. The prompt read, "Unknown energy. Level 1. Sustainable simulation." How marvelous! The Nian Nu system designed for simulating human evolution also possesses the capability for martial arts training. This is simply extraordinary. The fear and frustration that had once clouded Fong Lei's mind dissipated, and his gaze fell once more upon the short sword, only to discover that it was a broken blade, now rejuvenated, with a layer of deep crimson rust powder beneath his feet. The eye on the guard was gone, while the blade shimmered as if freshly honed, its broken edge revealing a roughness from being forcibly snapped, lined with fine, sharp spikes. The sword's hilt and blade were shaped like a dragon's tail, with claws extending to form the guard, and an intricate ancient character composed of dragon scales adorned the upper half of the 3-inch blade. It resembled a true dragon transformed, exuding an aura of unfathomable mystery and extraordinary uniqueness. Chapter 2. The Multifunctional System. In the Yuan Kingdom, at Beishar City. Why does that girl look so familiar? Fang Lei stood by the street, gazing thoughtfully at the slender figure riding away on horseback. Beside him, a head popped up, speaking with a tone of disdain. Growing up together as childhood sweethearts, how could she not look familiar? Fang Lei shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, "You know nothing." Indeed, Ernyo quickly straightened up, elongating his tone, then grinned, "Hey, in just a few days, you'll be sharing a bed with her." "Of course, I don't know." Fang Lei chuckled and replied, "Let's go." "So, are we still going to find Miss Fang Ro?" Ernyo asked tentatively. Fang Lei paused, saying, "What's the point of bothering her now?" Seemingly undeterred, Ernyo pressed on, "But you promised to return her belongings." After a moment of silence, Fang Lei retrieved a jade pendant of vivid green from his sleeve, examining it for a while before saying, "You return it to her." He handed the pendant over, and Ernyo scratched his head, realizing Fang Lei was not going to change his mind before turning to leave. Watching him walk away, Fang Lei strolled towards the outskirts of the city. With a bustling family at home, he sought a quiet place to reflect. The Wangshan Pavilion, where he had first met Fang Ro, stood atop a high hill with a broad view, ideal for clearing his mind. It was rather vexing to think he had inexplicably traversed into this world and merged with another man named Fang Lei, becoming the third young master of the prestigious Fang family. Initially, he thought that would suffice for a lifetime, yet fate had other plans, introducing him to another woman. This woman, Ning Lei, was the beauty he had just seen depart with Ernyo. Recently, their families had arranged their engagement, with the auspicious wedding set for next month. Ning Lei was exceptionally beautiful, having trained under a foreign master since childhood, acquiring remarkable abilities, making her stand out among her peers in Beishar City. According to his brother Fang Zhen, Ning Lei had chosen Fang Lei after rejecting the advances of another prominent family's young master. Hence, the elders and his two brothers often advised him, "You're aiming too high, just accept it." Judging solely by Ning Lei's beauty and capabilities, Fang Lei had no objections. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that she bore an uncanny resemblance to someone else, and the more he looked, the more striking the similarity became. Xiaomai, a student from his past life, who had seduced him into traveling abroad, only for him to be captured by terrorists and ultimately perish alongside her during the revival of an ancient demon. Though Fang Lei retained memories of his previous life, the details of the incident that led to his soul traversing into this realm were shrouded in obscurity, leaving him uncertain as to whether Xiaomai had also crossed over. Moreover, they faced a significant issue, the dissonance of time. Fang Lei had only been in this world for 6 months, effectively inheriting the memories of the original Fang Lei and merging them with his own. Yet, Ning Lei possessed no recollection of Xiaomai. He had tentatively called Ning Lei Xiaomai, only to receive a hilariously absurd response. "You're the one resembling wheat, neither green nor ripe, wasting all the good food and drink on dogs." Yet, the resemblance was striking. Even their expressions, tones, and fiery tempers bore an uncanny similarity. Thus, Fang Lei speculated that if she were indeed Xiaomai, she must belong to a cycle of reincarnation, with her previous memories obliterated upon her physical demise. Yet this implied that Xiaomai had arrived in this world over a decade before him, leaving him to ponder where those lost years had vanished. The thought alone was enough to give him a headache. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he spotted movement at the pavilion. Someone had arrived before him. Initially, he contemplated retreating, but reconsidered and ascended. The Wangshan Pavilion was not his private property, and there was no reason to deny others entry. Each could attend to their own affairs. However, upon arrival, regret surged through him like a wave. How unfortunate! Turning to leave was already too late. "Ah, isn't this my dear sister's fiancé? Why aren't you at home, keeping her company? Are you still thinking about the young lady from the Fang family?" A mocking voice rang out from within the pavilion, drawing the attention of a table full of men and women, followed by peals of laughter. "Ning, this is your brother-in-law? He looks rather spirited. I heard your brother-in-law was gravely ill a couple of years ago and only recently recovered. Do you think he will have a short lifespan?" Indeed, how could such a remarkable woman choose such a person as her husband? I truly worry she may be destined to live a life of widowhood. Ning Lei's elder brother, Ning Zhao, slammed the table and exclaimed, "Pa, you bunch of crows. Can't you say something nice? At least he's still alive, even if he dies. It should be after marrying my sister." Someone quipped, "Then your sister may truly be destined for widowhood." Ning Zhao retorted, "She insists on choosing this sickly fellow against my advice. She deserves it. Besides, do you think my sister genuinely likes him? He's not worthy of her. For years, she has been devoted to her training, eager to avoid marriage, and now her wish has been granted. Oh, I see. No wonder she rejected the pursuit of young Master Fong Machi." Laughter erupted in the pavilion, leaving Fong Lei feeling as inconsequential as the air. Fong Lei initially contemplated departing, yet upon hearing their words, he felt an unexpected lightness in his heart. He strolled calmly past the stone pavilion, approaching the rock by the sea, gazing into the distance, and was instantly filled with a sense of serenity as the earlier displeasure dissipated significantly. Judging by Fong Lei's true age, he regarded this group as merely a bunch of immature youths with his life experience and depth. He found no incentive to engage in futile verbal disputes with them. Simultaneously, he indirectly gleaned an answer. Ning Lei had indeed planned this all along, which suited him perfectly, as neither party bore any guilt. Fong Lei's indifference left Ning Zhao feeling humiliated after all. He was supposed to be the elder brother-in-law. Having consumed a couple of drinks, he was suddenly swept away by the crowd and became somewhat disoriented. He abruptly slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Fong Lei, come here." Fong Lei ignored him, remaining steadfast at the mountain's foot. Ning Zhao was instantly infuriated, leaping to his feet and yelling, "Fong, I'm calling you over. Do you hear me?" Fong Lei disdainfully turned his head and asked, "Do you need something?" Perhaps Fong Lei's gaze was too composed, causing Ning Zhao to momentarily lose his bearings. After a brief pause, he exclaimed, "You dare to treat me this way? Do you believe I can have my sister divorce you?" Fong Lei chuckled softly and began to retrace his steps down mountain. As he passed the pavilion, he remarked, "Feel free, I wouldn't mind at all." "What did you say?" "Repeat that, you scoundrel. My sister marrying you is a stroke of luck for your Fong family. How dare you say such a thing? Just wait and see." As Ning Zhao spoke, he reached for the wine jug, prompting his companions to hastily intervene, pulling him back as they attempted to calm him. Fong Lei had already passed the stone pavilion when he suddenly halted, turned, and called out, "Go back and tell your sister not to mistake me for someone else. I have no interest in her, and I shall never marry her in this lifetime." Having said that, he hastily departed. In the midst of the scuffle, Ning Zhao paused, turning to inquire, "What did he say?" A nearby acquaintance replied, "He said he would never marry your sister." How could this man? With a loud crash, a significant portion of the table's food was overturned, splattering nearby individuals. Enraged, Ning Zhao rushed out of the Wangshan pavilion, pointing at Fong Lei's retreating figure and bellowing, "Fong, are you still pining for Fong Ro? Let me tell you, abandon that thought. Even if she were to die, she could never be with you. Just you wait." Fong Lei's acquaintance with Fong Ro began during a spring outing. Having just recovered from a severe illness, his two elder brothers took him along with a group of friends and relatives for a day out, choosing the more picturesque and spacious Qingfeng Pavilion beneath Wangshan Pavilion. At that time, Fong Lei had recently traversed into this realm and was still unaccustomed to the local customs and social interactions, rendering him somewhat awkward at the gathering. Those present were aware of his illness and presumed his demeanor was linked to his health, so none pressed him, allowing him the freedom to move about. Thus, Fong Lei, accompanied by his sidekick Ernyo, ascended further to Wangshan Pavilion. Within the pavilion sat a couple, with food and drinks spread across the table, attended by several serving maids and attendants. Before they approached, a somewhat arrogant voice carried on the mountain breeze into Fong Lei's ears. "Fong Ro, your father accepted a betrothal gift of 30,000 taels of silver from me. You nodded in agreement at that time. So are you now having second thoughts? Open your eyes and take a good look which girl in Beishur City is worth 30,000 taels. If you truly wish to back out, then return the 30,000 taels to me. Otherwise, you will accompany me home tonight." The girl's hesitant voice followed. "I did agree to you, but I never said I would go with you now. I did not have 30,000 taels at present. I ask for your understanding for a few days. If you are worried, I can pledge this ancient jade to you, and once I gather the silver, I will redeem it." As Fong Lei listened to their exchange, he had already casually approached the pavilion, just in time to see the girl facing him, her hands absently caressing an ancient jade pendant as she momentarily lost herself in thought before handing it to the man. Can a piece of ancient jade be worth 30,000 taels? Fong Ro, you are overestimating your worth, the man scoffed, glancing at the jade before carelessly tossing it onto the table. Fong Ro's flawless face instantly flushed, and she exclaimed, Ning Zhao, do not take advantage of me. Our engagement was forced upon my father during a moment of vulnerability. While our family accepted 30,000 taels, it does not mean I am for sale. Fong Ro, Ning Zhao slammed the table, about to unleash his usual bullying tactics, but was interrupted by a sudden cough from behind him. He turned in surprise, and upon closer inspection, exclaimed, Fong Lei, what are you doing here? Upon hearing his name, Fong Lei recognized him indeed. They were acquainted, and the two families shared a fairly amicable relationship. Thus, Fong Lei cupped his fists and said, Elder brother Ning Zhao, it has been a long time. Ning Zhao awkwardly acknowledged him with a grunt, suppressing his anger, and then stated, I heard you recovered. Congratulations. You have indeed regained a second chance at life. However, Fong Lei did not respond to his words. His gaze was fixed intently on the ancient jade on the table, and with feigned astonishment, he remarked, What a fine piece of jade. Fong Ro, would you be willing to part with it? I am prepared to offer 50,000 taels in silver for its acquisition. Fong Ro's excited expression froze on her face, and after a moment, she replied, It's not quite worth that much. 30,000 taels is sufficient. Fong Lei responded, Very well, it's a deal. Come with me now to collect the silver. As he stepped into the pavilion, he took the jade from the table without further ado. Fong Ro exclaimed, Young Master Ning, please wait, I will return shortly. She hastily followed Fong Lei, accompanied by her maids, down the mountain. Ning Zhao stared after them as they exited the stone pavilion, still in disbelief, muttering, Is that jade truly worth so much? Wait a minute, Fong Lei, what do you mean by this? Chapter 3, The Evolution of Martial Arts in a Flash. Fong Lei caught Ning Zhao off guard, effectively helping Fong Ro to escape the engagement her father had arranged for her. Before long, Fong Ro returned the 30,000 taels of silver. Yet the jade pendant remained unclaimed. Fong Lei was well aware of the underlying implications of this situation. Consequently, Ning Zhao harbored animosity towards Fong Lei and the Fong family, persistently obstructing the union between Ning Lei and Fong Lei. Were it not for Ning Lei's steadfastness, a marriage between their families would have been utterly unattainable. However, Fong Lei had since developed a new understanding. On the eve of the engagement banquet, Fong Lei toyed with the jade pendant late into the night, and as he drifted into a drowsy stupor, Nian Nu awakened. The ancient biological evolution simulation system, Nian Nu, had evolved from a highly complex computer program into a humanoid form, one that resembled Fong Lei himself, albeit reduced in stature to 2/3 of his original size. Akin to a transparent automaton invisible to others, typically residing within his mind, summoned whenever necessary. The fusion of Nian Nu with Fong Lei was the result of a perfect amalgamation of the system's evolutionary prowess and the devil's dark sorcery that defied fate during the ultimate simulation process within the Divine Temple. Yet, this outcome came at a steep price, leaving Fong Lei uncertain as to which unknown dimension he had entered or if he was still traversing the cosmos. This night was restless. Fong Lei reclined leisurely on his bed, hands cradling his head, gazing dreamily at the starry sky through the partially opened window. The starlight was immaculate, cold, and beautiful, yet 2 stars emitted a peculiar crimson glow. Fong Lei sprang from his bed, rushing to the window for a closer look. But upon his gaze, they had vanished. Where did they go? Pushing the window wide open, he craned his neck to search above. A gust of wind swept towards him, and a figure cloaked entirely in black suddenly stood before him, its eyes glowing with a sinister red light through 2 small slits. Fong Lei gasped silently, but a bony hand had already clutched his throat, and he felt his body being effortlessly dragged out through the window. The figure in the black robe was a practitioner, lifting Fong Lei as they soared through the sky, though with noticeably less ease, as they descended to half the altitude. How ordinary. Once the initial panic subsided, Fong Lei reassessed the black-robed figure, realizing it was far inferior to a devil. He could easily dispatch it. Yet, the time was not ripe. He needed to ascertain the situation first. The black-robed figure flew with remarkable speed, quickly exiting Northstone City before landing on the ground and heading northward. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at a desolate mountain and entered a cave. Upon entering the cave, Fong Lei discovered it was an ancient tomb, its structure and the quality of the rock indicating an age long past. The envoy has returned. A familiar voice echoed from within, and out stepped Ning Zhao. Fong Lei scoffed inwardly. It was indeed his machinations at play. As the black-robed figure loosened its grip, Fong Lei seized the opportunity to lie on the ground, feigning unconsciousness. Is he dead? Ning Zhao inquired. The black-robed figure's hoarse voice responded. Are you not afraid that if he dies, your sister will seek revenge? Ning Zhao sneered. If he is dead, what is there to avenge? I am her elder brother. Blood ties will always outweigh this useless wretch. The black robe emitted a sharp laugh. Its footsteps light as it ventured deeper. Ning Zhao circled him twice, then kicked him lightly, as if hesitating. Clang. Ning Zhao drew a long sword. A cruel smile gracing his lips as he murmured, You scoundrel, thwarting my plans. If you do not die, Feng Rou will never be mine. Accept your fate. With that, he swung the long sword down towards Feng Lei. Clang. The sword struck the ground, the tip snapping, causing Ning Zhao's arm to go numb and his ears to ring. Yet, Feng Lei, who lay on the ground, had vanished. What? Where is he? Ning Zhao exclaimed, startled, turning to search. Oblivious to the sword tip gently writhing before suddenly shooting forth, piercing through his neck. With a clatter, the long sword fell to the ground as Ning Zhao clutched his neck, collapsing as blood quickly pooled beneath him. He died without ever comprehending how Feng Lei had bested him, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. Footsteps approached, and the black-robed figure rushed out. Momentarily stunned by the scene before it, the murderer lay dead, yet the intended victim was nowhere to be found. With a whistle, several more figures clad in black emerged, their eyes the only visible features. One of them approached to inspect Ning Zhao's cause of death, glancing around before waving a hand for everyone to disperse. As if nothing had ever transpired. Feigning capture to lure out? Feng Lei scoffed inwardly. Such childish tricks were hardly worthy of him. He remained hidden, nestled in a corner. Invisibility. This was the sole ability granted to him by the system upon its awakening, with many others yet to be developed. Maintaining a safe distance, Feng Lei followed the black-robed figures outside. He observed two of them huddled in a corner, seemingly preparing an ambush for him, while the other two guarded a different corner of the passageway. The leader among the black-robed figures entered a large stone chamber. Taking a moment to survey his surroundings before straining to listen for any sound, ultimately proceeding towards a stone door. The door was adorned with many peculiar patterns, resembling tadpoles in water scattered haphazardly. Feng Lei focused intently, recognizing the ancient script, though it bore no resemblance to the characters he had encountered during the past 6 months. Behind the stone door lay unknown treasures, as the black-robed figure began to study it intently. They all knew Feng Lei remained within the ancient tomb, yet their numbers rendered them dismissive of his presence. Numerous methods of invisibility existed in this world, but only those who had attained a high level of cultivation could traverse solid barriers like walls and rocks. As long as they guarded the exit, they had no fear of him escaping. Feng Lei had also practiced cultivation but was woefully weak, barely able to protect himself, confirming the black-robed figure's assumptions. However, he had no intention of departing just yet. He was deeply intrigued by the black-robed figure's examination of the stone door. Once the intricate patterns were processed by his mind into a numerical format and relayed to the system, it deciphered each character methodically, integrating them into a coherent text that Feng Lei could comprehend. This was a method of fortune. Feng Lei was uncertain of the heights such a method could reach or its true potency, but in this world, it was referred to as a technique. And the process of cultivating through this technique was termed cultivation, while the black-robed figures remained fixated on the stone door. Feng Lei had already deciphered the technique inscribed upon it, and was rehearsing it in his mind. Yet, the energy stored within his dantian was exceedingly sparse, rendering the execution of the technique a formidable challenge. He had no choice but to abandon it for the time being. Brother, where has that brat disappeared to? One of the black-robed figures emerged from the tomb passage, calling out. The pondering black-robed figure turned, expressing impatience. Impossible. That brat is but a useless wretch. Even if he possesses invisibility, he cannot escape from here. But it is troubling that he remains hidden and does not show himself. Damn it. I let that scoundrel Ning Zhao fool me. He claimed this is the extent of an ordinary person. Then let us release the zombie poison gas and see how long he can endure. Understood. The black-robed figure acknowledged and departed. Feng Lei felt a surge of anxiety. Though he was unaware of the potency of the zombie poison gas, the black-robed figure's confidence suggested a valid reason behind it. With this thought, he disregarded the mysteries behind the stone door and sought an escape route. At that moment, a resounding boom echoed from within the tomb passage, as if a door had swung open, followed by the black-robed figure's exclamation. Who goes there? A woman with a cheerful voice replied, There's no need to be alarmed. It's me. The voice from the figure in black continued, Is it the Saintess? A woman's delicate laughter echoed in the tomb passage, asking, What do you think of my new appearance? Quite splendid, isn't it? Indeed, it is simply breathtaking. The figure in black praised. Oh, so are you suggesting that I was not beautiful before? The figure quickly corrected. How could that be? The Saintess was even more beautiful before, and she remained so now. Laughter from both men and women resonated within the tomb, and soon the stone door fell shut as several individuals entered. In the midst of the figures in black stood a woman of ethereal beauty, radiant as a flower. Feng Ro. Feng Lei nearly gasped upon seeing the woman enter. This enchanting figure was none other than Feng Ro. But the figure in black was affiliated with Ning Zhao, and Feng Ro had a history with him. It was unexpected for her to be in their company. Was she merely acting all along? Or perhaps, no. They had just mentioned a new appearance and the past and present. Could it be that something had happened to Feng Ro? In his anxious state, Feng Lei failed to notice a protruding iron hook on the wall snagging his clothing, producing a sharp tearing sound. Startled, he froze and reached back to free his garment. As curious eyes turned toward him, gazing with mocking smiles, Feng Ro, unaware of the situation, inquired, "What is happening?" The figure in black chuckled. "The young man named Feng is right here." Feng Ro was taken aback. What is he doing here? It was the plea of Sister Ning's elder brother. However, it is rather unfortunate. Instead of him perishing, it is another who has met their end. We were just looking for him. Should we kill him directly? Or turn him over to the Ning family? He can become invisible. Indeed. Feng Ro's bright eyes swept over Feng Lei's concealed position, a teasing expression gracing her face. With a flick of her wrist, she cast a spell toward the wall and called out, "Young Master Feng, I have arrived. You needn't hide any longer." Hee. A flash of silver light passed, and Feng Lei indeed materialized from the corner. "You little rascal, are you still hiding?" A figure in black shouted as he approached Feng Lei, reaching out to grab him, just as he was about to seize Feng Lei's chest. A flash of green light soared from behind Feng Lei, striking the hand of the figure in black. With a sharp sound, half of his arm fell to the ground. Chapter 4. I am not a ghost. I am a zombie caught off guard. The figure in black was momentarily stunned until his severed hand hit the ground with a thud, prompting a startled cry as he rapidly retreated. Yet it was too late. Feng Lei, gripping the half-broken sword, thrust it upward, the azure blade gliding across the figure in black's neck. The figure collapsed to his knees, clutching his bleeding throat. Before toppling over, "Ah, you little rascal, daring to kill one of our ghostly spirit sect members. Seize him." The leader of the figures in black commanded with a wave of his hand, and 3 figures surrounded Feng Lei, their ghostly claws reaching toward him. Although Feng Lei had slain one figure in black by surprise, his advantage was fleeting. Now facing 3 attackers, panic surged within him, and he began to flail the sword wildly, letting out incoherent cries. One of the figures in black chuckled, "I told you, this kid just got lucky. What a pity for our junior brother." As he spoke, his hand collided with Feng Lei's elbow, attempting to disarm him, only to find Feng Lei swiftly twirling the sword and piercing his shoulder blade, causing him to retreat in fright. However, lacking experience, Feng Lei did not think to pull out the sword upon injuring his opponent. Instead, he pressed down, resulting in a gruesome disembowelment. The figure in black let out a strangled cry, falling onto his back, gasping a few times before his head tilted and he breathed his last. "Ah, this kid is quite sinister." 2 figures in black recoiled, retreating behind Feng Ro and the leader. The leader of the figures in black, his fury mounting, stepped forward and shouted, "Sinister? Is our ghostly spirit sect any less so? Useless fools." Feng Ro's expression shifted slightly, her flawless visage clouded with shadows as she coldly remarked, "Young brother, it seems you possess some cultivation. You've surprised me." Feng Lei, however, remained silent, raising the broken sword at an angle, his gaze fixed above, lost in thought. The leader of the figures in black approached silently, moving swiftly, his right hand clawing toward Feng Lei's face. In that moment of distraction, Feng Lei instinctively swung the broken sword downward, grazing the chest of the figure in black. The figure sidestepped, and as the sword passed, he swiftly grabbed the blade. Feng Lei was taken aback, looking up at the figure in black. The figure smirked, his left hand already swinging toward Feng Lei's forehead. Just as the hand was about to descend, a sudden chime resonated as the half-broken sword in the figure's grip released a green arc, striking him in the abdomen. The figure let out a muffled groan, loosening his grip and staggering back, his fingers stained with blood. The others stood in astonishment, and Feng Lei, equally bewildered, glanced at the figure in black, then raised the broken sword, a smile of delight blooming on his face. Quickly released the zombie's poison gas. The figure in black shouted through clenched teeth. The 2 others hastily produced 2 bamboo slips from their sleeves, opening one end to spray at Feng Lei. A cloud of grayish-white mist surged forth, descending upon Feng Lei. In just a moment of distraction, Feng Lei caught a whiff of a nauseating odor that churned his stomach, nearly prompting him to vomit. At that very moment, a jade-like hand suddenly pierced through the white mist, seizing him by the neck. Little brother, you are quite intriguing," Feng Ro exclaimed, her face paling, and as if avoiding a venomous snake, she flung Feng Lei away and shouted, "Run." Leading the charge, she dashed down the tomb passage. And with a thunderous noise, the stone door shifted, allowing their escape. The leader of the figures in black, bewildered, did not hesitate and swiftly fled with two of his subordinates. Fong Lei watched them depart without pursuing. Instead, he sat down, placing the broken sword beside him, and with both hands formed a spell, closing his eyes. Nian Nu had already floated before him, endeavoring to deduce an unnamed spell, the very one Fong Lei had acquired from the stone door. Previously ensnared by the hook on the wall, Fong Lei had inadvertently pricked his finger, causing a drop of blood to fall onto the hook, triggering its transformation. An electrifying sensation coursed through his body, awakening Nian Nu, while the red line representing his system's energy reserves began to rise steadily. Under the influence of this electric sensation, Fong Lei felt as though he were filled with explosive energy, allowing him to extract the hook from the wall and slay the first figure in black. The so-called hook was, in fact, a rusty broken sword that had been embedded in the wall for an unknown duration. Half of its blade remained pristine. Killing the first figure in black was mere chance, while the second was a deliberate strike. As the three figures in black closed in on him, he had no choice but to keep his eyes shut and press forward. During the deduction process, the figure in black came into contact with Fong Lei, transferring their vitality, which in turn provoked Fong Lei's natural reflexes, enabling him to wield the sword and slay the second figure in black. When the leader launched a surprise attack, Fong Lei was still engaged in the deduction of the unknown spell, appearing entirely detached until the figure seized the sword's energy and forcefully channeled it into Fong Lei's body. Once again, the focus shifted to the broken sword, and the sudden release of energy severely injured the figure in black. Fong Lei found the zombie's toxic gas rather unpleasant. However, being seized by Fong Ro's grip on his throat and then releasing him to flee was not an act of aggression on his part. It was rather a dual consequence stemming from the fusion of the devil and the system, which adversely affected Fong Ro's still unstable spirit. This was the only aspect that eluded Fong Lei's comprehension. Presently, his primary task was to complete the system's deduction and fully cultivate the unknown martial art. The unknown martial arts were classified as follows. Level 1, capable of further deduction. Level 2, capable of further deduction. Level 3. He was unaware of how much time had elapsed when the system's deduction culminated at level 9, accompanied by a prompt indicating, Unknown martial art, level 9 complete. Thus, he had attained mastery over the unknown martial art. Throughout this process, Fong Lei's body felt as if it were being struck with a hammer, alternating between swelling and deflating, until finally returning to normal, now brimming with strength. With but a single thought, a torrent surged forth from his dantian, coursing through his entire being in an instant. He reached out towards the broken sword suspended in the air, and with a clang, it flew into his grasp. Yuan force surged within, and in an instant, a 5-foot-long azure blade sprang forth, indistinguishable from a complete longsword. Fong Lei cast his gaze towards the stone door, extending his sword in a casual thrust. A beam of azure light struck the stone door, causing the inscriptions to crumble into dust and the door to automatically swing open with a resounding thud. Fong Lei was taken aback. Before he could rise, he caught another whiff of a foul stench. A massive azure python burst forth from behind the stone door like a gust of wind, lunging directly at him. Startled, Fong Lei swiftly dodged to the side with remarkable speed. The giant python missed its target, its head whipping around to strike again, mouth agape. Get away, Fong Lei shouted, leaping into the air and cleaving downwards with his sword. The giant python attempted to evade the azure light, but while it dodged its head, it failed to protect its body, resulting in a solid thud as Fong Lei's sword embedded itself in its tail. The python let out a pained roar, darting forward. But the azure light held firm, ultimately severing its tail into two pieces. Fong Lei faintly heard a mournful cry before witnessing the giant python drag its severed tail back into the stone door, which then slammed shut with a thunderous boom. Fong Lei stood in stunned silence. Moments ago, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of what lay beyond the stone door, a tomb chamber, complete with a stone bed, tables, and chairs, all within a vast expanse. The depths of the ancient tomb were profound. He yearned to explore further. Yet the thought of the black-robed figures seeking revenge at his home held him back. After a moment's contemplation, he reluctantly abandoned the idea of entering the tomb and instead exerted effort to pry the tomb door open and emerge into the outside world. It was still pitch dark, deep into the night, and he had to exert considerable effort to discern his surroundings, ultimately realizing he was in the remote mountainous region northwest of North Stone City. He immediately set off towards the southeast. As he ran, his speed increased dramatically, and he felt an inexhaustible strength coursing through him, rendering fatigue inconceivable. After approximately half an hour, he was startled by the sound of rushing water, a jarring noise in the stillness of the night. It caught him off guard. In his recollection, There were no major rivers within 500 miles of North Stone City, only a few small streams that dwindled to nothing during the dry season. Currently, it was indeed the dry season, and the rivers had long since dried up. Where could the sound of flowing water be coming from? Fong Lei followed the sound, soon spotting a small boat. At the bow hung a lantern, illuminating a figure clad in black, holding a bamboo pole, the brim of their hat pulled low, obscuring their face, though he could discern a pallid complexion. The boat was packed full of passengers, men, women, and children alike. Suddenly confronted by a river and a small boat in the dead of night, occupied by a strange individual and a group of eerily silent passengers, even Fong Lei, with his years of grave-digging experience, felt a shiver run down his spine. The black-clad figure exuded an unsettling aura that compelled Fong Lei to avert his gaze towards the passengers. These individuals were peculiar, dressed so lightly in the dead of night, seemingly unfazed by the chill. Wait, Fong Lei's attention was drawn to a middle-aged man nearby. Wasn't that Fong Mofan, Fong Ro's father? Fong Lei exclaimed. The night was so silent, save for the sound of flowing water, that his voice echoed, startling even himself. Yet Fong Mofan offered no reply. Fong Lei, momentarily taken aback, continued scanning the faces of the others. Ah, Fong Chun, is that you? Fong Pong, Fong. He called out several names in succession, but curiously, no one responded. All eyes were fixed ahead, as if captivated by some rare treasure. The small boat glided past him, merely 7 or 8 meters away, close enough for him to leap aboard. However, an inexplicable sense of dread surged within him, emanating from the figure at the bow. Chapter 5, The Female Ghost. Fong Ro, the black-clad figure, had turned their head, the only visible features being their eyes, while their nose, mouth, and chin were all directed towards Fong Lei. In Chai on duty, fellow Taoist, please do not disturb. The 10 words emerged as though from the lips of a corpse, echoing in his ears with a chilling resonance that sent shivers through his body. In Chai? Fong Lei was indeed startled by these 2 words. He scrutinized the passengers in the boat more closely, each of them appearing vacant, their expressions blank. If they were not dead, what could they be? What the hell? They're all dead. But where is Fong Ro? Fong Lei hurriedly stepped forward, pursuing the small boat, scanning for Fong Ro, yet after a thorough search, he found no trace of her. This realization conjured thoughts of the Fong Ro from the tomb. Fellow Taoist, please do not disturb, or I shall not be polite. The In Chai spoke once more, the threat in their voice unmistakable. Fong Lei quickly halted, adopting a traditional gesture of respect, asking, may I inquire? Where do the people on this boat come from, and where are they headed? The In Chai's eyes flickered with a cold light beneath the brim of their hat, locking onto Fong Lei's face with a heavy gaze that extinguished the light. From North Stone City, heading to Yin Capital. With that, the figure turned, forcefully propelling the bamboo pole downward, causing the small boat to accelerate downstream. Fong Lei ceased his pursuit. He had acquired the answers he sought. More importantly, the weight of the In Chai's gaze upon him felt oppressive, as if it bore the weight of a mountain, rendering him chilled to the bone. This sensation was profoundly uncomfortable, compelling him to refrain from any resistance as he watched the small boat disappear into the darkness. The sound of rushing water gradually faded into silence. A wave of insecurity washed over Fong Lei, as if he had stepped into a mythic realm, where demons and spirits seemed to encroach upon him. He half expected a monkey claiming to be Sun Wukong to come bounding forth. Who is there? Suddenly, a voice interrupted Fong Lei's thoughts, and a light flickered ahead. He turned to see a guard approaching, illuminated by a dim lantern. Who are you? Fong Lei inquired. I am Sun, the city guard. And you are? The soldier replied, drawing nearer. Fong Lei nearly choked, looking up to discover he had already reached the city gates, where a moat lay before him, its waters nearly dried up, so quiet that even the sound of flowing water was absent. Upon returning home, he found the front door firmly shut, and there was no lantern hanging at the entrance. Everything was ominously dark. This was an unprecedented occurrence in his memory, prompting him to abandon the idea of sneaking back inside. Instead, he approached and rapped loudly on the door. The sound echoed piercingly in the night. It was so loud that not only the Fong family, but even neighbors from a distance could hear. Yet, after a considerable wait, no one came to answer. As Fong Lei contemplated scaling the wall to enter, the door creaked open, revealing 2 figures. Upon closer inspection, Fong Lei's breath caught in his throat. Not 2 figures, but only one. Standing behind was a figure with a deathly pallor that bore a striking resemblance to a ghost, reminiscent of the passengers he had seen on the boat earlier. The ghost clung tightly to the front man, as if fused together, gazing straight ahead, expressionless, with glimmers of cold light flickering at the corners of their mouths, suggestive of sharp fangs. Fong Lei inhaled sharply. The door was opened by Zhao Yi, who yawned lazily and inquired, "Ah, it's you, third young master. When did you leave? I didn't see you. Come in." Fong Lei glanced at him and replied, "I hope I didn't disturb your slumber. My apologies. Please, continue to rest. I shall close the door." As he spoke, he reached out to gently push him aside. The nearby malevolent spirit swiftly retreated, evading Fong Lei's hands. And only after Zhao Yi moved away did it draw near again, following him without casting a glance at Fong Lei. Internally, Fong Lei exclaimed with realization. He could see spirits, just like this malevolent entity, the ghostly figures accompanying the emissaries of death and the souls aboard the vessel. After shutting the door, he watched Zhao Yi, burdened by the spirit, enter the lodging before making his way to his own room. "Third young master, you have returned," exclaimed Zhao San. The night watchman and Zhao Ye's nephew, equally lethargic, unaware of the malevolent spirit he bore on his back. Fong Lei acknowledged him with a nod and continued deeper into the house. The back courtyard was illuminated, where two guards, unable to sleep during their watch, languidly sipped wine and chatted. Beside each of them sat a malevolent spirit, their heads bowed, motionless, peering through the door crack. Fong Lei caught a glimpse of one of the spirits, which seemed to raise its head and glance at him before lowering it once more. The Fong residence had become a den of spirits. With a wry smile, Fong Lei approached the outer chamber of his father's room, peeking through the window, finally feeling reassured. At least one person remained unaffected. The family patriarch, Fong Zhongxin, had not been possessed. However, his primary wife had succumbed to a spirit. Standing just outside the bed curtains was a female ghost, draped in white, her hair cascading down to obscure her face. Upon returning to his own courtyard and about to open the door, he suddenly felt a chill envelop him, as though plunging into an icy abyss. Turning slowly, he found a young maid standing before him, head tilted curiously. It was Lianer, his personal maid. Lianer, too, was accompanied by a female spirit. Fong Lei couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Now that he was aware of the situation, he wondered how it would have felt had he been oblivious. Was the ghost present while Lianer served him tea, assisted with his wardrobe, or warmed his bed? The thought made him shudder. "Young master, where have you been? Why did you return so late?" Lianer scolded, her small face serious. Fong Lei noted that Lianer seemed unaffected, appearing quite normal. "Oh, I was delayed by some matters," he replied nonchalantly, his gaze instinctively drawn to the female spirit. This particular spirit was distinct. Upon sensing Fong Lei's attention, she raised her head and met his gaze. Rather beautiful," he mused. Lianer inquired, "What is it?" Fong Lei, fearing to startle her, quickly said, "Nothing, let us go." He began to walk toward his small courtyard, with Lianer and the spirit trailing behind. Not sensing any threat from the spirit, Fong Lei adopted a strategy of observation, preferring to assess the situation before acting. There was no doubt that these malevolent spirits were connected to the figure in the black robe. He could easily vanquish a spirit, yet without uncovering the source. All efforts would be in vain. Once in his room, Fong Lei retrieved a book from the shelf and seated himself at the table to read. Lianer busied herself preparing his bed and warming the blankets before asking, "Young master, will you not rest?" Fong Lei shook his head, adjusted the lamp, and continued to read. The female spirit, initially standing by the door, soon moved to sit across from him at the table, gazing intently at him. Fong Lei chose to ignore her presence, focusing solely on his book, not even glancing in her direction. Lianer descended from the bed, observing for a moment before suggesting, "Shall I prepare something for you to eat?" "That would be splendid, thank you," he replied. Lianer chuckled lightly. "When did you become so courteous, young master? Just wait a moment." She then stepped out. This time, the spirit did not follow her, remaining motionless across from him. Fong Lei disregarded her and, when Lianer returned with a selection of snacks laid out on the table, he gestured for her to sit down and join him. He thought to himself that this time, she would surely comply. However, to his surprise, Lianer, initially giggling, suddenly changed her mind, shaking her head and refusing to sit. Fong Lei's understanding deepened. The spirit had not possessed Lianer like the others, but it exerted control over her actions. Casually, he picked up a candied fruit and tossed it into his mouth, noticing the spirit mimicking his action, plucking a piece and popping it in her own mouth. She rested her chin on her hand, leaning closer, her gaze growing brighter and more animated, as though savoring the treat just as he did. Were it not for Lianer's presence, Fong Lei would have laughed outright. This was undeniably amusing, a female ghost staring at him, sharing his snacks as if they were a loving couple. While his eyes remained on the book, his mind busied itself with strategizing how to navigate this peculiar situation. The key remained the source. Just then, a loud banging echoed from the main gate, accompanied by a voice calling, "Fong Shibois, open the door. There's a serious matter." The voice, urgent and piercing, roused most of the sleeping residents of the Fong household, who hurriedly donned their clothing and exited their rooms. Fong Lei, standing in the corridor, joined them, with Lianer and the spirit following closely behind. Stealing a glance at the spirit, he noticed her expression had shifted to one of cold intensity, revealing a hint of menace. Third brother, where have you been? When did you return? He collided with his elder brother Fang Yun as he stepped outside, with their second brother Fang Zhun following closely, evidently seeking him. Fang Lei hastily replied, I encountered a minor mishap. I will explain later. What is happening outside? Fang Yun's expression turned grave. It seems there has been a situation at someone's home. The clan leader has summoned father, and with me and your second brother accompanying you. You need not go. Normally, the three brothers would accompany one another, so Fang Yun's insistence was clearly warranted. A fleeting thought of the individuals aboard the emissary's vessel crossed Fang Lei's mind, prompting him to blurt, Is it the Mo family situation? Fang Zhen interjected. How do you know? Realizing the impropriety of his words, he quickly fell silent upon receiving a sidelong glance from Fang Yun. Fang Lei promptly clarified, Oh, I saw movement in that direction as I arrived. It was merely a guess. Perhaps I should accompany you to investigate? Fang Yun insisted, It's late. You should remain here. Father will seek you out later. Very well, Fang Lei acquiesced. Fang Yun and Fang Zhen proceeded toward the main gate, shortly after which they heard their father Fang Zhongxin's voice in the distance. With the sound of hooves fading away, the Fang residents returned to silence, everything returning to its usual state. Instead of returning directly to his room, Fang Lei circled the courtyard, taking a comprehensive look around before re-entering. He had gathered enough information. Aside from the Fang father and son, everyone else appeared to be possessed by spirits. This was rather peculiar. Upon entering, Fang Lei urged Lianer to retire for the night, and she complied, closing the door behind her as she went to the next room. After sitting for a while, the female spirit finally rose and approached Fang Lei. He set aside his book and looked up at her, asking, What do you desire? The spirit ominously replied, You can indeed see me. Chapter 6. Fang Yun, possessed by a malevolent spirit. Fang Lei abruptly slammed the book onto the table and demanded, Speak. What scheme do you harbor against the Fang family? The spirit, however, remained silent, raising her hands to reveal sharp claws, advancing toward him. Fang Lei scoffed, lifting his foot to kick her in the abdomen while reprimanding. How rude. The spirit let out a shriek, tumbling backward, crashing through the door and landing in the courtyard. Fang Lei sprang up to pursue her, watching as she rose from the ground, muttering to herself, Is that all you have? A sudden shriek from a female ghost echoed through the dark courtyard of the Fang residence, followed by a flurry of malevolent spirits converging towards Fang Lei. As he mentally counted, noticing the numbers matched perfectly, he surged forward, seizing two of the vengeful spirits by their necks, and, with a sharp crack, crushed their throats before casting them aside. The remaining apparitions, now thrown into disarray, lunged at him with claws bared. Fang Lei swiftly dodged to the side, delivering a powerful punch that decapitated one spirit while his left hand wrenched off another's arm. However, he felt a tightening grip around his waist as a ghostly entity embraced him, its icy fangs poised to bite down. In a moment of desperation, he slammed his head backward, eliciting a sharp cry and causing a few drops of icy substance to splatter his neck. With a swift motion, he advanced, his right hand reaching back to grasp the creature's neck and hurl it beneath his feet, crushing its head under his boot. As he reached behind to wipe the foul, blackened blood from his neck, he observed several spirits dead or injured, prompting the others to retreat. Realizing the futility of engaging them barehanded, he quickly drew a broken sword from his sleeve, leaping forward to slice off the head of one spirit with a decisive thrust, then pivoting to dispatch two more. Throughout this ordeal, the female ghost remained a passive observer, watching intently without intervening, leaving Fang Lei to ponder her intentions. As he surveyed the scene, he noted with alarm that the spirit he had just dispatched was rising again, its head drooping as it advanced with clawed hands. In contrast, the spirit he had decapitated lay motionless, emitting wisps of white smoke as if consumed by flames. The broken sword proved effective. Fang Lei wielded it with ferocity, unleashing a wave of lethal energy that dispelled the spirits as they dissipated into smoke upon contact. His concerns quickly diminished. Though the apparitions appeared fearsome, they posed little threat. His focus shifted to the enigmatic female ghost, who bore a striking resemblance to Fang Ro from the ancient tomb. Suddenly, the female ghost turned and fled into the night. Don't go, Fang Lei shouted, swiftly severing the heads of the remaining two spirits before pursuing her. Yet, just as he was about to exit the courtyard, a chilling wind rushed past him, and a hand emerged from the darkness, striking at his back. Fang Lei sensed the danger and spun around, only to find a familiar face before him. It's you? He exclaimed, his hesitation causing his sword to falter in its swing. He was met with a powerful blow to his chest, sending him crashing against the wall, blood spilling from his mouth as he crumpled to the ground. Inexperienced in combat, he faltered at the crucial moment, suffering the consequences of his naivety. It was Fong Ro, the female ghost, who had initially retreated. Now flitted back to Fong Ro's side, cackling maniacally as she reached towards Fong Lei. Despite his injury, Fong Lei steadied his broken sword, ready to defend himself. Stop! To both Fong Lei and the female ghost's astonishment, Fong Ro suddenly raised her hand to strike the ghost's elbow. The ghost recoiled, fuming. What are you doing? You mustn't kill him. Fong Ro stammered in response. Why? I see now it's you. Are you reluctant to harm him? A different voice emerged from Fong Ro, commanding and assertive. What reluctance? You needn't concern yourself with him. He is far too dangerous. Eliminate him first. Absolutely not. You cannot kill him, or else I. The stuttering voice returned, strained as if uttering the words was a challenge. Another voice interjected. Fong Ro, don't forget, I have preserved your soul to claim your body. If you continue to defy me, I will consume you. Fong Ro's voice grew resolute. If you could have consumed me, you would have done so long ago. Why wait? Her expression fluctuated like the unpredictable weather of June, shifting from anger to determination before she huffed and turned away. What about him? The female ghost demanded. Spare him for now. Aren't you afraid of the Elder's wrath? Humph, as if he matters. The ghost shot Fong Lei a venomous glare before departing. The remnants of the battle quickly dissipated, turning into pools of foul-smelling yellow liquid. Fong Lei, intrigued by the unfolding drama, soon expelled a mouthful of black blood and rose to his feet, his injuries mysteriously healed. What had transpired? Fong Lei, perplexed, leapt to the rooftop and peered into the night, catching a glimpse of two white figures moving deeper into the darkness. He propelled himself forward, launching into the air like a cannonball. Behind him, the roof collapsed with a thunderous crash. He paused momentarily, taken aback, before continuing his pursuit. The sensation of soaring through the clouds was exhilarating. With a single leap, he covered over 100 meters, landing gracefully. If he fell onto a street, it would merely leave a sizable crater, but if he landed on a house, that household would face calamity, potentially collapsing walls and roofs. Fong Lei concentrated on controlling his trajectory, gradually improving his speed, though a cloud of dust trailed behind him, reminiscent of a monster wreaking havoc upon the world. Upon surpassing the residential area, he realized the elusive figures had vanished. Standing on the street, he recognized his location was near Fong Ro's home and turned to race there. Although he had surmised the tragedy that had befallen Fong Mofin's family, he felt compelled to ascertain Fong Ro's fate. The Fong residence was aglow with lights, the front yard brimming with people, many cautiously holding torches against the threat of sudden disaster. In the back courtyard lay the collected bodies, 40 or 50 in total, while craftsmen busily prepared coffins. Every member of the Fong family, including servants and maids, had perished. Fong Lei stealthily approached, spotting his father and two brothers at the forefront before slipping toward the rear. The bodies lay in peculiar repose, devoid of wounds or blood, as if they had simply drifted into eternal sleep. Yet, their scattered forms filled the yard. As Fong Lei crept closer, a craftsman glanced up, merely acknowledging him before returning to his work. When did this happen? Fong Lei inquired. The craftsman, still focused on his task, replied. I heard it was around the time the lanterns were lit. Even the leftovers on the stove were untouched. Fong Lei absorbed this, the timeline aligning with his thoughts. Are they all here? He asked again. The craftsman looked up, sizing up the unusual figure before nodding. I heard one is missing. Fong Lei's heart raced. Who? It seems to be the young lady of the house. A wave of relief washed over Fong Lei, a weight lifted from his chest. But who would dare to unleash such violence upon the Fong family? As he prepared to leave, an unsettling sensation crept over him, as if someone were watching. He turned swiftly, spotting a familiar silhouette. It's you. The words barely left his lips before the figure in white vanished over the wall into the night. It was Fong Ro. Determined not to let her escape this time, Fong Lei propelled himself into the air, chasing after her like a nocturnal predator. In midair, he spotted the white figure veering southwest. Unable to wait to land, he kicked off from an ancient tree, snapping it in half with a resounding crack as he soared toward the southwest, startling onlookers who rushed to investigate only to find a large pit in the fallen tree. Left in stunned silence, Fong Ro swiftly dashed ahead, silent as a shadow, while Fong Lei thundered behind her, his footsteps echoing like rolling thunder, startling many townsfolk still ensconced in slumber. They emerged from their homes, only to discover their own courtyard walls collapsed and half of their roofs missing, with tree branches ominously dangling above. His light-footed techniques were evidently lacking, leading him to lose sight of her. Outside a grand estate, Fong Lei turned in frustration, preparing to head back. But wait, isn't this the Ning residence? He abruptly reversed direction, following the walls until he caught sight of the towering entrance of the Ning estate, illuminated by lanterns casting a bright glow. Names flooded his mind. Ning Ro, dressed in black, Ning Zhao, and Ning Lei. Each name and visage seemed to affirm a potential truth. He recalled the figure in black from the ancient tomb mentioning Ning Shimi, and that Ning Zhao was Ning Lei's elder brother. Ning Lei, Xiaomai, where are you? Fang Lei clenched his fists, an ember of rage igniting within his chest. As dawn approached, the tranquility of Beishir City was pierced by the creaking of the door. A slender figure emerged, standing beneath the entrance and gazing at him coldly. The bright light illuminated her face, highlighting her exquisite beauty. Ning Lei. Fang Lei was momentarily taken aback, the fire within him extinguished in an instant. You have quite the nerve to come here, she remarked. Her familiar voice and demeanor reminiscent of yesterday's encounter. You and I. Fang Lei suddenly felt at a loss. Memories of Ning Zhao's death and their conversation at Wangshan Pavilion resurfacing unbidden. Ning Lei's reaction was somewhat unusual, perhaps amused by his nervousness. She let out a soft laugh before quickly adopting a stern expression, her voice icy as she said, It's almost dawn. It would be unwise for someone to see us. You should return. Fang Lei looked skyward, bewildered, and replied, Yes, it's getting late. Very well. He turned to leave. Wait. Chapter 7. The unfortunate former father-in-law Ning Lei suddenly called out to him, a waft of fragrance drifting from behind her. Fang Lei turned, gazing at her beautiful face so close, and asked, What is it? Take this. In the future, do not give valuable items to servants carelessly. Ning Lei extended her right hand, presenting a green jade pendant. Fang Lei was taken aback, stammering, You. But before he could react, she thrust it into his hand and swiftly retreated, shutting the door behind her. After standing in a daze for a moment, Fang Lei abruptly turned and sprinted home. By the time he entered the door, dawn had broken, and he raised his voice, calling out, Ernyo, Ernyo. Since the malevolent spirit had taken possession of Zhao Yi, it seemed as though he had fallen gravely ill, lethargically lounging in bed. Hearing Fang Lei's call, he reluctantly donned his clothes and responded drowsily, Ernyo didn't he come back last night? Perhaps he went to his brother's house. Fang Lei was aware of his brother's situation and wasted no time heading out towards Ernyo's brother's residence. The jade pendant had inexplicably found its way to Ning Lei, suggesting that this matter was somehow related to Ernyo. Could it be that the scoundrel was too frightened to return? Fang Lei pondered as he arrived at Ernyo's brother's home. What? He hasn't come? Fang Lei was taken aback and inquired, Do you know where he went? I don't know, Ernyo's brother stammered. Noticing his hesitation, Fang Lei urged, Speak quickly. I need to find him. He took some silver home yesterday, sat for a while, and then left. Ernyo's brother. Realizing he could no longer hide the truth and knowing how well Fang Lei treated his younger brother, confessed, about 7 or 8 tales. Fang Lei understood the situation and asked, Did he say where he was going? He didn't say, but he mentioned he probably wouldn't be back for a while. Third Master, has something happened to Ernyo? Could it be that he has done something he shouldn't have? Ernyo's brother began to worry. Fang Lei quickly reassured him, Don't think too much. It's just personal matters. There is nothing to worry about. With that, he departed. As he walked through the streets, Fang Lei increasingly regretted his impulsive decision to send Ernyo on this errand. Suspecting it was this very action that had endangered Fang Rou's family. But could Ning Lei be the culprit? She knew Fang Rou, and while they weren't close, it seemed unlikely she would resort to such cruelty, especially endangering the lives of so many in the Fang family. After much contemplation, he realized he must find Ernyo, as Ning Lei's temperament would surely keep her silent if she were involved. He needed to uncover the truth through Ernyo. Passing a bun shop, the aroma of freshly steamed buns wafted toward him, and he couldn't resist sitting down at a table. He ordered a bowl of spicy tofu pudding and 2 baskets of buns, devouring them heartily. After finishing, he felt invigorated, as if his pores had opened wide to absorb the fresh air, and he instinctively circulated his internal energy. As he did so, he sensed someone watching him intently. Turning in surprise, he found a wandering Taoist dressed in traditional attire, 2 plates of side dishes and a jug of wine on the table, a wine cup beside them, and a whisk lying at an angle, the Taoist grinning at him. Taoist, drinking so early in the morning? Fang Lei remarked, only to realize the inappropriateness of his words. Such casual greetings belonged to a modern context, appearing somewhat rude here. The old Taoist, however, merely chuckled heartily. Wine can bolster one's courage. A few sips in the morning are just right for slaying demons. Fang Lei replied in astonishment. What demons could possibly appear at this hour? Even if they did, they would surely wait until nightfall. The old Taoist responded, In the darkness of night, spirits roam freely. Demons, too, can brazenly walk among us in broad daylight, capable of transforming into human forms to wreak havoc. Fang Lei paused, realizing, Taoist, your words carry deeper meaning. You can discern this, which suggests you are not an ordinary minor demon, but rather a significant one. Since you have encountered me, Wichenzi, you must accept your fate. The old Taoist's expression darkened, a surge of immense power emanating from him, enveloping Fong Lei. Fong Lei gasped, attempting to rise but failing to stand, and exclaimed angrily, "Taoist, what is the meaning of this? Are your eyes deceiving you?" The old Taoist retorted, "It is not my vision that is lacking. It is your skills that are woefully inadequate. Scoundrel, prepare to meet your end." The whisk soared from the table, strands of dust flying towards Fong Lei like a barrage of arrows. This was truly unexpected, to be beset by a ghost so early in the day. Fong Lei mused that his neglect of temple visits had left him with an accumulation of negative energy, which this Taoist had mistakenly identified. As the dust strands approached, Fong Lei summoned his inner energy, shattering the bench beneath him with a resounding crack, propelling himself backward with incredible speed, escaping both the Taoist's oppressive aura and the oncoming onslaught. With a cacophony of sounds, the wooden table before him was riddled with holes, even the legs succumbing to the chaos, collapsing to the ground. Wichenzi was startled and rose, grasping the whisk. "Open your eyes wide, you fool. I am Fong Lei, the third young master of the Fong family in Beishir City, not some demon or ghost. You, drunkenly indulging in your cat urine this early in the morning, dare to spout nonsense here? Be careful, or I shall report you to the authorities and have you thrown into a cell for a few days to experience life behind bars." Fong Lei pointed at the Taoist's flushed face, berating him, and after tossing a silver ingot to the shopkeeper, he turned to leave, muttering, "What a misfortune to be bitten by a dog early in the morning." The nearby patrons, previously frightened, erupted into laughter once Fong Lei had departed, pointing and laughing at the old Taoist as though he were a spectacle. "Who is he?" Wichenzi finally inquired. "Did you not hear? The third young master of the Fong family, Fong Lei, is in town. Have you, as a Taoist, had one too many drinks? How could you mistake a person for a demon?" The old Taoist sat down, raised his cup, and glanced at Fong Lei, who had already walked away. Pondering in confusion, how could he exude an aura of darkness? Where has that rascal gone? Fong Lei had scoured nearly every place he had visited with Ernyo over the past 6 months. Not only did he find no trace of him, but he had also gathered no tidings whatsoever. As he walked, he heard shouts ahead. A fight was underway. Upon approaching, he saw several burly men beating a slender man, who was trying to crawl away but was repeatedly yanked back. "Ah, isn't that Hussein?" Recognizing the man, Fong Lei felt a surge of joy. Hussein had a slight acquaintance with Ernyo. Once, they had taken him to a gambling den to play with a small sum of money, hence their familiarity. Hey, stop. If you keep hitting him, you might kill him," Fong Lei called out. One of the leading thugs turned to look at him and shouted, "Oh, we have a meddler in our midst. Have you eaten your fill and have nowhere to digest it? Or are you so bored that you came here to play the hero? Mind your own business, or you might find yourself in trouble too." Fong Lei replied, "I fear you might kill him and then face legal consequences. Let him go. Let him go. In your dreams. If we don't collect the debt today, we might as well kill him. We have the promissory note. Even the officials will have to listen to us." Fong Lei inquired, "How much does he owe?" The thug, eyeing him sideways, replied, "Including principal and interest, 5,000 taels. So, are you ready to pay up? Is it truly that much?" Fong Lei gazed at Hussein. Hussein, with a mournful expression, lamented, "Third young master, it's not that much. It's actually just over 100 taels. They've inflated it with interest. I've already repaid over 200 taels, but they're still not satisfied." The thug chuckled, 200 taels? "Hussein, do you think our young master Ning is a kind soul who'll wipe your slate clean for free? How do you expect us to feed ourselves without making a profit?" Hussein cried, 200 taels is a small amount." Fong Lei, uninterested in their banter, interrupted directly. "Is this gambling den owned by Ning Zhao?" The thug replied, "Indeed. Now that you know the young master's name, don't get too cocky. We have the backing of the immortal sects in the capital. You're treading on dangerous ground." Fong Lei interjected, "Hand it over." "What?" The thug was taken aback. "The promissory note. You're truly going to pay? 5,000 taels?" Fong Lei nodded. The thug laughed, turning to Hussein. "Hussein, who would have thought you had befriended such a wealthy patron? Just wait." The thug rushed inside and soon returned with a promissory note, waving it at Fong Lei. "Where's the money?" Fong Lei replied, "I want to see it first." The thug glanced at him, not suspecting anything, and handed it over, saying, "It's all written clearly. What are you doing?" Mid-sentence, Fong Lei ripped the note in half without even glancing at it, then crumpled it into a pile of shreds. The onlookers, including several thugs, gaped in disbelief, some instinctively retreating, sensing an impending storm. "Damn it, you're playing me for a fool." The thug, infuriated, stepped forward to grab Fong Lei by the collar, raising a massive fist. Fong Lei gently reached out and seized his wrist, then with a sharp crack, the thug's bone shattered. "Ah!" he screamed, and Fong Lei flung him back, crashing him into the thugs behind him, toppling 2 of them. Quick, catch him. Chapter 8. Elder of the Ghost Spirit Sect. The thug bellowed, and immediately more than a dozen hulking figures surged out from inside, all with brutish appearances. As one of the thugs lunged at Fong Lei, he swiftly kicked Husan aside and struck the thug in the gut, sending him soaring into the air before crashing onto the hard stone pavement. When the second thug attempted to grab his arm, Fong Lei deftly countered and thrust him backward, causing him to kneel on the ground groaning. The third thug leapt forward but was caught mid-air by Fong Lei, crashing into the first thug and losing consciousness. The fourth thug had a leg broken, the fifth lost an arm, the sixth had his jaw dislocated and swollen, and the seventh, eighth, ninth, and so on dared not approach. The leader of the thugs shouted, "Quick, summon the Immortal Master. We must eliminate this brat." Immortal Master? Fong Lei, hearing this, strode towards the gambling den. The gamblers inside had already ceased their activities, huddling at the entrance peering outside. "Get out," Fong Lei bellowed. Aside from one accountant who was paralyzed with fear, everyone else fled in panic. "Husan." Fong Lei spotted him trying to escape and called him back. Trembling, Husan approached, whispering, "Third young master, what are your orders?" "Where's Ernyo?" Fong Lei sat down, his expression darkening. I don't know. Is that true?" Fong Lei slammed his palm onto the table. The table splintered into pieces, and tea splashed all over Husan. Husan fell to his knees, exclaiming, "I saw him just yesterday, but after that, I haven't seen him again." "When?" Fong Lei asked. "It was around dusk. Do you know where he might have gone?" "Perhaps the Yihong courtyard." Husan finally blurted out a name, glancing at Fong Lei's expression. "Yihong courtyard? What is he doing there?" Fong Lei inquired. "Ernyo has a good rapport with a maid there named Qing Er. If he is not anywhere else, he might have gone there," Husan explained. Fong Lei frowned, realizing he had no prior knowledge of this situation, and said, "Take me there shortly." "Yes," Husan quickly agreed. "Where do you think you're going?" A chilling voice suddenly emanated from within, followed by the movement of a door curtain. A man in black stood before Fong Lei. He wore no hooded cloak, but his face was pale as death, indistinguishable from a specter. "Ghost Spirit Sect?" Fong Lei assessed him, questioning. This mysterious sect, mentioned only a few times in Fong Lei's memory, now stood before him, extending a ghostly claw. The man in black smiled ominously, "Knowing our sacred sect. Yet you dare to act so brazenly here." Fong Lei scoffed, rising to his feet, and stepping forward to stand 3 paces from the man. "Where is the saintess?" "Where is she?" The man in black, taken aback, replied solemnly, "What do you seek her for?" "To settle a score." With a series of sinister laughs, the figure shifted, and the man in black lunged forward, reaching for Fong Lei's throat, declaring, "Very well, I shall take you to see her." The man in black moved swiftly, his hand reaching out in the blink of an eye, but Fong Lei anticipated his move and met it with a punch. Bang! The ghostly claw collided with his fist, intending to seize him, but was forcefully repelled by the surge of energy emanating from Fong Lei. Not only was the man in black thrown back, but the force continued up his arm, resulting in a series of cracks as his bones shattered. This was the result of Fong Lei's power, which had reached the 9th level of unknown energy manipulation, allowing him to completely overpower the man in black. With a crash, the retreating figure collided with a gambling table, scattering everything across the floor. The visage of the man in black had grown paler, a trickle of dark blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. "Dark blood? You truly are not human," Fong Lei exclaimed, striding forward. The man in black, displaying a look of terror, swiftly turned and dashed into the inner chamber. "Stop right there," Fong Lei pursued, reaching out to grasp his back. Suddenly, a nauseating stench invaded his nostrils, causing him to stagger and retreat 2 quick steps. After channeling his inner strength, the dizziness subsided. He recognized the toxic fumes of a zombie. He had encountered them in the ancient tomb, where an unknown force had aided him in that perilous moment. In that brief moment of evasion, the man in black had already burst into the inner chamber, followed by a resounding crash as the back room collapsed. In his frantic escape, he recklessly smashed through the wall. A thud echoed behind him as Husan succumbed to the poisonous gas, his body twisting before he fell lifelessly. "No, don't die," Fong Lei shouted, but it was too late. Let him die. He was a gambler, a scourge in life. Fong Lei rushed into the inner chamber, squeezing through the wall's breach, but the man in black had vanished. Returning to the front, even the burly men had fled without a trace. Damn it. They ran faster than rabbits. Fong Lei fumed as he stormed back to the gambling house's entrance, standing beneath the sign of the Dojin Fong, and struck the doorframe with a fierce punch. With a resounding crash, half the facade crumbled, and another blow brought down the main beam, reducing the establishment to a pile of rubble. The onlookers in the distance erupted in cheers. "Well struck. This wretched place should have been demolished ages ago." Whispers of admiration circulated. "Who is this bold individual? He disregards even the Ning family." One voice remarked. I believe he is the young master of the Fong family from the old town. When did he become so formidable? I heard he was on the verge of ruin. Yes, he is the third son. Didn't you hear Hussein call him third young master? Fong Lei paid them no mind, striding confidently away under countless watchful eyes. After turning down 2 streets, he finally inquired about the location of the Yi-Hong courtyard. Before long, he found himself in the grand hall of the establishment. Just then, 2 flamboyantly dressed women approached him. Is Qinger here? Fong Lei asked. I am. One woman giggled, attempting to grasp Fong Lei's arm. The other, however, was indignant, rushing forward to declare, No, I am Qinger. Don't listen to her. She is not Qinger. I am. Fong Lei, exasperated, pushed them aside and bellowed, Madam, madam. From upstairs, a middle-aged woman descended, her displeasure evident. What are you shouting for? Can't you speak properly? Just call her sister Jinhua. Not old this or old that. It sounds dreadful. Fong Lei grinned. So you are the one in charge here? Yes, dear guest, you seem unfamiliar. What brings you here? The madam's words were cut short by a gleaming silver ingot that Fong Lei presented. Instantly, her demeanor brightened, and she reached out eagerly, her lips curling into a chant of praise. Oh, my dear, you are truly. Fong Lei interrupted her. I am looking for Qinger. Which Qinger? She blinked, eyes narrowing. How many Qingers are there? Fong Lei retorted. Several. Zhao Qinger, Qian Qinger, Sun Qinger, Li Qinger, Zhou enough. Fong Lei interjected angrily. How many Qingers are there, really? The madam, her eyes nearly slits, laughed behind her handkerchief. I didn't realize you were so eager, young guest. Just teasing you. There are only 2 Qingers. Which one do you seek? Fong Lei shook his head. I don't know. Don't know? The madam scrutinized him again. You were here to find someone, aren't you? Indeed. Do you know what she looks like? No. How old is she? I don't know. How can you find someone if you know nothing? What do you seek her for? A hefty silver ingot was indeed persuasive, and the madam inquired with genuine interest. I am inquiring about someone. Who? His name is Ernyo, about this tall. A bit slender. Fong Lei described him vaguely. The madam squinted. What do you want with him? Fong Lei, sensing her expression, knew she had information. He is my servant. He suddenly disappeared yesterday, and I don't know if he is alive or dead. If you know anything, please tell me. Are you the third young master of the Fong family? The madam's eyes widened in surprise. Fong Lei's heart soared. You know me, so you must know where he is. But the madam's demeanor shifted to one of alarm, glancing about before pulling him into a vacant room at the back. In a hushed tone, she said, Third young master. I know you are a decent person, but it's best you don't get involved. It could bring you trouble. Has something happened to him? Fong Lei was taken aback. The madam hesitated. I should tell you since you paid, but if I do, I fear it may bring you misfortune. Why don't you take your silver back and pretend I know nothing? She reluctantly offered the silver back to him. Fong Lei pushed it away. You need not concern yourself with that. Just tell me what happened. Very well. The madam took the silver back, lowering her head. He was here all night. But this morning, someone took him away. Took him away? Who took him? Fong Lei's pulse quickened as he gripped the madam's wrist, causing her to yelp in surprise. He quickly released her. Tell me, who took him? Rubbing her wrist, the madam replied. It seems to be related to the Ning family. They took our Qinger as well. The mention of the Ning family ignited Fong Lei's fury. It was evident that this was linked to Ning Lei, who had pretended to be amiable but had now resorted to abduction. Fong Lei stormed out of the Yi-Hong courtyard, striding purposefully towards the Ning residence. However, after his departure, the madam, Sister Jinhua, chuckled as she knocked on the door of a back room. A pale-faced figure emerged, the very man in black who had just fled the gambling house. How did it go? Sister Jinhua asked respectfully. As instructed, he has gone to the Ning family to demand the return of the person. Excellent. The man in black waved her away, turning back into the room. Within, an aged voice echoed, Very good. Chapter 9. Lianer possessed by a ghost. Fong Lei arrived at the Ning residence, seething with rage. Yet upon reaching the entrance, he hesitated, without evidence. How could he demand the return of someone? Moreover, Ning Zhao had perished at his hands, and he was uncertain if the family was aware of this. Oh, is that not the third young master of the Fong family? What brings you here? The gatekeeper, recognizing Fong Lei, greeted him from afar. Fong Lei was momentarily taken aback and turned to leave. Suddenly, a voice called out from within the gates, Fong Lei, you murderer. You think you can just walk away? Fong Lei's heart sank as he slowly turned around. It was Ning Zhao's brother, Ning Jun, followed closely by others, including the family head, Ning Yuenga, and several of his weeping wives, though Ning Lei was notably absent. You wretched beast. Zhao was your brother-in-law. Why did you kill him? One of the women cried, quickly. Tear this man to shreds in vengeance for Zhao. As the women emerged, they unleashed a torrent of grief and curses. Ning Yuenga glared at Fong Lei with malevolent eyes. Fong Lei sidestepped the advancing women, aware that the situation was escalating. From their varied reactions, it became evident that the news of Ning Zhao's death had only just reached them, leaving even the family servants in stunned disbelief. Fang Lei, you little beast. What do you have to say for yourself? Ning Yuenga bellowed. Fang Lei gazed at him in silence for a moment before suddenly asking, who told you that I killed him? With witnesses and evidence at hand, do you still dare to argue? Ning Yuenga was seething with rage. Upon hearing this, Fang Lei instead calmed down and replied, very well, then please bring him forth. I wish to confront him directly. Ning Yuenga was momentarily taken aback. Setting aside the witnesses and evidence, was this truly Fang Lei, or merely the timid child he had once encountered who could hardly utter a word? Please, summon him. I am eager to meet them. Ning Yuenga remained dazed, but a frail voice emerged from behind, stating, there's no need to put yourself in a difficult position. Ning Xian. Following this, over a dozen individuals emerged from the Ning residence, men and women alike, all clad in black attire, though none concealed their faces. Fang Lei recognized them as members of the ghost spirit sect. He was uncertain if the individuals who had escaped from the ancient tomb were among them, but he certainly suspected so. He also spotted one man who had fled from the gambling den. Ning Lei was among them, trailing at the back, but Fang Ro was nowhere to be seen. At the forefront stood an elderly man with a rosy complexion. Were it not for his white hair and beard, he would hardly appear as an elder. As these people appeared, Ning Yuenga stepped aside, and the woman who had been crying on the ground was assisted back into the courtyard by her maid. As one of the women passed by Ning Lei, she viciously exclaimed, Lei girl, that is your elder brother. If you do not seek vengeance for him, you are unworthy to be a Ning. Ning Lei lowered her head and remained silent. Ning Yuenga bellowed, Fang Lei, you wretched beast, the witnesses stand before you. Do you still wish to deny it? Fang Lei sneered, these individuals harbor grievances against me. Do you truly believe their words, Ning uncle? Ning Yuenga was momentarily stunned, then roared. They were present when you killed Zhao Er. They witnessed it with their own eyes, leaving no room for your denial. Come, seize him and deliver him to justice. I must avenge my son. Ning's servants surged towards Fang Lei, intent on capturing him. Fang Lei would not allow himself to be taken. With a swift motion, he struck down two of them, causing the others to flee in fright. A pack of useless fools. Ning Yuenga was somewhat taken aback, shouting at the servants before turning to the ghost spirit sect members, pleading, elders, I implore you to subdue this rascal. I shall offer a generous reward. The elderly man hesitated, saying, that may not be appropriate. I have heard he is still betrothed to Lei girl. I fear. Ning Yuenga interjected. He has killed my son. From this day forth, he is my enemy. What need is there for a marriage contract? Strike him down without mercy. I shall bear all consequences. The elder laughed heartily, declaring, since the head of the Ning family insists, I shall comply. With that, he gestured, and the men and women surrounding him began to encircle Fang Lei. Only Ning Lei remained standing there, her head bowed, silent. Later, will you not avenge your brother? Ning Yuenga shouted, and upon seeing Ning Lei's inaction, he sighed heavily and commanded, kill him. The group of men and women launched their assault, including the leader in black robes who had escaped from the ancient tomb. He had returned to recount his experience, prompting them to adopt a strategy of overwhelming numbers, even at the risk of ridicule, while the elder observed. This was a premeditated ambush, possessing the advantages of time, place, and people. Fang Lei was in grave danger. Currently, Fang Lei's mastery of elemental energy could be considered formidable, yet his combat skills were severely lacking. He found himself unable to fend off the dizzying flurry of attacks from so many opponents. He had drawn his broken sword, but despite his fervent swings, he could not land a blow on them, and instead faced a barrage of strikes, relying solely on his elemental energy for protection to avoid collapsing. Ha! Is that all you've got? Stand down. The elder suddenly burst into laughter, stepping towards the fray, intent on capturing Fang Lei. He had thoroughly investigated Fang Lei's situation and, out of curiosity mingled with a desire to recruit talent, wished to bring him back to the ghost spirit sect. The black-clad men and women, startled by his call, instinctively retreated, their eyes wide with surprise at the elder's approach. Old man, do you wish to test your skills against me? Fang Lei halted, his sword swirling before him as he gasped defiantly. Indeed, I wish to experience your prowess, the elder responded, just as Fang Lei was about to reply. A mocking voice rang out from a distance. TSK, how disgraceful for an elder. The crowd turned to see a Taoist priest, a whisk draped over his arm, a look of derision on his face. He was the one who had just spoken. Fang Lei chuckled, calling out, Niu Bizi, you have arrived. The old Taoist rolled his eyes, ignoring him, and approached the elder, saying, at your age, do you not fear ridicule for bullying a child? The elder retorted, our cultivation seeks strength. Mutual sparring is natural. Where is the bullying or ridicule in that? The Taoist replied coolly. Is the matter concerning the Fong family merely a sparring session? The elder's expression darkened, and he coldly asked, which Taoist brother are you? Do you wish to meddle in the affairs of the ghost spirit sect? The Taoist chuckled. The ghost spirit sect? Hardly worth my concern. I am but a wandering practitioner, indifferent to your trivial matters. Despite his words, his aged eyes radiated a piercing light directed at the elder's face. The elder was taken aback, his complexion shifting as he said, very well, I shall grant you this courtesy for today. Depart. The elder, recognizing the unfavorable turn of events, promptly retreated, leading his group of black-clad individuals back into the Ning residence, disappearing from sight. Naturally, Fong Lei was left unbothered. Ning Lei lifted her gaze to glance at him before turning to follow them inside. Why has everyone left? What of this rascal? Ning Yuinga chased into the doorway, only to hear the elder's voice echo, we shall speak of it later. You all. Ning Yuinga turned away, crestfallen, first glancing at the old Taoist, realizing he was not to be trifled with, then glaring at Fong Lei, exclaiming, you wretched beast, I shall have your life one day. With a flick of his sleeve, he returned home. Thus, a confrontation filled with hatred and bloodshed was dispersed by the sudden appearance of the Taoist. Thank you for your timely assistance, Taoist. Fong Lei stepped forward and clasped his hands in gratitude. Is mere gratitude sufficient? The Taoist replied with a sidelong glance. What else could it be? I have yet to settle the score from this morning. Let this suffice for our mutual debts. The Taoist paused, then chuckled. Very well, we are even. No debts remain. Fong Lei started to speak when he was abruptly interrupted by a call. Third brother, are you unharmed? Two youths pushed through the crowd. It was Fong Yun and Fong Shen, who had somehow received word and rushed over. I am fine. It was merely a false alarm. What brings you here? Fong Lei responded. Fong Yun, with a serious expression, inquired, a false alarm? Did you truly kill Ning Zhao? Fong Lei replied. He sent people to kill me first. I could not allow him to succeed. Is that true? Fong Yun's face showed doubt. Fong Zhen interjected. Brother, there is no need to question. Third brother never lies about such matters. I have long found that Ning Zhao to be bothersome. His death is well deserved. One less scourge in Beishir City. He then asked, and who is this? Fong Lei quickly introduced, this is Taoist Wuchen. He aided me just now, or else I would have been in real trouble. The two brothers immediately bowed, their demeanor respectful. In this world, the Taoist sect held absolute authority. There were no Buddhists, and aside from the Taoist sect, other minor sects were deemed insignificant. After exchanging pleasantries, the two brothers invited Taoist Wuchen to visit the Fong family, and he graciously accepted. They walked in silence. Upon entering the Fong residence, Fong Zhong and Fong En were already as restless as ants on a hot stove. When they saw Fong Lei return, they were about to reprimand him, but upon noticing Taoist Wuchen, they swallowed their words and set aside their concerns to greet the elder. As the conversation dwindled, he began to instruct his servants to prepare a banquet. The evening unfolded with drinking, idle chatter, seeking advice, and paying respect to his master, ultimately leading to the guests being escorted to their quarters for rest. By the time it all settled, it was already midnight. Fong Zhongxin intended for the old Taoist to accept one or two of his children as disciples, thereby allowing the Fong family to establish a connection with a powerful ally, alleviating their fears of the Ning family. However, to his surprise, Wachenzi refused them all, citing his own limitations and unworthiness to take on such responsibilities. Nevertheless, the old Taoist did not leave them empty-handed. He presented a token to Fong Lei, claiming it belonged to the Yuandu Jingqi sect, which could be used to seek assistance in times of need. After Wachenzi departed, the male members of the Fong family, excluding a few children, gathered in a room to scrutinize Fong Lei. The matter of Fong Lei having killed Ning Zhao was too significant to be taken lightly. They needed to ascertain the full details. What troubled Fong Zhongxin the most was that their family had just formed a marriage alliance with the Ning family, and Ning Zhao happened to be Fong Lei's brother-in-law, which placed them in a precarious position regarding public opinion. The reality was that the Fong family's strength was inferior to that of the Ning family. With a resounding thud, Fong Zhongxin slammed his palm on the table, suppressing his fury as he demanded, speak honestly. What on earth happened? Since his younger son had miraculously survived a life-threatening illness 6 months ago, he seemed transformed, shedding his previous timidity and gaining the ability to articulate his thoughts so compellingly that even his elder brothers found it hard to counter him. And now, it appeared he had acquired yet another skill, the audacity to kill, with his first victim being none other than his brother-in-law. What sort of madness was this? In truth, despite his anger, Fong Zhongxin felt a flicker of satisfaction within. The ability to kill indicated strength, and strength meant he would not be easily victimized or bullied. The Fong family needed such a figure. Unlike Fong Yun and Fong Zhen, who had learned some skills but remained ineffectual, often enduring grievances and relying on their uncle Fong Zhongyan to resolve matters. Perhaps his younger son could bring an unexpected surprise to the Fong family. Seeing his father genuinely enraged, Fong Lei had no choice but to recount the events as they transpired, omitting any mention of Fong Ro. "So you truly bear no blame?" his father pressed. "Of course not. Otherwise, I would be the one dead," Fong Lei replied, taking a sip of tea. The brothers exchanged glances, and Fong Zhen asked, "What happened with Fong Mofan's family? I heard you had some dealings with his daughter Roer." Fong Lei glanced at Fong Zhen, recognizing that his words had betrayed a secret. With a sigh, he replied, "She's gone now. What more is there to say?" However, the extermination of Mofan's family might be linked to that cursed ghost spirit sect. They must be responsible. As for the reasons, I am still unclear. Fong Zhongyan, feeling a sense of urgency, inquired, "How do you know this?" "I overheard the Taoist mention it. I deduced the rest," Fong Lei explained. The brothers were taken aback, evidently contemplating the implications of this revelation, and after reiterating their warnings, they allowed him to leave. Fong Lei remained behind, while Fong Zhongyan took Fong Yun and a few others skilled in martial arts to the back courtyard. "You shall sleep here tonight. Do not return to your room," Fong Zhongxin instructed. "Why?" Fong Lei questioned. "Given the trouble you've stirred, do you really need to ask?" Realizing further argument was futile, Fong Lei obediently fell silent. Shortly thereafter, a young girl named Lianer brought bedding, setting up a bed in the inner chamber. "Young master, do you require anything else?" she inquired. "No, that's sufficient." Fong Lei waved her off, closed the door, and laid down on the bed. He understood that the entire Fong family estate was now on high alert, with his uncle Fong Zhongyan, along with his brothers and cousin, patrolling to guard against retaliation from the ghost spirit sect. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. Not only that, but for 3 consecutive days, nothing transpired. On the 4th morning, Wachinzi left a letter and quietly departed, informing Fong Lei that the ghost spirit sect would not trouble their family for the time being. If any issues arose, they were to seek assistance from the Yuandu Zhengqi sect. After Fong Zhongyan inquired extensively, he learned that the Zhengqi sect was also a prominent cultivation sect, well respected in Yuandu, and no less formidable than the ghost spirit sect. Although there was some disappointment regarding Wachinzi, the prospect of forging a connection with the Zhengqi sect appeared promising. During these 3 days, Fong Lei had not been idle. He frequently sought guidance from Wachinzi regarding cultivation matters. Although he did not acquire specific techniques or martial skills, he gained considerable insight and a deeper understanding of the cultivation world. A day later, Fong Zhen finally received news that the ghost spirit sect had departed, and Ning Lei had also left the Ning family. The entire Fong household breathed a sigh of relief. In the living room, Fong Zhongyan and his brothers resumed questioning Fong Lei. "Third brother, I heard you killed several masters of the ghost spirit sect. Is this true?" Fong Lei, aware that they had already uncovered the details of recent events, nodded in affirmation. "You were the one who caused the destruction at the Dojin workshop?" "Indeed," he replied. The brothers shared a knowing smile. Fong Zhongyan remarked, "Do you know? They say when the ghost spirit sect left, Ning Yuange was so frightened he spent the whole night in nightmares, fearing you would seek him out again. Even Ning Zhao's funeral was simplified to avoid drawing attention." Fong Zhongxin sighed. With all this commotion, the marriage with Ning Lei is surely off. Fong Lei understood their sentiments. They had previously held Ning Lei in high regard. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked, "Has Fong Mofan's family been laid to rest properly?" With the clan leader personally overseeing it, there should be no issues. However, given their demise, one cannot expect lavish arrangements. They likely sold their property to purchase a decent burial plot, Fong Zhen interjected. "Third brother, where has Fong Ro gone?" Fong Zhen inquired abruptly, drawing the attention of the others. They had all heard of the matter between Fong Lei and Fong Ro, but were uncertain of the depth of their relationship. Fong Lei paused, bewildered. "She may be dead. I am not sure of the specifics." A sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to consider a journey to Yuandu. The ghost spirit sect had retreated, likely returning to Yuandu, and Fong Ro, having been possessed by the sect's saintess, would presumably follow as well. Perhaps he could find her there. As he contemplated this, Fong Lei began to articulate his intentions, only to be interrupted by Fong Zhen. "Third brother, with whom have you been cultivating? You seem like a different person after just a few days. Even the masters of the ghost spirit sect are afraid of you." Fong Lei was taken aback. The inquiry regarding cultivation reminded him of the necessity to prepare for his journey to Yuandu. He could not go unprepared. While a one-on-one confrontation might be manageable, facing a group would lead to chaos. Ultimately, he lacked sufficient techniques. "Regarding my cultivation, uncle, do you have any better martial techniques?" "I wish to learn some," he requested. The others were momentarily stunned. Fong Yun asked in confusion, "Haven't you learned martial techniques before?" Fong Lei smiled sheepishly. "You know the techniques I learned previously were nothing but flashy moves. They were utterly ineffective. Then how did you manage to drive away the masters of the ghost spirit sect? I heard the black ghost stationed at Dojin workshop was so frightened he didn't even dare to exit, crashing through walls in his haste to flee. Fang Zhun inquired with curiosity. Fang Zhongxin was astonished. Is that so? Fang Zhongyan had already heard the tale from his nephew and nodded with a smile. Fang Zhongxin shook his head in disbelief, unable to fathom the situation. Fang Lei stood up and demonstrated a few moves in the room, saying, "It was just back and forth like this that sent him running. I was puzzled as to why he was so weak." Fang Zhun, at a loss for words, remarked, "It is not that he is weak, it is that you are too strong. Uncle, from what third brother implies, his internal energy cultivation must be quite formidable." "He simply lacks techniques," Fang Zhongyan observed. Fang Zhongxi nodded in acknowledgement, but then shook his head. "No, third brother can no longer be measured by internal energy. He has likely attained the realm of elemental energy." Elemental energy? Fang Yun and Fang Zhun simultaneously rose from their chairs, astonished, and approached Fang Lei to observe him closely. Fang Zhongyan pointed to a nearby table and said, "Second brother, split this table." Fang Zhun, not grasping his meaning, complied and struck the table with a fierce palm. With a crack, the table shattered, splinters scattering across the floor. Fang Zhongyan then gestured towards another table, instructing, "Third brother, you too shall strike. Remember to be gentle." Fang Lei, understanding, approached and lightly tapped the table with his right hand. With a sharp sound, the table remained unmoved. Fang Zhongyan stepped forward and gave it a gentle push, resulting in a loud crash as the table disintegrated into finely scattered wood shavings. The onlookers gasped. Finally comprehending Fang Zhongyan's earlier words, this was the stark difference in their abilities. Fang Zhongyan explained. The reason the ghost spirit sect can operate with impunity in Beishir City is that they have transcended the martial realm into the realm of cultivation, generating elemental energy from their inner strength, which allows them to continue their practice and possibly ascend to immortality. Your third brother has already become a cultivator. Really? Fang Yun and his brothers exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy. Beishir City, situated in the remote northern mountainous region of the Yuan Kingdom, bordered an endless, desolate glacial wasteland to the north, resulting in a sparse population. Coupled with a lengthy cold season and a short warm season, commercial activities were exceedingly poor. Yet, outsiders frequently invaded Beishir City to plunder, as the ghost spirit sect did, exploiting the wealthy, and they had cleverly allied with the opportunistic Ningyuan Pavilion. In such harsh conditions, if a family were to produce a cultivator, it could not only instill pride, but also secure a prominent position among the gentry of the city. Fang Zhong and his elder brother were elated and invited several esteemed elders from the Fang clan to their residence for witnessing, vigorously promoting Fang Lei's prowess. The new Fang family appeared poised to become the foremost clan in Beishir City, basking in glory. While the household was bustling with excitement, Fang Lei retreated to the backyard, quietly perusing several small booklets gifted by his third uncle. The three-yang treasure lotus technique, a superior method of extreme yang nature, had been a treasured possession of Fang Zhongyan for many years. He had only managed to cultivate it to the second level, unable to advance further due to his limited strength. Another booklet, Slanting Sun's Evening Glow Solid Technique, bore resemblance to a health-preserving, longevity-enhancing method. Fang Lei flipped through it and set it aside. Next was the Minor Elemental Fist, a popular and practical martial art, easily learned yet not suitable for grand displays, merely adequate for self-defense. Fang Lei had practiced the Minor Elemental Fist in the past, albeit incompletely, and now saw an opportunity to refine his skills. The Soul Sword manual was cast aside after a brief glance, far inferior to the Tai Chi sword techniques etched in his memory. Years ago, for fitness purposes, he had trained under a Tai Chi master, achieving modest success, making it practical to revisit. Contemplating, Fang Lei decided to commence with the Tai Chi sword, for it was already vivid in his mind, ensuring a more profound recollection upon its resurgence. Niannu, he silently called, and a humanoid specter materialized before him. The name of the Tai Chi sword appeared in the upper left corner of his consciousness, and he gently pressed down. The specter trembled, beginning its progression from the novice level to the pinnacle across 9 tiers. With a complete understanding of the sword forms, the system's simulation ran effortlessly, culminating in less than an hour with the completion notice. Fang Lei rose and wielded the sword, executing the entire Tai Chi sword technique fluidly and gracefully. His movements light and ethereal, evoking an illusion of encompassing all. Marvelous. Fang Lei sheathed his sword, feeling no hint of exhaustion. After a brief respite, he picked up the Minor Elemental Fist manual. He easily memorized it and practiced twice without error, prompting him to summon Niannu once more. An hour later, the Minor Elemental Fist reached a state of minor perfection, and the system paused. Fang Lei hastily performed it again, landing the final punch against a rockery. With a series of light cracks, the rockery split from top to bottom, nearly collapsing under the weight of the stones. It was then that Fong Lei turned to the three-yang treasure lotus technique. Unlike the unknown elemental energy of the ancient tomb, this was the first system technique that could circulate elemental energy within his body since he began his cultivation journey. It required meticulous study and memorization, ensuring that not a single pathway or acupoint was misaligned. Fortunately, his extensive knowledge from his previous life granted him a superior understanding of human anatomy. Yet it took him 7 days to fully comprehend it. He then began to operate his inner energy according to the technique. Inner energy equated to elemental energy, and in this regard, Fong Lei held a distinct advantage. According to his third uncle, he had already reached the spiritual level, the standard used in the cultivation realm to gauge a person's strength. In just a day, he successfully cultivated the second tier of the three-yang treasure lotus technique, an achievement that had taken Fong Zhongyan 10 years. Though this process was facilitated by the system, he merely needed to press a button during the simulation. Another day passed, and he reached the fourth tier. On the third day, he attained the fifth tier. The fourth day proved challenging as he completed the sixth tier. However, on the fifth day, he faced insurmountable difficulties with the seventh tier, as the system experienced a glitch, startling Fong Lei. He had no choice but to halt his practice. After a moment of contemplation, he identified the root of the issue. His body could not withstand the strain. The three-yang treasure lotus technique was of extreme yang nature, essentially generating heat. According to the booklet, at its peak, one could summon flames with a palm, incinerating all in their path. Yet, having only a few days of training without specialized conditioning, he could barely endure the earlier levels. But the increasing intensity of the seventh level became too much for his body, causing the system to exit the simulation prematurely. Fong Lei attempted to cool himself. Before practicing, he prepared a large vat of cold water, allowing 2 servants to douse him when he became overheated. However, the effect was minimal, and he still could not surpass the 7th level. After a day's rest, Fong Lei reluctantly picked up the final booklet, The Slanting Sun's Evening Glow Solid Technique. Armed with the experience gained from practicing the three-yang treasure lotus technique, he found his comprehension much smoother, reading while simultaneously circulating the technique in his mind. After 2 iterations, the system's prompt displayed the Slanting Sun's Evening Glow Solid Technique, leading him to settle down and press the button. Upon doing so, the humanoid specter began to tremble gently, gradually intensifying. Just as he was pondering this, a sudden, excruciating pain surged through his body, as if he were being torn apart, compelling him to cry out and collapse to the ground. The 2 servants, alarmed, rushed over to assist him, inquiring about his condition. Fong Lei blinked, bewildered to find the pain had vanished. Rising to his feet, he felt remarkably light, as if nothing had transpired. Summoning Nian Nu once more, he was astonished to see the prompt change to Slanting Sun's Evening Glow Solid Technique. Minor completion, ready for further simulation. Tentatively, he pressed down again, and the humanoid specter commenced another vigorous tremor. This time, the duration was significantly longer, lasting a full hour. A sensation of tearing, tenfold more intense than before, overwhelmed him, causing Fong Lei to leap from the ground, only to promptly sit back down. The 2 servants, taken aback, approached to help, but Fong Lei waved them away. After a moment of rest, he gently struck the ground with his right hand, and he stood effortlessly, the pain once again dissipating. Upon checking the system, it now read, Slanting Sun's Evening Glow Solid Technique, Major Completion. Was that it? Fong Lei pondered, realizing this technique might be too simplistic, insufficient for the system's simulation. After a period of contemplation, Fong Lei once again focused his thoughts on the Sanyang Baoyanju, believing that his physical strength should now suffice. The human-like shadow trembled, and the 7th layer of the Sanyang Baoyanju entered a state of deduction. Remarkably smoothly, within just an hour, the system prompted, Sanyang Baoyanju, 7th layer. Further deduction possible. Another hour passed, and then the 8th layer was achieved. 3 hours later, the 9th layer was reached. At this point, one would expect completion. Yet the system displayed another notification. Sanyang Baoyanju, 9th layer complete, please continue deducing. Fong Lei was taken aback. Hadn't he already been perfected? How could further deduction be required? Being the developer of the system, he understood its intricacies well. Thus, he pressed on. As he did, 2 lines of text vanished from the system prompt. The Sheiyang Wanjiao Solid Qi method and the unknown Yuan power disappeared. Simultaneously, the Sanyang Baoyanju transformed into the Sanyang Baoyanju of unknown Yuan power and Sheiyang Wanjiao Solid Qi method. This process was brief, taking around 15 minutes to complete the deduction, with the prompt indicating Sanyang Baoyanju of unknown Yuan power and Sheiyang Wanjiao Solid Qi method, grand mastery achieved. Fong Lei was momentarily stunned, but soon grasped the reason. The system, through comparison and discernment during the deduction process, had amalgamated the three techniques into one. Realizing this, he decided to rename it. Finding the previous name rather awkward, he opted for Sanyang Chishueju. Upon reflection, the new name seemed quite fitting, encapsulating the essence of the three techniques, yang, qi, and blood. In recent days, the energy expenditure had been significant, with the system's energy reserves dwindling to less than half. Fong Lei contemplated the red line for a while before resolving to revisit the ancient tomb, as it was there that he had previously replenished the system's energy, hoping for further gains. Just as he contemplated this, a young servant peeked in, inquiring if he had any business. The servant hurried over, saying, "The third master is looking for you, asking if you could come by." Fong Lei had been practicing in the back courtyard for the past few days, and no one in the family dared to disturb him, even for matters requiring his presence. Waiting until he finished his training, he rose to stretch his limbs, saying, "Let us go." Upon exiting the courtyard, he recalled something and asked, "Have you found Ernio?" The servant replied, "Not yet." In recent days, both the eldest and second young masters have been inquiring everywhere, but as of now, there has been no news. Some say he might be dead. Fong Lei furrowed his brow. If Ernio were truly dead, then Fong Ro's matter would become an unsolved case. He knew Ning Lei would not divulge anything, unless prompted by the people from the Ghost Spirit Sect. The Ghost Spirit Sect, a trip to Yuandu was imperative. As he stepped into the living room, he noticed someone standing up from their seat, hastily walking forward and kneeling before him. Not only Fong Lei, but even Fong Zhongxin and his elder brother were somewhat taken aback, quickly stepping forward to assist him, smiling. "Brother Zhongyuan, what brings you to such a lowly position?" "Fear not. As long as Fong Lei can manage, he will not stand idly by, nor will I permit it. Come, sit, and speak slowly." Fong Lei recognized the individual as Fong Zhongyuan, also from the Fong family of Beishir City. Upon hearing his father's words, he took a seat beside them. Fong Zhongyuan explained, "Third brother, during your days of secluded training, no one dared to disturb you. Now that you're out, perhaps you can assist Uncle Zhongyuan." Fong Lei inquired, "What is the matter?" "Several days ago, your family's Qi Gu suddenly went mad, despite numerous doctors being unable to cure him. Some speculate it may be akin to the situation with the Fong Mofan family, possibly afflicted by unclean entities. Your Uncle Zhongyuan is at his wit's end, thus seeking your help." "Is it indeed similar to the Fong Mofan family?" Fong Lei asked. Before Fong Mofan's incident, someone had seen his family member in this very state as your Qi Gu. Yet, no one thought much of it at the time, hence, Fong Lei's heart raced. What did this imply? According to the timeline, this was before Ernio delivered the jade pendant to Fong Ro. Had anomalies already begun to surface in the Fong Mofan family at that time? The onset of madness in individuals was invariably linked to malevolent spirits attached to them. Their family had barely escaped such a fate. Fong Lei suddenly realized he might have wronged Ning Lei. This cursed Ernio, where had he gone? It was only by locating him that the truth could be unveiled. "Third brother, what do you think?" Seeing him lost in thought, Fong Zhongyuan asked. Fong Lei lifted his head, dazedly responding, "What? Oh, regarding this matter. I shall go take a look." "Thank you so much, dear nephew," Fong Zhongyuan exclaimed, nearly kneeling again but was pulled back by Fong Zhongyuan. In recent days, rumors had spread throughout Beishir City that Fong Lei, the third young master of the Fong family, was a cultivator who had previously disrupted the Dojin workshop, vanquished a formidable dark-clad expert, and defeated the notorious Ning Zhao, scaring off a powerful sect of cultivators. Even when eating noodles on the street, he could frighten off wandering Taoists. Tales, both relevant and irrelevant, had all been attributed to Fong Lei, each more embellished than the last. Naturally, Fong Zhongyuan had heard of these tales, and how could he not be thrilled? It was akin to a drowning man clutching onto a sturdy tree. Having agreed, Fong Lei followed him out, with Fong Zhongyuan in tow. Outside the side room, Fong Lei cautiously circled around before asking, "Who is inside?" "It is Qi's wife." Fong Zhongyuan replied quickly. Fong Lei narrowed his eyes. "Very well, you all stay here. I shall enter alone." "Dear nephew, be cautious," Fong Zhongyuan advised. Fong Lei nodded, gently pushing open the door and stepping inside, shutting it with a resounding thud. Fong Zhongyuan gestured for everyone to retreat to the courtyard to prevent any potential harm inside. However, moments later, a woman's piercing scream erupted from within, followed by cries of, "What are you doing? I am the daughter-in-law of the Fong family. Help! Help! I am being violated." Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily forgetting their tears, staring in astonishment at the door, unsure of what transpired inside. The woman's final scream sent a chill down their spines. Could it be that young Master Lei intended to assault the eldest young master's wife? "Master, will there be any harm to you?" The matriarch inquired, leaning towards Fong Zhongyuan with concern for her son's wife. Silence. What do women understand? Fang Zhongyuan rebuked, causing the matriarch to hastily close her mouth. Despite the reprimand, Fang Zhongyuan felt a gnawing anxiety. He was uncertain of Fang Lei's character. If he were indeed a scoundrel taking this opportunity to disgrace a woman, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. In his contemplation, he secretly glanced at Fang Zhongyuan, who remained calm, fixated on the door without flinching. After a while, the door creaked open, and Fang Lei emerged, cradling an unconscious woman, her head lolling against his arm. "Bring her away, someone," Fang Lei called awkwardly. Fang Zhongyuan, witnessing the scene, was momentarily dazed, failing to grasp the situation until Fang Zhongyuan nudged him, prompting him to hastily instruct two maids to step forward and take the lady. "Dear nephew, what has happened to my daughter-in-law?" Fang Zhongyuan asked, perplexed. Fang Lei replied, "Uncle. And third uncle, please come inside." Fang Zhongyuan quickly ushered Fang Zhongyuan into the room, closing the door behind them. Fang Lei then extended his hand, revealing a small phosphorescent orb, pulsating as though attempting to escape. "This was the entity that had possessed my sister-in-law. I have extracted it. Is she going to be all right?" "She should be fine. Once she awakens, do not mention this. Simply state that I was capturing a demon in the room, and she was inadvertently harmed." Fang Zhongyuan promptly agreed. "Very well, we shall follow your instructions." "What of Qi-Gu?" Fang Lei responded. "I have already examined Qi-Gu. He is unharmed. It was merely the ghost of my sister-in-law that siphoned away considerable yang energy from him, resulting in an imbalance of yin and yang, which triggered the madness. Seeking a physician for a consultation would be prudent, as he could prescribe remedies to harmonize one's vital energies and balance the yin and yang, leading to recovery over time. This thought brought a sense of relief to Fang Zhongyuan, who promptly instructed his steward to summon a doctor while he graciously entertained his two companions in the living room. Upon departing from Fang Zhongyuan's residence, Fang Lei directed his uncle to set off towards the ancient tomb while the daylight still lingered. After a bit of effort, they successfully located the site and managed to unlock the tomb's entrance. Inside, Fang Lei was dismayed to discover that Ning Zhao's corpse was absent, evidently taken by the black-robed figures who had visited once more, along with the two deceased black-robed individuals. Their current objective was to find an energy source capable of replenishing the system. However, after thoroughly searching the tomb chamber, they found nothing akin to the electrically charged broken sword, leading them to tentatively open a stone door. Silence greeted them, and the giant python did not appear. Fang Lei quietly ventured inside, finding the stone table, stone stools, and stone bed just as he had seen in a hurried glance before. As if someone had been living there. The stone bed appeared remarkably new, faintly shimmering with an ethereal glow. As Fang Lei cautiously approached and touched it, he felt a faint electric current surging through his fingers into the system, causing the energy line to gradually expand. Although it was not as swift or intense as the broken sword, it was sufficient for Fang Lei's needs for a time. While he was engrossed in this process, a sudden chill swept over his neck as an inexplicable cold wind brushed against him. Instinctively, he turned and struck out behind him with a swift palm, only to be met with silence. Confounded, he searched the area but found nothing amiss before resuming his exploration of the stone bed. Yet, moments later, the chilling wind returned. This time from the right side. Fang Lei retaliated with another strike, but yet again, nothing was found. When the wind returned for a third time, Fang Lei could no longer endure the eerie atmosphere and dashed out of the stone chamber towards the tomb's exit. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, a mocking laughter echoed from within, sending shivers down his spine. Realizing the presence of a ghostly entity, he hastily fled the tomb, disregarding the closing of the stone door as he raced down the mountainside. Convinced of the supernatural threat, he continued running until he finally caught sight of Beishir City, where he paused to catch his breath. What a peculiar world this was, with both great and lesser spirits roaming freely, even the ancient ones lurking in the shadows to instill fear. One must possess certain abilities to survive in such times. As he neared the city, Fang Lei opted to walk back. Passing through a quaint village, he suddenly heard a woman call out, "Ernyo, don't rush. Come home for dinner before it gets cold." Startled, Fang Lei followed the voice and soon spotted a familiar figure conversing quietly with a village woman. "Ernyo," he called out, prompting both to turn. Their expressions shifted dramatically upon recognizing him. "Young master, what brings you here?" Ernyo stammered, hastily pulling the woman behind him. Fang Lei approached, scrutinizing the woman's face, noting her delicate beauty. "You must be Qing'er," he inquired. She lowered her head and nodded nervously. Ernyo, seemingly anxious, suddenly knelt before Fang Lei, exclaiming, "Young master, I am truly sorry. I have no face to meet you, so please punish me as you will, but spare Qing'er. She is with child." Fang Lei assisted him to his feet, stating, "Any punishment can wait until after the child is born. For now, you must care for her properly." "Really?" Ernyo's face lit up with joy. I would never deceive you. However, you must tell me the truth about what transpired that day and why you left without a word. Ernio hesitated before recounting the events. He had been intercepted by Ning Lei while delivering a jade pendant to Fong Ro, who, through coercion and persuasion, had given him some silver, leading him to divulge the details of Fong Lei and Fong Ro's relationship. Overcome with shame, he had fled to the countryside with Qing'er. As for Fong Ro, Ning Lei had remarked that Fong Lei's feelings were perhaps unreciprocated, leaving the resolution of that situation uncertain. This seemed to encapsulate the essence of the Fong Ro affair. Fong Lei realized that the core of the issue circled back to the saintess of the ghostly spirit sect, for she held the final piece of the puzzle. Fong Lei returned to the city as twilight descended, having already dined at a small inn outside the city. He traversed the main streets of Beishir City at a brisk pace before finally leaping into his own courtyard. After reassuring his father and uncle of his safety, he retreated to his small courtyard, entered his room, and fell into a deep slumber. In his dream, he was roused by the sound of the door creaking open, followed by a gentle breeze that fluttered the curtains. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Lianer standing at the foot of his bed, her gaze fixed upon him with an expression of dread. At that moment, Lianer appeared far from her usual self, clad only in a thin garment, her limbs bare, her figure now fully developed and alluring. Fong Lei sat up, inquiring, "Lianer, what troubles you?" "Master, I am frightened," she replied, her demeanor pitiful as she lunged toward the bed. Fong Lei quickly grasped her wrists, channeling his energy into her. "Ouch, master, you're hurting me." "I am Lianer," she whimpered, her eyes brimming with tears. Fong Lei retorted coolly, "Indeed, you are Lianer," but she would not behave in such a manner. Lianer's tears ceased immediately, her expression transforming into a sinister grin as she shrieked, "I didn't expect you to see through me." Die. Before Fong Lei's eyes, a harrowing scene unfolded as a ghostly visage emerged from Lianer's beautiful face, its long hair disheveled, and its mouth agape, lunging towards him. Fong Lei held fast to Lianer's wrist with one hand, while seizing the ghost's neck with the other, twisting it with force. A piercing scream escaped the ghost as it was forcibly extracted from Lianer's body, its arms outstretched toward Fong Lei's face. With a grunt, Fong Lei unleashed his energy, rendering the ghost immobile. It rapidly ignited in his grasp, ultimately transforming into a grayish-white skeleton that crumbled to the ground. Only then did Fong Lei lift Lianer and place her gently on the bed, covering her with a silk quilt and checking her pulse to ensure her safety. The malevolent spirit had indeed infiltrated his home. Just as he was about to investigate further, a commotion erupted outside. The voice belonged to Zhao Yi, the head of the guards. Fong Lei swiftly opened the door and leapt onto the rooftop, heading toward the source of the noise. The backyard was in disarray, with two bodies lying on the ground, Zhao Yi's disciples, while Zhao Yi himself was nursing a severed arm, and another apprentice was tending to his wounds. Upon seeing Fong Lei descend, Zhao Yi shouted, "Young master, quickly, the eldest master." Without a moment to spare, Fong Lei pursued the cries ahead. "Where's Lair?" Fong Zhong anxiously inquired, donning his clothing in haste. Fong Lei's aunt, Fong Yun, weeping, lamented, "It's all your fault for sending the third son to treat someone else. Now he has brought trouble upon himself. If anything were to happen to Yuner, I wouldn't be able to live with myself." As she spoke, her cries filled the air. "Enough with the tears. You're of no help crying. Get inside," Fong Zhong bellowed, ushering the two women and the children who had come running into the house, shutting the door behind him as he sought out Fong Lei. At that moment, Fong Lei entered the courtyard, exclaiming loudly, "What has happened?" "Young Master San has arrived," everyone exclaimed in unison, causing chaos to erupt once more in the yard. Fong Zhongxin, visibly agitated, bellowed to restore order. Fong Zhan, who was present in the courtyard, shouted, "Eldest brother has gone mad." He suddenly got up and attacked people. Several guards, confused by the situation, were killed by him and have now retreated to the garden. Fong Lei paused, then instructed, "Do not approach. I will go and investigate." He stepped into the garden, closing the door behind him. The garden was enveloped in darkness, with a few lanterns discarded on the ground. From a distance, Fong Lei spotted a figure lying on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a servant, already lifeless, and he couldn't help but sigh. "What troubles you, third brother?" A sudden voice came from behind. Fong Lei rushed forward, turning to see Fong Yun's figure. Fong Yun stood against the wall, almost imperceptibly. Were it not for his voice, he would have been difficult to detect. His posture was peculiar, as if he were suspended against the wall, his feet not touching the ground. "Eldest brother, what has befallen you?" Fong Yun, with an expressionless face and a vacant gaze, fixed his eyes on Fong Lei and lamented, "I suffer." With a sudden snap, his body parted at the neck and thudded to the ground, while his head remained suspended against the wall. Chapter 13. Arrogance personified. Fong Lei was taken aback and stepped forward, but halted abruptly after a couple of paces. You are not Fong Yun. Who are you? The garden was silent, a stillness that felt ominous, particularly with Fong Yun's head, now animated, its mouth moving and its visage transforming to reveal a different face. The body that had fallen to the ground suddenly rose, reassembling itself as if it were a character from a cartoon. The strange figure descended from the wall, its body remaining steady, grinning at Fong Lei. In an instant, a flash of green light occurred, leaving only an ethereal shadow behind as the figure vanished. Without a moment's hesitation, Fong Lei swung his right fist backward. The courtyard wall collapsed with a thunderous crash, yet something passed through Fong Lei's body, rendering him immobile. A chilling laughter echoed from the side, followed by the approach of an ominous figure clad in black robes, revealing only a pair of gleaming eyes that scrutinized Fong Lei. Young Master Fong, it has been a long time. I did not expect our paths to cross so soon again. I know you cannot speak at this moment. But do not worry, it won't be long before you become one of us, and then you can say whatever you wish. Fong Lei's body twisted slightly, but he remained unable to move, his eyes wide with horror as he stared at the figure in black. Ha ha ha, I know you yearn to kill me now, but the opportunity has slipped away. With a swift motion, a streak of blue light shot from Fong Lei's sleeve, wrapping around the figure's neck. With a thud, the head truly fell to the ground this time, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Fong Lei stepped back 2 paces, sighing. Last time you escaped. And this time you delivered yourself to me. You have no one else to blame. With a decisive strike, he severed the black-robed figure's body in 2. The head on the ground rolled twice before suddenly rising, attempting to flee. Where do you think you are going? Fong Lei struck again, then pressed down with the 3 young blood technique. The 2 halves of the black-robed figure ignited rapidly, soon reduced to 2 piles of ash. Only then did Fong Lei advance, discovering Fong Yun beneath the stone pavilion. After checking him, he pointed at his nose, and shortly, Fong Yun regained consciousness. Fong Lei surveyed the surroundings once more, confirming that all was well, before the 2 brothers returned to the front yard. They gathered the deceased and comforted their families, before retreating into a room, sharing mutual sighs of despair. Fong Zhong'an remarked, "It seems we ought not to meddle in affairs that do not concern us. We have truly landed ourselves in trouble. What shall we do now?" Fong Zhongxin added, "It is all my fault. Lair, is there a way to resolve this?" "A way?" Fong Lei chuckled bitterly. "Unless we annihilate the ghost spirit sect, we can only endure." 2 days later, Fong Lei departed from Beishir City, embarking alone toward Yuandu. He traveled for the better part of a day, arriving at a small town by midday. Disembarking to rest and seek a meal, he found the town modest, with a mere dozen shops and 2 restaurants. Opting for the closer establishment, he entered, ordered a couple of small dishes, and began to dine. As he was enjoying his meal, a commotion erupted outside as a group of people approached. Moments later, the innkeeper approached him with a smile, saying, "Sir, I wish to discuss a matter with you." Fong Lei set down his chopsticks and replied, "Speak." "It is that a family has arrived, wishing to reserve the entire space for their meal due to the number of guests. They fear it may cause you inconvenience, so they propose you dine across the way, with their expenses covered." Fong Lei was puzzled. What inconvenience could there be? "Let them enter. I will be leaving shortly." The innkeeper leaned in closer, whispering, "They fear you may have superstitions." Fong Lei chuckled. "A funeral? I thought it was something serious." "It matters not. I am unconcerned. Let them come in." The innkeeper paused, taken aback, then asked, "You truly do not mind?" Fong Lei shook his head, waving his hand dismissively. "Very well, enjoy your meal." The innkeeper did not press further and nodded before departing. Soon, a stream of people entered, clad in black or white mourning garments, indeed a family in mourning. Upon seeing Fong Lei, they paused momentarily before setting about rearranging the tables and chairs. Fong Lei harbored no superstitions. In a later life, such matters would be trivial, with even a saying that a coffin could bring promotion and fortune. Once the inn was tidied, they ushered in a beautiful woman clad in white, her face veiled by a thin fabric. The lady, having heard of the presence of others, walked in with her head slightly bowed, avoiding eye contact, and took a seat within. Someone inquired, "Madam, what would you like to eat?" The lady replied, "Anything will do." Her voice was melodious and sweet, indicating she was not much older than her early 30s. Fong Lei, seated near the door, could easily see her, their proximity unavoidable. Without intention, he glanced over, observing her remove her veil, delicately sipping from a small celadon cup. Just that fleeting glance caused Fong Lei to shudder. With a clatter, the cup slipped from his grasp, spilling wine over him. The lady noticed the commotion and looked up, her expression of surprise causing a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. She offered him a slight nod of acknowledgement before lowering her gaze again to her tea. The ladies' attendants, misinterpreting Fong Lei's reaction as infatuation, stifled their laughter, their gazes filled with mockery. Only a middle-aged man, seemingly the steward, cast a glance at Fong Lei, silencing the laughter with a stern look. The innkeeper hurried over, assisting Fong Lei in wiping the spilled wine from his clothing, whispering, "Sir, what has happened?" Fong Lei, not wishing to conceal anything, replied in a normal tone, "It is nothing. I mistook her for someone else. They merely resemble each other." The innkeeper acknowledged this, returning to his duties. Though he cast Fong Lei a peculiar glance as he left, Fong Lei's explanation was undoubtedly heard by all present, including the lady in white. When she looked at Fong Lei again, her gaze lingered longer, a smile gracing her lips. Fong Lei, now focused on his meal, chose not to look again. Soon finishing his meal and letting out a satisfied burp before leaving a piece of silver behind. Just as he stepped outside, the steward instructed a robust man to follow him, suspecting Fong Lei of ulterior motives. The lady in white disagreed. "Madam, what if this person is indeed mistaken? Do not provoke unnecessary trouble." The steward conceded. Fong Lei rode out of the small town on his black horse, the image of the lady in white lingering in his mind, an inescapable echo. Why did he feel this way? Because the woman bore an uncanny resemblance to his wife from a past life. Dressed in ancient attire, the two individuals appeared almost indistinguishable from one another. As thoughts of his wife flooded his mind, a profound sense of melancholy enveloped Fong Lei. Were it not for her, he would not have traversed into this world, becoming the embodiment of another person. It was also because of her that he had been compelled to abandon his own realm and experience rebirth in this alternate existence. Yet, despite the twists and turns of fate, he found himself unable to escape her memory. Fong Lei arrived at the capital of the Yuan Kingdom at noon the following day. He circled around the opulent and towering gates of the Zhengqi Gate before deciding to seek out an acquaintance. Shi Hong, a newly admitted disciple of Zhengqi Gate, was a local resident of the capital. His father, Shi Wankai, was a businessman primarily engaged in the trade of precious metals and ores, having risen to wealth rather abruptly. Shi Hong was originally a prodigal youth, indulging in a life of pleasure and revelry. However, upon reaching adulthood and under his father's coercion, he begrudgingly leveraged connections to join Zhengqi Gate. Regrettably, this spendthrift had grown accustomed to squandering money without any understanding of its proper use. Funds that could have been directed towards meaningful pursuits were instead wasted frivolously. After a year, he had failed to forge connections with influential figures, and even the ordinary disciples regarded him as a mere fool, accomplishing nothing but being flattered into parting with his wealth. In response to this, Shi Wankai convened a small critique session for his son, imposing a 6-month deadline for improvement. Should there be no progress, he would sever Shi Hong's financial support, leaving him to fend for himself. This predicament weighed heavily on Shi Hong, prompting him to drown his sorrows in drink as he stumbled back home, his face flushed. At that moment, Fong Lei spotted a drunken man emerging from a nearby alley, adorned in embroidered garments. That would do. He deftly maneuvered his steed, and as he approached the alley's mouth, he suddenly reared up, colliding with Shi Hong and sending them both tumbling to the ground. "You blind fool! Where are you going?" Shi Hong shouted in dismay. Fong Lei quickly dismounted, helping him to his feet while apologizing profusely, brushing the dust off Shi Hong's clothing with his sleeve. As he did, a token slipped from his sleeve and fell to the ground. After ensuring Shi Hong was dust-free, Fong Lei retrieved the token, deliberately waving it before Shi Hong, blowing off the dust before stowing it back away. Shi Hong's eyes widened in astonishment as the token disappeared into Fong Lei's sleeve. He finally regained his senses and grasped Fong Lei's arm, exclaiming, "Senior, please don't leave." Feigning annoyance, Fong Lei replied, "My good fellow, I have already apologized, and you have suffered no harm. Why do you still cling to me? Are you attempting to extort money?" Shi Hong quickly released his grip, stating, "I would never dream of such a thing. I merely wish to take another look at your token. Would you allow me this small favor?" "The token? What of it? Do you harbor covetous thoughts?" Fong Lei inquired. No, I merely wish to confirm its authenticity. Besides, this is Zhengqi Gate. Even if I dared, the senior brothers on the mountain would not let me off lightly." Fong Lei huffed. "It's good that you know that. Very well, considering the circumstances of our earlier encounter, I shall allow you a glimpse." He produced the token and handed it to Shi Hong. Shi Hong examined it meticulously, flipping it over, before suddenly asking, "Are you not an esteemed elder of our gate? May I inquire your name?" "Elder Fong," Fong Lei replied, adopting a stern demeanor. Fong represents the East, and Lei is thunder. "Ah, Elder Fong." Shi Hong bowed respectfully. "Are you departing?" "Indeed, there is little to keep me here, so I shall not linger." Noticing the disappointment on Shi Hong's face, Fong Lei added, "The capital has indeed flourished over the years. It is a pity I cannot stay longer, otherwise, I would relish the opportunity to explore." Shi Hong, seeing a glimmer of hope, boldly extended an invitation. "I dare to invite you, Elder, to explore the city with me. May I have the honor of your company? Well, Fong Lei mused, glancing at him before shaking his head. I cannot. I have pressing matters to attend to, and it would be ill-advised to delay. Unexpectedly, Shi Hong dropped to his knees, pleading, Elder, I shall not rise unless you agree. Fong Lei was taken aback. What is the meaning of this? Shi Hong, with a woeful expression, confessed, to be frank, my family is in turmoil. My father is pressuring me to seek out a high-ranking elder within the gate. But with my limited abilities, I lack the means to approach them. Today, encountering you is my only hope, and I implore you to assist me. Name your price, and I shall pay. Fong Lei scratched his head. I truly cannot help you. You should seek assistance from others. Farewell. With that, he prepared to mount his horse and depart. Shi Hong scrambled to his feet, reaching into his pocket to produce a stack of silver notes, rushing to Fong Lei's side and presenting them. This is a payment of 10,000 taels of silver. A token of respect from me. My father has promised that more will follow. Fong Lei stared at the notes in his hand, momentarily speechless. 10,000 taels of silver, a sum equivalent to a fortune, turning him into a millionaire in an instant. Is this how your family conducts business? Fong Lei inquired. Pretty much. My father says money paves the way for more wealth. Fong Lei chuckled, tucking the notes into his robe. Free money presented at his doorstep was an opportunity not to be missed. Shi Hong, was it? First, arrange a place for me to stay, and we shall discuss matters further. Understood. The Hongxing Tavern, one of the most luxurious inns in the capital, offered a comprehensive experience of dining, lodging, and entertainment. Built with investments from Shi Hong's father, Shi Wankai, along with secret stakes from several high-ranking officials, resulting in a booming business. Upon settling in, Shi Hong busied himself organizing a feast, complete with fine wines and dancing maidens, soon transforming the atmosphere into one of revelry. However, Fong Lei, preoccupied with his own thoughts, had little appetite for merriment. He devoured his meal hastily, then instructed Shi Hong to dismiss the entertainers before inquiring earnestly about his concerns. Brother Shi, are there any prominent figures from the ghost spirit sect residing in the capital? Shi Hong paused, pondering before responding. Indeed, I am aware of one. Recently, I witnessed a spirit-level master from the ghost spirit sect slay an assailant in broad daylight, causing quite a stir throughout the city. The disciples, and even the elders have frequently discussed this incident. A spirit-level master? Yes, indeed. The sect leader has confirmed it. Does this spirit-level master reside in the capital? Not that I have heard. Some say he was merely passing through, taking the opportunity to eliminate potential threats for the ghost spirit sect. He may have left already. Assist me with a task, and in return, I shall help with your family's affairs, as far as my capabilities allow. Shi Hong's face lit up with joy. Of course. Elder, just say the word. Fong Lei swiftly penned 2 lines, showing them to Shi Hong before incinerating the paper. When do you need it? Right now. Have it delivered to me before nightfall. Very well. I will seek out my father. He will surely procure it. Before nightfall, Shi Hong returned, solemnly placing 3 small bags on the table. My father instructed me to convey. Oh, please continue. He said he has never heard of anyone seeking these items and has had no prior contact with you, Elder. I understand, Fong Lei interjected. I have never met your father, nor have I had any dealings with him. Once Shi Hong departed, Fong Lei quietly exited the tavern, emerging into a dim alley as he made his way toward the western gate, the location of the ghost spirit sect stronghold. Though the ghost spirit sect had numerous disciples, none would suspect that someone might target their sanctuary. Thus, even under the watchful eyes of the guards, Fong Lei managed to slip by unnoticed, proceeding directly to the mountain. After some exploration, Fong Lei determined a suitable location and stealthily approached the central hall. Upon arriving outside the hall, Fong Lei concealed his figure and retrieved a small pouch. Just as he was about to channel his yuan power into it, he was interrupted by the voice of a man calling from below. Sister Ning Lei, wait for me. Startled, Fong Lei halted the flow of his energy and turned to look down. Moments later, a man and a woman walked past him side by side. The woman's graceful silhouette, illuminated by the distant mountain lights, could only belong to Ning Lei. Ning Lei has entered the ghost spirit sect, Fong Lei thought, somewhat taken aback. Watching them enter the grand hall together, a heaviness settled in his heart. Ultimately, he chose not to infuse more energy into the pouch and instead moved aside. To one side of the central hall stood 2 towers, the places where the disciples of the ghost spirit sect received teachings and practiced their skills. Numerous young disciples continued to come and go. Observing those youthful figures, Fong Lei felt a pang of regret, yet he steeled himself. With a surge of energy, he forced it into the pouch until it swelled, then dashed out from the shadows and swiftly tossed it into the hall. What spirit level or true level matters? Before my bomb, you shall be rendered powerless. The pouch, trailing a line of fire, soared into the hall, eliciting gasps of astonishment before a deafening explosion erupted. Boom. The entire tower was blasted skyward, taking with it over 20 male and female disciples of the ghost spirit sect. Keeping you around will only lead to more harm for the common folk. It is better to ascend to bliss sooner. Before the explosion could be heard, Fong Lei had already dashed toward the other tower. With a swift strike, he incapacitated a ghost spirit sect disciple who happened to be crossing his path and hurled the pouch inside with his left hand. Another thunderous roar ensued as the treasure tower was also blown to pieces, resulting in even greater casualties, including several esteemed elders. The consecutive explosions left the ghost spirit sect in disarray, with everyone rushing from their chambers toward the source of the chaos, only to be jolted again by a third explosion. In front of the mountain stood a grand hall, the facade of the ghost spirit sect in Yuandu City, which was likewise obliterated amidst the cacophony of blasts. 3 successive detonations, accompanied by towering flames, illuminated the night sky over Yuandu City, shaking the very earth. A dozen ghostly figures scoured the area around the ghost spirit sect, returning empty-handed to the central hall. The perpetrator had long fled. The sect master, Elder Yutan, was furious, tugging at his beard in exasperation, and turned to the old man in black beside him. "Is this a warning?" "Indeed, it seems so," came the reply. Suddenly, a guard's head exploded, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Others fell to their knees in terror, trembling and unable to look up. "Bring the disciples together. Investigate immediately. Find that person. I want him torn to pieces." The old man in black, Elder Yuzhu, hastily advised, "Be cautious. This may be a ploy to lure us away." "You speak wisely," replied the sect master. "Lucian, LQO, Tindi, Ninglei, you 4 shall each lead a group of disciples to investigate. The first to find that person shall gain entry to the treasure tower to study the true arts." "The treasure tower?" The 4 individuals exchanged glances, bemused. Had the sect master lost his wits? The treasure tower had been reduced to rubble. Was he jesting? Realizing their confusion, Elder Yuten quickly amended. "Those who achieve great merit will be immediately promoted to elder status, enjoying lifelong benefits." Yes, the 4 accepted their orders. Chapter 15. The despicable Ning lay at the entrance of the Zhengqi sect. Fong Lei boldly approached, disregarding the vigilant gazes of the guards. Without waiting for their inquiries, he tossed his token into the air. The guard, momentarily speechless, caught it and scrutinized it closely. His expression transformed, and he hurried forward, bowing deeply. "We did not know the esteemed elder had arrived. We failed to greet you from afar. Please forgive our rudeness." Fong Lei replied kindly, "Rise." As they stood, the leader offered the token back, but hesitated, asking, "May I inquire, Elder, should we notify the sect master of your arrival? Do you require disciples to announce you?" "No need," Fong Lei replied. "However, as this is my first visit to Yuandu City, I would appreciate your guidance." The disciple quickly responded, "Elder, you flatter me. No wonder I found you unfamiliar. It is your first time in Yuandu City. I shall escort you to meet the sect master. I am sure he will be delighted to see you." As they walked, Fong Lei inquired about the personnel within the sect, comparing it with the information provided by Shi Hong. By the time they reached the halfway point, he had a relatively clear understanding, though some discrepancies regarding his identity as a guest elder emerged. Shi Hong, despite recognizing the token, had made a mistake. It represented authority not belonging to the Zhengqi sect of Yuandu City, but rather to their superior, the Zhengqi sect of the Great Zhou Kingdom, a position of even greater prestige. In fact, every year, elders or core disciples from the main sect visited Yuandu City for training, and the disciples had grown accustomed to it. Moreover, the sect master had instructed that any elder visiting must be received with the utmost respect. Given that it was evening, some formalities may have been lacking, and they hoped the elder would not take offense. Fong Lei laughed heartily. "Such trivialities are of no concern. Ah, by the way, Brother Hu Yan, I have a small favor to ask of you." "Please, elder, do not hesitate," Hu Yan responded eagerly. "I have a mount stored at the Hongxing Inn. Could you please fetch it for me after dawn? Here is some silver. Consider it a token for your brothers to enjoy some drinks." As he spoke, Fong Lei produced a silver note of 1,000 taels and pressed it into Hu Yan's hand without giving him a chance to refuse. Since it was his own money, he felt no remorse in spending it. After much insistence, Hu Yan accepted, his eyes widening upon recognizing the note as issued by a local bank. His mouth broke into a wide grin. "Oh, how could I accept such generosity from you, elder? These matters are our responsibility." Fong Lei waved his hand, interrupting, "As I am new here, I will undoubtedly require your assistance in the future. Consider this a gesture of goodwill." If Brother Hu continued to refuse, it would imply he looked down on him. Hu Yan, seeing no other option, tucked the silver note into his robe, smiling broadly. "Then I shall humbly accept. If the elder ever requires our service, please do not hesitate to command us." We shall not falter, regardless of the task. This was precisely what Fong Lei had been waiting for. He patted Hu Yin's shoulder warmly and smiled slightly. Not far ahead lay the council hall of the Jingqi sect, where sect master Situ Yuan conducted his training and business affairs. As news had already reached the disciples at the foot of the mountain, Situ Yuan, accompanied by several elders, awaited at the hall entrance. Behind them stood a line of young disciples, ready to welcome them. Senior Elder Fong, while Situ Yuan felt a twinge of displeasure. He knew the saying well: in the presence of a prime minister, even a seventh-rank official must bow, regardless of his feelings. Fong Lei was an envoy from the main sect, and his status commanded the appropriate decorum. However, upon lifting his gaze, he was taken aback. A silver note had already been placed in his hand. Not only him, but the other elders received the same treatment, each handed a note of 1,000 taels. As for the young disciples behind, Fong Lei glanced around, dividing his remaining 4 notes into 2 portions and handing them to a young man and woman. Share amongst yourselves. What was happening? Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this esteemed leader from the main sect here to distribute benefits? Why did he start handing out money without a single word? While 1,000 taels might not seem significant to some, it represented a certain attitude, indicating that they were valued, devoid of empty formalities, straight to the point. This elder, Situ Yuan, found himself momentarily at a loss, having never encountered such a scenario in all his years. Holding the silver note, he was unsure how to respond. Fong Lei cleared his throat and, with a smile, remarked, "As a newcomer, I arrived rather hastily and have not prepared any gifts. Please accept this modest sum for wine as a token of our first meeting." Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief, finally grasping the situation. Oh, it's truly a first to encounter such an understanding Grand Elder after so long at Jingqi Gate, they mused, reflecting on the past. Previous Grand Elders, or core disciples who came seeking prestige, often displayed arrogance, their haughty demeanor repelling. In contrast, the current elder, though youthful, exuded an admirable charm, a true gem amongst men. It was hard to fathom which elder had nurtured such an exceptional disciple, earning their respect. "Grand Elder Fong, you are far too gracious." C2 Yuan interjected, "It brings me great joy, but how can I possibly accept such generosity?" Fong Lei replied, "Oh, brother C2, you flatter me. It is I who intrude upon your hospitality." Both parties erupted in laughter, the atmosphere becoming exceedingly cordial as they exchanged pleasantries and entered the grand hall together. A sum of a few thousand silver taels is not a trivial amount, but to toss it away so casually is indeed rare, especially considering their relationship, which was inherently a matter of duty. The elder's politeness demanded an even greater courtesy from the host. After a round of small talk, Fong Lei boldly declared, "As I journey through various lands, few places possess the simplicity and charm of Yuan capital. Thus, I wish to linger here for a few more days." C2 Yuan promptly replied, "No problem at all, Grand Elder Fong. Please stay as long as you desire. We would be delighted for your extended company." Meanwhile, some elders exchanged discreet glances, thinking to themselves, "He has forgotten his miserly ways quite swiftly. He has indeed encountered a benefactor." Those who had previously come to experience the world often left due to the cold reception they received. However, such thoughts remained unspoken. Who would dare voice them? Instead, they donned smiles, joining C2 Yuan in this charade. Young disciples, observing Fong Lei, whispered among themselves, "What a fool indeed. If he stays longer, he will soon discover that our sect leader C2 is not one to be trifled with. He is an insatiable abyss. Without the vastness of the ocean's heart to fill him, one cannot hope to satiate his appetite." Fong Lei, oblivious to such musings, excused himself shortly, claiming he needed to meditate on his techniques, and was escorted to his guest chamber by C2 Yuan's attendant. After Fong Lei departed, C2 Yuan dismissed the other disciples, leaving only a few elders to deliberate in the grand hall. "Elder son, what is your opinion of this Elder Fong?" C2 Yuan inquired. "I have never encountered him," Elder Sun replied, shaking his head. The other elders echoed this sentiment, all admitting they had not seen this young Grand Elder before. C2 Yuan himself had neither met nor heard of him. Elder Sun continued, "However, this situation is not without precedent. I have heard that there are certain individuals at the Grand Sect who possess the authority to issue the tokens of our guest elders. And those who receive such tokens are often shrouded in mystery, revealing their identities only in significant matters. But this discretion is limited to those they know well. They do not issue tokens indiscriminately." C2 Yuan nodded, acknowledging this fact. "So, what should our course of action be? Should we report to the Grand Sect for verification?" One of the elders, Elder Ma, chimed in, "I believe it is unnecessary. Since we all recognize the mystery surrounding the guest elders, why must we pierce through this veil? As long as the token is authentic, that is sufficient. Other matters are beyond our concern." We must be cautious not to harm ourselves in our inquiries. C2 Yuan laughed heartily. Elder Ma, you are indeed the most perceptive. This is precisely my thought. During Elder Fong's stay, we shall endeavor to accommodate all his requests, treating him with utmost hospitality until he departs. There is no need to offend him over mere speculation. Judging by his actions tonight, I suspect we shall not suffer greatly. The elders unanimously agreed, solidifying their decision. Chapter 16. The return to the essence technique. On a bright morning, Fong Lei emerged from his chamber, invigorated, and upon glancing up, he spotted Hu Yin waiting outside. Upon seeing him, Hu Yin rushed over. Elder, I have brought your mount and ensured it is well cared for in the stables. You may retrieve it at your convenience. Fong Lei nodded appreciatively. Thank you. By the way, Hu brother, if you have a moment, please fetch the new disciple from the outer sect, Shihong. Shihong. Hu Yin paused, pondering before responding. Is he not the young scion? Fong Lei chuckled. Yes, indeed. That very scion. Hu Yin hurriedly replied, I shall go at once. As he departed, he couldn't help but think, that lad has certainly stumbled into luck, forming a connection with the Grand Elder. I must be cautious in my dealings with him. Should I offend him in front of the Elder? It would not bode well for me. Fong Lei smiled to himself, amused by the young man's thoughts. A scion indeed, yet at this moment, he is my benefactor. Having accepted his money, I must reciprocate in some manner. However, he realized he had already distributed the silver notes from the previous night and would need to devise another means to extract more from the situation when Shihong arrived. Hu Yin was remarkably efficient. While Fong Lei was still enjoying breakfast, he brought Shihong along, accompanied by some news that piqued Fong Lei's interest. The ghost spirit sect is investigating me? Fong Lei feigned innocence. Indeed, Hu Yin confirmed. This morning, while retrieving the horses with my fellow disciple, Fong, we spotted at least 4 groups of ghost spirit sect disciples loitering outside the mountain gate, clearly searching for someone. And how do you know they seek me? Fong Lei inquired. Last night, there was a significant upheaval within the ghost spirit sect, resulting in numerous casualties. Though they are concealing this from the public, those of us in the know are well aware. Therefore, my fellow disciples speculate that their appearance at this juncture is likely aimed at you, Elder. Hu Yin refrained from explicitly stating the coincidence of Fong Lei's timely arrival, but anyone with common sense could deduce the connection. However, given that it was a matter concerning the rival ghost spirit sect, the disciples of Zhengqi Gate would not dare risk their own reputations. Shihong interjected. I also heard from the innkeeper that ghost spirit sect disciples were inquiring about guest information last night. It seems you are indeed within their scope of investigation, Elder. Fang Lei nodded. The ghost spirit sect had been entrenched in Yuan capital for many years, with numerous informants. Locating a suspect would be a trivial task. Indeed. Sometimes money proves to be the ultimate solution, as they volunteered information without him even having to ask, articulating their deductions clearly. Fong Lei contemplated for a moment, then withdrew 2 silver notes from his pocket, each worth 500 taels, totaling 1,000 taels, and pressed them into Hu Yin's hands without further discussion. Elder, Hu Yin stammered, overwhelmed with excitement. Fong Lei smiled. This is for the efforts of your brothers. Since someone seeks to plot against me, I cannot remain idle while they come to me. Please assist me in uncovering who is investigating me. The more detailed the information, the better. Hu Yin responded enthusiastically. Leave it to me, Elder. I will ensure you have the information as quickly as possible. Fong Lei nodded, gesturing for him to depart. Once Hu Yin exited the inn, Fong Lei turned to Shihong and remarked, for the sake of your family's significant affairs, I have gone to great lengths. Fortunately, the sect leader C2 has also shown me some courtesy. They accepted your silver notes. As for other matters, we shall take our time. Please inform your esteemed father not to worry. Fong Lei was uncertain about how long he could remain at Zhengqi Gate. Perhaps he would depart in a day or 2. So he had no intention of preserving the dignity of Sect Master Situ and the others, and straightforwardly sold them out. After all, the silver notes were given and received publicly, with nothing to be ashamed of. Shihong, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and showered Fong Lei with gratitude before hurriedly leaving to seek credit from his father. What a naive boy. How could he not discern the subtext in my words? Fong Lei shook his head in resignation as he watched Shihong's retreating figure. However, it was of no concern. For Shihong's foolishness did not imply his father was equally dim-witted. Surely, he would return with the silver notes shortly. Shihong's speed exceeded Fong Lei's expectations. In less than an hour, he returned, mysteriously closing the door behind him. He pulled out a small box and a bamboo tube about a foot long, reverently placing them in front of Fong Lei. What is this? Fong Lei curiously opened the box, instantly squinting as the sparkling treasure within dazzled his eyes. Shihong stood at the table, recalling his father's words. This is a Zixia pearl. My father said it originates from an ancient clam that is cultivated for over a millennium in the depths of the East Sea. To ordinary folk, it is a priceless gem, but to cultivators, it can enhance their power by decades when used in alchemy. Fong Lei clicked his tongue. Truly at a loss for words regarding the Shi family's generosity, they were quite willing to part with such wealth. The bamboo tube contained 20 rolled-up silver notes, each worth 1,000 taels, all direct notes from the Cha to Silver Bank, readily redeemable. Ah, Lord Shi is too courteous. How can I possibly accept this? Fong Lei deeply empathized with the sentiment Hu Yin expressed earlier. He did not refuse, placing the silver notes in the pearl into his storage pouch. Casually inquiring about Shi Hong's cultivation matters before sending him back, instructing him to await further news. For the remaining time, Fong Lei feigned meditation and instructed the inn's attendants to keep watch outside, requesting not to disturb him until noon. When the hourglass indicated noon, he finally stepped out, and indeed encountered Hu Yin, who was chatting with the guarding disciples. Upon hearing the door open, he immediately rushed over, presenting a detailed list of the core personnel of the Ghost Spirit sect, which even included several elder-level figures. Fong Lei scanned the names from Elder Yu Tan to Elder Yu Zhu, and as he continued down the list of core disciples, he suddenly paused, pointing at a name. This name seems familiar. Hu Yin leaned in to take a look and said, this Ning Lei just recently joined the Ghost Spirit sect. Reportedly highly recommended by Elder Yu Zhu. She possesses exceptional talent and is one of the reserved talents of the sect. Fong Lei's finger traced over Lu Zhan, LQO, Tan Yi, and Ning Lei, stating, so, it appears they are stationed outside. Hu Yin confirmed, indeed. According to the disciples' analysis, they seem to have received some orders and are competing against each other while guarding different positions, unwilling to leave. What did Sect Master Sidhu say? Fong Lei inquired, believing it necessary to consider the Sect Master's reputation while staying at Jingxi Gate. The Sect Master said that mere words do not constitute evidence. As long as they do not provoke trouble, they can remain, Hu Yin replied. Oh, splendid, splendid, Fong Lei mused, stroking his chin, and then beckoned Hu Yin to lean in for a quiet exchange. Hu Yin appeared stunned for a moment before a strange smile emerged on his face. Is that feasible? Fong Lei confidently replied, what is there to fear? I am an elder of the main sect. Even if something goes awry, the main sect will bear the responsibility. It has nothing to do with your Jingxi Gate. Hu Yan's eyes brightened in realization, and he hurried out to contact their personnel. Fong Lei changed out of his Jingxi Gate robes and donned his own attire, then quietly departed the inn through the back door, descending the mountain discreetly. Chapter 17. The first kill of Yu Shi and Yulan Ning Lei, under the tutelage of Elder Yu Zhu, rapidly advanced to become a core disciple of the Ghost Spirit sect within 2 years. Just days ago, she returned from Beishir City, still troubled by her thoughts. She had heard rumors about Fong Lei, and according to her fellow disciples, the explosion on the mountain last night might have originated from him, which caused her to worry. You fool, do you think that with a little ability, you can confront such a colossal entity as the Ghost Spirit sect? She mused. Her 2 encounters with Fong Lei that night had subtly altered the resentment and hatred in her heart. Inexplicably, she found herself concerned for him upon hearing these tidings. Amidst her turmoil, she suddenly heard someone calling her name from a distance. Ning Lei. She paused, the voice sounding somewhat familiar. Looking up, she was taken aback, stammering, Fong. What are you doing here? Fong Lei quickly approached, pointed an accusatory finger, and exclaimed, you vixen. I thought it sounded like you. It truly is you. Why aren't you at home, mingling with a bunch of foul men? Come home with me. Ning Lei was stunned, her wrist tightly gripped by Fong Lei, who was pulling her away. Who are you? What do you want with me? Let go. LQO leaped over, reaching for Fong Lei. In response, Fong Lei swiftly retaliated, slapping him and scolding, mind your own business. LQO, also a core disciple of the Ghost Spirit sect, felt humiliated by being publicly slapped. He tried to evade but ultimately stumbled, regaining his stance and drawing his sword, shouting, you scoundrel, taste my blade. He lunged for Fong Lei's throat with a vicious strike. Fong Lei, still holding Ning Lei, retreated swiftly, dodging the blade without countering, while warning, don't push your luck. I've only tolerated you because I see you as a junior. Otherwise, you would have faced consequences. LQO's fury intensified, despite their similar ages. Fong Lei's actions made him feel belittled. The sword strikes became increasingly fierce, targeting vital points. Ning Lei, constrained by Fong Lei's grip, could not circulate her true energy. Though she felt anxious and angry, she was powerless to resist, forced to follow him amidst the flashing sword light. With a thud, LQO was sent sprawling by a kick from Fong Lei, his sword clattering to the ground. You haven't had enough, have you? Fong Lei advanced, seizing the sword and pointing it at LQO's throat. Stop, Lu Zhan shouted, rushing in with his own sword aimed at Fong Lei in an attempt to save his friend. Fang Lei had only intended to intimidate, and he deflected Lu Zhan's strike, sending the sword flying from his grasp, the tip now aimed at his throat. Lu Zhan gasped in alarm as Tan Yi rushed over, ready to intervene, but suddenly, a cacophony of furious shouts erupted from behind the Zhenqi gate as 100 young disciples surged forth, brandishing weapons in their charge. The disciples of the Ghost Spirit sect were momentarily taken aback, quickly drawing their swords to join the fray. The front of the mountain gate transformed into a chaotic melee. However, Zhenqi Gate held the advantage of home ground, and with the upper hand, they easily subdued the Ghost Spirit disciples, sealing their meridians one by one. Ning Lei stood in shock, unable to comprehend the chaos sparked by their confrontation. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. Fang Lei chuckled coldly. "I was about to ask you the same. Why stir up trouble when things were fine? By the way, where is Fang Rou? Get lost." Ning Lei roared, her voice filled with fury. If her wrist were not restrained, she would have bitten him. "Damn you. Even now you can't forget her. She is dead." Fang Lei was left speechless. Once a woman's jealousy flares, it can swiftly transform into a demon. I merely feel some pity for her. Shouldn't we lend her a hand during such times? She is already dead. How can you help? Ning Lei retorted, her voice softening. Just tell me where she is, and that will suffice. Dream on. Fang Lei observed her face, twisted in anger, and could not help but chuckle softly. Those are your words. So don't blame me for showing no mercy. What do you intend to do? Faced with the youth who had previously bullied her but now stood in a position to turn the tables, Ning Lei felt a sudden wave of anxiety. Fang Lei chuckled softly and turned his gaze toward the battlefield. The disciples of the Zhenqi sect, basking in victory, were negotiating with the bruised and battered disciples of the Ghost Spirit sect, who sat awkwardly on the ground. "What did you say, elder of Zhenqi sect?" Lu Zhan, the senior disciple of the Ghost Spirit sect, was taken aback and turned to look at Fang Lei. Their eyes met just as he noticed that his hand remained intertwined with Ning Lei's, whose expression was oddly peculiar for reasons unknown to him. "Have you recognized him? This is Fang Lei, the Grand Elder of Zhenqi sect, and our sister Ning Lei is his fiancée. If you doubt it, feel free to inquire further." Hu Yan interjected with a wink aimed at Fang Lei. "Sister Ning Lei, is this true?" Lu Qiu asked, elongating his face in disbelief. Ning Lei's cheeks flushed crimson as she glared at Fang Lei, only to find him stifling his laughter, gazing skyward, completely ignoring her. Silence ensued, and with no one denying the implication, it was tacitly accepted. The faces of Lu Zhan and his companions darkened, feeling indignant over the jest that had turned their situation to ridicule. Yet, could they truly blame anyone? Such tales of romance were commonplace in literature. Anyone with a modicum of culture would have anticipated this. After enduring a sound thrashing, they were left with no recourse to voice their grievances. Only 2 words seemed fitting. Deserved it. A disciple from the Ghost Spirit sect shouted in anger, "What is this nonsense? Why didn't you mention it earlier?" We suffered needlessly. Indeed, it must have been intentional, chimed in a familiar junior disciple of Tan Yi, seizing the opportunity to belittle Ning Lei. Before long, reinforcements arrived from the Zhenqi sect. The sect leader, Situ Yuan, appeared at the mountain gate, accompanied by several elders. His expression dark and laced with a hint of mockery as he glanced at Fang Lei. Coincidentally, at that moment, Elder Yutan of the Ghost Spirit sect arrived with Yu Zhu and Yu Shi. Fang Lei couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing that Situ Yuan had come at the expense of Elder Yutan, arriving precisely to exploit the situation. The elders wore grim visages. The previous explosions on the mountain had already left them seething, and the sight of the assembled disciples only intensified their ire. Were it not for the presence of outsiders, they might have unleashed their fury. However, what followed was rather theatrical. Both sides initially shared a hearty laugh before adopting serious expressions to negotiate terms. In the Yuan Kingdom, these 2 sects were among the few powerful factions, their relationship fraught with tension yet tinged with cordiality, as both sought mutual benefit within the same city, rendering open conflict unnecessary. Ultimately, the Ghost Spirit sect agreed to compensate the Zhenqi sect with 20,000 taels of silver to settle the matter. The payment was made on the spot, and Elder Yutan swept away, casting a cold smile back at Fang Lei as he departed. Lu Zhan and the others, heads bowed, were escorted by the enforcement disciples of the Ghost Spirit sect to the mines for punishment, with Ning Lei among them. Fang Lei watched as her graceful figure receded without a backward glance, sighing inwardly before turning back with a bright smile to express his gratitude to Situ Yuan and the others. Elder Ma presented the silver notes, which Fang Lei divided, giving one portion to Situ Yuan and the other to Hu Yan and Feng Chun, rewarding all involved in the scuffle. The Zhenqi sect buzzed with gratitude, all aware that a wealthy benefactor had arrived, having dispensed over 30,000 taels of silver in just one day, a true tycoon, extravagant in his generosity. With matters concluded, Fang Lei made a humble request to Situ Yuan to access the treasure building of Zhengqi sect to study the martial techniques. Situ Yuan did not refuse, but, adhering to sect regulations, allowed Fang Lei access only to the lower levels, as advanced techniques required significant contributions for access. Fang Lei was unperturbed and spent 2 days in the treasure building. Chapter 18. The woman in the green robe. Situ Yuan had evidently miscalculated, inadvertently granting Fang Lei a tremendous advantage. He believed that as long as the techniques were not core to the Zhengqi sect, they would be freely available for Fang Lei's perusal. He assumed that after 2 days, Fang Lei would grasp only 1 or 2 techniques at best. Zhengqi sect, one of the few major sects, had a distinct method of imparting knowledge unlike smaller sects. Their martial arts and techniques were not recorded in books, but inscribed within intricate formations. The formations harnessed the power of the heavens and earth to expedite cultivation, while simultaneously preventing the techniques from being lost. To acquire a technique, one merely needed to press their hand to the corresponding inscription, receiving the requisite instructions. Only after mastering one layer could one access the next. It was impossible to simply take them away. However, Fang Lei was an exception. During those 2 days, he mastered over 10 distinct martial techniques, none of which were duplicates. Among these were the mind confusion technique, bone shrinking technique, and the distance pull technique, alongside agile movements such as the misty smoke steps and cloud ladder leap, as well as martial skills like the 5 ghosts soul cutting blade, 1,000 illusions Methria sword, true spirit 12 strikes, diamond 4 slaps, and the great Yuan fist. In addition to these, Fang Lei discovered a unique technique, the return to origin technique. Regrettably, this technique was merely a fragment, consisting of only 2 layers, and the records indicated that no one had ever cultivated it. As a former archaeologist, Fang Lei possessed a peculiar fondness for such incomplete texts. The thrill of uncovering its continuation and rectifying its incompleteness was perhaps the greatest joy of his life. Thus, even though no one paid him heed, he cherished it as a treasure. Committing the 2 layers of the fragment to memory and using the Yin Nu technique to simulate a delicate flow of energy alongside his internal qi. The achievements of 2 days would have taken others a decade of diligent effort. Merely contemplating it was enough to make one's heart bleed. After emerging from the treasure building, Fang Lei spent another day at the Zhengqi sect, primarily helping the Shi family with their connections. Situ Yuan treated Fang Lei with great respect, and that very day, the Shi family sent gifts, resulting in a harmonious atmosphere. The following day, Fang Lei took his leave, riding away from the capital of Yuan with his trusty black steed. His departure was not discreet. Rather, it was a grand affair, with Feng Chun, Hu Yan, and other disciples of the Zhengqi sect seeing him off as he made his way south toward the Great Zhou Kingdom, publicly declaring his return to the main sect. Such a grand spectacle inevitably reached the ears of the disciples of the Ghost Spirit sect, who promptly reported it to Elder Yutan. 2 individuals descended from Ghost Spirit Mountain, riding swiftly toward the Great Zhou Kingdom. Fang Lei sped along the only official road leading in that direction, covering over 200 miles before halting his steed at the edge of a forest, where he concealed himself from view. An hour later, 2 disciples from the Ghost Spirit sect arrived, and as they approached the forest, a sudden volley of iron thorn projectiles surged forth from within, striking with immense force. One was hit and thrown from his horse, while the other, quick to react, narrowly dodged and unsheathed his sword, turning his mount around to flee. However, before he could gain speed, a powerful gust struck the back of his head, resulting in a gruesome demise. Fang Lei, watching from behind the trees, paused momentarily, glancing at his palm and sheepishly remarking, "I may have exerted a bit too much force." With no other option, he approached the fallen rider to tend to his injuries. Once the man regained his breath, Fang Lei menacingly inquired, "Brother, spare yourself further pain and truthfully divulge the whereabouts of the Ghost Spirit sect's spirit-level master." Before long, Fang Lei emerged from the forest, leading his black horse while reflecting on his thoughts. Cultivation, much like scholarly pursuits, follows a similar principle. As long as the foundation is solidly established, the absence of supreme techniques is inconsequential. In real combat, the mind confusion technique proved far more practical. This technique bore resemblance to the hypnosis of later generations, albeit more potent. After some contemplation, Fang Lei steadied himself, preparing for the next phase of his plan. 2 critical tasks lay ahead. One was to eradicate the Ghost Spirit sect, and the other was to locate Fang Rou. The matter concerning the Ghost Spirit sect was significant and required meticulous consideration. To find Fang Rou, he first needed to track down Ning Lei. With a sigh, Fang Lei resigned himself to the reality that he could not escape this woman's influence. Determining his direction, Fang Lei set off toward the Ghost Spirit sect's mine, midway stopping at a small village to stow his black horse, before embarking on foot to traverse the mountains and hills. This is the largest gold mine of the Ghost Spirit sect in the capital, supplying over 90% of the sect's consumption. Thus its defenses are exceedingly tight. As Fong Lei practiced the smoke mirage steps and the ascending cloud ladder within the treasure pavilion of the Righteous Gate, their true prowess became apparent here, allowing him to effortlessly evade the watchful eyes of the guards and delve into the depths of the mine, leaving only a fleeting shadow in his wake. In a hollow of the mountain, Fong Lei captured a disciple of the Ghost Spirit sect, and, by employing the mind confusion technique, he extracted the location of the cave where Ning Lei and the others were residing. He stealthily made his way there. Fong Lei had previously inquired with Fong Ro, but that disciple appeared utterly bewildered, having never heard of the name. Upon reaching the mountain, Fong Lei surveyed from his elevated position and then leaped down, slipping past two guards into the cave. Inside, a person was resting, and suddenly feeling a chill at her neck, she opened her eyes but did not move. Fong Lei, uninterested in idle conversation, seized the opportunity during the woman's moment of shock to cast the mind confusion technique and swiftly gained control over her consciousness. "Where's Ning Lei?" he inquired. "She has gone underground." Fong Lei frowned. The Ghost Spirit sect's regulations were indeed strict. Female disciples faced punishment as well, compelled to descend into the mine alongside the laborers. He probed further. "Where is Fong Ro?" The woman, still dazed, replied, "She is also below." A wave of joy surged through Fong Lei. Fong Ro was indeed here. He pressed on. "What level is she on?" "The deepest part of the 7th level." The woman informed him that the mine was divided into 13 levels, each guarded by disciples of the Ghost Spirit sect. However, the abilities of these guards were lacking, merely oppressing the laborers, while the true experts were the overseers above ground. Ning Lei had been assigned here as one of the overseers, but due to the sect leader's orders for punishment, the dirty and laborious tasks were relegated to them. Fong Lei activated the mind confusion technique once more, causing the woman to slump back into a deep slumber. Exiting the cave, he had changed into a different outfit and strode confidently towards the mine. The guards at the entrance were quite lax, with only 2 languidly seated while the others were hidden away gambling. "Why are you going underground at this hour?" One guard casually accepted the token Fong Lei offered, briefly glancing at it before returning it. "I was meditating for a while, which delayed me," Fong Lei explained. The guard merely grunted in response and wandered off, too indifferent to ask further questions. Amused, Fong Lei stepped into the passageway. Not far in, he encountered the first corner, descending swiftly to the 2nd level. Here, the guards were even more relaxed. A casual greeting and a flash of the token granted him passage. The ease of it almost unbelievable. Fong Lei dropped his guard and hastened down, passing through 5 levels until he reached the 6th, where the number of guards increased slightly. Yet they remained equally lax, allowing him to pass after a token inspection. As he moved beyond, he suddenly overheard voices ahead and ducked into a corner. The dim light in the corridor barely illuminated the surroundings, with only a distant crystal lamp flickering. As the figures approached, he recognized one of them, Lu Zhan. Beside him were 2 others, Ning Lei and LQO. The 4th woman was nowhere to be seen. "Ning, junior sister, do you still have any lingering feelings for that fellow named Fong? We are not outsiders. You can share," Lu Zhan pressed. Fong Lei was genuinely taken aback to overhear Lu Zhan's inquiries in such a place. Ning Lei remained silent. LQO sighed. "Brother, let it be. Can't you see? Junior sister still harbors feelings for that person. She needs time to forget." Lu Zhan remarked. "We don't mind, but at this rate, it may tarnish junior sister's reputation with the sect leader. You all know that the recent explosion on the mountain was likely caused by Fong Lei. The sect leader grits his teeth at the mere mention of him." LQO added, "Indeed, I have heard. The other day, the sect leader came by and even mentioned Fong Lei to the 2 elders. They might be plotting his removal." "Shoo, don't speak such words carelessly," Lu Zhan cautioned. LQO laughed dismissively. "What difference does it make down here? Fong Lei couldn't he possibly come here? He is courting death." Ning Lei suddenly interjected, "Brothers, I wish to stroll to the 7th level. You may go ahead." Lu Zhan replied, "Are you going to see your master? Didn't she say not to visit too often to avoid disturbing her peace of mind?" "I'll just take a glance." I want to interrupt her. "Very well. We shall go ahead then. This mine is cold and damp. Be wary of any wandering spirits." They offered their warnings as they passed by Fong Lei. Ning Lei watched them walk away, sighed, and turned to venture inward. Fong Lei stealthily followed closely along the wall. Upon reaching the entrance to the 7th level, he found only an iron-barred door with no guards present. Peering inside, it was dark and devoid of light. Ning Lei seemed preoccupied as she quietly opened the iron gate, closing it behind her as she proceeded. As she walked, tiny embers of starlight flickered to life, glowing blue-green like fireflies, only to extinguish silently once she had passed. Fong Lei lagged behind by 20 or 30 meters after taking a few steps. He was startled by the sudden illumination beside him, turning to discover a pair of eyes staring at him. Ah, Fong Lei gasped, inadvertently revealing his presence. Ning Lei spun around, and upon seeing it was Fong Lei, she breathed a sigh of relief, her expression shifting to anger. You truly dare to come in here? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to leave? Fong Lei glanced around. Eyes were glimmering in every direction, although somewhat terrifying. The pressing concern was that there was no place to hide. The ghost spirit sex traps were astonishingly innovative and surprising. Isn't there, you hear? Fong Lei grinned. Ning Lei's mood was evidently sour, but upon seeing his playful demeanor, her heart softened unexpectedly. In a hushed tone, she said, "Follow me." Fong Lei's heart soared with joy as he quickly stepped up to stand beside her. Ning Lei shot him a sidelong glance before turning to walk deeper in, the eyes behind them fading into darkness. Near the end of the passage, Ning Lei pointed at the stone wall, whispering, "Just push it inward to enter. I'll keep watch outside. Do you dare to go in?" Fong Lei looked at the stone wall and then back at Ning Lei. Their gazes locked. An unspoken emotion surged between them, and neither spoke. After a moment, Fong Lei finally said, "You go." Ning Lei's eyes shimmered with starlight as she lowered her gaze. "Don't expect to save her. It's already impossible." "I will do my utmost," Fong Lei replied. Ning Lei nodded softly, then turned to leave. Fong Lei watched her retreating figure with a sigh before turning back to the stone wall. He reached out, gently pushing it, and the wall silently rotated inward, revealing a vast chamber filled with a rich fragrance of herbs. As he stepped inside, he spotted Fong Ro in the third stone chamber. She sat cross-legged on a stone bed, draped only in a sheer garment that delicately covered her form. Fong Lei stared in shock, through the gossamer fabric. He could see Fong Ro's skin had turned dark, a stark contrast to her previously flawless complexion, with bulging lumps scattered across her body. Though her face showed no significant change yet, the creeping pallor hinted that it too might darken with time. While Fong Lei was momentarily stunned, Fong Ro suddenly opened her eyes and gasped, "How did you get in here?" Fong Lei lunged forward, pressing a finger into her armpit. Fong Ro toppled over, and Fong Lei then realized she was completely unclothed, the sheer fabric merely a veil. "What do you intend to do?" Fong Ro screeched. But Fong Lei swiftly pressed his finger beneath her chin, silencing her. He placed his hand on her forehead, summoning Yin Nu to probe her condition. Fong Ro's eyes were filled with terror as she stared at him. Had she been able to scream, her voice would have been a chilling wail. Fong Lei disregarded her resentful gaze. His eyes gently closed as he channeled his vital energy, soon revealing the scene within Fong Ro's consciousness. Fong Ro's spirit hovered on the brink of collapse, ensnared in a state of slumber, while a gray light darted within the realm of her mind, evading Fong Lei's grasp. "Capturing me is futile. We are on the verge of merging. All her spiritual power has been thoroughly devoured by me. She now exists merely as a shell." The fleeing spirit projected its thoughts, attempting to intimidate Fong Lei into submission. Unmoved, Fong Lei unleashed his full vital energy, his consciousness descending upon the mindscape like an invisible hand, seizing the gray light within his grasp. "You cannot do this. She will not survive. Once I consume her spirit, I shall become her. If you desire my company, I can still be by your side, forever faithful. I implore you, spare me. I am willing to serve you for eternity." The spirit of gray light pleaded in terror, almost swaying Fong Lei's resolve. Suddenly, the voice of Ning Lei echoed from behind him, continuing, "My master is the ancestral spirit of the ghost spirit sect, and has existed for countless years. It took considerable effort to find someone whose soul resembles Fong Ro's. By consuming her, I can be reborn in her form and become the sect's holy maiden. I do not know how you plan to save her, but you must contemplate this carefully." With that, Ning Lei departed once more. Fong Lei's resolve hardened. How could the holy maiden of the ghost spirit sect ever remain by his side? It was clearly a deceitful plea for survival. The spirit roared in fury, "Ning Lei, you traitor! How dare you betray me? I should have devoured you long ago." The scream abruptly ceased, and the gray light gradually descended upon Fong Ro's spirit, swiftly penetrating into her essence. Chapter 20. The Blood-Cursing Melody. Fong Lei had first-hand experience with the evolution capabilities of the spirit upon his initial arrival in Fong Lei's body. The system had automatically evolved, facilitating a rapid integration. Now, he was merely repeating that prior process, but this time, it was to nourish Fong Ro. During this time, Ning Lei entered once again, urging him to hasten his pace. Voices suddenly emerged from outside the alley. "So it is Sister Ning Lei. What brings you here?" Fong Lei grew anxious, yet the process of nourishing Fong Ro's spirit was only halfway complete, and he could not afford to halt. Ning Lei responded, "My master is at a crucial moment and fears external disturbances, so I am stationed here to guard. Why have you come down?" "The elders have sent a public notice, summoning everyone to convene above, and we were sent down to call you," replied the other. "Oh, I see. You go ahead and notify the others. I will ascend immediately." "Understood." Fong Lei breathed a sigh of relief, only to suddenly hear a thud outside, as if someone had collapsed, causing him to tense once more. Ning Lei hurried in, dragging 2 corpses behind her, speaking gravely. "What is your status? If we delay further, escaping may become impossible." Fang Lei looked at the corpses, a smile appearing on his face as he reassured, "It is fine. If need be, we will fight our way out." "That is not an option. I cannot leave the ghost spirit sect just yet." Fang Lei was taken aback, asking, "Why?" Ning Lei's expression faltered, as if there were words she struggled to articulate. But at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Fang Rou's body suddenly trembled, and a figure emerged from her form, stumbling towards the door, attempting to flee. Both of them were startled, yet Fang Rou appeared unchanged. "Not good. It is my master's second spirit. She must not escape," Ning Lei exclaimed, drawing her sword and pursuing. Fang Lei, with no choice, lifted Fang Rou and followed, his left hand firmly pressing against her forehead as the system continued its work. The female ghost's second spirit staggered as if intoxicated, unable to maintain stability, and was cornered by Ning Lei's swift pursuit at the iron gate. Ning Lei thrust her sword, but it was mysteriously evaded. Fang Lei rushed in, snapping his fingers to unleash a fiery line that ensnared the female ghost spirit, igniting it in flames. The female ghost struggled in vain, suddenly letting out a piercing scream that reverberated through the alley, spreading in all directions. "This is bad." Ning Lei's expression changed as her sword pierced through the flames, striking the female ghost spirit. The spirit's cries weakened amidst the fiery turmoil, soon consumed by the flames. Reduced to ashes. "Will you not accompany me?" Fang Lei asked. Ning Lei shook her head, her eyes fixed on Fang Rou. Suddenly, Fang Rou opened her eyes, dimness clouding her gaze as she addressed Fang Lei. "I cannot endure any longer. You need not waste your strength." Fang Lei comforted her. "That will not be the case. I will heal you. Do not bother. My foundation is ruined, and even if I were to survive, it would be of no use. I am already grateful for your preservation of my spirit. Do not squander any more effort on me." Ning Lei approached, whispering, "Fang Rou." Fang Rou glanced at her. Turning away, "There is no need for you to speak. Though I do not wish to harbor hatred, I cannot forgive you. Please, send him away." She coughed, growing increasingly frail, her gaze drifting. "How can this be?" Ning Lei cried out. Fang Lei replied tersely, "She has refused my treatment." At that moment, footsteps echoed ominously in the alley, signaling the approach of others. "Let us fight our way out together," Fang Lei declared, shouldering Fang Rou as he drew his broken sword, charging forth with a 5-foot blade aimed outward. Ning Lei followed closely. The descending figures were the guards of the mine, and upon hearing the commotion, they rushed to check, only to collide with Fang Lei's sword, resulting in a river of blood and countless bodies toppling into the pit. Fang Lei, fueled by rage, felt the stirrings of murderous intent for the first time, striking down 4 or 5 men without mercy. The sword energy surged through the alley. Seeing this, the remaining guards turned to flee, but Fang Lei's ghostly agility allowed him to catch up, and with 2 swift strikes, they all met their demise. Ning Lei, watching in shock, silently followed behind. From the 7th level upward, many were slain, and soon none dared to descend further, all fleeing upwards in panic. Outside the mine's entrance, a trap lay prepared, with the leader of the ghost spirit sect personally overseeing the operation, flanked by elders Yu Zhu and Yu Shi, and dozens of elite disciples of the sect, ready for battle. These individuals were not mere mine guards. They were selected elites from the ghost spirit sect, formidable in their prowess. Lu Zhen and LQO were among them, and upon seeing Ning Lei trailing behind Fang Lei, they called out, "Sister Ning, the sect leader has declared that as long as you are not a traitor, no pursuit will be made. Hurry over, do not ruin your future." Fang Lei cast a cold glance at him before turning to Ning Lei. Regardless of her choice today, he would accept it, for their ties were severed. Ning Lei bit her crimson lip, casting a deep glance at him before lowering her head and walking towards Lu Zhen and LQO, never looking back. The leader of the ghost spirit sect sneered, "Well, Fang Lei, we meet again." Fang Lei replied with a smile, "You arrived rather promptly. I was planning to seek you out at the ghost spirit sect, but it seems I no longer need to." A young man beside the leader interjected, "Fang, do not be so arrogant. The sect leader foresaw your arrival at the mine and has long set a trap for you. Otherwise, would the entrance to our mine be so easily traversed? Today, you walk to your demise. No one can save you. Hand over the holy maiden, and perhaps the leader will show mercy due to your infatuation." Fang Lei responded, "Ah, no wonder the descent was so effortless. It seems you had everything arranged beforehand. Fang Rou is my friend. I shall not surrender her to you. If you wish to kill me, you must first prove your worth. Who dares to come forth?" Fang Lei tightened his grip on Fang Rou, pointing his broken sword forward. The leader of the ghost spirit sect grinned sinisterly, "Han Kuei, go and deal with him." The young man complied, stepping out of the ranks, thrusting his sword towards Fong Lei's left shoulder while his body slid right, redirecting the sword tip towards Fong Ro. Fong Lei's eyes narrowed, his body pivoting left as he swiftly thrust his broken sword forward, clashing with the long sword with a resounding clang. Han Kuei's right hand trembled, causing his sword to fly from his grasp. In a desperate attempt to retreat, he was already too late. Fong Lei's speed was unmatched, and his left palm struck Han Kuei's chest with force. In just one round, Han Kuei collapsed to the ground, convulsing, clearly on the brink of death. The members of the Ghost Spirit sect were taken aback. Park Fong, it's your turn. The master of the Yudan sect called out another name. This individual, already a senior elder within the Ghost Spirit sect, ranked just below him and a few other elders in strength. Unfortunately, Park Fong only lasted 3 exchanges under the Fong Lei sword before he was fatally struck in the throat. True level? The Yudan sect master was taken aback. It had only been a few days, yet Fong Lei's cultivation had evidently ascended to a new height. Had he truly entered that realm? It seemed implausible. The 3 elders exchanged glances, realizing that sending their disciples to challenge him would only result in needless sacrifices. Elder Yushur stepped forward. Chapter 21. Strike first, you can't handle it alone. The 3 of you should attack together. Fong Lei taunted Elder Yushur. The disciples of the Ghost Spirit sect erupted with indignation. This arrogant fool, how dare he challenge 3 elders at once? Why waste words on him? Let's swarm him and deliver a chaotic demise. Such a reckless individual did not deserve their breath. Master, please give the order for us to attack together. Elder Yushur's face turned a deep shade of fury, speechless, as he had lived a long life in the Yuan kingdom, unchallenged, only to be openly belittled by a mere youth. Yet, despite his anger, he could not disregard Fong Lei's formidable techniques. Such audacity could not be entirely ignorant. Ning Lei felt a pang of frustration, thinking to herself, what are you trying to prove? Even if you could defeat Yushur, there is no need to drag those 3 old geezers into this. Their combined strength rivals that of a true level master. Fong Lei sneered, what's the matter? Are you afraid? You insolent, arrogant junior. I shall grant your request. The Yudan sect master could no longer contain himself and strode forward. Elder Yushu, ever observant, warned. Be cautious, brother. With a wave of his hand, Yudan replied, no need for more words. If he wishes for death, I shall fulfill his desire. Yuzhu, join me. If we cannot subdue him within 10 moves, I will resign from my position as master. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The Yudan sect master was genuinely enraged. Elder Yuzhu had no choice but to comply, and the 3 elders formed a triangular formation around Fong Lei. Fong Lei declared, then let it be 10 moves. Watch closely my first move. With a swift motion, he unleashed 6 palm shadows that struck toward the 3 elders. The foundational technique, for strikes of the diamond, had been elevated to its pinnacle by the system, placing it leagues above the skills of the Ghost Spirit sect disciples. Yudan scoffed, you learn quite quickly. The 3 simultaneously executed their moves, evading and retaliating with seamless precision, their energy converging like a torrential river pressing toward Fong Lei. Sensing the mounting pressure, Fong Lei promptly unleashed his second move. 12 strikes of true spirit, another foundational technique, manifested as 12 ethereal beasts darting toward the elders. Ah, quite impressive. Elder Yuzhu exclaimed in surprise, only to be silenced by a disdainful grunt from Yudan. The second round passed swiftly, yielding no clear victor. However, the earlier bravado of the Ghost Spirit sect disciples faded as they realized, as Elder Yuzhu had said, this individual was indeed formidable, far surpassing them. A flicker of hope illuminated Ning Lei's face, yet her eyes concealed deep-seated worries. She could not fathom Fong Lei's intentions. Behold the sword, Fong Lei suddenly shouted. And a radiant beam of light soared from his right hand, expanding into myriad glimmers, vibrant as a rainbow, akin to fireworks exploding across the sky, launching toward the 3 elders like a barrage of arrows. The dazzling brilliance caused everyone to squint, followed by a chilling cry as one elder was hurled from the fray, crashing to the ground, motionless, with a dark-skinned woman atop him. You beast! How dare you employ treachery? You seek death. The Yudan sect master's voice echoed with despair, as he unleashed a torrent of energy toward Fong Lei. Simultaneously, Elder Yushu roared, flanking him from behind. Fong Lei found himself besieged, retaliating with all his might against Yudan's strike. Although his broken sword sliced through Elder Yushu's left wrist, his right palm struck the elder's back, sending him sprawling. As Fong Lei hit the ground, he coughed up blood but did not relent. He swiftly slid toward Elder Yuzhu, seizing Fong Ro, who clung to him, and soared upward, veering toward the mountains below. It was only then that the onlookers noticed the gaping wounds on either side of Elder Yuzhu's temples, inflicted by Fong Ro's strike. Everyone stood in stunned silence, except for the enraged Yudan, who bellowed as he pursued down the mountainside, closely followed by Yushur. At that moment, Only Ning Lei grasped the underlying motive behind Fong Lei's challenge. She had anticipated Fong Rou's leap. This was likely Fong Rou's last wish, to honor her desire. Fong Lei chose to bear injury, enduring Elder Yushi's full force. A blend of anguish and bitterness flooded Ning Lei's heart as she watched Fong Lei's ethereal movements and cloud-like leaps, gliding through the air without touching the ground. Yet, despite sustaining a heavy blow from Elder Yushi and carrying another person, his speed began to wane. The furious shouts of Yudin drew nearer. And with the clear target overhead, Fong Lei had no choice but to land amidst the trees and flee. Suddenly, a startled cry from Yudin echoed, followed by his furious shout. "You scoundrel! How dare you ambush? Where do you think you're going?" Elder Yushi also roared, as though something had hindered him. Fong Lei paused, realizing someone was assisting him. A slender figure dropped from the air ahead, beckoning to Fong Lei before swiftly turning and disappearing into the woods. After a brief hesitation, he followed closely behind. The two traversed mountains and valleys, eventually arriving at a stream. The figure ahead glanced back at Fong Lei, gestured toward a corner of a roof visible among the trees across the stream, and dashed off in another direction, vanishing in the foliage. Fong Lei understood. He was being directed to take refuge. With no other options and injuries weighing him down, he made a decisive leap into the shelter, clenching his teeth. "Welcome, young master." A little maid stood in the courtyard, displaying no surprise upon seeing Fong Lei. Instead, she approached him with a greeting, pointing toward a building. "The master has instructed you to rest inside. I shall prepare hot water for you." "Oh, does this young lady require any medicinal herbs for her wounds?" Confused, Fong Lei nodded, carrying Fong Rou into the room, gently laying her on a couch, and began to assess her condition. "Brother Fong, I can't go on. Please send me away," Fong Rou murmured weakly, her eyes fluttering open, her face smeared with Elder Yuju's blood, rendering her once radiant beauty hauntingly altered. Fong Lei spoke solemnly, "Do not worry. I will ensure your recovery." Fong Rou grasped his hand tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks as she said, "In this life, we are fated not to be together, but if there is a next life, I shall repay you." Fong Lei felt a sharp pang in his heart, hastily responding, "You are suffering because of me? It is my fault." "Do not say that. It is not entirely your burden. My enemies are no more, and I can rest in peace," she replied. Witnessing the transformation of a once beautiful woman into this state, while she still professed her affection, brought tears to Fong Lei's eyes, droplets falling onto Fong Rou's face. Fong Rou's eyes shimmered with gratitude, her voice trembling as she asked, "If there is a next life, will you still choose her?" Fong Lei understood whom she referred to and shook his head, saying, "I would not. I would still choose you." Fong Rou's tears flowed freely, and with a satisfied sigh, she closed her eyes, her beautiful lashes fluttering, overwhelmed with emotion. "I must depart. To another world. Perhaps we shall meet again. I hope you will not forget me." With that, she closed her eyes for the last time, her breath ceasing. Chapter 22. Princess Qingyang. Fong Lei kindled the bonfire himself, watching as Fong Rou's remains gradually vanished, a strange sorrow welling up in his heart. Silently, he offered a few blessings for her, when suddenly he turned to look outside. A woman stood at the gate. "It's you." Fong Lei was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the woman named Tanny from the Ghost Spirit sect? How did she end up here? Tanny approached, her hands pressed together as she offered a prayer to the fire, a faint smile gracing her lips as she said, "Brother Fong, did you expect to see me?" Fang Lei nodded. "It's all right, as long as you know I mean no harm. Did you bring me here?" He scrutinized her, feeling that she appeared somewhat different. Perhaps a bit taller and more delicate. Tanny shook her head. "There's no need for questions, Brother Fong. Just rest easy here. Once you've healed, you may choose to stay or go as you wish." "Very well, thank you. Just let them know if you need anything," Fong Lei replied. Tandy departed promptly, her demeanor starkly contrasting with the hesitant disciple he had encountered at the Jingqi Gate. Reflecting on his time at the mine, Fong Lei realized he had not seen Tanny there, indicating she must have left prior to his arrival, likely anticipating his visit and waiting along the way. He chuckled at the absurdity of his own stealth, unaware that he had already been outmaneuvered. It was clear that he still lacked experience. He concluded his thoughts, extinguished the fire, and gathered Fong Rou's ashes before retreating indoors to meditate. A young girl arrived to deliver food, and Fong Lei attempted to glean information from her, but she remained tight-lipped, offering only smiles and trivial chatter, leaving him at a loss. However, he discerned that the master she referred to was not Tanny. And since Tanny had stated she was the one who brought him here, there was another woman in the picture, the true mistress of this place. Who could she be? Fong Lei's recovery was swift. By the following day, he was nearly unscathed. That night, he flew out of the courtyard, heading straight for Yuandu City. Yutan and Yushir must be eliminated, otherwise he and his family in Beishir City would forever be ensnared in the shadows of death. In a concealed stone cave at the back of the Ghost Spirit sect, Elder Yushur sat in meditation, enveloped in a cloud of blood energy, illuminated eerily by the flickering light on the stone walls. As Fong Lei entered the cave, a smile broke across his face as he greeted, "Master, Yushur." Startled from his trance, opened his eyes to find it was his disciple, and relaxed, though anger surged as he rebuked, "Who permitted you to enter?" "Did I not say?" Fong Lei had prepared for this moment, swiftly revealing a small box and hurriedly opening it to display a precious pearl, defending. "Disciple fortuitously acquired this pearl and dared not delay, so I rushed to present it to you." Yushur's gaze lingered on the Zixia pearl, his interest piqued. "Bring it here." "Of course." Fong Lei cradled the pearl, bowing slightly as he stepped forward but was halted mid-stride. "Throw it here." Fong Lei hesitated momentarily but complied, tossing the pearl along with the box. As it soared toward Yushur, the elder reached out but grasped only air as the box ascended further. Yushur looked up in surprise, only to be met with a piercing cold light that suddenly pierced his throat. "Ah, you." Fong Lei grinned sinisterly, rubbing his face to reveal his true identity. "Elder Yushur, did you not anticipate this?" With widened eyes, Yushur lunged forward, only to be met with Fong Lei's palm that crushed his skull. Fong Lei then flicked his hand, sending a line of fire to incinerate the body before turning to leave. The entire ordeal took less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea. 100 meters away, in another cave, a fierce-looking old woman was meditating, while two emaciated men were shackled against the stone wall, their bare heads drooping as they hovered between life and death. Before the old woman was an altar, from which wisps of green smoke spiraled upward, occasionally interrupted by faint, ghostly screams. Bang! A soft sound echoed from outside the cave, sharp enough to rouse the old woman, who opened her eyes and inquired, "What is happening?" No response came from outside. Given the recent unrest and Fong Lei's troublesome presence, the old woman dared not be careless. Grabbing her iron crutch, she stepped outside. The two disciples remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. Frowning, the old woman approached them, but suddenly felt a chill, as a cold light swept across her shoulders, severing her head from her body. The corpse fell with a thud, and her crutch hit the ground, sparking a shower of sparks. Fong Lei landed deftly, cleaving the seated figure in half with his sword, then igniting a flame to incinerate the remains. "Help me, senior." Faint cries for help emanated from the cave. Fong Lei paused, rushing inside, and with two swift strikes of his sword, severed the chains binding the men. "I have no time to carry you. Figure it out for yourselves," he said, turning to leave, but noticed an array of jars lining the stone alcove. A sense of urgency washed over him as he quickly filled his storage bag with them. The two men gasped for breath. One of them warned, "Senior, the elders of the ghost spirit sect possess soul lamps. If they perish, there will be a response. You must leave quickly." Fong Lei was taken aback. "Then take care." He hastily exited the cave, snatched the old woman's crutch, and stuffed it into his storage bag before proceeding toward the front mountain. As for the two disciples outside, they had been ensnared by his charm, and he found no inclination to slay them. Upon reaching the front mountain, Fong Lei ceased to conceal his presence. Appearing boldly before the central hall, the hall doors swung wide, revealing a brightly lit interior. From his vantage point, he could see the master of the Yutan sect sitting calmly behind a desk, his demeanor unfazed. Yutan suddenly lifted his head, casting a glance into the darkness where Fong Lei stood, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "You truly have come." Having learned of the soul lamps from the earlier conversation, Fong Lei understood that Yutan had already sensed his presence, thus he chose not to hide any longer, opting to appear openly. With 3 of the 4 elders already deceased, what other trump cards could Yutan possibly possess? With a flourish, lights ignited in the hall, illuminating the square outside as numerous disciples of the ghost spirit sect surged forward, gradually closing in. "Yutan, do you wish for them to accompany you to the grave?" Fong Lei called out loudly. "Everyone withdraw." Yutan, a true tyrant, retained his imposing presence, gliding from the hall and surveying the surroundings before issuing commands. Just as Fong Lei had asserted, these individuals were merely fodder, insignificant sacrifices in the grand scheme of things. "Fong Lei, what puzzles me is why you would go to such lengths." "It seems excessive," Yutan inquired. Fong Lei retorted coldly, "Surely, you have not forgotten the deeds you've committed?" Yutan nodded. "I am aware of the events in Beishur City, though they seem of little concern to you. Moreover, with your current achievements, it is unlikely that I would pursue you further." Fong Lei smirked. "Do you not understand the feeling of having a thorn in your throat?" "I do not wish to be constantly remembered." "I see. Then let us conclude this tonight." "Very well." Yutan clapped his hands, and 8 figures clad in black robes emerged from the hall, positioning themselves on either side, their murderous intent palpable as they gazed at Fong Lei. "Given your remarkable progress, I cannot afford to confront you one-on-one. If you possess the ability, then escape from among us," he declared, gesturing grandly. The 8 black-robed figures swooped into formation around Fong Lei. Yuten stepped forward, taking a stance to establish the battle formation. It was a combined tactic. 9 individuals led by Yutan, their collective strength surpassing that of each individual combined. Fong Lei snorted, reaching into his storage bag to retrieve the iron crutch of Yulan, swinging it forward to strike. As the sight of familiar objects stirred memories, the leader of the Yudan sect felt a surge of emotion, his eyes reddening as he bellowed, urging the formation to unleash its full might upon Fong Lei. Indeed, Yulan's iron crutch proved to be an extraordinary asset, effectively alleviating some of the pressure on Fong Lei. The crutch, composed of an unknown but remarkably heavy material, was capable of shattering stone with a single sweep, forcing the 8 adversaries to retreat repeatedly as the formation roamed across the square. However, despite its formidable power, it struggled to create a breach. The seamless coordination of the 9 opponents, combined with the ghostly agility of the ghostly spirit sect, allowed them to deftly evade the devastating blows of the iron crutch at critical moments. In a fleeting moment, the 2 sides engaged in a fierce clash, exchanging blows over 1,000 times, leaving the spectators from the ghostly spirit sect in awe. Fortunately, the leader of the Yuden sect had prepared adequately. Otherwise, their attempts to intervene would have been futile. Fong Lei found himself depleting his energy reserves significantly, and without the timely replenishment from his system, he would have succumbed to exhaustion from merely being entangled with the 9 opponents. The ghostly spirit sect, too, faced its own tribulations. While Yudan could continue to endure, concern began to creep in regarding the 8 fighters, as their initial speed had notably diminished. What a monstrous adversary! Yudan cursed inwardly. At that moment, 2 objects soared from above the grand hall, striking 2 of the black-robed figures, who collapsed to the ground, spewing blood. Such an occurrence was perilous, and the formation was immediately breached. Fong Lei swung his iron crutch, striking one of the black-robed men beneath the ribs, sending him flying. Soon after, 2 more black-robed figures fell, prompting the others to retreat hastily, signaling the end of the skirmish. "It is our turn," Fong Lei shouted, raising his iron crutch and bringing it down with a resounding crash that created a deep crater in the ground. The leader of the Yuden sect sidestepped, his demeanor shifting drastically, losing the composure he once exhibited. At that moment, a disciple from the ghostly spirit sect cried out, "Everyone, charge! Eliminate this scoundrel!" The members of the ghostly spirit sect roared in fury and surged forward. Fong Lei hesitated, preparing to confront the ensuing chaos when suddenly, a series of thunderous booms echoed from below the mountain, accompanied by a brilliant burst of flame. The ghostly spirit sect members, caught off guard, momentarily forgot about Fong Lei as they gazed down the mountain. Seizing the opportunity, Fong Lei drew his broken sword and pursued Yudan. "Fong, are you truly intent on exterminating us?" The leader of Yudan shouted as he fled with all his might. Fong Lei replied, "You have forced my hand." Employing both the illusionary step and ascending cloud ladder techniques, he leapt into the air, blocking Yudan's path. "Today marks your demise, Yudan. Your disciples await you over there." With a flicker as swift as lightning, a strike found its mark at Yudan's throat, swiftly severing his head. Blood gushed forth, and after a moment, he collapsed lifelessly. Fong Lei pointed at the severed head, and with a swift motion, a line of fire erupted, obliterating the soul. This technique was an unexpected revelation he had gleaned while practicing the return to the source technique. The combination of the 3 Yang blood technique with the return to the source could extinguish a person's soul, rendering even the elite of the ghostly spirit sect unable to escape death. "Out of respect for your status as a sect leader, I shall allow you a complete corpse," Fong Lei mused, casting one last glance at the ghostly spirit sect's mountain, where lights blazed and shouts echoed, unsure of what offense had provoked such chaos. Yet, he had no desire to engage further and turned to depart. In the royal city, atop a tower, a beautiful young girl handed a silver note to a woman clad in a flowing green gown, indignantly exclaiming, "Princess, that person was incredibly rude," leaving without even a word of farewell. "What use is this silver note? Do they take us for an inn?" The woman in green, smiling as she twirled the note, replied, "Let them leave. Now you won't need to deliver meals daily. Isn't that better?" The young girl retorted, "I feel it is unjust for you to harbor such an ungrateful person." The green-clad woman lifted the silver note, saying, "Isn't this an expression of gratitude? Surely, you do not expect them to bow and express endless thanks?" The girl blinked, puzzled. "I truly do not understand how you think, princess." The woman smiled, folding the note as she stepped out of the tower, gazing into the garden with a distant look. Just then, a robust man dashed in, bowing deeply. "Princess, the newly appointed leader of the ghostly spirit sect, Yen Fong Yiha, seeks an audience." Yen Fong Yiha? The woman in green appeared contemplative. She had heard of his reputation. He was a remarkable figure among the disciples of the ghostly spirit sect, young yet nearing the pinnacle of spiritual cultivation, known for his ruthless nature and profound cunning. The ghostly spirit sect sending such a young man to assume leadership in Yuandu City was surely a calculated move, coupled with the presence of an elite. Even Yin Fangyi's youthful prowess might not stir significant waves. With a wave, she prepared to exit. "Princess," the girl called after her, holding a light veil. The woman dismissed her with a wave, proceeding outside while the robust man followed closely, his demeanor respectful. In the reception hall, a refined gentleman stood with his back to the door, admiring the ink-wash paintings hanging on the screens, nodding appreciatively. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. "I trust Leader Yin did not come solely to admire these works today?" The man, betraying no hint of alarm, slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over the woman in green. "How could I dare? Compared to these works, it is the Princess Qingyang who truly deserves admiration in Yuandu City." Princess Qingyang, the most dazzling jewel of the royal family, possessed both martial and literary prowess, embodying the qualities of a noble spirit and striving to strengthen the Yuan kingdom. Collaborating with Fang Lei against the ghostly spirit sect was a calculated risk in her quest to revitalize the kingdom, while also serving as a means to gauge the sect's intentions. In response to such unabashed flattery, Princess Qingyang merely huffed lightly, neither warm nor cold, and said, "Leader Yin, you jest. Please, have a seat." A glimmer of light flashed in Yin Fangyi's eyes, though he concealed it well. Once seated, he continued, "I have 2 matters to discuss with Princess Qingyang." "Speak," she replied. "First, I would like to invite the princess to grace the Sacred Gate with your presence on the 8th of next month." The Sacred Gate was the term the ghostly spirit sect used to refer to its own sect. Princess Qingyang remarked, "So, Leader Yin will officially assume his position then. I shall be there to offer my congratulations." Yin Fangyi smiled, then added, "The second matter concerns the investigation of the 5 elders' murders. I seek the princess's assistance in this matter." Princess Qingyang immediately shook her head, stating, "I am powerless in this regard. As a member of the royal family, she had no intention of intervening in any sect disputes, and she asked Yin Fangyi how to understand." Yin Fangyi's expression momentarily faltered, but he quickly regained his composure. Although he had anticipated this response, the princess's decisive refusal was still somewhat disheartening, significantly dampening his earlier enthusiasm. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "The Sacred Gate has contributed to the Yuan kingdom. Cannot the princess lend her support?" Princess Qingyang interjected firmly, "Whether it be your sect or the righteous sect, all fall under the jurisdiction of the Yuan kingdom's citizens. You may request assistance from the Yingtian prefecture to pursue the murderer, but my royal family will not intervene. I trust Leader Yin understands this rationale. Further discussion is futile." "Very well, I shall abide by the princess's wishes," Yin Fangyi conceded, refraining from further insistence. He briefly discussed the details pertaining to the 8th before taking his leave. Princess Qingyang stood at the threshold, watching him depart, and after a moment of silence, she summoned the robust man, softly instructing, "Relay the order. No one is to leave the premises before the 8th of next month. Any violators will face military law." The man acknowledged her command and departed. Princess Qingyang remained standing for a while, then suddenly scoffed softly to herself, muttering in a tone only audible to her, "Yin Fangyi, I am eager to see what waves you can stir." After Fang Lei left the city, he sprinted with fervor, first retrieving the magnificent steed before leisurely making his way to North Stone City. With no urgency to race against time, he slowed his pace and, upon passing through a quaint town in April County, decided to linger for 2 days, exploring the picturesque surroundings. The exotic charm of the place captivated him, especially considering Fang Lei's scholarly mind, which was slightly more refined than that of the average person. This marked the first occasion since his arrival in this realm that he could genuinely immerse himself in the experience, navigating through the throng of passers-by. His spirits lifted with exhilaration. Indeed, humans must assimilate into society. Once one arrives, it is best to settle in rather than obsess over past and future lives, for such preoccupations are merely a means of self-torment. As he walked, Fang Lei suddenly halted and let out a long, piercing cry towards the heavens, startling the nearby pedestrians, who hurriedly distanced themselves, only to glance back and point at him, deeming him a madman. Fang Lei chuckled mischievously, about to depart when he heard a sharp cry from above, seemingly a woman's voice, followed by an enchanting figure plummeting towards him. What in the world? Fang Lei was taken aback, and as the woman descended, he instinctively stepped back, catching her in his arms. The sensation of soft, fragrant skin enveloped him, an intoxicating blend of orchid and her natural scent filling the air. Unable to resist, Fang Lei leaned in closer, inhaling deeply, and murmured, "Ah, how delightful." "Ah," the woman exclaimed, swiftly raising her delicate hand to slap him. "Why did you hit me?" He protested. "Let go of me," she screamed, realizing her earlier cry had come from her. Fang Lei loosened his grip, and with a thud, She fell unceremoniously to the ground. Ouch! The sudden jolt caused her to grimace, her fair visage shifting from red to pale with a blend of anger and embarrassment as she glared at Fong Lei. With a swift motion, she sprang up from the ground. "Oh, it's you." Fong Lei finally recognized her. They had met before. Chapter 24. Ghosts beneath. The woman stared at Fong Lei, momentarily stunned, before angrily exclaiming, "You scoundrel!" Before she could finish, laughter erupted from above. And a group of burly men descended, their eyes glinting with lewd amusement. Inside the nearby tavern, chaos ensued as a dozen martial artists rushed out, only to halt in their tracks, hesitating to intervene as they witnessed the standoff between the woman and the men. "Madam Chi, where do you think you're going? We haven't finished our conversation. This is quite disrespectful," one scar-faced man leered. Madam Chi pointed at him, declaring, "Lu Quan, I have already afforded your family ample respect. Should you continue to disrespect me, my brother will not spare you." "Your brother? Is he this pretty boy?" Lu Quan sneered, sizing up Fong Lei. "Is this your brother?" Fong Lei chuckled. "Do I resemble her brother?" Lu Quan scrutinized him again, shaking his head. "Not at all." "Then why ask?" Fong Lei retorted, turning to leave. Both Lu Quan and Madam Chi were momentarily taken aback. Lu Quan burst into laughter, pointing at Fong Lei's back. "Is this really your brother?" "Madam Chi, I've heard you're quite adept at recruiting, but you can't just drag any man into your family, can you? How about this? Why not try courting me? I might just let your family off the hook," he taunted. As Lu Quan reached out to block Fong Lei's path, Madam Chi deftly maneuvered around him, swiftly placing herself in front of Fong Lei, her tone laced with feigned innocence. "Brother, do you truly not recognize your sister?" Fong Lei, bewildered, found the charade absurd. With a wry smile, he replied, "I would like to acknowledge you, but you constantly lead me into traps. I cannot allow you to manipulate me." With that, he sidestepped her and continued on his way. Madam Chi stood frozen, realizing that Fong Lei's casual demeanor, while catching her earlier, indicated he was a formidable individual. Even if he were not a master, he surely surpassed her martial artists, especially given how he had faced Lu Quan with such composure. But what did his earlier words mean? "Brother, from now on, I will never deceive you again. Will you trust me just this once?" Madam Chi called after him, determined to maintain the act, knowing that preserving her dignity was far superior to losing her life or virtue. Surprisingly, Fong Lei halted, squinting as he scrutinized her face. For reasons unknown, gazing at her familiar, radiant visage stirred a sense of confusion within him. Was this reality or a remnant of his past life? Unbeknownst to them, a menacing shout erupted from behind. "How dare you covet what belongs to me?" A fist, propelled by a fierce wind, aimed directly at Fong Lei's head. Startled, Fong Lei quickly redirected his hand, catching the fist with a resounding clap before twisting it downwards. With a sickening crack, Lu Quan's arm shattered, and he was sent sprawling against the tavern wall, creating a gaping hole. His companions, taken aback, scrambled to assist him as he lay there, bloodied and furious. Pointing at Fong Lei, "Get him! Kill him!" Despite their apprehension, they charged at Fong Lei, who merely turned to face them, raising his gaze. The fighters paused, eyes wide, as a large sign suddenly plummeted from above, crashing down upon them. As the sign smashed through, leaving gaping holes that outlined their heads, panic ensued. One of them reached out, but Fong Lei struck him with a pole, leaving them paralyzed with fear. "Stay put," Fong Lei commanded. "No one is allowed to move for the next 12 hours. He left them behind, chuckling softly, and approached Madam Chi, casting a fleeting glance before sighing and continuing on his way. Madam Chi, the woman Fong Lei had encountered previously in a small noodle shop while en route to the capital. The whims of fate are indeed curious. A chance meeting is seldom sufficient without a second. This second encounter, compounded by her sudden embrace and desperate plea for his assistance, stirred a longing within him. Had it not been for Lu Quan's lewd address, Fong Lei might have stopped to converse with her, if only to soothe his own nostalgia. The martial artists from the Chi family finally gathered around, inquiring about Madam Chi's well-being. "What use are you lot? At such a critical moment. You've all turned into cowards. I could manage better on my own." Growing increasingly agitated, Madam Chi glanced back at Fong Lei, then hurried after him, calling out, "Brother, wait for me." Fong Lei, amused, grinned. "You truly consider me your brother?" Gasping for breath, her cheeks flushed, she replied with confidence. "Didn't you just acknowledge me as such?" Fong Lei shook his head, turning to scrutinize her once more, finding her resemblance uncanny. In truth, Lady Chi is not very old, yet she has not yet reached the age of 30, a time when a woman is at her most mature and beautiful. Furthermore, as a wife who has borne children, she possesses a full bosom and rounded hips, rendering her even more captivating than a young maiden just blossoming into womanhood. As the head of the Chi family, she is naturally generous and open-minded, sometimes displaying a carefree attitude akin to that of a man. exuding a spirit that rivals that of her male counterparts. Although Fong Lei is only 17 or 18 years of age, his mental maturity surpasses hers, allowing him to truly appreciate this unique beauty. Upon hearing her speak, the suppressed feelings within him swiftly surfaced, leading him to remark, "I have not verbally agreed." Lady Qi replied, "If a brother extends a helping hand, it is already an agreement. I cannot force you to say it aloud." Fong Lei chuckled, nodding in appreciation of her character as they walked together. Noticing his reaction, Lady Qi quickly added, "Sister wishes to invite you to our home for a brief visit. May I count on your presence?" Fong Lei paused and turned to observe the onlookers in the street, particularly the Qi family's martial artists, whose displeased expressions were hard to ignore. "Is it appropriate?" he inquired. Lady Qi laughed heartily, as the head of the Qi family. "Inviting my brother to my home is certainly not inappropriate. Please, do come." After a moment of consideration, Fong Lei consented, "Very well, I shall impose." Brother is too polite. Chapter 25. Temptation, second update. Lady Qi promptly summoned a martial artist, instructing him to return and prepare, assuring Fong Lei that she would join him shortly. The martial artist acknowledged her command and departed, leaving 2 servants to follow behind. "What shall I call you, dear sister?" Fong Lei inquired. "My maiden family name is Yuan. With the given name Lin," she replied. "My husband's surname is Qi, which is quite prominent in the city." Fong Lei acknowledged, "Yuan Lin. In this ancient world, where men hold the esteemed position, women rarely disclose their names to outsiders after marriage, often merely revealing their surnames and being addressed as the wife of their husbands. Yuan Lin, deserving of her status as the head of the family, is quite loquacious and witty, possessing a refreshing lack of feminine reserve, and embodying a forthrightness that naturally fosters intimacy." At this juncture, Fong Lei's emotional landscape felt barren, having lost 2 women who had shown him kindness, one deceased and the other departed. Thus, he found himself drawn to the fiery warmth of Yuan Lin. Indeed, as she had claimed, the Qi family is substantial, far surpassing Fong Lei's own family in Northstone City. It is evident that Yuan Lin, as the head of such a grand family, harbors considerable strength within her, and her hospitality is an essential trait for a woman managing a household. Upon entering the Qi residence, Fong Lei sensed an unusual atmosphere. The gaze of the onlookers was peculiar, filled with curiosity, disdain, animosity, and delight, leaving him utterly perplexed. Yuan Lin, seemingly oblivious, maintained her vibrant demeanor, akin to a blazing fire, warmly ushering Fong Lei into the parlor. From the back of the parlor emerged several elderly individuals, clearly the family elders. Upon seeing Fong Lei, they fell silent, scrutinizing him with unyielding gazes. As Fong Lei attempted to rise, Yuan Lin's eyes halted him, and with a stern expression, she said, "I have a guest. Unless you have urgent matters, please excuse yourselves and do not disturb us." One elder, evidently the leader among them, shot a glare at Fong Lei but complied, departing as instructed. Fong Lei, puzzled, ventured, "Is the master of the house not present? Why does he not manage the family affairs?" A flicker of distress crossed Yuan Lin's face as she softly replied, "We were wed for less than a year when he departed, leaving us to struggle amidst the cold glares of these individuals." Fong Lei opened his mouth but found no words, ultimately letting out a sigh. "I have spoken out of turn. My brother, where do you hail from?" "I am from Northstone City in the 3-month prefecture." Yuan Lin responded, "Have you seen me before?" Fong Lei smiled, "Of course. Otherwise my first remark would not have led you to misunderstand." Yuan Lin, intrigued, queried, "Where might we have crossed paths?" "I have no recollection. Just a few days ago. At a noodle shop in a small town." Yuan Lin paused, tilting her head in thought, and after a moment, she clapped her hands, exclaiming, "So it was you. I thought you looked familiar at first glance, but could not place where I had seen you. Now that you mention it, I must seize this lifeline." As they shared a knowing smile and hearty laughter, they recognized the serendipity of their encounter. Had it not been for that momentary glance, they would have remained mere strangers, devoid of any connection. In the midst of their conversation, the sound of galloping hooves grew louder, echoing closer with urgency. What could be happening? Yuan Lin inquired, prompting a family member to dash outside to investigate. The sound of hooves ceased abruptly at the front courtyard, and soon after, a bloodied figure rushed in behind the family member. Yuan Lin gasped in shock, hastening to meet him. "Xiaoyan, what has happened? Where is Xiaohua?" The bloodied individual collapsed onto the ground, weeping uncontrollably. "Madam, the young master. He has met with an accident." Yuan Lin's complexion drained of color, her voice trembling. "What has happened to him? Speak quickly." The young Xiaoyan lunged forward, burying his head in the ground as he cried, "He is dead. He was killed." Yuan Lin felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her vision clouded as she swayed, on the brink of collapse. Yet, in that moment, the sobbing Xiaoyan suddenly raised his head with a sinister grin. thrusting a gleaming dagger into Yuan Lin's chest. The blade penetrated deeply, emerging from her back as Yuan Lin, momentarily stunned, gazed down at the weapon before raising her eyes to ask, "What has happened to my son Xiaohua?" Xiaoyan, still grinning wickedly, retreated, exclaiming, "He is dead. Now you and your son shall reunite in the underworld." Before the words could fully escape his lips, Xiaoyan's expression shifted to one of horror as he was struck down, his head severed and crashing against the rockery. Fang Lei approached, wrapping an arm around Yuan Lin's slender waist, resting her head on his shoulder as he pressed his hand against her forehead, channeling his energy into her. Yuan Lin, believing her heart pierced and facing death, murmured, "Xiaohua. My dear Xiaohua." Blood gushed from her mouth, splattering Fang Lei. Fang Lei furrowed his brow, aghast at the unfolding chaos. Xiaoyan's treachery was profound, feigning sorrow. He had seized the opportunity to strike while Yuan Lin was in shock. Fortune favored Yuan Lin, for had it not been for Fang Lei's timely intervention, she would have surely perished. The sudden turn of events left the Qi family members in shock, only reacting when Fang Lei dispatched Xiaoyan with a kick, prompting them to rush forward to assist. However, a cacophony of mocking laughter from outside quickly silenced their intentions. Among the laughter were the elderly men who had previously appeared, with the eldest among them reveling in their triumph. "Wretched woman, look at you now." Fang Lei glanced between the inside and outside, fragments of memories flooding back, leading him to utter two words softly, "Usurpation." Yuan Lin's chest heaved once more as she attempted to speak, but Fang Lei pressed a finger to her lips, whispering, "Do not speak. I shall take care of this." With that, he lifted her into a pavilion before the rockery, casting a grin at the elder. The elder, enraged, pointed at Fang Lei, bellowing, "Wretched man, how do you dare to stand as the head of the Qi family? Even a wild man has been lured into your home. Soon you shall sell out the Qi family." Fang Lei chuckled, "Old man, just who are you referring to?" The elder's fury escalated, as he shrieked in a frenzied manner, "I am referring to me, I. Fang Lei gaped and made an exaggerated expression, exclaiming, "Oh, so you're referring to yourself. You startled me. Well, seeing that you possess a modicum of self-awareness, go on peacefully." The old man was still present, and I continued speaking. Upon hearing Fang Lei's words, he unexpectedly stepped forward, losing his footing on the stone steps over 2 meters high. He fell face first, crashing violently against the edge of the steps, rolling down and lying motionless after a few convulsions. In the midst of gasps of astonishment, a voice akin to a drum echoed from outside, as someone rushed in, shouting, "Father! Father!" Before he could reach the front, he suddenly stumbled and fell, his head striking the steps, brain matter splattering, and he died on the spot. Fang Lei clicked his tongue and sighed, "Such a profound father-son bond. Old fellow, don't blame me. Blame your foul mouth for this fate." Having said that, he picked up Yuan Lin and swiftly vanished from the Qi residence. Chaos erupted within the Qi household. Someone shouted, "Quick, capture the murderer. Don't let them escape." Yet, despite the cries, no one moved. To apprehend Fang Lei was tantamount to seeking death. After all, it was evident that he had killed the clan leader and his son without lifting a finger. After a considerable commotion, someone finally ventured out to investigate, but there was no trace of Fang Lei left behind. Inside the inn, Yuan Lin opened her eyes just in time to see Fang Lei tilting his head to gaze at her, and asked, "Am I dead?" Fang Lei chuckled. "If you were dead, how could you see me? You saved me, didn't you? Do you think there's anyone else?" Yuan Lin let out a soft laugh, only to realize she still felt some pain, though it was not as severe as the stab from the short sword. Fang Lei, unreserved, lifted a corner of her garment to take a glance and remarked, "Scars will undoubtedly remain. However, having spared your life, you must believe that great calamities often lead to great fortunes." As he spoke, he covered her again and turned to bring over a bowl of millet porridge, feeding her slowly. "What are your thoughts? Do you still wish to seek vengeance?" he inquired after setting down the bowl and chopsticks. A fierce expression crossed Yuan Lin's face as she gritted her teeth, declaring, "I must find Xiaohua's remains first, then I will eradicate that group of beasts." Fang Lei responded, "I have already inquired on your behalf. Although the news will sadden you, it is unavoidable. His body has been destroyed. It is said that a spiritual level master took his soul, and the body was completely refined on the spot." Blood welled at the corners of Yuan Lin's mouth, and tears streamed down her face like a flood, soaking her cloth. Fang Lei sighed, "Do not grieve too deeply. You must recover your strength to seek vengeance." With that, he pushed the door open and stepped outside, closing it behind him. The room was soon filled with the heart-wrenching sounds of Yuan Lin's sobs. Fang Lei shook his head and sighed. 3 days later, Yuan Lin's wounds began to heal, allowing her to sit up and eat a bit on her own. Having returned from the brink of death, The vibrant energy that once characterized her youthful visage gradually gave way to a veneer of gravity, and she spoke less frequently. Occasionally, Fong Lei would tease her, but she would only respond with a faint smile, her sorrow evident. That evening, Fong Lei prepared a meal and entered her room, only to find her lying under a thin blanket on the bed. Assuming she was unwell, he approached to inquire. At the head of the bed lay a dress, carelessly tossed aside. Casting a glance, he asked, "Are you all right?" Yuan Lin raised her eyes to him, hesitating slightly before extending her hand to grasp his. Fong Lei looked down. Her bare arm was exposed, the smooth skin glistening in the candlelight like fine jade. It was clear to him that she was likely unclothed, as suggested by the dress at the head of the bed. "What troubles you?" Fong Lei did not move, allowing her to hold his hand. Yuan Lin's lips turned pale, her voice trembling slightly. "Brother, I need your help." Fong Lei smiled and replied, "Let us discuss it once you've healed." "No," Yuan Lin insisted, biting her lip. "I need you to promise me now. If you help me, I will do anything." With that, she pulled back the thin blanket, revealing her alluring, flawless form, two rosy peaks standing proudly, gazing deeply at Fong Lei. Fong Lei's breath caught, and a wave of dizziness washed over him, his eyes involuntarily wandering over her form. However, this moment was fleeting. He extended his hand to pull the blanket back over her and said, "First, let us focus on your recovery." Yuan Lin closed her eyes, realizing the blanket had been placed over her, and could not help but open them again. Hearing Fong Lei's voice as he exited the room and the sound of the door closing behind him, she finally exhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Once her emotions settled, she dressed and made her way to the table, quietly consuming the food Fong Lei had brought. The following morning, Fong Lei knocked on her door punctually, carrying a large platter filled with enough food for two, appearing as though nothing had transpired. Yuan Lin had already washed up and looked revitalized, having returned to her former self. The events of the previous night had significantly heightened her regard for Fong Lei. Yet she was a woman adept at controlling her emotions, understanding the importance of discretion. Now was not the time to mention the previous evening. It was as if nothing had occurred. Both in good spirits, they sat down to eat, and only after finishing did they begin discussing the affairs of the Qi family. Fong Lei stated, "This is your vendetta. It should be resolved by you. However, given the circumstances, I find it impossible to remain uninvolved." Yuan Lin rejoiced, albeit with a hint of curiosity, asking, "What has happened?" "Someone from the Qi family has summoned my adversaries. They possess formidable skills and excel in ghostly sorcery. So relying solely on you would be unwise. However, this presents an opportunity. You can exact your revenge while I eliminate my enemies, thus serving our purposes simultaneously." "That's wonderful. As long as you step in, brother, I believe we can manage this alone. Do we need to find additional assistance?" Fong Lei countered, "Can you find anyone to help?" Yuan Lin pondered for a moment. "They are all useless. When it comes to money, they scamper away faster than rabbits, but in critical moments, they turn into turtles." Fong Lei laughed heartily. "Then what is the point of searching? With that money, it would be better to aid the impoverished." Yuan Lin chuckled, "You speak the truth, brother." After a pause, Fong Lei added, "However, there is one thing you must consider beforehand. Once this matter is resolved, you cannot remain here. Do you have a place to go?" Yuan Lin froze, pondering for a while before shaking her head. "My sister's parents are gone, and my family consists of two brothers who are of no help. Squandering the money I send them on gambling. They are unreliable." "Then where do you intend to go?" Fong Lei inquired. "Are your brothers returning to Beishir City?" Yuan Lin asked. Fong Lei nodded. Yuan Lin continued, "Can you take me with you? I will acquire some property in Beishir City and settle down there." There was a hint of sorrow in her voice as she spoke. Fong Lei smiled. "Very well. We shall go to Beishir City." Seeing his prompt agreement, Yuan Lin added, "May I make one more small request?" "Speak." Yuan Lin licked her lips. "My parents have passed, and my only child was killed. You, brother, are righteous and unwilling to accept me, leaving me without support. Therefore, I wish to adopt your parents as my foster ones. Can you introduce me?" Fong Lei was taken aback, contemplating for a moment. This was akin to a roundabout way of establishing a sibling bond with him. Suddenly, Fong Lei struck the table and declared, "No need for such complications. Since my sister has the intention, let us become siblings from this day forth. Thus, my parents will become your parents." "Really?" Yuan Lin exclaimed, rising in excitement. "Of course, truly. Sister, please allow me to bow to you as my elder." Fong Lei also stood and performed a respectful bow. Yuan Lin returned the gesture, "Brother." Thus, through this exchange, they became sworn siblings. And then they resumed their discussions regarding the affairs of the Qi family. 2 days later, Yuan Lin, clad in a green outfit and wielding a longsword, strode into the Qi residence. The gatekeeper, overwhelmed by her presence, dared not obstruct her and merely shouted from behind, urging someone to report to the master that the woman from the previous family had returned. The household martial artists were equally troubled. Although they had been wronged and expelled from the chief family, their past kindness from Yuan Lin lingered, making it difficult for them to act against her. A small faction of martial artists, loyal to the opposing side, attempted to seize Yuan Lin but were pushed back by others, ultimately retreating to seek assistance. Yuan Lin walked directly into the main hall and sat down, placing her sword on the table with a clang, awaiting the unfolding events. "You shameless wretch, colluding with outsiders to murder the clan leader, how dare you return to meet your end?" shouted the elders, supported by their concubines. Yuan Lin scoffed. "Who killed my son Xiaohua? Step forward and confess, and I shall spare the others. Otherwise, humph. You, how dare you act so brazenly? This is not a place for your antics. Quickly, summon the elders. We must avenge the clan leader's death. No need to summon anyone. I have already arrived." A chilling voice echoed from outside the hall, and a cold wind swept through, causing everyone present to shiver. In an instant, a cloaked figure appeared. Yuan Lin, unfazed, cast a cold glance at the figure. "Are you a specter from the ghost spirit sect?" The figure's eyes revealed surprise. "How do you know?" Yuan Lin retorted sharply. "Not only do I know you are from the ghost spirit sect, but I am also aware that your sect has suffered great losses. I never expected you, a vile creature, to come here and harm my son. Today, I shall take your life." With that, she stood, seizing her sword, her right hand poised on the spring mechanism. The cloaked figure laughed mockingly, pointing at Yuan Lin. "You think you can kill me?" But the laughter was abruptly silenced. Yuan Lin had drawn her sword, astonishing everyone with its broken blade. Yet, instead of a downward strike, she hurled the broken sword with all her might towards the cloaked figure. The fragmented blade, glowing with a green light, struck the figure's forehead at an astonishing speed, piercing through. It was unexpected, an absolute surprise. The cloaked figure realized that ordinary blades could hardly penetrate his body, let alone approach him. How could this broken sword possess such swiftness? That thought flickered in his mind as he collapsed to the ground. Yuan Lin swiftly retrieved the broken sword, which circled back to her hand. You, and all of you, shall perish. Die." Yuan Lin pointed at the elders, leaping forward with her sword raised. Blood splattered across the pristine marble floor of the hall as bodies fell, their eyes wide open in disbelief at their fate. The martial artists and servants fled in terror, quicker than rabbits, leaving behind only those without martial skills. Among the elders were their descendants, some cowardly ones begging for mercy, while those who dared to hope met their demise. The courtyard of the Qi residence was littered with corpses. "I treated you well, yet you repay me with such treachery. You may confront me, but why must you kill my son? He was my only kin in this world." Yuan Lin screamed in hysteria, now wielding a long sword snatched from a martial artist, slashing at anyone in her path, blinded by rage. Just as she teetered on the brink of madness, Fong Lei descended from the heavens, gently placing a finger on her nape, causing her to collapse into his arms. Fong Lei sighed, observing the carnage and wishing to take her away. Suddenly, a dark mist arose in the courtyard, accompanied by the wails of the damned. As the mist enveloped the area, a sinister face materialized, revealing sharp teeth. Fong Lei gazed intently, noticing a flag beneath the face, its surface swirling with black smoke, creating a vortex that seemed to be the source of the chaos. The cloaked figure had not perished easily and retained a backup plan. Fong Lei placed his left palm on Yuan Lin's nape, rousing her from her stupor. "Sister, wait outside. Your vengeance is fulfilled. Cease the killings." With that, Fong Lei soared into the air, confronting the ominous visage. Yuan Lin, momentarily dazed, suddenly recalled something and dashed towards the rear courtyard with her sword raised. Fong Lei, now fully aware of the figure's formidable presence, was compelled to focus. The ghostly face let out a chilling scream and lunged at Fong Lei. He launched the broken sword, which flashed like a green rainbow, striking at the flag, vanishing into the swirling darkness. Startled, Fong Lei felt an instant severance from the sword. The ghostly face engulfed him in its dark embrace, silence following the ghastly wails. The dark mist swirled, hovering over the courtyard. Yet Fong Lei's presence was nowhere to be found, as if he had been consumed. The only signs of life were the corpses strewn about, while a few severely injured souls fainted from the eerie spectacle. The dark mist surged forth, rising from the bodies as spirits emerged, drawn toward the flag, disappearing into the vortex. This unsettling scene persisted for nearly half an hour until Yuan Lin returned from the rear courtyard, calling out in despair, "Brother, where are you?" "I'm inside. Do not worry, I will be fine shortly." Fong Lei's voice emerged from within the dark mist, discernible as it emanated from the ghostly mouth, its lips moving slightly. Yuan Lin's heart settled as she pressed her hands against the bulging pouches at her waist, a smile blooming on her face. The pouches contained gold, silver, jewels, and precious herbs, essentially the entirety of the Qi family's wealth. After 15 years of managing the Qi family, she deemed this her due reward. As she contemplated settling in North Stone City, she could not depart empty-handed, thus raiding the Qi family's storeroom. The Qi family had shown her no kindness, and she bore no obligation to reciprocate. Suddenly, a fierce roar erupted from the dark mist, a beam of black light shooting skyward toward the north, vanishing in an instant. Cursed be it, he has escaped. Fong Lei's voice resonated again, and the ghostly face shattered, revealing Fong Lei holding a small flag as he descended to the ground. Brother, are you unharmed? Yuan Lin inquired anxiously. I'm fine, Fong Lei replied with a smile, scrutinizing the small flag for a moment before glancing at Yuan Lin. He picked up a pouch and stored the flag within it, then approached the cloaked figure's lifeless body. Retrieving several pouches and inspecting their contents before placing them into his storage bag and exiting the courtyard. Have you finished? Yuan Lin nodded, stating, Our grievances with the Qi family end here. Let us depart. Fong Lei agreed, taking her wrist as they soared into the sky, leaving the Qi residence and heading northward. 2 hours later, they rode fine steeds toward North Stone City, passing by the town where they had first encountered each other. Yuan Lin halted her horse, exclaiming, Ahead lies my parents' grave. I do not know when I shall return, so I wish to pay my respects. Fong Lei, of course, did not object, purchasing incense and paper offerings in the town before following her to the disordered graveyard. As Yuan Lin performed a ritual, Fong Lei stood nearby, wielding his sword to clear the weeds. With a single stroke, a metallic clang resonated as his blade struck something hard, shattering his finely crafted steel sword into 2 pieces. Startled, he bent down to inspect the area and discovered a corner of gold glimmering through the soil, indicating the presence of buried metal. Using the broken sword, he gently pried it loose, revealing a square golden box, approximately 1 foot in dimension. Due to its age, the gold had oxidized to a bronze hue, and a small lock dangled from it. Ah, your ancestors left behind treasures, Fong Lei exclaimed, intrigued. Yuan Lin glanced at it and shook her head. What treasure? It's an ominous object. It should remain buried here. Why is it considered ominous? Fong Lei inquired. I am not sure of the reason. It has been passed down through generations, indicating that the contents within are cursed. If a descendant of the Yuan family fails to reach the divine realm, they must never open it. But what is the divine realm? I have never heard of it, and neither have my family. It was buried here after my father's generation. The divine realm is a level of cultivation, a state where one could truly be called a terrestrial deity. It is indeed a pity. It is made of gold, Fong Lei remarked, reaching out to touch the edge of the sword where he had struck. Suddenly, he froze. A powerful current surged from the golden box, rushing toward his forehead, and a humanoid silhouette of energy emerged from the system. His health points soared at an astonishing rate. Brother, Yuan Lin gasped, reaching out to support him, but Fong Lei gestured for her to stop, watching him with concern. After about a quarter of an hour, the current dissipated, and Fong Lei finally exhaled with satisfaction, smiling. I told you it was a treasure. You should just give it to me. With that, he flicked the box's cover, and the small lock sprang open, revealing a jade pendant of a celadon hue inside. The pendant depicted 2 dragons intertwined, their tails spreading outward, forming intricate patterns that seemed alive. Yuan Lin recognized it, smiling faintly. If you are not superstitious, take it. Thank you, Fong Lei said, reaching out to grasp the pendant. It felt cool to the touch but quickly warmed, emanating a strange force that began to draw the elemental energy from within him. Initially unaware, he was startled when the dragon heads turned fiery red, prompting him to throw it away. However, the pendant clung to his hand, refusing to let go. Yuan Lin exclaimed, I told you it was an ominous object. You shouldn't have taken it. What are we going to do? Fong Lei frowned. It's fine. I refuse to believe that I cannot contend with an inanimate object. As his elemental energy surged like a tide toward the pendant, it began to loosen. Just as he prepared to release it, a deafening thunderclap resonated above him, revealing a swirling vortex that descended upon him with lightning speed. Oh no! Fong Lei's face fell, and before he could devise a countermeasure, he was drawn into the vortex. Yuan Lin, horrified, grasped his hand, attempting to pull him back, but her strength was insufficient, and she too was swept away. With a thud, they fell from the void. Yuan Lin landed in Fong Lei's arms, her face flushed as she looked up at him. Brother, are you all right? All good, all good. Quick, let's see where we are. It seems we have traversed through time. Traversed through time? What does that mean? Yuan Lin blushed as she got up, unable to resist glancing at his abdomen, which was noticeably protruding, resembling a small tent. Ah, Fong Lei yelped, springing to his feet and turning around to steady his emotions, surveying their surroundings. Traversing through time? No, wait, It seems we are in an ancient tomb. An ancient tomb? Yuan Lin gasped, rushing behind him in fright as a shadowy figure emerged from the stone bed, smiling eerily at them. A ghost. Fong Lei pulled Yuan Lin back, drawing his broken sword, pointing it forward as he demanded, "Are you human or ghost?" The figure appeared contemplative before shaking its head. "Then are you a celestial being?" Fong Lei pressed. "Only half," the figure replied, its voice warm and devoid of malice. "Half celestial?" Fong Lei was taken aback. "Indeed. Young lady, come here." The figure examined them for a moment before pointing at Yuan Lin. "Is there something you need?" Fong Lei asked warily. The figure smiled. "Do not fear. I harbor no ill intentions. I simply wish to convey some matters regarding my descendants." "Descendants?" Both were taken aback. Fong Lei asked, "You claim she is your descendant. Do you have proof?" The figure pointed to Fong Lei's right hand. "The pendant is your proof. You were transported here by the formation it activated." Fong Lei, astonished, raised his right hand. The pendant had reverted to its original form, though its color was now a muted gray. "Still skeptical?" The figure chuckled, gesturing toward Fong Lei's sword. The broken sword flew from his hand, elongating like an azure dragon soaring through the chamber, radiating brilliance and exuding a chilling aura that pierced the skin. The figure then pointed at the azure dragon, which promptly returned to Fong Lei's hand as though nothing had transpired. Fong Lei, in shock, stared at the sword for a moment before turning to the figure. "I believe you. What directives do you have for me, celestial being?" The figure looked at Yuan Lin. "The young lady is my direct descendant, of pure bloodline. I seek her." At a loss for words, Fong Lei stepped aside, gently urging Yuan Lin forward. Yuan Lin hesitated, still fearful, before finally bowing and saying, "Yuan Lin pays her respects to her ancestor." The figure chuckled lightly. "Do not be afraid. As your ancestor, I would never harm you. I am but a remnant soul, having waited here for over 10,000 years. If you had not come soon, I would have dissipated. I shall not explain the past. You may explore it on your own. Now, I shall assist you in opening the Yuan floating palace. You shall be its master henceforth." Fong Lei glanced around, unable to restrain himself. "Is this the Yuan floating palace? It seems rather small." No sooner had he spoken than a rustling sound erupted, revealing a door in the wall behind him. A snake's head, the size of a water bucket, peered in curiously before slowly slithering through. "What is this creature?" Fong Lei exclaimed, startled, raising his sword to charge. This giant python was the same one he had encountered upon arriving in the ancient tomb, and the sword's transformation had been due to the serpent. "Azure Scale," the figure suddenly called, and the python coiled away, evading Fong Lei as it settled at the figure's feet. Its massive body towered over them. Yuan Lin stood frozen in fear. Had the half-celestial not been present, the python would have surely turned on Fong Lei. Fong Lei, still uneasy, stepped behind Yuan Lin, pointing at the python. "You recognize me, don't you? Behave, or I shall cleave you in two." The python hissed furiously, but a mere sound from the figure subdued it, lowering its head. Now convinced, Fong Lei brandished his sword, taking a few steps back. "I have little time, so I will impart a few brief instructions. Azure Scale will remain by your side, safeguarding you and accompanying you in your cultivation. This palace is named Yuan Floating, established under the Yuan surname. From today onward, you are its master. Azure Scale, heed well. She is your master for this life. Should you betray her, you shall not achieve your destiny." As the figure spoke, it released a sphere of white light that descended upon Yuan Lin, enveloping her entirely. The massive python stirred, soaring into the air as its body began to shrink, ultimately vanishing with a swift motion. Both the human and the serpent disappeared within, leaving no trace of movement. Concerned for Yuan Lin's safety, Fong Lei could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "What are you doing?" "Rest assured," came the reply. "She is cleansing her marrow and refining her essence, shedding the old to embrace the new." "Oh, it seems you have another companion," the semi-immortal remarked, suddenly focusing on the pouch at Fong Lei's waist. "That appears to be of the Yuan lineage as well." With a scoff, Fong Lei retrieved a banner from the pouch, declaring, "This is the Yin Luo banner. It indeed contains some restless souls, though I cannot ascertain which one you refer to." The semi-immortal gently inhaled towards the banner, and a youthful spirit emerged, floating gracefully into his hands. He sighed, "What a pity. I shall take him with me, merely inform his mother." Fong Lei asked, "Will you not wait for her?" "It is unnecessary. All she needs to know has been imparted to her consciousness. There is no need for my further elaboration." Suddenly, the spirit, Qi Xiaohua, turned and asked, "May I see my mother one last time?" The semi-immortal replied, "It would only bring sorrow. There will be a time for reunion between mother and son in the future. Now, let us depart." Qi Xiaohua acquiesced with a bow to Fong Lei, following the semi-immortal as they vanished into the void. Fong Lei called out, "Hey, you're leaving just like that? What about me? Do I not get something in return?" The voice of the semi-immortal echoed from within the void. The sword in your hand is your gift. It will aid you in times of peril, but you must wield it wisely, for there is but a single opportunity. Fong Lei retorted angrily. You are rather stingy. Brother, who are you scolding? Yuan Lin's voice chimed in from behind. The radiance had faded, and the great python was nowhere to be seen, leaving only a serpentine blood mark upon her forehead. Where's the great serpent? Fong Lei inquired. It is here. Yuan Lin pointed to her brow. According to our ancestors' guidance, it must train alongside me until the time is ripe for it to separate. However, in the meantime, it will fight beside me as one. Fong Lei expressed a hint of envy. Then let us venture forth. We have arrived at Beishir City. Let us return home first. Indeed. Yuan Lin agreed, searching within the stone chamber until she pressed against a corner of the wall. A crackling sound erupted as a passageway revealed itself, leading upwards. Does this mean the entire ancient tomb resides within your mind? Fong Lei asked. Yuan Lin smiled. Precisely. Wherever you wish to go, I shall guide you. Farewell, we shall depart. The tomb belongs to you now. I have no treasures to seek. Even if I were to find something valuable, could I truly take it away? Yuan Lin chuckled. There are no treasures within the Yuan floating palace. It is merely an abode of ancient cultivators, misrepresented by hearsay. As they conversed, they emerged from the passageway, only to be taken aback by the sight before them. They found themselves in a vast stone chamber, supported by numerous four-cornered stone pillars, surrounded by a throng of people scattered about. Their expressions of astonishment rivaling Yuan Lin's earlier shock. Fong Lei quickly surveyed the scene, unable to suppress a laugh. When did the ancient tomb become a meeting hall? Are you all here for a conference? No one responded, yet some began to stealthily retreat. Stop right there, Fong Lei commanded, turning to discover a familiar face. His grin widening. Ah, what a surprise to see you here again. Our paths cross once more. The occupants of the tomb followed his gaze, their hearts racing as they recognized the figure cloaked in black robes, revealing only a pair of vengeful eyes glaring at Fong Lei, disregarding the others around him. It was a spirit-level master from the Ghost Spirit sect, the very black-clad figure who had fled during Qi family's final conflict. The air thickened with tension. It was evident to all that Fong Lei harbored a deep-seated grudge against the black-robed figure, and judging by the current atmosphere, it seemed Fong Lei held the upper hand. For the black-clad figure was attempting to slip away unnoticed. You are Fong Lei, the brother of the Fong family from the Zhongxin era, are you not? Huh, how splendid. Fong Lei, I never imagined you would be here. Our Beishir City is saved. Before anyone could react, a young man in his 20s burst forth from behind a stone pillar, exhilaration etched across his features as if he had found a lifeline. Fong Lei furrowed his brow. You must be Fong Jun. Yes, that's me. Just a few months ago, Brother Yun brought you to my home for a visit. You haven't forgotten, have you? Fong Jun exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Fong Lei replied. Oh, I remember. But how did you all end up in this ancient tomb? What on earth is happening? Fong Jun immediately sulked. It's these rascals. They heard rumors that treasures lay within the tomb, and yesterday, a horde rushed into Beishir City seeking fortune. Oh, I see, Fong Lei said, casting a sharp gaze towards the black-robed figure, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Since you've come, you might as well stay. The black-clad figure let out a heavy grunt, vanishing like a ghost amidst the crowd. Chapter 30. The Jade Pendant, Part 1. Fong Lei chuckled coldly, his form flickering as he too vanished from Fong Jun's view, only to reappear behind a cluster of people with a resounding thud. Ah, mother! Crying out in alarm. Some fled in a panic, while others stood frozen in shock, leaving only two swiftly moving silhouettes, one clad in blue and the other in black. As they launched into action, the fierce winds slicing through the air like daggers. With a muffled grunt, the shadowy figure was propelled backwards, crashing into a stone pillar before crumpling to the ground. Fong Lei stood resolutely in front, brandishing a broken sword. I warned you that you could not escape. Resign yourself to your fate. With a flash of azure light, he pierced the black robe's forehead, causing it to explode. Fong Lei swiftly retreated, snapping his fingers to unleash a crimson glow that engulfed the corpse, which soon reduced to a pile of ashen remains. The black-robed figure, even with the banner, had been no match for him. Now, they stood no chance at all. What puzzled Fong Lei, however, was how the black-clad figure had come to seek treasure in the ancient tomb. The chamber fell silent, the only sound the rapid heartbeat of those stirred by excitement. Fong Jun stared at Fong Lei, momentarily speechless. The others remained even more silent, daunted by the sight of the spirit-level master from the Ghost Spirit sect being slain. Who would dare provoke this formidable entity? Everyone, let me see what treasures you have unearthed, Fong Lei called out, his broken sword raised as he approached a nearby group. Ah, Fong Senior, we found nothing at all. We even lost a few brothers. We were all deceived by this scoundrel, a leader lamented, pointing at the ashes of the black-robed figure. Another group chimed in. We from the Iron Sword sect have also returned empty-handed. We even clashed with friends from the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Goldblade Hall faced the same fate, all misled by this ghostly figure. The Hanyuan Escort too found nothing. The Great Axe Gang as well. Even the White Shark sect. The people in the tomb clamored to voice their grievances, each striving to absolve themselves. Shifting the blame entirely onto the deceased black-robed figure. Fong Lei cleared his throat. So, you were merely following orders. Following orders, I suppose, came the response. His abilities surpassed ours. We dared not defy him. Yes, we felt the same. As each sect expressed their sentiments, Fong Lei declared, however, you have witnessed my enmity with the Ghost Spirit sect. I show no mercy to anyone associated with them, since you all came at his behest. I am afraid it is unfortunate for you. With that, he raised his left hand, casting forth a banner that embedded itself into the ground. Black mist spilling forth accompanied by ghostly wails. Ah, Fong Sr., spare us. We truly had no knowledge of this. The members of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain fell to their knees, begging for mercy. They recognized the banner, their faces paling as they realized its implications. The Iron Sword sect, Goldblade Hall, and others followed suit, collapsing to the ground in supplication. Fong Lei chuckled softly, I do not wish to spill blood, however. Your brazen intrusion into my home for treasure is no different from thievery. Now, there are two paths before you. One is to bind your own hands and feet and submit to the authorities. And the other is to pay a sum of silver to redeem yourselves. Ah, a chorus of astonishment echoed within the tomb, followed by someone leading the way, exclaiming, we are willing to pay the silver. Please, Senior, show us mercy. We are willing, came the chorus of agreement. Fong Lei nodded, saying, very well. This is your own choice, not one I impose upon you. Brother Fong Jun, you shall be responsible for collecting the silver. The leader will contribute 1,000 taels, while the subordinates will provide 500 taels each. Fong Jun, overjoyed, declared, no problem, leave it to me. He then summoned his subordinates and began to call out names to collect the money. Before long, Fong Jun suddenly exclaimed, Brother Fong Lei, does our ancient tomb have a name? A name? Fong Lei pondered for a moment and replied, the Ancient Tomb Sect. The Ancient Tomb Sect. What a splendid name. Fong Jun and the others shouted, their spirits lifted. Fong Lei's companions obediently paid their dues, not daring to cause further trouble. And they called for Yuan Lin to explore the tomb. Yuan Lin's mind expanded with new memories, enabling her to locate mechanisms effortlessly. And soon she grasped the layout of the ancient tomb. Brother, shouldn't we visit the elders in the city? Yuan Lin inquired. Fong Lei chuckled. My mother has passed away. Only my father and 3 aunts remain, so there's no rush. As you wish, brother. By the time the two returned to the tomb chamber, Fong Jun had successfully collected the silver and was awaiting Fong Lei's inspection. All right, I shall not hold this against you today. I will send invitations for the founding day of the Ancient Tomb Sect, and I hope you all will attend. The heads of the various families could only begrudgingly comply. Yuan Lin gestured, saying, you may exit from here. I will seal that passage. As she spoke, a portal revealed itself where a wall once stood, allowing light to pour in. The assembled individuals finally recognized her and her companions as the true masters of the ancient tomb and hurriedly expressed their gratitude before leaving, soon vacating the area entirely, leaving only Fong Jun and a few other young men from Beishir City. Brother Fong Lei, we also wish to join the Ancient Tomb Sect. What do you think? Fong Jun asked. Fong Lei replied, you must consult with Master Yuan. She is the true master here, and I am merely her assistant. Ah. The crowd turned their astonished gazes toward Yuan Lin. Understanding Fong Lei's intentions, she smiled and said, as long as you all genuinely wish to join. The Ancient Tomb Sect welcomes you. The group rejoiced, expressing their gratitude in unison. Thank you, Master Yuan. The ensuing events unfolded smoothly, as Fong Lei organized them to post announcements far and wide that the Ancient Tomb Sect would soon be established and was accepting disciples in large numbers. The area in front of the Fong residence became crowded, with Fong Zhong, the elder and younger brothers, along with other family members, eagerly anticipating the return of their family's great benefactor. They've arrived, Fong Zhen shouted, and everyone perked up, gazing toward the end of the long street. On either side stood members of the Fong family and other surnames, converging to witness Fong Lei's good fortune, while some family heads prepared to seize the opportunity to forge ties with the Fong family. News of Fong Lei's exploits had already spread through Fong Jun's words, quickly becoming common knowledge. With the sudden emergence of such a formidable figure in Beishir City, anyone who did not seek to befriend him would be foolish. Fong Lei and Yuan Lin rode alongside one another, followed closely by Fong Jun and others, the sound of hooves echoing as they approached and dismounted. Father, third uncle, elder brother, second brother, I have returned, Fong Lei exclaimed, grinning as he approached to pay his respects. Fang Yun and Fang Zhen stepped forward to greet him, exchanging playful banter before turning their gazes behind him. "Oh right, allow me to introduce you. This is Yuan Lin, the newly appointed master of the ancient tomb sect." Yuan Lin quickly stepped forward to bow, saying, "Daughter greets father and third uncle." Fang Zhong and Fang Jun simultaneously froze in surprise. Daughter? Not a wife? They had long admired Yuan Lin from afar, marveling at how Fang Lei had truly succeeded, returning from his journey with a bride. Although she appeared slightly older, it mattered not. Age was trivial when it came to matters of the heart. Furthermore, her appearance and demeanor far exceeded those of the women in the family. Thus, upon hearing Yuan Lin refer to herself as their daughter, they exchanged astonished glances at Fang Lei. Realizing the misunderstanding, Fang Lei hurriedly leaned in to whisper a few words. "Oh, so that is how it is. Daughter, please rise. We are all family here, no need for formalities." Fang Zhong laughed heartily, lamenting that Fang Lei's mother had long since passed, or else she could have come forward to assist. The elder, bound by tradition, could not do so, as there were differences between men and women despite their familial ties. Yuan Lin expressed her gratitude once more, and Fang Zhong called for the matriarch, leading Yuan Lin back inside. "Dear nephew Fang Lei, I extend my respects," said a family head, bowing to Fang Lei. "Little Lei, old man here offers his regards." Fang Lei returned the greeting. "Seventh uncle, how have you been?" "Fourth granduncle, you seem to be getting stronger by the day." Amidst the exchanges of pleasantries, the Fang family led the way as the heads of other families accompanied them toward the Fang residence. Meanwhile, others trailed behind, engaged in lively discussions, creating a festive atmosphere. Fang Zhong had not anticipated such a lively gathering at his home. Once they entered, the entire household became bustling with activity, as the three of them entertained their guests in the living room until midday when everyone departed, leaving a moment of quiet. Finally, Fang Zhong said, "Later, about your sworn sister." Fang Lei chuckled. "There's no need for you to inquire too much. Just treat her as your own daughter, and you shall benefit greatly. That shall suffice." The brothers had no objections, having heard from Fang Jun that Yuan Lin was the master of the ancient tomb sect, which was no small feat. The banquet was already set, and the entire family gathered, the sounds of merriment echoing throughout the Fang estate. After the meal, Yuan Lin, accompanied by the two matriarchs, retired to a guest room to rest. Fang Lei finally returned to his own chamber, closed the door, and lay on his bed, finally able to enjoy a moment of solitude. However, after a brief respite, he sat up, took out a banner and a small booklet, and began to read and ponder. As night fell, Fang Lei stepped outside for a light meal, exchanged a few words with Yuan Lin, and hurried back to his room to continue studying the techniques outlined in the booklet. Later that evening, he extinguished the lamp and summoned Nian Nu to begin his deductions. In Luo Banner, Level 1, can continue deducing. In Luo Banner, Level 2, can continue deducing. In Luo Banner, Level 3. This was the first ghostly technique Fang Lei practiced, and the chilling cries emanating from the banner alone were enough to instill fear. Thus, during the system's deduction process, he proceeded with caution, fearful of harming himself. However, he was relieved to find that these eerie phenomena did not hinder his cultivation, and by dawn, he had reached Level 6. Fang Lei exhaled, noticing some black substance intermingled with his breath, reminiscent of the day Fang Ro had kissed him and filled his mouth with it. He then pointed a finger, causing the In Luo banner to rise and tremble, standing erect in the room, its surface unfurling and releasing a torrent of black mist, accompanied by the wails of vengeful spirits. The In Luo banner was now under his spiritual control, capable of suppressing and commanding the ghosts within. Unlike when he first acquired it, when the spirits ran rampant, Fang Lei exerted his spiritual energy again, causing the In Luo banner to quiver slightly, nearly puncturing the ceiling. Startled, Fang Lei quickly retracted his hand, reverting it to a small flag. "Ah, the ghostly spirit sect is indeed quite formidable." Fang Lei mused as he stored the In Luo banner and rose from his bed. After practicing throughout the night, the system's vitality had dwindled significantly. Yet the In Luo banner had reached a minor success, leaving him feeling invigorated. He made his way to the living room, where Fang Yun, Fang Zhen, and their cousin Fang Lang from the elder Uncle S family, along with Fang Dong from the third Uncle S family, had gathered early, discussing cultivation with enthusiasm. Upon seeing him arrive, they quickly surrounded him, chattering excitedly. "All right, enough." Fang Lei raised his hands in a gesture for silence. "If you wish to learn cultivation, that is no problem. Just join the ancient tomb sect. As long as Sister Lin nods, I have no objections." "Excellent. Let us seek out Headmaster Yuan." Fang Zhen called out, and was ready to leave. Fang Lei, speechless, replied, "Second brother, what time is it? Sister Lin may not have risen yet." The group paused, then burst into laughter. After breakfast, Fang Lei gathered the family to discuss the reconstruction of Yuan's floating palace on the mountain, and by noon, news of the third young master of the Fang family recruiting able-bodied men spread throughout North Stone City. Fang Lei was not short on funds. With nearly 400,000 taels of silver in hand from the offerings of Shi Hong of the Yuan capital and from the plundering of the Ghost Spirit sect, almost equivalent to the annual tax revenue of the entire March County, Yuan Lin's private funds were even greater, having nearly emptied her entire residence, amounting to almost 2 million taels in cash. Upon hearing this, Fang Lei's eyes nearly popped out. What a treasure indeed. Thus, financing the construction of the ancient tomb sect posed no issue, and there were ample resources. The key was finding suitable personnel. During this time, Fang Lei invited several geomancers to explore the desolate mountain where Yuan's floating palace was located, and it was said they discovered a dual dragon soaring phenomenon, hence naming it Erlong Mountain. Thus, the ancient tomb sect of Erlong Mountain sprang up amid a fervent wave of construction, its influence echoing throughout the entire March County. The other two counties of Yuan Nation, April County and May County, only learned after some time that the most desolate region of North March County had birthed the grand ancient tomb sect, which had gained considerable momentum. What astonished the two counties even more was that one of the founders of this sect had once overshadowed many local small sects, leading to such a commotion that no one dared to disrupt it. The emergence of a large power in a region inevitably alters the economic landscape of the surrounding areas, prompting many merchants to adjust their business strategies, gradually gravitating towards that center, thus fostering prosperity around the emerging force. Consequently, some prominent families in the two counties began to direct their focus towards Erlong Mountain, both overtly and covertly strategizing. Fang Lei seldom ventured outside now, spending his time at home studying martial arts. Aside from upgrading or deducing certain skills with Nian Nu, he devoted himself to comprehending the returning Yuan technique and the Yin Luo banner. It was quite disheartening for him to discover that Yuan Lin possessed not a single memory of the returning Yuan technique. The skill she did know failed to meet Fang Lei's needs. After acquiring the returning Yuan technique, everything else seemed rather mundane. Damn it, tricked by that old ghost. Fang Lei cursed inwardly, vowing that if he ever encountered the true form of that remnant soul again, he would give it a severe beating. Between his training sessions, Fang Lei's primary task was to patrol North Stone City and the surrounding area of Erlong Mountain, remaining vigilant against potential attacks from the Ghost Spirit sect. He had received word that after the deaths of the four elders, a new sect master had emerged, named Yen Fang Yi, rumored to possess strength surpassing that of the four former ghosts, and his methods were said to be particularly ruthless. They could not simply let things be. Fang Lei was certain of that. However, in the course of the past month, the environment remained tranquil, everything seemingly progressing steadily in a positive direction, causing Fang Lei to waver in his resolve. Chapter 32. The Jade Pendant, 3. 9th update. One morning, while Fang Lei was meditating at home, Fang Lang suddenly rode in on horseback in haste to report that something had occurred on the mountain. Upon arriving at the scene of the incident, Fang Lei discovered several newly inducted disciples of the ancient tomb sect had been murdered along the patrol route. The assailant was resolute, delivering a single lethal strike without hesitation. There were no signs of struggle, not even a footprint was found. This individual was at least a master of inner strength, possibly having reached the returning void realm. Uncle Fang Zhong had been surveying the site and quickly reported his findings. Returning void realm, that must be the leader of a small sect, Fang Lei stated. Indeed, in Yuan Nation, aside from external major forces, anyone who can reach returning void can establish their own sect. Did Uncle discover anything? There is a slight lead, but it remains uncertain. As a guardian of the Fang family for over 20 years, he possessed considerable acumen regarding changes in external personnel and promptly whispered some observations to Fang Lei. How many? Fang Lei inquired. Currently, just this one. As for any hidden ones, it remains unclear. Fang Lei nodded. Retrieve more silver from the storeroom to comfort their families. I trust Uncle knows how to explain the reason. Understood. After Fang Lei finished speaking, he turned and returned to the Fang residence. In the past month, the ancient tomb sect had recruited nearly 1,000 disciples, with over 2,000 laborers working on the mountain, creating a mix of individuals, making it difficult to avoid incidents. Fang Lei understood that the real drama had begun. Yuan Lin continued her deep contemplation of the half-immortal techniques and heart methods that had been transferred into her mind, requiring solitude without disturbance. These matters would be his responsibility to resolve. That night, Fang Lei quietly left his home, employing the misty shadow step to glide towards Erlong Mountain like a wisp of smoke. Contrary to what people believed, he had not remained at home meditating on martial arts, but had instead been diligently exploring the mountain each night, just as he was now. The clue provided by Fang Zhong had been locked down the previous night, But to avoid alarming the enemy, he had refrained from acting for an additional day. Now on the third day, he was eager to see if this person had any accomplices. On the same mountain path where the previous disciples had met their demise, 3 individuals lay concealed in knee-high grass, their 6 eyes fixed intently on the trail below. After waiting for some time, without sight of any patrolling disciples, one of them finally whispered, "Chi-Hall Master, is it really necessary to be this hasty after just 2 days? If we are discovered and Fong Lei comes after us, our lives may be forfeit. What do you know? The longer the night, the more dreams one has. Think critically. That surname Fong has not shown himself for 2 days. Do you believe this matter will simply pass? He is baiting us, and we cannot dance on his fishing line. The patrols have doubled over the past 2 days. Once we complete this task, we can turn back and claim our reward." That makes sense, but why haven't they arrived yet? Perhaps the situation has made them more cautious than before. Hush, they come. As the 3 lowered their heads, torches illuminated the trail below, and a patrol team of around 20 was cautiously making their way towards them, moving slowly and deliberately. When the patrol was about 100 meters away, Chi-Hall Master suddenly turned his head and admonished, "What are you doing? Did I not tell you to be silent?" His companion was taken aback and replied, "I did not speak. If you did not speak, why did you push me?" Chi-Hall Master, growing angry, was exasperated that as the patrol approached, his companion was causing a scene. "Who pushed you? Was it a ghost?" Chi-Hall Master hissed, glaring at him. "Ghost? Ghost?" Before the 2 could comprehend, the third companion suddenly shouted loudly and abruptly jumped up to run forward. Yet, after just a few steps, a white light struck him, and with a thud, he fell to the ground. "What the hell? Someone's coming, and it's a master." Chi-Hall Master and the talkative companion did not look back, their bodies darting forward like startled rabbits, racing along the mountain path. It must be said that Chi-Hall Master was no ordinary fighter. In a single leap, he gained a half-step advantage over his companions, swiftly reaching the mountain path and sprinting uphill. Unfortunately for him, he ran straight into Fong Lei. Just as he had sprinted for several dozen yards on the path, a gust of wind swept by, and a dark figure had already blocked his way. Chi-Hall Master, undeterred, raised both hands simultaneously, sending beams of light slicing through the night sky towards Fong Lei. "Oh!" Fong Lei, slightly taken aback, stood still. And when the light was nearly upon him, he struck down with his right palm, the sound of the angry sea diamond resounding. Thud, thud, thud. A series of soft thuds echoed as the golden darts fell to the ground, embedding themselves in the earth. Master Chi realized the gravity of the situation and swiftly drew his long sword from his back, thrusting it towards Fong Lei. With a grunt, Fong Lei sidestepped quickly, delivering a swift strike that shattered Chi's wrist with a sharp crack, causing the sword to clatter to the ground. Though Chi attempted to retaliate, a sudden palm strike to his face sent him tumbling to the ground, disoriented. Meanwhile, his companions had been intercepted by the patrolling team below, and after a fierce skirmish, one was captured, having lost an arm. Fong Zhong'an received the battle report and hurriedly made his way to Yuanfu Palace with Fong Lang and Fong Jun. Fong Lei tossed the golden darts onto the table, a smile gracing his lips as he remained silent. "Isn't this the concealed weapon used by the Northern Wilderness 3 scoundrels, hired by the Ning family?" Fong Lei nodded in affirmation. He had previously spared their family, only to find their thieving nature still intact. "Liar. We can no longer afford to be lenient with such individuals," Fong Zhong'an asserted, slamming his hand on the table. Fong Lei felt a twinge of frustration. Whenever Ning Lei was involved, he found it difficult to be ruthless. The Ning family possessed another estate in April County, which they had used to collaborate with the Beast Mountain, inviting chaos to Erlong Mountain. Upon mentioning the Ning family, Fong Zhong'an's anger flared, and he began to recount stories about them. In April County, in Dongqua City, within a deep mansion, 2 figures, one clad in black and the other in white, were engaged in hushed conversation. Having just received intelligence from the ancient tomb sect, Fong Lei departed from Beishur City, making his way to Dongqua City. The figure in black scoffed ominously. "Is everything arranged? All is set. We cannot afford another blunder." The conflict between Zhou and Zhengqi Gate is escalating. Compounded by the interference of the Blood Fiend sect, this impending war cannot be delayed much longer. "I cannot allocate more manpower, so everything must be meticulously planned." The figure in white replied, "What of the Ning family's arrangements?" The black-clad figure answered, "Let them fend for themselves. We have been taking care of them for years due to that girl Ning Lei. We have shown enough benevolence." On the official road, Fong Lei nibbled on a bun with one hand while the other lightly tapped a bamboo chopstick against a plate of beef, savoring the meal while listening to the innkeeper's chatter about Dongqua City's customs and geography. The innkeeper, a hospitable middle-aged man, was quite talkative. Once a topic was broached, he would eagerly open up, his enthusiasm almost overwhelming. "Is Lan Ti Temple worth visiting?" Fong Lei suddenly interrupted the innkeeper's monologue. It's not particularly entertaining, but the deity there is quite effective. Although it's somewhat remote, those with pressing troubles often journey over 100 miles to seek blessings, and their prayers are rarely unanswered. The innkeeper explained. Really? I should visit. How do I get there? Just follow the official road for 10 miles, then take a right onto a mountain path. A few miles later, you will arrive. Fong Lei nodded, finished his meal, settled the bill, and departed. Once Fong Lei's figure vanished from sight, the innkeeper set aside his tasks and stepped out of the hut, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Master, what should we do about that innkeeper? A burly man emerged from the hut, his voice gruff. Give him a couple of silver coins and let him go. We can't afford to eliminate all small-time merchants. We may need them again in the future, the innkeeper replied. Understood. After walking nearly 10 miles, Fong Lei indeed spotted a desolate path leading into the wilderness. The overgrown weeds indicated infrequent use, and not far off lay a dense black forest that evoked a sense of foreboding. Fong Lei smiled to himself, unhesitatingly stepping forward until he soon vanished into the shadows of the forest. According to the innkeeper's description, crossing the black forest would lead him to Lan Ti Temple. But upon entering, he found the path within the forest abruptly ending. Standing at the end of the trail, he surveyed his surroundings. Realizing the forest was vast and seemingly boundless, a flash of white caught his eye, and upon investigation, he discovered the skeletal remains of a large animal. Likely a tiger or leopard. Quite an interesting place, Fong Lei mused. As he turned, he realized he could no longer retrace his steps. The surroundings appeared to be a labyrinth of paths that led nowhere, leaving him bewildered. If this isn't a formation, then it must be an illusion, Fong Lei concluded, choosing to disregard the mystery and continue forward. Since his presence was evidently anticipated, he resolved to follow the path laid out for him. Eager to uncover who had orchestrated such an elaborate trap, as he advanced, he could sense notable changes behind him. Trees, paths. Even the grass and vines beneath his feet seemed to shift. After traversing approximately 7 or 8 miles, he reached the edge of the black forest, revealing a valley ahead with a temple standing at its base. Fong Lei's figure wavered as he approached the temple, and indeed, it was Lan Ti Temple, its name gleaming in golden letters. What a grand presence. No wonder it has such a reputation, he proclaimed loudly outside the temple doors. With a creak, the temple doors opened, and 2 towering, fierce monks emerged, their faces adorned with smiles. Welcome, patron. Please come forward to offer incense before the Buddha. Fong Lei chuckled inwardly, recognizing the familiar scene reminiscent of ancient dramas from his past life. With a clasp of his hands in gratitude, he stepped inside, allowing the fierce monks to close the doors behind him, securing them with a latch, indifferent to his presence. Please, the fierce monk gestured, inviting him forward. As Fong Lei entered, he encountered a group of young monks in the corridor, clad in monk robes yet sporting long, colorful hair. Passing through the hall, he also spotted several enchanting young women dressed in nearly transparent veils, their crucial features barely concealed, beckoning him with laughter as if the temple were more akin to a brothel than a place of worship. Fong Lei couldn't help but smirk, complimenting. Your temple certainly embraces a diverse range of activities. The fierce monk merely chuckled in response, leading him into the main hall. Inside the grand hall, there were no deities or statues. Instead, a high platform resembling an imperial throne room was constructed at the far end, where a giant with golden hair sat upon a gilded chair. Before Fong Lei could step fully into the hall, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, Goodness, yellow-browed Buddha. Have you wandered here from journey to the west? Impudent. One of the fierce monks leading Fong Lei erupted in anger, turning to scold him while raising his massive palm as if to strike. How dare you speak so boldly? Fong Lei retorted, swiftly striking the fierce monk squarely in the face with a powerful blow, reducing his head to pulp. The fallen body twitched before slowly revealing long black bristles, transforming into a large wild boar. Indeed, a transformation, Fong Lei remarked nonchalantly, brushing off his hands. The other fierce monk, already terrified, leapt back, exclaiming, So you were aware all along? Fong Lei replied ominously, Did you think I wouldn't follow you in? The demon monk was about to pounce, but was halted by the yell of the yellow-haired giant above. He then turned to Fong Lei, his voice resonating like thunder, and inquired, Since you are already aware, why have you come to my Lan Ti Temple? Are you not afraid that I might slay you and consume you whole? Fong Lei replied, To kill me, you must possess a blade capable of such. To devour me, let us see if your teeth are strong enough. The yellow-haired giant paused for a moment and asked, Who are you? Fong Lei, whom have you offended? That is a question I should pose to you. Who sent you to kill me? Fong Lei's tone grew icy. The giant responded, No one. All who come here meet a singular fate. Either they are consumed by me or, like the young women outside, they manage to escape with their lives. Then there is nothing left to say. With that, he vanished from his spot, reappearing with his right hand grasping the throat of a nearby fierce monk. The sound of bones snapping echoed as the monk's neck was crushed, his head drooping backward. "Damn it!" the yellow-haired giant roared, rising to his full height like an iron tower, and stomped down towards Fong Lei's head. Fong Lei swiftly evaded. A loud crash resounding as the ground of the great hall sank over a meter deep. The giant swung his massive iron fists, raining blows where Fong Lei had just stood, yet none found their mark. Fong Lei darted between the gaps of the giant and his fists, suddenly delivering a powerful strike to the giant's abdomen. Alas, he only grasped a handful of shattered scales, failing to injure the giant. Even so, in his fury, the giant seized a golden chair above and hurled it down upon Fong Lei. "You truly are a prodigal," Fong Lei cursed, unleashing his 12 true techniques. Aiming for the giant's belly, delivering a fierce blow that shattered scales into 1,000 shards. After several exchanges, Fong Lei drew his broken sword with his left hand, making deep gashes across the giant's body, blood gushing forth profusely. The yellow-haired giant began to slow, panting heavily, his strikes losing nearly a third of their original force. With a long howl, Fong Lei activated his swift steps, spiraling around the giant to strike from behind, his sword slicing through the nape of the giant's neck. A spray of blood erupted, drenching Fong Lei as the giant's massive head drooped forward, eventually collapsing onto the steps of the great hall with a resounding thud, lifeless. "Is this all the power you possess?" Fong Lei mused, gazing at the giant's corpse. "Master, this demon harbors a demon core within, which greatly benefits cultivators." A melodic voice called from outside the hall. Fong Lei turned to see one of the young women timidly pointing towards the great hall. He then noticed that despite the fierce battle within, the demon monks and the women outside had not fled, huddling in the corners, watching intently. As he scanned the faces of the demons, he was surprised to see a mix of fear and an inexplicable joy, except for the girl who clearly displayed her fright. Fong Lei chose not to expose their sentiments, drawing out his trident sword. With a few swift cuts, he tore open the giant's belly, retrieving a blood-red core the size of a fist. After inspecting it for abnormalities, he activated his technique to refine away the bloodstains and stored it in a pouch designated for medicinal pills. He also searched the 2 pig demons, but found nothing and stepped outside the great hall. "Why did you not flee?" Fong Lei inquired. A red-haired demon monk approached and knelt, saying, "We are mere small demons here, subjugated by the yellow-haired beast many years ago, forced to become his accomplices." "Accomplices? So you have slain many?" Fong Lei's voice turned cold. The red-haired demon quickly replied, "Master, since the yellow-haired beast's arrival, we have indeed taken many lives, all under his command. Previously, we would only target the debauched and never harm the innocent." "Is that so?" A golden glimmer flashed in Fong Lei's gaze, causing the red-haired demon to appear bewildered, stammering, "Indeed. Very well, I shall trust you this once." Having gained insight into the demons of this world, although he sensed something amiss, he realized they posed no threat to him and chose not to provoke them unnecessarily. Fong Lei returned to the great hall, striking the golden chair with his trident sword until it shattered into pieces, which he stored in his pouch. This was fine gold, and he had not yet reached a level of wealth where he could afford to disregard it. As he exited the hall, he glanced back before stepping outside. "Master." It was the timid voice of the girl once more. "What is it?" Fong Lei halted and asked. I am not a demon. I know. I am not with them." "Indeed, I can see that." Fong Lei replied coolly, his gaze meeting the girl's, sensing a purity and clarity within her eyes. The girl bit her lip, seemingly apprehensive, struggling to express herself. "If there is nothing else, I must take my leave," Fong Lei declared, resuming his steps. "Can you take me with you?" The girl finally found her courage and shouted, though her frail body trembled, revealing her fear that rejection would lead to her demise. Fong Lei felt an unusual energy rising quietly within the temple. The demon monks and the women around the girl seemed to exude a potent aura. "Can you provide me with a reason?" Fong Lei asked. This time, the girl did not hesitate, proclaiming, "I can help you attain immortality or become a demon." Instantly, the atmosphere in the courtyard shifted dramatically. The energy within all the demons erupted, enveloping the entire temple in a vast aura, crackling above Fong Lei as if electric currents flowed through the air. Fong Lei was uncertain whether to trust her words, but after gazing upward for a while, he summoned her, "Come here." The girl attempted to approach but was blocked by her companions, preventing her from reaching him. The once alluring girls transformed into grotesque figures in an instant, while the demon monks revealed their true forms, horns sprouting from their heads and fangs protruding from their mouths, their arms sprouting hair and scales, nails glinting ominously. "I understand now," Fong Lei sighed, realizing this was the true essence of Lan Ti Temple. The giant and the pig demons were merely foolish jesters, having occupied another S-layer, mistaking those before them as mere fish. It was utterly laughable. Reveal yourself. There is no need for pretense any longer, Fong Lei commanded, addressing the group of girls, though from the girl's perspective, it seemed directed solely at her. The girl quickly protested, I am not. But before she could finish, another voice emerged from her, equally melodious, yet filled with magnetism. Resonating with strength, how did you discover me? The girl froze, her beautiful face now etched with terror, her eyes darting about in search of the voice's source. Fong Lei shrugged, I guessed. The magnetic voice erupted in laughter, causing the atmosphere of the temple to shift dramatically. Radiant lights illuminating the ground as dust and debris were stirred into the air. Then, a flurry of beautiful, ethereal figures appeared, gracefully landing around Fong Lei, revealing themselves as the enchanting girls clad in sheer veils. Fong Lei slowly turned in place, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the girls, revealing a keen interest as he remarked, this must be the pinnacle of the spirit level, where thought transforms into spirit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 parts of spirit, yet it seems you are still too short of being the strongest. His voice, rich and magnetic, carried a hint of disdain. May I inquire which level you belong to, and how many spirit manifestations you can summon? Fong Lei shook his head, replying, I have no level. No level. The magnetic voice paused, and coupled with the startled and fearful expressions of the girls, it appeared rather bizarre. After a moment, it furiously exclaimed, what business do you have here without a level? Are you seeking death or merely to amuse this king? Fong Lei shook his head again, saying neither. They invited me, and of course, I had to come and take a look. It would be quite disrespectful to the host otherwise. Ah, the ghost spirit sect. Fong Lei noted, it seems you are quite aware. Humph, yet another ambitious fool. Do you know that over the past 1,000 years, countless skilled individuals have perished at my hands, all mere novices attempting to breach the formidable ghost spirit sect? Who would have thought I would be fortunate enough to witness your demise today? Fong Lei queried, what benefits have they bestowed upon you? Nothing at all, came the response. For it is our shared responsibility. The wasteland does not permit the emergence of a second heaven. Are you prepared? Fong Lei replied, I have nothing to prepare. Then let us proceed, the voice declared. As the words fell, the 7 beautiful girls sprang into action, each displaying a different expression representing the 7 emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, thoughtfulness, fear, and dread, akin to the full spectrum of human emotions. The spirit manifestations are avatars cultivated by spirit-level experts through spiritual thought. In the cultivation realm, most spirit-level masters choose beasts or birds as their spirit vessels, with a rare few opting for insects. Yet their sole purpose remains the same: to utilize the bodies of their spirit manifestations for cultivation and combat. Upon reaching the pinnacle of spirit-level cultivation, one's spiritual thought reassembles and integrates, achieving an unprecedented height, allowing a breakthrough into the next higher realm, the true level. The strength and number of spirit manifestations determine the power of the original body, and the figure before them, a demon king employing humans as spirit manifestations, is exceedingly rare. Coupled with 7 of them, their strength is formidable. Among all spirit manifestations, humans are the most challenging to cultivate, primarily due to the remarkable cognitive abilities of human beings. Even if all consciousness is erased, there are always a few who gradually recover, akin to the awakening of a comatose individual. For instance, the spirit-level experts of the ghost spirit sect utilize human souls as their spirit manifestations, rather than those capable of action. This method, however, is even more appalling than that of the demon king before them. The 7 girls attacked in unison, employing 7 different techniques against their foe. The power they unleashed was formidable. Fong Lei maneuvered with grace, weaving through the 7, his movements becoming increasingly elusive as he integrated the ethereal steps of Luo Yan, evading their tightly coordinated strikes, never allowing even a corner of his garment to be touched. This marked Fong Lei's first direct confrontation with a spirit-level expert, and in a life-and-death battle at that. Beyond maintaining his utmost combat prowess, he also sought to observe the secrets of the spirit level closely. The claim of having no level was indeed his genuine sentiment, even he did not comprehend his own standing, as the formidable simulation and deduction abilities of Nian Nu had muddled his level into a chaotic blend, rendering him unable to discern direction. After approximately 10 minutes, the magnetic voice emitted a heavy grunt, and the 7 girls simultaneously slowed, their light veils cascading down to reveal their exquisite forms, akin to jade. Just as Fong Lei was taken aback, believing they would employ some form of enchanting sorcery, he suddenly observed a ring of green keratin beginning to grow on their bodies, becoming increasingly thick until it transformed into a covering of dark scales, and their hands and feet sprouted claws an inch long, glinting like cold steel. They are transforming into true demons, Fong Lei mused, drawing forth his three-edged sword, recognizing that his adversaries were now fully armed. And he was not foolish enough to sacrifice his life for the sake of appearing flamboyant. The clash of blades rang out as dozens of strikes landed upon the demonesses, producing the sound of metal scraping, leaving only a series of superficial cuts with no significant effect. The faces of the demonesses were covered in scales from the neck down, providing not only formidable defense but also converting their bodies into weapons. A strike from those scales would surely strip flesh from bone. Relying on his extraordinary agility, Fong Lei wielded his three-edged sword with relentless precision, searching for an opening among the demonesses. Unfortunately, even if he discovered a weakness, it would be promptly countered by the others, making it exceedingly difficult to eliminate any one of them. The magnetic voice chuckled ominously. You are indeed quite strong. But I am more curious to see how long you can endure. Fong Lei's footwork remained unchanged as he released a hearty laugh, saying, I intended to observe you closely. But since you hold yourself in such high regard, there's no need to waste more time. It is time to conclude this. As his words fell, a surge of dark energy erupted, enveloping the 7 demonesses in an instant, and a grand hall, towering over 10 feet, materialized in the very spot they occupied, obscuring the 7 demonesses from view. Inside the hall, anguished wails echoed, akin to a grand celebration, filled with unrestrained revelry. Following this, a girl's piercing scream pierced the air, suggesting a horrific event had transpired, followed by another, and another, until mere moments passed. And the hall was left resounding with the cacophony of vengeful spirits, the girls' voices utterly silenced. Fong Lei had no desire to deploy the Yin Luo banner. He understood too well that once unleashed, it would be excessively sinister. Yet, he had no alternative, otherwise, he would be entangled with the 7 demonesses indefinitely. Wielding cold steel while neglecting the use of hot weapons would be folly. The Demon King was left stupefied. The entire process transpired so swiftly that she had no time to react. The voices ceased, and then a thunderous shout erupted from the temple. As the girl who had sought Fong Lei's help charged toward him at incredible speed, her delicate hands now adorned with scales and sharp claws. Fong Lei had already been observing her movements since the Yin Luo banner was unfurled, evading her as he swiftly maneuvered to her back, pointing a finger at the nape of her neck. With a gentle press, the girl's body froze, slowly turning to face him. Fong Lei's eyes shimmered with golden light as he gazed into hers, saying, I understand your desire to reclaim your freedom, but I cannot assist you. It is something you must achieve on your own. The girl trembled, stammering, what should I do? Just as she finished speaking, the Demon King's furious roar echoed. Do not listen to him. If I perish, you too will have your soul extracted like the others, becoming a tool of murder. Trust me, we are one. Once we merge, I am you, and you are me. Be good, listen well, and obey. As the words progressed, her tone grew exceedingly gentle, resembling a mother soothing her daughter. Fong Lei remained unmoved, stating, I do not know why she seeks to occupy your body, but it is evident that your body is a treasure to her. How you choose to decide is yours alone. However, I must forewarn you, once you become her, I will have no choice but to eliminate you. The Demon King interjected, do not heed his nonsense. Once we merge, he cannot kill me. From that moment on, we shall be the strongest in this world, free to roam wherever we desire. Do you not wish to find your parents? I can accompany you. We can also seek out your unforgettable lover. Fong Lei was speechless. The audacity of the demoness to utter such words to achieve her ends was astounding. Yet, should they merge, the girl would lose all semblance of consciousness, devoured entirely by her. Nevertheless, he was curious about the nature of this girl. What essence could compel the demoness to go to such lengths? Moreover, what did her previous words mean about enabling him to become immortal or demonic? Chapter 36, The Jade Pendant, Part 7. Though filled with a yearning for knowledge, Fong Lei opted for silence, merely casting a faint glance at the girl, refraining from disturbing her resolve. However, the female demon was unwilling to remain in wait. Patches of bluish marks began to appear on the girl's body, yet curiously, with each new mark, one would vanish, as if engaged in a mutual repulsion. After observing for a while, Fong Lei ceased his gaze, his left hand reaching into the void to retrieve the Yin Luo banner, which he placed into his golden storage pouch. This was the 8th level form of the Yin Luo banner, as deduced by the Nian Nu system. The spirits contained within would not harm him. Instead, they had transformed into a formidable weapon, a revelation that had left him astounded for an extended period when first conceptualized. Having secluded himself at home for nearly 2 months, Fong Lei had primarily been immersed in comprehending the return to origin technique and the Yin Luo banner, thoroughly digesting the contents of 5 manuals. Ultimately, he discerned that the return to origin technique possessed the power to subdue demons and dispel evil. Moreover, during the simulation process, He had managed to extract the mysterious energy embedded within the three-yang blood technique, transmuting it into a singular source of return to origin energy, which, supplemented by the system's electrical power, became exceedingly dense. After advancing the Yin Luo banner by 2 levels to reach the 8th level, he directed his attention back to the temple, where the once formidable horde of demons had completely fled, vanishing without a trace after the Yin Luo banner subdued 7 female demons. This was akin to the fall of a tree causing the monkeys to scatter. Fong Lei glanced at the girl, noting her closed eyes, her body trembling slightly as she exerted herself, her complexion a bizarre mix of blue and black, fluctuating between states of distress. Seizing the opportunity, Fong Lei began to rummage through the temple, scouring every room, and indeed found a plethora of gold and silver jewelry, along with silver banknotes stored in a wooden box, all of which he unceremoniously pocketed. In a rear chamber of the Grand Hall, he discovered a heap of bones, remnants of tourists and worshippers who had perished here. The demon monk had spoken the truth. The luxurious silks piled nearby suggested that they belonged to individuals of wealth and status, many from respectable families who had likely succumbed to the temptations of the female demons and ultimately lost their lives here. Just then, a sharp howl echoed from ahead, seemingly the voice of the demon queen, fading as it soared away from the temple. Fong Lei hastened to the front courtyard, only to find the girl had collapsed to the ground. All traces of the bluish scales vanished, her form restored to its normal state, albeit her sheer garments were tattered and threadbare, revealing her exquisite figure, her skin as white as jade, a sight that was hard to overlook. Fong Lei gathered the garment left behind by the demoness and draped it over her shoulders, gently placing a fingertip upon her brow. Moments later, the girl stirred awake, initially tugging at the garment in anxiety upon seeing Fong Lei, before expressing her gratitude profusely. Observing her frailty, Fong Lei rummaged through his storage pouch until he unearthed a spirit-restoring pill, gesturing for her to consume it. After swallowing the pill, she soon regained her strength, rising to turn her back to Fong Lei to change out of the sheer garment, before kneeling once more to express her heartfelt gratitude for being saved. Fong Lei inquired, "How did the demoness escape?" The girl replied, "I had no control over her. Merely restoring my body was my utmost effort." Fong Lei nodded, recognizing her as an ordinary girl who had not trained in martial arts or techniques, and given that she was up against a peak-level spirit expert, her accomplishments thus far were commendable. Furthermore, he felt uncertain about retaining her. One could never know if she possessed hidden life-saving techniques, and should she feel cornered, it could lead to a destructive outcome. Thus, his earlier thoughts of leaving were not unfounded. "Let us depart. This place is not safe for lingering," Fong Lei stated as he moved towards the exit, prompting the girl to hasten her pace. Picking up another sheer garment from the ground to modestly drape over her body as they walked. "What is your name?" Fong Lei asked. "Yuan Shi," she replied. Fong Lei halted abruptly, turning back to question, "Is your surname Yuan?" Yuan Shi clarified, "It's the Yuan from the stream, Yuan Shi, which is also the name of a small river in my hometown." "Oh, so it is that Yuan," I thought. Fong Lei felt he might have been overly sensitive. Shortly after their departure, a grotesque, dark green serpent had emerged from the ground with a menacing hiss, glaring at Fong Lei and the girl as they left, uttering with malice, "Damn humans, ruining my plans. This is not over." Fong Lei pondered. Could this individual be a descendant of the Yuan family? But how could a member of the Yuan lineage practice the Yin Luo banner of the Ghost Spirit Sect? Ghost Spirit Sect, I will not let this go. With an abrupt plop, the serpent head vanished back into the earth. Fong Lei continued walking, questioning, "What do you know about that demon queen?" Yuan Shi shook her head, still trembling at the thought of the demon queen. Fong Lei pressed on. "How did you end up here?" Yuan Shi recounted, "I don't know. I just woke up here in a daze, then was ensnared by that group of sisters. I couldn't leave, especially with the threats from the blonde king." Fong Lei grasped the situation. It was likely that this girl had a fate similar to the Qi family from Zhenyuan City, targeted by the malevolent forces of the Ghost Spirit Sect. The demon queen mentioned it was their responsibility. Although I am unclear about the specifics, it surely ties back to the Ghost Spirit Sect. Regardless, once we locate the upper echelons of the Ghost Spirit Sect, I trust this mystery will soon be unraveled. With no further inquiries, Fong Lei took Yuan Shi's hand, quickening their pace as they ventured out of the mountains. The dark forest no longer seemed as ominous, returning to its serene and deep hues, and they soon found the path leading to the official road. Fong Lei glanced back, a smirk on his lips. The little eatery's owner truly went to great lengths. Fong Lei was puzzled. This time, his expedition had been discreet, known only to a few close relatives like his third uncle, and even opting for foot travel over riding his horse. Yet, he had been aided throughout the journey and had just emerged from danger. It appeared that the waters in Dongqua City ran quite deep, Under Yuan Shi's guidance, they reached the outskirts of Dongquist City before nightfall, arriving at a grand estate. "Is this your home?" Fang Lei asked, gazing at the imposing entrance, with the gilded characters of Yuanxiao Villa shining brightly under the lanterns, exuding opulence. "Yes," Yuan Shi smiled, realizing she had not disclosed her status as the daughter of a prominent family during their journey, which now felt somewhat less than forthright. "That is of no concern. I would have done the same in your position, considering we have only just met," Fang Lei reassured her. "Thank you for your understanding," she replied. As they conversed, the estate's guards had already been keeping a watchful eye on them. After some time, they recognized the girl as the missing young lady from their household and approached her. "Two esteemed guests, Yuan Head, do you not recognize me?" Before the guard could finish, Yuan Shi called out loudly, "Miss, is it really you?" The guard was taken aback, exclaiming, "Yes, it is me. I have returned," she affirmed. This is Miss. I shall inform the lady of the manor that Miss has returned." The guard turned and dashed towards the estate, calling out loudly as he ran. In response, the guards inside the entrance rushed out, surrounding the two with eager greetings. Chapter 37, The Jade Pendant, Part 8. "Ah," Yuan Shi exclaimed, silencing all others. "Enough noise, my head is aching. I am back, and everything is fine. Let me in quickly, I am exhausted." With that, she turned and said, "Brother Fang, please." Fang Lei nodded and followed her inside. Beyond the entrance lay an expansive green landscape, flanked by small bridges and flowing water, exquisitely adorned. After navigating through, they reached the reception hall, which was splendidly constructed, rivaling that of an emperor's palace. As they walked, Fang Lei suddenly sensed an oddity, as if someone were watching him. Upon turning, he spotted a man dressed as a guard hastily retreating. The servants surrounding the two individuals closely followed them inward, while one person moved outward with a somewhat peculiar demeanor, capturing Fang Lei's attention. In the reception hall, a lavish banquet was underway, with several tables filled to capacity. Suddenly, they heard the steward shouting as he rushed in. The master of the house, Yuan Zifeng, was about to reprimand him but paused at the mention of the third Mrs. return. His previously sullen face brightened with joy, and disregarding the esteemed guests, he hurriedly exited. Accompanying him was the second madam, He, the biological mother of Yuan Shi, who was on the verge of tears. Without caring about her status, she rose and rushed outside with two maidservants in tow. Most guests understood the situation, and even some close friends followed suit, their faces alight with joy. The third miss of the Yuan family had gone missing in the dead of night, seemingly evaporating from existence. Despite Yuan Zifeng's willingness to spend money in search of her, 2 months had passed without a trace, and now she had returned. However, at the main table, several individuals wore expressions of uncertainty, not following the others outside, exchanging glances filled with confusion. The reunion of mother and daughter was naturally filled with tears until Yuan Zifeng offered comfort, after which they expressed their gratitude to Fang Lei for saving her life. Yuan Zifeng took Fang Lei's hand and led him into the hall, directly approaching the main table to formally introduce him to the guests. After some pleasantries, he pointed to several robustly dressed men nearby and introduced them. "Brother Fang, this is my good friend, Qi Zheng, the leader of the Wanshou Mountain sect. This is Qi Dong, and this is Qi Liang." He then turned to an elder nearing 50 seated at the lower end and said, "This is," before he could finish. Fang Lei interjected, "Uncle Ning, how have you been?" Yuan Zifeng was taken aback and exclaimed, "What? You know each other? Haha, that's wonderful." Fang Lei scoffed. "Not only do I know him, but our connections run deep." Yuan Zifeng, being seasoned and having weathered many storms, sensed that the atmosphere had shifted upon hearing Fang Lei's words. However, when he glanced at Qi Zheng and the others from Wanshou Mountain, their faces were grim, their eyes filled with hatred directed at Fang Lei, sending a chill down his spine. Fang Lei turned to Qi Zheng and said, "Leader Qi, someone asked me to bring you something." He then retrieved a storage bag from his waist and, after rummaging through it, produced a red-painted wooden box. Tossing it to Qi Zheng, Qi Zheng's expression soured significantly as he caught the box, only to find it unexpectedly heavy. It slipped from his grasp and crashed onto the banquet table. The sound of clattering dishes filled the air as the lid flew open, revealing a pale, human head inside. Gasps erupted among the female guests and maidservants, prompting them to flee. The other guests hastily abandoned their seats, retreating to the entrance. Yuan Shi, startled, could not comprehend how the situation had escalated to this point and rushed to call out, "Brother Fang, what has happened? Can we speak calmly?" Unbeknownst to her, at the sight of the head, Yuan Zifeng's face turned ashen. Fang Lei looked at her and then turned to Yuan Zifeng, asking, "Master Yuan, how do you intend to resolve this matter?" Yuan Zifeng, Qi Zheng of Wanshou Mountain, and Ning Yuan Ge, the head of the Ning family who had fled to Dongquist City, were all seated at the same banquet table. Even a fool could infer the underlying complexities of the situation. Yet, out of consideration for Yuan Shi, Fang Lei was not prepared to confront Yuan Zifeng just yet. Yuan Zifeng was filled with regret, having rashly accepted Qi Zheng's invitation to join forces with Ning Yuan Gu and others against the Ghost Spirit sect. Even sending men to create chaos at the Long Mountain Ancient Tomb, actions he had participated in. The banquet was originally intended to discuss countermeasures. And he had just heard Ning Yuan Gu mention that Fang Lei had been schemed into entering the Lanti Temple and might never return. Little did he expect Fang Lei not only to have escaped, but to have brought back his missing daughter. The debts owed had yet to be settled. And now an even greater favor had been added to the mix, leaving Yuan Zifeng feeling desperate. Suddenly, in a moment of distraction, Qi Zheng seized the opportunity to dash away, pushing through the crowd and fleeing. Fang Lei's lips twitched, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the hundreds of gazes that were upon him. Moments later, a loud thud echoed from outside, followed by someone collapsing. The guests rushed outside. While the timid peered through the doors, they saw Qi Zheng, blood at his lips. Springing back to his feet and lunging at Fang Lei with the ferocity of the wind, his palms releasing a powerful gust. Fang Lei snorted, and with the might of a raging sea, he enlarged his palm shadow, descending upon Qi Zheng like a wall. The stone slabs beneath Qi Zheng cracked as he sank to his knees, blood gushing forth, threatening to erupt like a fountain. As Fang Lei prepared to strike again, a shrill scream pierced the air, accompanied by a powerful surge approaching swiftly. Fang Lei, undeterred, shifted behind Qi Zheng, unleashing a flash of white light towards the newcomer while his right palm remained poised to strike down. Qi Zheng's face, initially filled with terror, twisted into a sinister grin. But his laughter was cut short as Fang Lei's palm met its mark, splattering brain matter across the ground. The approaching figure unleashed a gust of wind that shattered the broken sword, landing swiftly upon the ground, its piercing eyes fixated menacingly on Fang Lei. Fang Lei regarded him with a languid expression and remarked, "It seems that the Yuan family visit has proven worthwhile, sparing me considerable effort. You, Fang Lei, have ventured to the 4-month county from the Ancient Tomb sect. What is your intention, especially after killing Qi Zheng, the leader of Wanshou Mountain? I require an explanation." The expert from the Ghost Spirit sect had just received urgent news and rushed over, only to find Qi Zheng already slain by Fang Lei. Wanshou Mountain had long been affiliated with the Ghost Spirit sect, serving as a significant asset in Dongqi City, and thus, they could not allow such a death to pass unchallenged. However, Fang Lei's survival from the Lanti Temple and the return of the abducted third miss of the Yuan family compelled him to approach the situation with caution. Explanation? Fang Lei chuckled, saying, "Do I need to explain myself for taking a life?" The figure in the black robe ominously declared, "Wanshou Mountain is subordinate to my Ghost Spirit sect. By killing its leader, you challenge us. Are you prepared to face the consequences?" Fang Lei grinned, vanishing from sight only to reappear before the black-robed figure, unleashing a flurry of shadowy strikes. The black figure scoffed, and in an instant, the spacious courtyard was left with only 2 silhouettes. The clash resonated with a series of thunderous impacts, and the air above trembled violently, culminating in the resounding crash of a magnificent golden palace landing upon the ground, shrouded in dark mist and echoing with the wails of tormented souls. Enveloping both Fang Lei and the black-robed figure, onlookers from the hall were paralyzed with fear, trembling at the scene, afraid to breathe. As an inexplicable allure emanated from within the palace, drawing them closer. With a flash, Fang Lei re-emerged outside the dark mist, positioning himself between the golden palace and the guests, causing the strange sensation to gradually dissipate. "You think you can withstand me?" Fang Lei declared gruffly, casting a glance at Ning Yuan Gu, who sat paralyzed on the ground, pale and devoid of color. Realizing that the expert from the Ghost Spirit sect he relied upon had been subdued by Fang Lei, the chilling screams of the vengeful spirits persisted for approximately a quarter of an hour before finally subsiding. Then, a series of storage bags emerged, gracefully landing in Fang Lei's hands. The ghostly expert from the Ghost Spirit sect had perished. He probably never anticipated that one day he would meet his demise within the very Yin Luo banner crafted by his own sect. It was a technique he was well versed in. One wonders why he could not refine a figure as formidable as Fang Lei. This was evidently a legendary level, said to be attainable only by a select few ancestors of the Ghost Spirit sect. Unfazed by the multitude of eyes upon him, Fang Lei gently shook the storage bags, emptying their contents onto the ground to scrutinize. Items like silver notes were promptly placed into his own storage bag, while ambiguous objects were stowed away in another, until he finally picked up a thick tome and began to flip through its pages. Indeed, there were subsequent techniques concerning the Yin Luo banner. He would take the time to study them meticulously later. Stowing away the tome, Fang Lei raised his left hand, summoning the Yin Luo banner. which transformed into a small flag and was tucked into his storage bag. Only then did he turn to gaze leisurely at Yuan Zifeng. The earlier tremors had taken their toll, and it was only now that Yuan Zifeng began to regain his composure. Exhaling deeply and clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Brother Fong, might we retire inside to converse?" Fong Lei nodded, following him to a side hall, where they remained for quite some time before returning. The Ning family estate had already been secured by the Yuan clan's guards, preventing anyone from departing without the master's command. As for the individuals from the Beast Mountain, being adept themselves, they had long since slipped away during the commotion. Yuan Zifeng instructed the steward to rearrange the banquet. Except for a few close friends, most guests had been dismissed, allowing them to gather around a large table. Seeing the eager expressions on everyone's faces, Yuan Zifeng finally stood up and declared, "I, Yuan, have an announcement. From this day forth, the Yuanxia Mountain Manor shall affiliate with the Ancient Tomb Sect of the March County. This esteemed individual is Elder Fong Lei of the Ancient Tomb Sect, who happens to be the savior of my daughter, Yuan Shi. Friends, let us raise a toast to Elder Fong." The crowd was momentarily taken aback, but quickly came to terms with it, aside from the swift pace that caught some off guard. The situation seemed to be progressing as it ought. They began to offer their congratulations. Fong Lei, not one to refuse, accepted their toast, and the atmosphere soon became lively. After the banquet concluded, the guests took their leave, and only then did Yuan Zifeng command that Ning Yuan Pavilion be brought forth for Fong Lei to deal with. Fong Lei looked at the trembling Ning Yuan Pavilion and asked, "Uncle Ning, how did things escalate to this point?" "It is my fault," Ning Yuan Pavilion replied. Fong Lei chuckled, "Is it truly your fault?" Finally, Ning Yuan Pavilion sighed. "It is the fault of that ungrateful son, Ning Zhao. I have no words left." Fong Lei waved his hand. "Enough. Ning Zhao is dead. After all, I did call you uncle for several years in my youth. You may leave." "You would let me go?" Ning Yuan Pavilion asked in disbelief. Fong Lei waved his hand again. "Take care of yourself, and do not tarnish your reputation further. Depart." Ning Yuan Pavilion stood in shock for a long moment before finally moving toward the exit, urged on by the guards. Fong Lei suddenly said, "Uncle Ning, the disappearance of Miss Yuan Shi has nothing to do with you, I presume?" Ning Yuan Pavilion halted, turning back with a bewildered shake of his head. "Then go." 2 days later, Ning Yuan Pavilion arrived at Yuanxia Mountain Manor seeking Fong Lei, presenting the Ning family's last asset, a silver mine in Dongqua City, to secure a means of survival for the Ning clan. Fong Lei agreed and took the land deed of the silver mine, marking the first asset of the Ancient Tomb Sect in April County. However, that very night, a group of masked individuals stormed into the residence of the Ning family, unleashing a brutal massacre, culminating in a fire that razed the Ning estate to the ground. Not a single one of the over 200 members of the Ning family, including Ning Yuan Pavilion, escaped unscathed. All perished. The blaze was so fierce that it stirred the entire Dongqua City, and Yuanxia Mountain Manor was no exception. Immediately, a dozen individuals rushed out, mounting swift steeds toward the Ning estate. "Brother Fong, this fire is quite suspicious, and the timing is impeccable. You must be cautious." Yuan Zifeng lamented from his horse. Fong Lei nodded. "I understand. This is clearly aimed at me. Nevertheless, I have a clear conscience. Whatever malevolent forces come, they shall return as they came." Despite his words, he recognized the need to make prior arrangements. Very well. Though he appeared relaxed on the surface, Fong Lei's heart was heavy. He felt a twinge of guilt over the demise of Ning Yuan Pavilion's family, as it was indirectly his doing. Simultaneously, a chill crept over him regarding the world and its inhabitants. He pondered whether there might come a day when his own family would face a similar fate, merely due to his actions. "Lord Yuan, have you given any thought to the matter I raised the other day?" Fong Lei suddenly inquired. Yuan Zifeng offered a wry smile. "Before this incident, I was somewhat hesitant. Now, after this fire, it serves as a wake-up call. Very well. I shall join the Ancient Tomb Sect and begin posting notices to recruit personnel tomorrow." "Excellent." Fong Lei turned his horse around and, with a crack of the whip, the black stallion surged forward, galloping away. The following morning, the repercussions of the Ning family fire had only just begun to reverberate through Dongqua City when another sensational piece of news spread swiftly, igniting great enthusiasm among the citizens. Notices were posted in every corner of the city and at the 4 city gates. The Ancient Tomb Sect's April County branch is now recruiting skilled individuals. Details of identity and remuneration are as follows. What is this Ancient Tomb Sect? I have never heard of it before. Why does it matter whether you have or not? Just look at the benefits. Behold, even a regular disciple earns 5 taels of silver monthly, and those with achievements can double that based on merit. This is almost comparable to the stipends of government officials. What a generous offer. And look here. A squad leader managing 10 men earns 15 taels monthly, while a captain of 30 earns 50 taels and a leader of 100 receives 200 taels. The deputy hall master earns 1,000 taels monthly. My goodness, what kind of sect is this? They must be incredibly wealthy. Shut up. Don't just stare at the 1,000 taels. You need the skills to earn that. You think you can just talk your way into 1,000 taels like you always do? The gathered crowd erupted in laughter. Their gazes fixated on a man in his 40s who wore a look of disdain. Yet, the man remained undeterred, shouting, "Ability is not solely measured by practical skills. If anyone doubts me, let us have a live contest to see who can out-talk whom. I will concede right away and henceforth bear the title of talker. Who cares? You can keep that title for yourself." The crowd jeered, and after a moment of commotion, they resumed reading the notice attentively. The talker, seeing that no one was paying him any mind, felt his interest wane. He squeezed his way back through the crowd when he unexpectedly collided with someone. Looking up, he was met with a pair of menacing eyes, causing him to instinctively step back and prepare to apologize. A young voice beside him said, "Do not cause trouble." The fierce-eyed individual immediately wilted, casting one last glare at the talker before following the youth. The talker seized the opportunity to steal a glance at the group. All dressed as young noblemen. One among them, tall and handsome, bore an icy demeanor. "Not from around here, I presume?" the talker suddenly realized. And once the group had walked a distance away, he mustered the courage to follow them, keeping a distance of over 200 meters. Before long, the group turned into an alley. After waiting for a long while without anyone emerging, he boldly approached the alley's edge to peek inside, yet saw no one. He recognized the alley. It led to the estate of the wealthy family where the fire had occurred the previous night. It was a family by the surname Ning. However, those who overheard the morning discussion said that not only did the Ning family suffer a fire, but several neighboring households also fell victim, their properties consumed by flames, with only a few managing to escape with their lives. The storyteller, an elder who had roamed the East District for 2 or 3 decades, had witnessed much and experienced even more. Thus, he immediately suspected that the inferno at the Ning residence might be linked to these young individuals, for who, after all, would seek amusement in the ashes of another's home? The elder did not linger, swiftly returning to the government office to inquire about the fire with an acquaintance. "Is this related to you?" he asked. The elder shook his head. "It has nothing to do with you. You're just looking for a handout. Even the county magistrate finds it too trivial to handle. You might end up receiving a beating instead." The official dismissed him with a wave. The elder felt unjustly treated. Such a significant clue surely warranted at least a few silver coins. Reflecting on the nearly empty rice jar at home and the eager eyes of his children, he stomped his foot and declared, "I refuse to believe no one will take notice of this matter." After pondering for a while, he finally recalled a certain place and arrived at the entrance of Yuansha Manor before noon. Fong Lei was reading in his chamber when suddenly a steward entered to summon him, stating that there was an urgent matter that required the master's attention in the secret chamber. Upon entering the chamber, Fong Lei saw Yuan Zifeng and his 2 sons, along with the visibly anxious elder. A young man, a handsome man? Fong Lei's heart stirred as he inquired, "Can you recall the appearance of that person? Would you recognize him if you saw him again?" The elder replied, "Yes, I would recognize him at once upon seeing him." Fong Lei pressed further. "What if it were a portrait?" The elder pondered briefly before responding, "I would say I have about 70 to 80% confidence." Fong Lei nodded in agreement. "That's good." He then turned to Yuan Zifeng, who immediately understood and instructed his sons to fetch the best portrait artists in the city. The more, the merrier. The efficiency of Yuansha Manor was astonishing, and soon 7 or 8 renowned artists arrived, ready to commence their work in the secret chamber. To help the elder relax, Yuan Zifeng arranged for a sumptuous meal to be served, allowing him to think carefully as he described the individual while the artists utilized their extraordinary imagination. Before nightfall, they were to present 2 portraits to Fong Lei for identification. Is this truly him? Fong Lei was taken aback upon seeing the portraits, unable to suppress a question. Indeed, Yuan Zifeng affirmed. Fong Lei shook his head and moved to the window, sighing, "What a pity, what a lament, and somewhat tragic." Yuan Zifeng inquired, "It seems you know this person, Brother Fong." Fong Lei replied, "Not only do I know him, but we have also had dealings. His name is Lu Zhan, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is the most likely candidate to become the Ning family's son-in-law." Can you imagine that? Yuan Zifeng was clearly taken aback. Then why would he do such a thing? As you mentioned, it is indeed a frame-up against me. Furthermore, this may involve the ghost spirit sect. If I am not mistaken, their experts will come to demand an explanation within the next few days. Yuan Zifeng asked, "How should we respond?" The recruitment announcement has just been posted, and even if new disciples join, it will take at least 10 days to a month. Such a short time. Fong Lei waved his hand. "Do not worry. I have a couple of trump cards up my sleeve, and now is the time to use them." In the stillness of the night, Fong Lei's thoughts churned as he summoned the human form of the Nian Nu system. After a prolonged silence, he finally pressed the button for the Gu Yuan Ju. The white lines within the human form rapidly expanded, soon enveloping its entire being. Waves of internal energy surged forth like a torrent, washing and cycling through the bright lines repeatedly, causing them to grow increasingly robust. This iteration took an unusually long time, reaching a record-breaking duration of 2/4 of an hour. The benefits reaped by Fong Lei were immeasurable, if not unprecedented. He felt the Sanyang Qi blood ju weakening, akin to a person who had donated blood being drained to the brink. Yet, the anticipated fusion of the two powers had yet to manifest, leaving him bewildered. The Gu Yuan Ju acted like a domineering leader, its domain not permitting others to intrude. Fong Lei could only conclude that he must let the Nian Nu system dictate the course of events. The prompt for the human form read, Gu Yuan Ju, Level 5. Capable of sustained iteration. Fong Lei refrained from pressing further, instead retrieving the Yin Luo banner. That night, he resolved to elevate the Yin Luo banner to Level 9 and witness its transformation. To accomplish this, he specifically requested a secret chamber from Yuan Zifeng, constructed deep underground, soaring to a height of 3 to 4 zhang. With careful control, he hoped to avoid any catastrophic occurrences. This was also the reason he sought to strengthen the Gu Yuan Ju before attempting the Yin Luo banner, as he needed the former to suppress any supernatural phenomena that might arise from the latter's mutations. Chapter 40. The Ancient Tomb Sect, Part 3, Buzz. The Yin Luo banner expanded rapidly, halting at 3 zhang, just touching the ceiling of the underground chamber. Amidst the swirling black mist, the golden palace flickered in and out of view, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. Fong Lei inhaled deeply and directed his thoughts toward the prompt of the human form. The text transformed, revealing a line, simulating iteration, please wait. Fong Lei waited in silence as the minutes ticked away, 1/4, 2/4, 3/4. By the time 4/4 had passed, he felt an acute discomfort, as if sitting on a bed of nails. His right eyelid twitched, and he was on the verge of rushing forward to forcibly halt the system. Yet, he understood that such an impulse was futile. Once the system commenced its work, even the heavens could not compel it to cease, unless there was a power outage. However, the system possessed a self-testing function before proceeding to the next task. It ensured ample power supply, lest it cease operation. Fong Lei, his forehead lined with worry, glanced at his energy levels, which showed a full red line. Plenty to spare. Thank the heavens, he thought, hoping not to collapse Yuan Zifeng's underground palace, as he still relied on him for assistance with the ancient tomb sect. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the human form suddenly glowed with white lines, and torrents of internal energy surged forth like a dam bursting, leaving Fong Lei with the sensation of being drained. It felt akin to someone who had donated blood experiencing an excessive loss. Oh no, Fong Lei exclaimed, suddenly recalling a scenario described in the texts, during the process of cultivating and upgrading the Yin Luo banner. There was indeed a risk of backlash against the practitioner's own cultivation. However, such occurrences were rare. So much so that the experts of the Ghost Spirit sect did not consider it a serious threat. Fong Lei hastily unfastened the storage bag from his waist and emptied its contents onto the ground, revealing a multitude of medicinal bottles. After inspecting them, he quickly consumed any pills that could replenish his energy and blood, swallowing them hastily. After consuming roughly half a bag, the sensation of depletion within his body finally subsided. However, he felt as if a fire burned in his belly, leaving him parched and dry, his throat almost seeming to emit smoke. The underground chamber lacked a water barrel, but featured a jadestone pool filled with half a pool of clear water. Without hesitation, Fong Lei plunged into the pool, sitting cross-legged at the bottom. The water began to boil rapidly, reducing from chest deep to waist deep, eventually settling down. Yet bubbles continued to rise vigorously from him. Thank goodness I brought these restorative medicines. Otherwise, I might truly have lost my life due to my own actions, Fong Lei muttered, rising abruptly into the air. Mid-flight, he activated the Sanyang Qi blood ju, and white steam enveloped him, instantly drying his clothes to a semi-dry state before he returned to his previous position. Due to the commotion, the human form of the Nian Nu system had vanished without his notice, while the golden palace amidst the black mist remained eerily still, showing no signs of change. Had he failed? Fong Lei pondered, glancing at the myriad of medicine bottles strewn across the ground, realizing he must first gather them up. These were treasures that could indeed save lives in critical moments. Just as he grasped 2 bottles, a hand suddenly shot out from the opposite side with astonishing speed. Snatching the bottles away and retracting swiftly, Fong Lei's hand, still clutching the bottles, froze in place, his head unmoving but his eyes rolling upwards. Yet, before him lay nothing but dark mist and the golden palace within. No, there had clearly been a hand extending from the other side. Despite the rapidity of its movement, he discerned that it was indeed a human hand, its skin a deep shade reminiscent of the brothers from Africa on Earth in a previous life. Who is there? Fong Lei demanded, deducing that the source was within the Golden Palace. However, wasn't the palace filled only with wandering souls and vengeful spirits? They would not emerge without his summons, and even if they did, they would not dare stray from the dark mist. Yet that hand had unmistakably belonged to a human. The echoes reverberated within the subterranean chamber, amplifying his voice, repeating incessantly, Who? Who is there? Who is there? Who is there? He. It was only when the last repetition deviated into an unusual sound that Fong Lei was jolted awake. This was no mere echo, but rather someone mimicking his voice, imitating him perfectly, except for the last uncontrollable laugh that slipped through. Fong Lei's expression froze, his gaze fixated on the Golden Palace, not daring to blink. He finally interrupted the echo with a solemn inquiry. Who are you? A voice identical to his own emanated from within. I am you. You are me? Fong Lei exclaimed. Startled, judging solely by the voice, it was indeed indistinguishable. Any listener would assume it was two voices from the same source. Yet, he knew in his heart that this was not him. Come out, let me see you. The voice from the palace responded. Are you certain you wish to see me? Absolutely. Do you have any regrets? No regrets. Fong Lei was increasingly confident that the entity within the palace was a result of the Yin New System's derivation. And even with divine power at its disposal, it could not escape his control. Thus, he felt assured. He, accompanied by laughter. A figure cloaked in darkness materialized from the palace doors, indeed resembling the brothers from Africa, lacking any hue of differentiation. Even the eyes were entirely black, resembling a black pearl. Fong Lei's astonished gaze swept over the figure before resting on its face. Upon closer inspection, he gasped in shock. This is my doppelganger. Aside from the difference in color, it bore no other discrepancies. However, Fong Lei's astonishment soon became a perilous predicament. A suddenly elongated arm surged forth from the palace. Reaching for his forehead, Fong Lei attempted to retreat, but the arm moved with incredible swiftness and adaptability, trailing him closely until it finally landed on his head. An overwhelming force surging into his mind. Fong Lei cried out, only to see the Yin New System's humanoid projection automatically manifest before him. A flash of light erupting within his head, followed by the chilling scream of the dark figure from the palace, the black hand retracting in an instant. Still shaken, Fong Lei stood rooted in place, his eyes not on the palace, but rather fixated on the humanoid projection, particularly the prompt text that appeared in the upper left corner. In Luo banner, level 9. Yet, 2 additional lines of annotations followed. Due to severe missing original code, a vulnerability arose during derivation, resulting in the host's inability to directly control it. A new DNA reshaping technology has been employed to generate the central genetic code to prevent backlash. The host must exercise caution during operation. If any abnormalities are detected, the process must be halted immediately. Fong Lei read the text repeatedly, cursing under his breath with each pass, and after the third, he was nearly in tears. Backlash. This was a potential threat that could obliterate him at any moment. What in the world was going on? However, with events having unfolded as they had, he could only resign himself to fate. As he looked back at the palace, he indeed saw the dark figure, now gritting its teeth, no longer as brazen as before. What have you done to me? Fong Lei asked with a smirk. Of course. I have ensured that I can handle you. Did you think I bestowed all this upon you simply for you to usurp my place? He sensed traces of a mind-manipulating technique in that earlier grasp. The dark figure sought to seize his body and take his place. The dark figure adapted quickly, its tone chilling. What do you wish for me to do? Naturally, all that is within your capability, Fong Lei replied. But worry not, you are my trump card, and I will not easily cast you aside. However, should you defy my orders, you should be well aware of the consequences. His voice grew increasingly stern as he spoke. The dark figure responded with indifference. As you command, master. Yes, since you were created in my likeness, there will undoubtedly be moments of misunderstanding. I shall bestow upon you a name. Let's call you Hei Lei. Hei Lei? Indeed. You may return now, and do not show yourself without my summons. Hei Lei obeys. Hei Lei gradually faded into the dark mist, and the doors of the Golden Palace slammed shut with a resounding thud. Fong Lei stowed away the Yin Luo banner, weighing it in his hand, shaking his head in contemplation. He needed to hurry to the Ghost Spirit Gate's main entrance, emerging from the subterranean chamber. It was already the hour of the pig, roughly 2 in the morning. Fong Lei mounted the swift steed meticulously selected for him by Yuan Zifeng and galloped towards the capital city of Yuandu. The distance from Dongqua City to Yuandu was merely 700 or 800 miles, and he would arrive before noon. As midday approached, A glossy black steed trotted into Yuandu City, atop which sat a young man in a blue robe, Fong Lei. He took his time, allowing the steed to move leisurely. Soon arriving at the entrance of the Zhengqi Gate. Below the mountain gate, a sturdy man was scanning the passing pedestrians. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon someone, and upon closer inspection, he called out, "Oh, isn't this Elder Fong? Brother Hu, how have you been?" Fong Lei rode closer, greeting him from afar. Hu Yan hurriedly replied, "All is well. Thank you for your concern, Elder. Is there something you need? I wish to see the sect master, Situ." Fong Lei dismounted and casually tossed the reins to a nearby disciple of Zhengqi Gate. "The sect master is on the mountain. Please follow me, Elder." Hu Yan did not inquire further, turning to lead Fong Lei up the mountain. As an honorary elder of the sect, while lacking true power, Fong Lei's status was equivalent to that of an elder, and they dared not treat him with any disrespect, especially since he was known to be quite generous. At the Grand Hall's entrance, Situ Yuan had already received word from the disciples below and came out to greet him. To be honest, the leaders of Zhengqi Gate held genuine respect for Fong Lei. Half of this was due to his lavish generosity, while the other half stemmed from his repeated blows against the Ghost Spirit Gate, which endeared him to them. Although Fong Lei had never publicly acknowledged this, nor had the Ghost Spirit Gate made any explicit declarations, the seasoned elders were well aware of the underlying circumstances. Moreover, due to the setbacks faced by the Ghost Spirit Gate, its power had waned significantly, and it no longer shared the dominion over the Yuanhua territory with Zhengqi Gate as it once did. Thus, after a cordial exchange, they escorted Fong Lei into the Grand Hall. Request for troops. Fong Lei immediately presented a challenge, causing Situ Yuan to hesitate. Elders should be aware that mobilizing the sect's forces for external expeditions differs from dispatching a few disciples for tasks. It requires a formal report to the main sect for approval. "I understand this," Fong Lei replied. However, the sect master should also be aware that according to the Zhengqi Gate's regulations, the honorary elder title is not merely a title, but also a covenant. When one party is in need, the other is obliged to provide support. As he spoke, Fong Lei produced a purple token and placed it on the table, adding, "Rest assured, all expenses for this troop deployment will be borne by me. Should there be any casualties, compensation will be calculated accordingly. This is a note worth 20,000 taels of silver. Please accept it, sect master." As Fong Lei spoke, he pulled out 2 stacks of silver notes from a bulging storage bag, counted them, and placed them before Situ Yuan. With a nonchalant demeanor, he secured the storage bag back to his waist. A true tycoon, undoubtedly. The elders accompanying him had their eyes gleaming, fixated on the storage bag, yearning to pry into its contents. Had it not been for the formal setting, they would have rushed over to ascertain just how many silver notes it contained. As the bag appeared to be straining under its weight, Situ Yuan, being the leader of the sect, although fond of wealth, cherished his position even more. He blinked and said, "Money is not an issue. I am merely concerned about excessive casualties, should there be punitive repercussions from above." Fong Lei chuckled and reassured him. "You need not worry. Once the disciples of the righteous sect arrive, they will primarily focus on safeguarding the Yuanxia villa. And while there may be a confrontation with the Ghost Spirit sect, our principle will be to refrain from engaging in combat. The rest will be handled by me." With his mind finally at ease, Situ Yuan lightly tapped the table and declared, "Very well, we shall proceed as the elder suggests. When do we depart?" "Now." "So soon?" Situ Yuan was somewhat taken aback, yet he nodded in agreement for the sake of the silver notes, and promptly instructed several elders to summon the disciples of the sect. Selecting elite soldiers to prepare for immediate departure, Fong Lei conveyed additional details regarding the arrangements with Yuan Zifeng before departing on foot toward the small courtyard. Upon climbing over the courtyard wall, he spotted several women clearing weeds in the yard, causing them to jump in surprise at his sudden appearance. Fong Lei quickly reassured them, "Do not be afraid. I have come to express my gratitude to the mistress." The women, initially fleeing, halted upon hearing his words. The youngest among them scrutinized Fong Lei and exclaimed, "Oh, I thought it was someone else. Turns out it is you, the ingrate." Taken aback, Fong Lei retorted, "Hey, you little girl, despite your small stature, your tongue is quite sharp. Pray tell, how have I wronged you?" The girl, unperturbed by his demeanor, shot back, "Who are you calling a little girl? Look closely, I am at least a few years your senior. You should be addressing me as sister." Realization dawned upon Fong Lei. Indeed, he was merely 17 years old in this life, still a minor. However, the affairs he had been entangled in had given an impression of maturity beyond his years. He had nearly forgotten this detail. As he pondered, a chuckle escaped him, and noticing the girl's bewildered expression, he said, "You are right, sister, I was indeed reckless. May I inquire if the mistress is present?" "The princess is not here." "Princess? What princess? Is she not the mistress?" Fong Lei was momentarily stunned. The girl wore a look of derision, as if to say, "Now you realize." Fong Lei gasped in realization, "No wonder. I was wondering why." As he contemplated, he turned to leave. "Hey, stop right there." The girl called out again. Chapter 42, Lantasai, Part 1. Fong Lei turned back and asked, "Is there something else you need?" "Sister? I told you, you are indeed an ingrate. You won't even admit it. The moment you hear the princess is not here, you turn to leave." Fong Lei found himself both amused and exasperated. "But did you not just say the princess is absent? Just because the princess is not here does not mean you should not wait a moment. That is basic etiquette. Just like last time, when the princess helped you. You slipped away without even a word of thanks, leaving just a silver note, as if it were a meal ticket. Do you think the princess lacks that small amount of silver?" Fong Lei finally understood the source of her grievance and replied, "I truly had matters to attend to last time and could not express my gratitude. I promise to properly thank the princess the next time we meet. Now that is more like it." The girl finally expressed her thoughts, her previously stern expression softening into a smile, revealing a hint of charm. Suddenly, she asked, "What? Are you really going to leave?" Fong Lei replied, "I do have matters to attend to. Since the princess is not here, I shall take my leave." "Oh, so you disregard what I have said? Just wait, I will go ask for you." With that, she turned with a sway of her waist and disappeared through the iron gate. The other women, having listened to their exchange, felt reassured knowing Fong Lei was not a bad person and returned to their work. Fong Lei leaned closer and quietly inquired, "Excuse me, madam, who is that young lady?" The woman smiled and replied, "She is Xingwen, a lady-in-waiting to the princess." Fong Lei suddenly realized that such a fierce temperament belonged to a lady-in-waiting. Not long after, footsteps echoed from outside, and Xingwen, accompanied by several maidservants, entered with Princess Qingyang. "Princess Qingyang, I am Fong Lei." Fong Lei stepped forward a few paces and cupped his fists in greeting from across the lake. "Xingwen, remain. You may leave now," Princess Qingyang instructed softly. The maidservants placed 2 trays on the stone table before exiting, sealing the iron gate behind them. "What brings you here, Brother Fong?" Princess Qingyang inquired. "I seek assistance." Fong Lei briefly recounted the situation with the Ghost Spirit sect, but clarified that he was not requesting aid for Dongqua City, but for the Gumu sect in Beishir City. "I can mobilize the troops of March County, and the Guma sect can assist if there are hostilities. But how can you assure me that it will not become another Ghost Spirit sect?" Fong Lei replied, "I have always believed that the innocent will remain untainted. Currently, I cannot offer you any guarantees, but one thing you can trust is that I, Fong Lei, am not a person who indiscriminately kills the innocent or forgets kindness. The Ghost Spirit sect seeks to annihilate my family. They must be dealt with. Even without your assistance, I would take action alone." Princess Qingyang gazed into his eyes in silence for a moment before turning her attention to the small island in the lake and said, "Very well, I shall make arrangements." "Thank you." Fong Lei expressed his gratitude, then took his leave, making sure to thank the lady-in-waiting, Xingwen, for her previous kindness in delivering meals. Only after Fong Lei had flown over the courtyard wall for some time did Xingwen suddenly comment, "This person is quite dull." He spoke only a few words before leaving. Was he seeking aid from the princess? Princess Qingyang shook her head and quietly remarked, "No, he does not need us to intervene. He was merely making a greeting." Xingwen was taken aback. Is he truly that formidable? Just wait and see. After leaving, Fong Lei made his way to Shihong's residence. Recently, Shihong had been lingering at home, having gained favor after befriending Fong Lei and re-establishing contact with Situ Yuan. His father, Kai, had taken notice and assigned him some lighter tasks, prompting him to frequently visit the righteous sect, occasionally reporting in while pocketing some money. When he saw the steward leading Fong Lei inside, he sprang up from his chair, nearly rushing forward for a bear hug. Fong Lei grinned and quickly stated his purpose, requesting to see the head of the Shi family, Kai. Without hesitation, Shihong escorted him directly to the grand reception hall where his father was busy with business matters. After some pleasantries, Fong Lei articulated his intention, primarily seeking a market for the silver mine in Dongqua City. Since the Ning family had transferred ownership of the mine, he and Yuan Zifeng had only managed a brief visit before the Ning family encountered trouble, leaving many major clients uncontacted. Some had even avoided showing their faces after hearing of the Ning family's misfortune. Thus, this trip to Yuandu City was also to connect with his potential buyers. Upon hearing this, Kai promptly agreed to arrange for a manager to discuss relevant matters regarding the silver mine and to prepare a transport caravan. By the time Fong Lei exited the Shi residence, dusk was approaching. He took a horse from the righteous sect and slowly made his way toward the city gate. As he exited the city gate, Fong Lei noticed someone stealthily trailing him, but he paid it no mind. With the commotion caused by the disciples of the righteous sect coming and going, it was impossible to keep their movements a secret from other factions. Moreover, Situ Yuan had no intention of concealing their whereabouts. It was as if the righteous sect were announcing their presence with drums and banners. After riding about 7 or 8 miles outside the city, Fong Lei halted his large black horse, allowing it to graze by the roadside while he sat beneath a tree, leaning against the trunk with his legs crossed. After a considerable lapse of nearly half an hour, Fong Lei, growing increasingly impatient and preparing to depart, suddenly heard a rustling sound from the side. A shadowy figure appeared, shrouded in darkness, with only a pair of eyes glimmering in the night. As the figure remained silent, Fong Lei could no longer restrain himself and called out, "Are you going to speak or not? If not, I shall take my leave." The shadow's gaze was complex, reflecting a myriad of emotions, and finally, under Fong Lei's ultimatum, it spoke. "I know I am no match for you, but I still wish to try." Fong Lei, irritated, replied, "Suit yourself." A silver flash erupted from the shadow, resembling an owl darting through the starry night, as it lunged toward Fong Lei. Standing his ground, Fong Lei executed a forward strike with his right palm, channeling a gust of wind to meet the attack. Bang! The owl, entangled with a silver dragon, tumbled to the ground, astonishment evident in its eyes. "You are no match for me. Perhaps train for another 10 or 20 years before seeking me out again," Fong Lei remarked, summoning his steed, the great black horse, mounting it with a flick of his whip, preparing to leave. "Wait!" The shadow suddenly called out, hastily pursuing him and halting 3 yards away, sword in hand, while placing the other on her chest. "Are you ever going to stop?" Fang Lei retorted, genuinely disinclined to converse with the woman. "I will ask you just one question, and if you answer truthfully, I will concede to your request." Fong Lei scoffed. "Since when have you become so generous? I have no interest." With that, he cracked his whip, and the great black horse let out a neigh, galloping away and leaving the dark-clad woman behind. Yet, after a short distance, another shadow appeared ahead, blocking his path. Fong Lei, furious, shouted, "Are you done yet? Don't think I hesitate to strike a woman. Step aside." To Fong Lei's surprise, the shadow did not yield nor make another move. Instead, she began to loosen her garments, swiftly unveiling a snow-white undergarment beneath her outer layer. "What are you doing?" Fong Lei exclaimed, swinging his whip and striking her hand, causing the woman to recoil. Fine, I concede. Ask your question. But I must remind you, I will only answer one, and not a word more. Even if you were to strip bare, I would not cast a glance." The woman, her gaze conflicted, eventually covered herself again and, after a brief silence, spoke softly. "You detest me for the humiliation I suffered. I harbor the same hatred for you, yet I can comprehend it. You killed my brother and drove my family from Bayshore City. I still hate you, but I understand. My father was coerced into transferring property to you for the sake of our family's survival. I can comprehend that as well. But why do you pursue utter destruction? Is it merely because of me that you unleash your wrath upon the entire Ning family? Are you still that timid, kind-hearted, and weak Fong Lei from before?" The dark-clad woman was Ning Lei, who had somehow learned of Fong Lei's arrival in Yuandu, concealing herself near Zhengqi Gate until she finally discovered and followed him. Fong Lei scoffed coldly. "You are correct. I am no longer that timid and weak Fong Lei. Therefore, I have no interest in your family's affairs. And let me be clear, you have mistaken your target." With that, he spurred his horse past Ning Lei, galloping into the night. Ning Lei stood in a daze for a moment, and as the sound of hoofbeats faded into the distance, she suddenly cried out, "If it's not you, then who is it? Can't you show some regard for our childhood friendship and tell me?" Her anguished cries echoed through the darkened road, leaving only her fragile silhouette behind. Suddenly, with a loud crack, an object flew from ahead, landing squarely in front of Ning Lei. It was a scroll. Wiping her tears away with determination, she approached, picked it up, and opened it, gazing intently. After a long moment, she gasped and collapsed to the ground. Fong Lei, hearing her scream from afar, shook his head. Ever since he had crossed into Fong Lei's body, he had felt no connection to Ning Lei, often only feeling pity for the former Fong Lei. However, witnessing the Ning family's tragic demise in a single night and seeing Ning Lei willingly approach a heartless individual stirred a sense of melancholy within him. As he had said, these matters were indeed not his concern. He was merely acting according to his conscience, having shown ample compassion toward Ning Lei and her family. As Fong Lei entered the territory of Dongqi City, it was already deep into the night. Approaching the Yuansha villa, he noticed the night sky above the villa illuminated brightly, not only by lanterns, but also by bonfires. Upon nearing, he discovered that the villa was entirely surrounded, teeming with experts from the ghost spirit sect clad in black robes, along with heaps of burning wood. The scene unmistakably suggested a vendetta against the Ning family. With the sound of galloping hooves, Fong Lei quickly approached. The ghost spirit sect's guards, initially shouting commands, soon found themselves felled by Fong Lei. Startled, the remaining guards hesitated to advance. "Let him in," someone shouted from a distance. And the disciples of the ghost spirit sect immediately parted to create a path. Fong Lei rode to the forefront of the villa, where he saw Yuan Zifeng leading his two sons and a throng of villa experts, standing defiantly against dozens of ghost spirit sect masters. In addition to the black-robed figures, several disciples in regular attire were clustered behind two young men, gazing at Fong Lei with sorrowful expressions. One was Lu Zhen, and the other was LVQO. Among them stood a group of black-robed individuals, seemingly indifferent, standing beside Lu Zhen, appearing to be in a meditative state. Fong Lei swept his gaze over them and rode to the center. "Elder, you have finally returned," Yuan Zifeng exclaimed, his face lighting up as he approached, followed by the two young men, who also appeared invigorated. "What transpired?" Fong Lei dismounted, casually inquiring. "The disciples of the ghost spirit sect have been waiting here for you all day, insisting they would not depart without seeing you." "Wait for me. What business do they have?" Fong Lei asked. "It concerns the tragedy that befell the Ning family of Ning Yuan Pavilion," Yuan Zifeng replied, lowering his voice and leaning in to convey his message discreetly. The two engaged in a hushed conversation, their words audible only to those with sufficient cultivation. "There are witnesses?" "Excellent, let them step forward. I wish to see who they are." Fong Lei finally turned to face the gathered members of the ghost spirit sect. Lu Zhen gestured, and two younger disciples escorted a frail boy forward, placing him beside the black-robed figures. "State your identity," one disciple of the ghost spirit sect commanded. The boy, evidently terrified, stammered, "I am Ning Qin. Ning Yuan Pavilion is my father, and I have a sister named Ning Lei." Upon hearing this, Fong Lei's curiosity was piqued. It appeared that a member of the Ning family had survived, likely having hidden in a corner and narrowly escaped the assassin's attention. "Did you see the appearance of the assailants?" Ning Qin's emotions suddenly surged, and he pointed at Fong Lei, exclaiming, "That's him, along with them." Fong Lei heard Yuan Zifeng chuckle softly, clearly recognizing that the boy's accusations included him and his two sons, unable to suppress his laughter. Such a clumsy tactic. "It's astonishing you could conceive of it," Fong Lei replied. "Desperate times call for desperate measures. The more clumsy the method, the more unexpected the effect." "I would do the same." They both laughed heartily. However, Lu Zhen interjected, "Fong Lei, the witnesses are right before you. You have already surrendered all your familial assets to provide a way out for the Ning family's descendants. If you can act so ruthlessly, it demonstrates a callousness that defies the heavens." Fong Lei cast a sidelong glance at him and said, "You are not wrong. I admit it. What can you do to me?" Lu Zhen felt momentarily at a loss for words and turned to the figures in black robes, saying, "Esteemed elders, this man has previously slain several elders of our sect, and recently, he viciously ambushed Elder Yu Wei and exterminated the Ning family of our disciple Ning Lei. His cruelty is appalling. I implore you to take action against him." Hearing Lu Zhen's respectful tone, Fong Lei realized that the black-robed figures before him were not from the ghost spirit sect of Yuandu City, but rather reinforcements dispatched from the central ghost spirit sect of the Zhou Kingdom. Suddenly, one of the black-robed figures fixed his gaze on Fong Lei, surveying him for a moment before stating, "Fong Lei, esteemed elder of the righteous sect. Unfortunately, this identity cannot serve as your shield. Whoever harms our disciples must face the consequences." Chapter 44, Lanny Temple, Part 3. Fong Lei chuckled lightly and asked, "May I inquire from whence you come?" "From the Qi Kingdom." "The Qi Kingdom?" Fong Lei was taken aback. "Didn't you come from the Zhou Kingdom?" The black-robed figure smiled ominously, offering no reply. Yet it was evident he acquiesced. Fong Lei continued, "Is the ghost spirit sect of the Great Qi Kingdom also affiliated with the ghost spirit sect of the Zhou Kingdom?" Upon hearing this, half of the black-robed figures turned their masked faces towards Fong Lei, their cold, piercing gazes instilling discomfort. Lu Zhen could no longer tolerate the conversation, fearing Fong Lei's words would provoke a rift between them and the Qi Kingdom's ghost spirit sect. He promptly interjected, "Nonsense. Although the sacred sect of the Great Qi Kingdom is nominally on par with the sacred sect of the Yuan Kingdom, it traces its lineage back to one of the founding ancestors, boasting a heritage of thousands of years. How could a mere frog at the bottom of a well comprehend such matters?" Fong Lei paid no heed to Lu Zhen's tone and nodded, saying, "So, the ghost spirit sect of the Qi Kingdom has a more ancient history than that of the Yuan Kingdom. Excellent. I was contemplating a visit to the ghost spirit sect of the Yuan Kingdom. Since you claim superiority, it spares me the trouble. Pray tell, how do you intend to resolve this?" The black-robed figure replied, "I am Qingyang. I have heard that you possess the sacred sect's In Luo banner. May I have a look?" Fong Lei laughed heartily, exclaiming, "So you came for this? And what if I refuse?" "Simple. Once you prostrate yourself, I shall still be able to behold it. However, if you hand it over now, Perhaps there is room for reconciliation, thus sparing the innocent from harm. Fong Lei stroked his chin, his mind racing. He could discern that the black-robed figures were not concerned with the accusations listed by Lu Zhen. Their sole aim was the Yin Luo banner. Somehow, they had caught wind of this matter and had hurried over to seize it while simultaneously establishing contact with Lu Zhen and the others from the ghost spirit sect of Yuandu. Suddenly, Fong Lei smiled and said, "Very well, dispatch those bothersome individuals first, and I shall consider granting you a glimpse." Lu Zhen and LQO immediately stiffened, turning to the black-robed figures with apprehension. Indeed, a sense of trepidation washed over them. When they received a message from their sect leader, Yin Fangyi, they were elated. Never expecting a master from above the central sect would come to their aid, making the extermination of Fong Lei and the Yuanxia Villa a mere formality. However, Yin Fangyi had specifically instructed them not to go against the will of the sacred sect's masters. All actions were to align with their directives, thereby shackling Lu Zhen and the others further. Lu Zhen had not anticipated that Fong Lei would cast such a tempting bait. All their elaborate plans felt futile, akin to drawing water with a basket. In a moment of panic, he called out, "Elder." Qingyang coldly interjected, "Your request is excessive, transcending my capabilities." Lu Zhen and LQO felt a wave of relief wash over them, a burden lifting from their shoulders. Before the fight could even commence, they were repelled by their own sect members, a thought that left them feeling utterly humiliated. "Then I apologize. I am powerless to assist," Fong Lei said with his hands raised and shoulders shrugged. Qingyang turned his face to the left, and immediately, a black-robed figure advanced towards Fong Lei. However, at that moment, a commotion erupted in the distance, the sound of galloping hooves approaching rapidly. The outer disciples of the ghost spirit sect quickly shifted their attention towards the source of the noise. The arrival was quite timely. Fong Lei's heart settled. Even if he were to engage with the black-robed figures, he need not worry for the safety of Yuanxia Villa. A robust masculine voice called out, "Are there friends from the ghost spirit sect ahead? I am Feng Chun, a disciple of the righteous sect, requesting passage." Lu Zhen's expression shifted dramatically. He nodded to LQO and led a group of individuals to greet the newcomers, followed by an exchange of responses. Fong Lei turned to Yu Zifeng, relaying a few instructions before stepping towards the black-robed figures. Just as he took a couple of strides, his body swayed, and he was already upon them, unleashing a powerful strike akin to a tempest. The black-robed figure let out a grunt, sidestepping to evade, while two ghostly claws, accompanied by a chilling wind, lunged towards Fong Lei's face. Fong Lei's palm missed its target, and he swiftly pivoted, executing a spinning kick that struck the black-robed figure in the hip with tremendous force. This was a spirit-level master, yet he could not withstand Fong Lei's assault, his body hurtling outward, crashing to the ground, motionless. Qingyang's eyes narrowed, and another black-robed figure emerged, wielding an iron flute. With a flourish, 8 streams of black mist erupted from the flute's holes, intertwining to form 2 ghostly claws, aimed directly at Fong Lei's back. Fong Lei's inner energy surged through his body, enveloping him in a faint glow that deflected the ghostly claws. He unleashed the Thousand Illusions Omni-Evolution sword technique with his 3-edged sword, the sounds of clashing metal resonating as the black-robed figure's iron flute was reduced to splinters, rendering its black mist ineffective. After 2 exchanges, Fong Lei pierced the black-robed figure's throat with his sword, severing half of his neck, blood gushing forth, only to be snatched back by the arriving black-robed reinforcements. 2 black-robed figures engaged him, one wielding a sword, the other using their palms, coordinating their attacks to exploit Fong Lei's openings. A war of attrition? Whether Qingyang intended this strategy, Fong Lei was uncertain. But he understood that continuing in this manner would surely exhaust him, and facing Qingyang afterward would spell disaster. Contemplating this, he spun his 3-edged sword, swiftly pivoting to confront the black-robed figure attacking him head-on, his left palm striking out. The black-robed figure grunted as his right palm turned as dark as ink, colliding with Fong Lei's attack. Yet midway, Fong Lei's left hand tightened around a hidden dagger, thrusting it forward. The black-robed figure transformed his palm into a claw, attempting to grasp the weapon. However, he suffered a grievous blow. With a resounding thud, the dagger expanded, piercing the black-robed figure's throat. The adjacent black-robed figure, rushing to assist, aimed a sword at Fong Lei's ribs, but Fong Lei deftly evaded, retreating as he wielded a 3-zhang-long flagpole, driving the opposite end through the black-robed figure's throat, unleashing a torrent of black smoke that enveloped him. The black-robed figure was taken aback, abandoning his comrade to retreat, only to be unexpectedly ensnared by a hand emerging from the black mist. After a terrified scream, silence enveloped the air. Looking at the black-robed figure now affixed to the flagpole, he began to wither rapidly, and with a shake of the pole, a desiccated corpse fell to the ground. Qingyang's gaze bore a hint of caution as he gestured for his subordinates to halt their advance, stepping forth slowly. At the pinnacle of spirit transformation, I can sense his formidable sacred spiritual power. Fong Lei responded with a grin, but offered no words. Qingyang continued. I am curious how you acquired the most core techniques of the sacred sect. Given your age and background, it seems improbable. Fong Lei merely smiled, disinclined to respond or unable to do so. However, the mention of most core techniques stirred intrigue within him, prompting curiosity. Very well. Let this humble servant experience the might of your sacred spirit. Realizing he could not elicit any further information, Qingyang fell silent and gradually advanced towards Fong Lei. At that moment, Feng Chun and Yu Zifeng converged, having breached the encirclement of the ghost spirit sect disciples, forming a defensive line with the elite of the villa. Chapter 45. Yuanxia Villa. With the Yin Luo banner in his left hand and sword in his right, Fong Lei surveyed his surroundings before declaring, "Do as you wish." Elder Qingyang came to a halt, his left sleeve fluttering as he deftly set down 5 small flags, each 3 feet tall, around Fong Lei with a series of crisp sounds. Fong Lei observed the flags, each adorned in distinct colors, white, blue, black, red, and yellow, representing the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, with a unified symbol intricately embroidered in golden thread. The 5-element flags? Fong Lei inquired. However, Elder Qingyang clarified. These are not the 5-element flags. They are the 5 spirit banners, each representing a sacred spirit. Fong Lei nodded. Then let us commence. Very well, Qingyang responded, suddenly raising his hand to release 5 beams of crimson light that landed upon the 5 spirit banners. Instantly, dark energy surged forth from the banners, coalescing towards the center where Fong Lei stood. As the Yuan returning technique coursed through Fong Lei, a soft golden glow emanated from within him. Yet, he questioned Qingyang. Aren't you representing the 5 elements? Why then is all of this black? Elder Qingyang's expression stiffened as he sheepishly replied. I have yet to cultivate the unity of the 5 elements. The dark energy thickened rapidly, soon enveloping Fong Lei's position, a figure becoming faintly visible within, resembling an illusion. Elder Qingyang, cautious in manipulating the 5 spirit banners, feared a moment's lapse could result in disaster. The creation of these banners had been tremendously arduous, and he could not endure another attempt. Fong Lei recalled that the first expert he had slain from the ghost spirit sect, Yu Jietzi, had mentioned that the grand entrance of the ghost spirit sect in Yuandu City housed only 5 sacred spirits. Yet here stood Elder Qingyang from the Qi Kingdom, possessing all 5 spirits himself, highlighting the vast disparity in their powers. Thus, Fong Lei remained prudent, opting to assess the situation before making a decision. Seeing that his initial display did not intimidate Fong Lei, Elder Qingyang grew increasingly cautious. As he chanted incantations, a cacophony of ghostly wails erupted from the 5 spirit banners. As if vengeful spirits were eager to break free, Fong Lei began to grasp the situation better, deepening his understanding of the transformation of Black Thunder. Realizing the truth behind Elder Qingyang's claim of mastering the core techniques of the ghost spirit sect, a striking resemblance indeed. This raised a curious question. From where did Nian Nu derive her techniques? Fong Lei contemplated a possibility. Yet there was no time for further reflection as the vengeful spirits within the 5 spirit banners were finally ready to emerge, 5 of them at once. The encroaching dark energy obscured both sides, the anguish cries echoing within, and even Fong Lei's form began to fade from view. However, those with insight understood that by observing Elder Qingyang's expressions, the crux of the matter could be deduced. Suddenly, Qingyang's demeanor shifted, his thumbs slicing through the air, and streams of blood light were thrust into the dark energy. Yet, a resounding crash reverberated, draining color from his face and causing his body to tremble. The dark energy expanded, covering an area of over 20 zhang, revealing the flickering silhouette of a golden structure at its center, towering and majestic. While Fong Lei's figure remained concealed, the ghostly wails intensified, but Fong Lei remained eerily silent, making it impossible to discern whether the vengeful spirits or Fong Lei held the upper hand. It was indeed astonishing that Fong Lei could contend with ghosts, and to begin with 5 spirits was nothing short of defiance against the heavens. However, as one glanced at Elder Qingyang's face, a sense of dread washed over them. It was evident that Fong Lei was gaining the upper hand in this battle against the 5 ghosts, and Elder Qingyang would not hold on much longer. Just as this thought crossed their minds, a piercing scream erupted from within the dark energy. One of the vengeful spirits had met its end, followed by the second, the third, until silence prevailed. The dark energy continued to swirl, but the golden silhouette grew increasingly luminous, standing firm like a mountain, before rapidly shrinking before their eyes, ultimately vanishing into the dark energy. The dark energy began to retract, 10 zhang, 5 zheng until Fang Lei's figure re-emerged, still clutching a 3 zheng long flagpole, the banner appearing as if it had been torn open. Dark energy surging into it, gradually becoming clear. Upon examining his surroundings, the 5 small flags were reduced to mere bare poles, the banners having disappeared. With a cough, Elder Qingyang spat out a mouthful of old blood, his body swaying as he nearly collapsed, assisted by the approaching black-cloaked figures who began to retreat. The other black-cloaked individuals silently followed suit, leaving hastily. Lu Jin and LQ exchanged alarmed glances, their hearts racing with fear. After a moment of stunned silence, they turned to flee, the disciples of the ghost spirit sect retreating in disarray, once brimming with arrogance, now resembling frightened dogs desperately escaping. Fang Lei had no intention of forcibly detaining Elder Qingyang, although he possessed the capability to do so. The weight of the ghost spirit sect behind him kept him from succumbing to the impulse of plundering. Yuan Zifeng approached to inquire. Should we pursue the individuals from the ghost spirit sect? Fang Lei replied. The comrades from the Zhengqi sect have endured a long journey. It would be unwise to engage in further conflict today. Let them rest, and we shall discuss it tomorrow. Understood. Yuan Zifeng promptly instructed his 2 sons and capable subordinates to allocate a portion of their forces to bolster the mountain stronghold's defenses, while another group attended to the disciples of the Zhengqi sect. Despite the nightfall, the stronghold erupted in jubilation. The Zhengqi sect was led by Elder Ma, who had met Fang Lei a few times. After some cordial exchanges, both parties returned to their respective quarters for rest. Fang Lei knew that the affair with the ghost spirit sect could not simply conclude here. Even branches from the Qi kingdom were becoming involved, subtly heralding a storm on the horizon. Not long after settling down, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a knock at the door. Brother Fang, have you retired for the night? I have urgent matters to discuss. Fang Lei opened the door to find Yuan Zifeng, his face pale and anxious, clutching a piece of paper. What has happened? Fang Lei inquired. She, Yuan Zifeng faltered, handing the note to Fang Lei. Illuminated by the candlelight, Fang Lei read the note. To the one surnamed Fang, if you wish to save Yuan Shi's life, come to the Black Wind Gorge. Remember, many will only bring unnecessary casualties. Fang Lei furrowed his brow. The Black Wind Gorge? What kind of place is that? Yuan Zifeng explained. Travel northeast from Dongqua City for about 600 miles until you reach the border of the Qi Kingdom, where a range of mountains lies. Within the mountains, there is a gorge perpetually shrouded in dampness, creating a gray mist. When the wind blows, dark clouds emanate from the gorge, hence the name Black Wind Gorge. Fang Lei nodded. So it is a miasma. Yuan Zifeng continued. It does not end there. The critical point is that it is rumored that demonic creatures inhabit the miasma, with no living being returning after passing through. For centuries, Black Wind Gorge has remained a forbidden area near Dongqua City. Demonic creatures? Fang Lei recalled a certain individual. Or rather, a demonic entity. When was this discovered? Just now. All the handmaidens accompanying Shi'er have succumbed to poisoning and are now unconscious, leaving only this note behind. Yuan Zifeng paused, then added, Brother Fang, what do you think we should do? He was aware that although the message specifically addressed Fang Lei, it was also directed at him. If Fang Lei were to refuse, he would have no grounds for complaint. Chapter 46, Yuan Xia Mountain Villa, Part 2, Fang Lei declared. I must venture to the Black Wind Gorge. However, I have something to inquire of you, and you must answer me truthfully. Yuan Zifeng hurriedly replied, Brother Fang, please proceed. What is the origin of your ancestors? Were there any notable figures among them? Ancestors? Yuan Zifeng paused, confused by the question. Yes, distant ancestors. The further back, the more significant. Additionally, are there any ancient artifacts that have been preserved? Distant ancestors? Ancient artifacts? Yuan Zifeng's eyes flickered momentarily before he fell silent. Brother Fang, please follow me. The two exited the courtyard, making their way toward the rear of the villa, eventually ascending a small hill where they paused before a hall halfway up the slope. This is the Yuan family ancestral hall, where the spirit tablets of our forebears are enshrined. There is indeed one ancient artifact, though I am unsure of its purpose. Yuan Zifeng explained, pushing open the hall's door and adjusting his attire before stepping inside. Fang Lei followed, observing a statue enshrined at the center. Resembling a deity but proportioned like a normal human, clad in the simplest of garments akin to primitive animal skins, exposing half of its shoulder and body, Yuan Zifeng remained silent for a moment before lighting some sandalwood incense to pay his respects. He then spoke. According to the records in the Yuan family genealogy, there indeed existed a remarkable ancestor, but whether he is the deity we are venerating here remains uncertain. Could the ancient artifact you mentioned refer to this? He gestured towards the altar, indicating the statue's feet. Fang Lei stepped closer to take a look, noticing a black serpent coiled around the statue's left foot. its dark hue obscuring its material, while its tail entwined around the right calf of the statue, forming a peculiar shape. What an extraordinary object! From what era does it date? Fong Lei inquired. Yuan Zifeng shook his head. I do not know. This statue has existed since the inception of the Yuan family. Yet no one can clarify its origin. However, one fact is recorded. Our ancestors hailed from this small mountain, and after countless generations of stewardship, it has reached its current stature in my hands. Does that mean the Yuan family has a lineage spanning over 1,000 years? Fong Lei asked. Perhaps far more than that, Yuan Zifeng replied. I once traveled extensively among local artisans, and according to their accounts, this stone statue should date back approximately 10,000 years. 10,000 years, Fong Lei echoed, staring at the unusual serpent. May I touch it? Yuan Zifeng stepped aside. Of course. Fong Lei extended his right hand, activating the returning Yuan technique for precaution, and slowly placed his palm upon the serpent. Suddenly, a clear sound of flowing water echoed in Fong Lei's mind, coursing through his arm and pooling in his brow, creating a tranquil ripple. Before his eyes, an ethereal silhouette resembling a maiden emerged, and a red health bar in the lower corner began to ascend, quickly reaching its peak before resetting. As the water vanished, the serpent's black hue faded away, revealing a silvery texture illuminated by a faint azure glow. Yuan Zifeng was left astounded, watching Fong Lei and the transformed serpent, bewildered by the unexpected change in an ancient artifact that had lain dormant for millennia. Before he could voice his questions, the silver serpent suddenly animated, swiftly slithering into Fong Lei's palm, disappearing from view. What just happened? Yuan Zifeng murmured. Fong Lei maintained a facade of calmness, though internally he felt exhilarated. He glanced back at Yuan Zifeng, then reached into his sleeve to retrieve a broken sword, stating, It seems to have entered the sword. Entered the sword? Yuan Zifeng pondered. Could it be a pair, or rather, a set? Fong Lei nodded. That is a possibility. What shall we do now? Yuan Zifeng was at a loss for words. What else could they do? It was in Fong Lei's possession now. Could they really extract it and revert it to its original form? Looking at the radiant aura emanating from the broken sword, identical to that of the serpent, he cleared his throat and said, Well, since they are indeed a set, it would be best if they could be reunited. However, concerning the matter of my daughter, Fong Lei smiled. Rest assured, that will be my responsibility. Additionally, I shall share an internal piece of information with you as compensation for the serpent. Yuan Zifeng's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Perhaps, I say perhaps, the ancestors of the Yuan family might be related to our current Dragon Master. Is that true? Yuan Zifeng exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. Roughly speaking, when we meet the Dragon Master in the future, we can verify this easily. Yuan Zifeng rejoiced. If that is the case, it would be wonderful. Fong Lei continued. Thus, the affairs regarding Miss Yuanxi are my concern. You may rest easy. Prepare a swift steed for me. I must depart immediately. How many men do you require? None. Just myself. Very well. Additionally, I need you to discreetly arrange for an utterly trustworthy individual to visit the Great Zhou Kingdom. Utterly trustworthy? What do you think of young Yuan Shua? As long as you are confident, the identity does not matter. Then it shall be him. He has been accompanying me in my travels these past few years, gaining ample experience, and is quite capable. Fong Lei nodded, and the two descended the mountain. Before long, a swift horse emerged from the main gate of Yuanxia Mountain Villa, galloping towards Haifeng Gorge. Meanwhile, at the back entrance of the villa, a shadowy figure stealthily slipped away, utilizing the cover of the forest and buildings to head towards the Yuan capital. By midday, Fong Lei arrived at a marketplace situated 100 miles from Haifeng Gorge, where he stopped to eat. The market, nestled amid several mines, bustled with people, and the laborers who made their homes there created a vibrant atmosphere, with numerous taverns and bustling streets filled with entertainment. Are you heading to Haifeng Gorge? The innkeeper was taken aback by Fong Lei's inquiry. Yes, is there something wrong? Fong Lei asked, chewing on a piece of beef. It's not that it's wrong, but rather, it is very unwise. Why is that? You must be an outsider, unaware of the rumored monsters lurking in Haifeng Gorge. I advise you to reconsider. Just yesterday, several people went missing near the mines outside Haifeng Gorge, over 10 individuals at once. Vanished without a trace. Fong Lei inquired, does this kind of occurrence happen often? The frequency is not high, but it has been many years since such a large number disappeared. Fong Lei nodded in gratitude. After finishing his meal, he took out 2 taels of silver and said, Innkeeper, I will leave my horse with you for safekeeping. If I do not return, it shall belong to you. The innkeeper accepted the silver, insisting, No, you must return. I will take care of your horse. Thank you. Fong Lei stood to leave. The innkeeper suddenly called out, Wait, since you are determined to go, allow me to point you in the right direction. If you are willing to pay, they may be able to assist you. That sounds good. Chapter 47, Black Thunder, Part 1. Half an hour later, Fong Lei arrived at a mine situated 50 miles from the marketplace and met the individuals the innkeeper had mentioned. To his astonishment, they did not appear human at all. One had pointed ears and a mischievous expression, resembling the legendary Monkey King, while another, a towering figure akin to a black bear, stood beside him. The third was even more astonishing, resembling the young son of the Bull Demon King. However, it was the black bear who addressed Fong Lei in a deep voice. "What business do you have with us?" "I seek someone and require your assistance," Fong Lei stated, gaining a new understanding of this world where humans and demons could converse and transact. "Assist? Ha ha ha. We never help humans. You have come to the wrong place." The black bear laughed, regarding Fong Lei as if he were a fool. Realizing the implication, Fong Lei produced a stack of silver notes from his robe and presented them. "This is the reward." The Monkey King leaped forward, snatching the silver notes from Fong Lei's hand, counting out loud, 5,000 taels. "This is merely a deposit. The rest will be provided upon the successful completion of the task," Fong Lei clarified. The Monkey King and the Black Bear were indeed intrigued, but the young demon, resembling the Bull Demon King's son, displayed an unexpected maturity and asked, "Your generosity suggests the person you seek must be extraordinary. First, tell us who you are looking for and who abducted them. If it was done by certain individuals, this price is far from sufficient." Fong Lei sensed an opportunity. As long as he could safely locate Miss Yuanxi, the silver was a trivial matter, and he would certainly seek reimbursement from Yuan Zifeng. "The person I seek is named Yuanxi, a girl of 16. As for her captors, I cannot say for certain, but I know she possesses formidable strength." The young demon pondered, then asked, "When did this occur? Yesterday, or perhaps last night?" The young demon acknowledged with an "oh" and exchanged glances with the two others. "Wait here, we will investigate further. However, let us be clear. If the abductor possesses overwhelming strength beyond ours, we can only offer you information, and the deposit is non-refundable." Fong Lei nodded in agreement. "That is quite reasonable. I accept. However, please ensure the information is as accurate as possible. You need not remind us. We are well aware." After the three demons finished speaking, they turned and exited, leaving Fong Lei alone in the small cave. Outside, the sounds of laborers shouting while working in the mines occasionally drifted in. "What a marvelous world it is." Fong Lei smacked his lips, patiently waiting. After nearly an hour, the three demons finally returned, their expressions less than pleased. "Damn it, whom did you offend? How did you end up provoking her too? You truly lost a fortune on this one. The information alone is worth much more." Wukong spoke first, revealing his volatile temperament among the trio. Fong Lei, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Who is this her you speak of?" "No need to pry further. We won't divulge that information. It's beyond our scope of intelligence. However, I advise you to abandon this pursuit. She's merely a little girl, and if you risk your life over her, it would be a grave mistake," said Hong Haier. Fong Lei could only think of the demon queen of Landy Temple, but he couldn't confirm it with the three demons, so he pleaded, "Then tell me, where is this girl imprisoned?" Hong Haier scoffed, "Landy Cave." "Landy Cave?" Fong Lei's heart stirred, and he pressed, "Where is it located? You can find that out yourself. It's beyond the scope of our information." Fong Lei's expression changed. "Did you not promise to provide accurate intelligence? How am I supposed to find it with just those 3 words?" Wukong shouted sharply, "Landy Cave is the most precise information you could get. How to find it is your concern. All right, our transaction is over. You should leave now." Fong Lei furrowed his brows, contemplating how to extract more from them. When the black bear demon interjected, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave. If you don't, we won't be polite." "Damn it. I should have never taken on such a cursed task." Fong Lei chuckled, stroking his chin. "If you want me to leave, return my silver note." "What did you say?" The 3 demons were simultaneously enraged, their voices harsh as they leaned forward, baring their teeth at Fong Lei. Remaining calm, Fong Lei smirked. "I said, return my silver note. Human, have you nothing better to do than to come here and toy with us?" Black Bear Demon retorted, extending a furry hand toward Fong Lei's chest. His fingertips glinting with iron armor, clearly hard as steel. Fong Lei snorted, employing the 12 true spirits to counterattack, swiftly striking Black Bear Demon's wrist and tossing him aside. Ouch! The massive form of Black Bear Demon flew and crashed against the cave wall before sliding down. "How bold, daring to cause trouble in our territory," Wukong shouted, taking advantage of Fong Lei's momentary distraction to leap forward with incredible speed, aiming a double-fisted strike at Fong Lei's temples. Fong Lei remained still, waiting until Wukong was nearly upon him before leaning forward, executing a powerful kick that struck Wukong in the abdomen, sending him crashing against the cave ceiling. Just as he sent Wukong flying, Fong Lei suddenly heard a gust of wind approaching from behind. He spun around in a flash, delivering a powerful palm strike. "Spare me, immortal!" Red Boy cried out, almost caught in the attack as he dropped to the ground. Fong Lei quickly redirected, unleashing his internal energy to create a 3-foot-wide crater in the rock, sending debris flying and causing Black Bear Demon and Wukong to yelp in alarm. Had Red Boy not been quick-witted, he might have been injured. The three demons exchanged glances for a long moment, finally settling down. Fong Lei sat at the stone table, declaring, "Once the silver node is returned, I will no longer desire it. However, you must tell me everything clearly. Otherwise, your fate will be dire." The three demons felt frustrated. After years of intimidating others, they had unexpectedly fallen into the hands of a human. Was this guy even human? How could he possess strength greater than that of a demon? Red Boy confessed, in Landy Cave, there resides an ancient creature who has lived for countless years. Recently, it unexpectedly awoke from its slumber and returned with a girl, the one you mentioned, named Yuanxi. Landy Cave is connected to Landy Temple, isn't it? Fong Lei asked. Yes. It is said that the creature is associated with the demon queen of Landy Temple. Fong Lei suddenly understood the intricate connections and asked, "Now tell me how to reach Landy Cave, and what is the layout inside? I require a detailed map. Additionally, I will lead the charge, and you three are responsible for rescuing her." What? The three demons' faces fell. Wukong said, "You might as well just kill us. After all, death is inevitable. And this way we can at least die without suffering." "Wanna die?" Fong Lei glared. "Even if I hadn't called for your demise, there would be no good ending for you." As he spoke, he reached for his waist, producing the Yin Luo banner. With a swift incantation, it emitted the chilling cries of vengeful spirits, causing the three demons to kneel in fear, banging their heads on the ground. Great Demon King. This truly is a genuine Demon King, wielding the power to command spirits. We cannot provoke him. Have you made up your minds? Fong Lei queried. Red Boy raised his head. We are not unwilling to help, but our abilities are limited, and we cannot approach that place. However, we can assist you in drawing the route map you need. Fong Lei grunted, and the Yin Luo banner expanded with a whoosh, black mist enveloping the cave. A dark hand emerging to grasp Red Boy by the neck. "Please spare me, Immortal. I have another idea. I don't know if it will work," Red Boy pleaded. Fong Lei chuckled coldly, retracting the hand back into the mist as light returned to the cave. Red Boy collapsed onto the ground, looking pitifully at the other two demons. Realizing he had stepped on a stone this time, after catching his breath, he continued, "Even if you were to take our lives, we still cannot enter. However, we do know someone who might have a way. The previous information came from her." "Oh? Who is she?" Fong Lei inquired. "She is a demon king of Black Wind Gorge, and she has always treated us lesser demons with great care, so we all respectfully call her Silver Moon Fairy." "Silver Moon Fairy?" Fong Lei pondered briefly before saying, "Take me to her." No, she doesn't team eat with humans, especially not you. Even for us. We must prepare gifts and curry favor with the mountain's guardian demons to have a chance to meet her." Fong Lei replied coldly, "You need not worry about gifts. Just lead the way." But Red Boy hesitated, glancing at Fong Lei's increasingly darkening expression. He shivered and, along with the other two demons, began to lead the way. Fong Lei followed closely. With the three demons guiding him, Fong Lei felt much more at ease as they traversed through the forested valleys, occasionally encountering mines and workers guarding them. Humans and demons coexisted here, creating a wondrous world. "What about the recent disappearances?" Fong Lei asked. "Oh, that is the work of evil beings lurking deep within Black Wind Gorge. It has nothing to do with our demon clan," Red Boy replied. "What sort of evil beings?" "Since they are called evil beings, they are neither human nor demon. Some say they are souls of those who perished in battle here many years ago. Their resentment so strong that they coalesced into these entities. Once these creatures gain sentience, they require the flesh and blood of living beings to survive," Red Boy explained. "Why haven't your demon clan been affected?" Red Boy proudly answered, "Of course, it is because the Lord Demon King intimidates them, causing them to hunt humans instead." As the three demons and Fong Lei conversed, they walked for nearly an hour until reaching the outskirts of a canyon. "This is Black Wind Gorge," they said. Though referred to as a gorge, it resembled a vast valley, surrounded by mountains, stretching northeast. It is said that passing through the gorge leads directly to the territory of the Great Chi Kingdom. However, apart from the demon clan within the canyon, it is unlikely anyone would dare to traverse this path to the Great Chi Kingdom. The three demons pressed onward, swiftly entering the Black Wind Gorge. After racing for over 30 miles, they suddenly veered right, arriving at the shadowy side of a great mountain. The fairy resided here, and further ahead lay small demons conducting inspections. "What are your plans to handle them, Immortal?" Fong Lei asked with a slight smile, retrieving 2 silver notes from his pocket. "Will these suffice? 2,000 taels should be adequate for the small demons. But what about the fairy? We must have some reason, right?" Fong Lei then took out a jade box from his storage bag, opening it to reveal a black pearl the size of a longan, showing it to them. Will this do? The three demons' eyes widened, and they licked their lips, exclaiming, "That is sufficient. Let us proceed." As the four appeared, they were quickly spotted by the small demons above. Before they could travel far, 7 or 8 small demons emerged, blocking their path. "Here, second. It's only been a few days. Why are you back? Didn't we say before, the king is not someone you can meet at will?" The black bear's spirit grinned and replied, "It's not me wanting to come, it's this gentleman." The red boy quickly interjected, "It's this esteemed sir, who has long admired the name of the Silver Moon Fairy and has implored us for quite some time. Eventually, we couldn't resist his earnestness, so we brought him along. Gentlemen, please do us a favor." He handed over a silver note given by Fong Lei. Fong Lei couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The absurdity of the situation was amusing. Who would have thought that the demon clan appreciated human silver currency? The small demons exchanged glances, one of them nudging another, and waved them off, saying, "Go on, and good luck to you." "Thank you, everyone." The red boy rejoiced, bowing slightly as he led the trio forward. Fong Lei couldn't help but feel a twinge of anger, whispering, "Aren't the Silver Moon Fairy and humans not supposed to meet?" The red boy hastily explained, "Brother, keep your voice down. Did you not see their knowing glances? They know the fairy want to meet you, so they're trying to squeeze a little extra out of it. I would do the same in their position." Fong Lei laughed. "Is this how all demons behave? Don't ask me. These tactics were learned from you humans. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being too calculative." As they laughed, they reached another cliff. Indeed, they encountered a second group of small demons, but this time larger demons began to appear, lounging high above with their furry legs dangling and mockingly observing them. This time, they offered an additional 500 taels of silver and passed through smoothly. Upon reaching the mountainside, beneath a wall-like cliff, the final wave of inspecting small demons emerged, causing Fong Lei's eyes to brighten. These were no longer the odd-looking, hairy creatures, but a group of enchanting young maidens clad in colorful garments, each competing for beauty, their captivating gazes stirring a torrent of emotions within. The black bear spirit and Wukong couldn't help but swallow hard, their eyes fixed in awe, while the red boy coughed, finally managing to divert his gaze. "Immortal, it's time to present your treasure. Whether the fairy will see you depends on your fortune." Fong Lei nodded, as he retrieved the jade box. An older woman in pink approached, her enchanting eyes sweeping over the three demons and Fong Lei, primarily focusing on him. She then covered her crimson lips, exhaling softly. "Red boy, what brings you here? Didn't I just send you a message? Still not giving up? You're not trying to sneak a peek at Sister Fairy again, are you?" The red boy's face flushed crimson as he quickly bowed. "Sister, you misunderstand. It's not my intention. It's this gentleman who insists on seeing the fairy. We had no choice." The pink-clad woman's expression darkened. "Are you not aware of the rules? No meeting with humans. Why come here to prattle?" The red boy appeared embarrassed, glancing at Fong Lei. Fong Lei stepped forward, presenting the jade box. "I am Fong Lei, with a request to meet the Silver Moon Fairy. Please convey my intentions." The pink-clad woman snorted, accepting the box. Upon opening it, her expression shifted as she scrutinized Fong Lei anew, saying, "This gift carries weight. Your request must be significant. Very well, I shall inquire. Whether you meet or not depends on your fate." With that, she hurriedly entered the cave. The cave was set high upon the cliff, 3 zhang above ground. Its entrance small and dimly lit. Yet, Fong Lei's keen sight discerned a vast space within, divided by numerous caverns, unfathomably deep. After about a quarter of an hour, the pink-clad woman emerged, tossing the jade box at Fong Lei and coldly declaring, "She will not meet." Fong Lei paused, contemplating for a moment before retrieving a wooden box roughly a foot square from his storage bag, presenting it to the pink-clad woman. "Please convey this once more. If the fairy still declines, I shall take my leave." The pink-clad woman's face displayed impatience as she reluctantly opened the box, and was momentarily stunned by the red light emanating from within. After a brief silence, she remarked, "Blood coral." Fong Lei nodded, replying, "Indeed. Blood coral grows in the depths of the sea, typically harvested only after a millennium. Its value lies in the blood jade, said to have formed from drops of divine and demonic blood over millennia of geological evolution. This particular blood coral was obtained from a slain high-ranking spirit, and Fong Lei had reluctantly taken it out today in desperation. "Very well, wait a moment," she said, closing the box and departing. "Miss, wait." Fong Lei suddenly called out. "What is it?" she asked. "Please inform the Silver Moon Fairy that my request is not solely for the sake of saving someone. Should she refuse to lend her assistance, I shall proceed alone, and I will not be responsible for the consequences of what happens in the Blackwing Gorge. I will relay your message." She replied, and entered the cave, leaving the 3 demons in shock. Fong Lei's words were clearly laced with a threat. If he angered the Silver Moon Fairy, the repercussions could be dire. Not long after, a thunderous roar echoed from the cave, and a silver serpent shot forth, rushing towards Fong Lei with immense force and speed. Fong Lei seemed to anticipate this outcome, employing his true Spirit 12 combat's technique, his body twisting like a green serpent, rapidly swirling around the white silk. Unfortunately, after a few rotations, he found himself entangled in the silk and was dragged into the cave with a startled cry. The three demons were left speechless, and only after Fong Lei vanished did they come to their senses, exchanging glances filled with joy before turning to flee down the mountain. You three stay put. Once Sister Fairy deals with that human, we will settle accounts with you. A voice from a green-clad woman commanded, and several graceful figures swiftly appeared, blocking the trio's path. Sister, we truly have no part in this. We are also victims, the red boy pleaded. Less chatter. Whether you are involved is not for you to decide. Just wait, she retorted. The three demons hung their heads, cursing Fong Lei countless times in their hearts as they obediently stood at the cliff's edge, restlessly glancing around. Deep within the cave, Fong Lei hung like a dumpling, grinning as he fixated on the beautiful figure draped in white gauze on the jade bed below. Beside her stood the pink-clad woman, who had come to relay the message, now watching Fong Lei with a playful smile, clearly entertained by the spectacle. Humanity is indeed intriguing. Despite being captured, one could easily become a delightful meal for Sister Xian. Yet they still managed to smile. The Silver Moon Fairy, aptly named with a title both resounding and ethereal, truly embodies her name. Her beauty can be succinctly described in two phrases: transcendent and unparalleled, a beauty beyond compare. At this moment, she gazes coldly at Fong Lei, remaining silent. Oh, I've seen enough. It's time to set me down. This is hardly the way to treat a guest, Fong Lei exclaimed, exhibiting none of the demeanor of a captive. The woman in colorful attire chimed in. Oh dear, sister, listen to him. He is quite defiant, still refusing to beg for mercy, as if we were inviting him in. The Silver Moon Fairy let out a soft hum, offering no reply. The colorful-clad woman continued, Mr. Fong, weren't you quite boastful just now? What has happened to that bravado? Fong Lei replied nonchalantly, I'm merely being courteous. Should your handkerchief be damaged, do not accuse me of rudeness. The colorful woman laughed derisively. Damage it? I'd like to see you try. Just as she spoke, her expression froze, and she shouted, How dare you? But her voice was futile, for the flames ignited upon the white silk, swiftly engulfing Fong Lei. With a resounding explosion, the flames erupted, and Fong Lei gracefully descended to the ground. I had already declared that I do not wish to engage in reasoning. It is pointless. Fong Lei waved his hand, brushing off the remnants of fire from his body. As though he were alone in this place, the two beautiful women transformed into mere air. The colorful woman attempted to speak again, but was halted by a gesture from the Silver Moon Fairy. Finally, the Silver Moon Fairy spoke, her voice melodious like a lark's song. From whence did you acquire the blood jade coral? Fong Lei glanced up at her and replied, Just ask if you want it or not. Why all this fuss? Are you a disciple of the Ghost Spirit sect? The Silver Moon Fairy inquired. Fong Lei was taken aback. Why would you say that? Is it only the Ghost Spirit sect that possesses blood jade coral? The Silver Moon Fairy did not respond but continued, Then it must not be. You took it from a master of the Ghost Spirit sect. Fong Lei retorted, You ask a great many questions. The blood jade coral is right here. Why concern yourself with its origin? Just take it. Have you killed true-level masters? The Silver Moon Fairy pressed, seemingly intent on clarifying this matter before she dared to claim the blood jade coral. Not true level. But I have taken down a few spirit-level ones. Is that significant? No wonder, the Silver Moon Fairy mused, falling silent for a moment before murmuring. You have thoroughly offended the Ghost Spirit sect. Fong Lei replied, Are you afraid of the Ghost Spirit sect? Chapter 50, Black Thunder, Part 4. The Silver Moon Fairy said, It is futile to provoke me. The trouble is of your own making. Only you can resolve it. Now, you may leave. With a wave of her hand, a length of white silk flew forth from her sleeve, swiftly encircling Fong Lei before soaring away. Fong Lei made no attempt to resist, but called out loudly, Hey, won't you reconsider? If we join forces to extinguish the Lan Ti Cave, the Black Wind Gorge will no longer pose a threat to you. Can you not spare a moment? The white silk moved with incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, it had delivered Fong Lei to the cave's entrance. Unceremoniously dropping him, Fong Lei stood at the cave's mouth, his expression devoid of light, and upon looking up, he exclaimed, What are you staring at? Haven't you seen anyone before? Go away. Behind him, the voice of the red-haired child called out, Immortal, are you unscathed? Fong Lei replied, What? Do you wish for me to be in trouble? Of course not. We were merely concerned for your safety. Perhaps we could. Fong Lei shot a glare. What do you mean perhaps? This was your scheme, wasting my time. I'm leaving." With that, he turned and hurried down the mountain, the three demons following with forlorn expressions, while the laughter of the women echoed behind them. "Wait a moment. Where's my blood jade coral?" Fong Lei suddenly halted, turning back to gaze at the cave for a moment, snorted, then proceeded down the mountain. A small demon spotted them from a distance and approached playfully. "Oh, has the gentleman returned? Did you see the king?" Fong Lei extended his hand, irritated. "Give it here." The small demon was taken aback. "What? My silver note?" Fong Lei bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder on the mountain. The small demon, crestfallen, replied, "Sir, that was already given away. How can it be reclaimed?" "Enough nonsense. Don't provoke my wrath," Fong Lei warned, kicking a nearby boulder with force. With a crack, the boulder split open. "Ah, here's the silver note." "It hasn't he moved." The small demon obediently returned the silver note, grumbling as Fong Lei and his companions departed. The demons at the foot of the mountain were not spared either, dutifully returning the silver note, and as they left, they told the red-haired child and the three demons, "Let us pretend we never met." The red-haired child lamented, "Can I be blamed for this? Our 5,000 taels were snatched back long ago, and we spent another 1,000 just gathering information. Who can we turn to for justice?" With the silver note restored, Fong Lei's demeanor improved slightly. He did not believe that the Silver Moon Fairy would overlook the blood jade coral in her possession. This enchantress must have some ulterior motive. Fong Lei glanced into the depths of the gorge and inquired, "How far is the Lan Ti cave?" "Immortal, do you truly intend to venture there?" the red-haired child asked. Fong Lei replied, "I would rather not go, but do you have any other plans aside from this scheme?" The three demons lowered their heads in silence. "Let us proceed. After you guide me there, find a place to hide. You need not show yourselves. With your meager skills, your presence would be of no use." The red-haired child protested. "We," Fong Lei interrupted. "What do you mean we? Besides following me, who else would dare take you in?" "Give up that hope." The three demons, filled with regret, had no choice but to lead Fong Lei deeper into the cave. The deeper they ventured, the more oppressive the miasma became. The three demons began to consume anti-miasma pills. Yet as they glanced back at Fong Lei, their confidence waned. He seemed unaffected, his body radiating a faint glow that repelled the noxious air, impervious to all toxins. After traveling a distance, Fong Lei inquired, "In this vast Black Wind Gorge, are the Lan Ti Cave and the Silver Moon Fairy the only two demon kings?" "Currently, those are the only two we've encountered," Wukong eagerly responded. "It is said that there are several demon kings within this valley, but none have shown themselves in all these years." Fong Lei continued, "Are there demon kings lurking near the evil spirits?" "Not that I have heard of." Having crossed two marshy regions, the three demons suddenly halted, pointing ahead. "The Lan Ti Cave is just ahead, approximately 10 miles away. We truly cannot accompany you further." Fong Lei scoffed, coldly stating, "Do not think of escaping. If I catch you, we would not dare. We shall wait for you nearby, hoping you return swiftly." Seeing their insincere demeanor, Fong Lei sneered and quickened his pace, racing toward the Lan Ti Cave. Soon, a cavern exhaling black smoke came into view. This was the Lan Ti Cave. Fong Lei surveyed the surroundings, noting the barren mountains devoid of any signs of life, save for the dark rocks, and it seemed this was the only cave in the area. Standing still for a moment, seemingly surveying the terrain, Fong Lei's left arm subtly swayed, and a shadow slipped from his sleeve, quietly merging into the ground, trailing behind him. Only then did Fong Lei spring into action, darting forward and soon arriving at the base of the cliff. He leaped upward and quietly landed at the cave's entrance. Peering inside, he suddenly called out, "Fong Lei has come to pay a visit. Will the cave's master not come out to greet me?" No sooner had he spoken than a large black bird soared out, circling above Fong Lei twice before retreating back inside. What theatrics? Fong Lei strode forward with unwavering determination, only to find two skeletal soldiers stationed at the corner, brandishing long spears. As he approached, the hollow eye sockets of the skeletons ignited with ghostly flames, swiveling their skulls to observe him. Upon nearing, Fong Lei noted that the skeletal soldiers dared not move their bodies, only their heads turning. He scrutinized one closely and inquired, "Could it be that your master is also a skeleton?" The skeleton soldier responded truthfully, "Indeed." Fong Lei continued, "How long have you been training?" 1005. It began to reply, but before it could finish, a gust of wind shot from the cave, striking the skeleton's head and shattering it into dust that scattered across the ground. Fong Lei leapt back, avoiding the bone powder, chuckling. It was merely a question. No need to slay your own kind. From within the cave came a deep, cold snort, followed by a coarse voice. "Esteemed guest, please come in and sit. I have prepared tea. Do grant me the honor." Fong Lei scoffed. "Your tea is likely not as delightful as you claim. I shall forgo it. Just return the person to me." With that, he strode confidently into the cave, entering a larger chamber. At the center, a man clad in a black robe sat upon a stone chair, his complexion pale as if recovering from a severe illness, his eyes a ghastly green, reminiscent of a zombie. Since you are here, there is no need to rush. Please sit and partake of tea. Fong Lei's gaze swept across the stone table. Particularly fixating on a blood-red cup of so-called tea, he replied coolly, no need for tea. You are waiting for someone, aren't you? Indeed. Would you like to know who this king awaits? Fong Lei shook his head. I am not interested. I only seek the person I am looking for. The rest is irrelevant to me. Yet they are all intertwined with you. There is more than one of them. A sense of foreboding crept into Fong Lei's heart. Are you frightened? The zombie man inquired. Fong Lei nodded slightly, a bit. However, I believe you should feel more fear than I. The zombie man asked in bewilderment, why? Fong Lei smiled, because the person standing before you is me. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he left behind only an afterimage. Appearing directly before the zombie man, his broken sword shimmering with a 3-foot-long blade of light, plunging it fiercely into the zombie's forehead. The zombie let out a fierce roar. A green light erupting from its crown, attempting to escape, but only half of it emerged, the other half seemingly ensnared by an unseen force, rapidly retracting. The zombie's previously fearsome visage transformed into one of panic as it extended its bony claws in a desperate bid to grasp at Fong Lei. Fong Lei withdrew the broken sword and swiftly retreated, glancing at the blade in his hand, noting a green light clinging to its 3-inch length, gradually retracting inward. Is this the doing of the strange snake? Fong Lei pondered, alarmed, as he observed the zombie man's wide-open eyes, struggling futilely before its body tilted and fell still. Is it dead? Fong Lei was taken aback. The notorious Demon King could not possibly possess such limited capabilities. Just as he contemplated this, a warning from Black Thunder echoed in his ears, beware of what lies behind. Fong Lei instantly felt his scalp prickle, his body lunging forward as he swung the broken sword behind him. The inner energy surged from the sword, producing a sound akin to roaring wind and thunder, striking something with a resounding thud. Fong Lei swiftly turned, preparing to retaliate with the Thousand Illusions Omnibus sword, but halted mid-attack. Before him stood a man and a woman, alongside a skeleton. The woman was none other than Yuan Shi, while the man bore an uncanny resemblance to the recently slain zombie, as if they were twin brothers. Yuan Shi's eyes sparkled with surprise, but she was rendered speechless, while the skeleton behind her rattled its rows of white teeth, seemingly eager to pounce and bite Fong Lei. The zombie man regarded Fong Lei with indifference, glancing at the fallen undead before stating coldly, you have slain this king's spiritual body. Fong Lei pointed the sword's tip downward, affirming, indeed. The zombie man's gaze lingered on the broken sword, his expression puzzled. You are Fong Lei. Fong Lei snorted through his nostrils. And you are? The Demon King of Lanshan. Fong Lei nodded, tilting his chin forward. And who might that be? The Demon King of Tila. Realization dawned on Fong Lei. So Lan Ti refers to the two of you. Precisely. Fong Lei declared. Since I have come to fulfill my promise, kindly release Miss Yuanxi. The Lanshan Demon King replied. Releasing her is not difficult, but can you ensure her safe departure? If it were just the two of you, I would consider myself capable of that. The Lanshan Demon King smirked ominously, as you wish, but today, we are not alone. Your demise is imminent. Fong Lei laughed heartily. In that case, I shall strike first. With a burst of laughter, he swiftly dashed past the Lanshan Demon King to Yuan Shi's side, thrusting the broken sword towards the Tila Demon King, whose skeletal visage was now revealed. The Lanshan Demon King emitted a cold snort, spinning to strike at Fong Lei's neck with a bony hand. But before contact was made, a dark hand emerged from below, its fingertips slicing towards his wrist, while another hand lunged towards his abdomen with a sinister intent. The Lanshan Demon King retreated rapidly, leaping into the air, but the two dark hands swiftly retracted, burrowing into the ground. In that fleeting moment, Fong Lei had already pushed back the Tila Demon King, pulling Yuan Shi towards the right. The Lanshan Demon King, humiliated by his failed attempt, wore an increasingly grim expression, his pale zombie face contorting with rage as his green eyes locked onto Fong Lei, declaring ominously, this king has 9 spiritual bodies. You have destroyed one, leaving 8. Do you truly believe you can escape today? The Tila Demon King interjected, Brother Lan, why rush? If we can simply delay him until our ally from the Ghost Spirit Gate arrives, he shall find it impossible to flee. Though the Lanshan Demon King was reluctant, he was evidently swayed, halting his advance. Fong Lei, however, would not grant them the opportunity, sneering, with such elegance, why not descend underground to wait? I have no time for this. As he spoke, a beam of sword light shot forth, targeting the Tila Demon King, unleashing over 100 strikes in an instant. The Lanshan Demon King roared in fury. Just as he lunged forward, he was drawn back by the dark hands. Turning to see another dark-skinned Fong Lei grinning at him, He felt a chill run down his spine. Split spirit? The Lanshan Demon King's heart sank as the furious bellow of the Tila Demon King echoed from behind him. Realizing the urgency, he dashed toward Black Thunder, unleashing a lethal strike. The Tila Demon King, having miscalculated, clung to her previous assessment of Fong Lei's abilities from their last encounter at Lanti Temple, thus sealing her own fate. After a mere 7 or 8 exchanges. With a crack, Fong Lei severed one of her bony arms. Moments later, the other arm followed suit, and with a thud, the Tila Demon King collapsed to her knees. The blade's tip of Fong Lei's broken sword surged with power, piercing through her forehead, and as he withdrew it, a green light clung to the blade, gradually diminishing until it was consumed by the sword's radiance. The Lanshan Demon King howled in rage, but Black Thunder kept him tightly ensnared, leaving him no opportunity to assist. As Fong Lei pierced the Tila Demon King and extracted the green light from within her skull, the Lanshan Demon King erupted in fury, his form shifting as he conjured multiple illusions, all 9 spiritual bodies appearing in unison. They swiftly surrounded Fong Lei, their target set on vengeance for the fallen Tila Demon King. The combined strength of the 8 spiritual bodies rivaled that of 2 true Lanshan Demon Kings, making Fong Lei's defense considerably challenging. Yet, the radiance emitted from his broken sword instinctively suppressed the spiritual bodies, seemingly designed to counter them, despite being overwhelmed. Each time the sword light swept by, the spectral forms hesitated, unwilling to confront its sharpness directly. Fong Lei sought victory amidst peril, praying that Black Thunder could swiftly deal with the Lanshan Demon King. Suddenly, the Lan Mountain Demon King uttered an obscure language, swiftly retreating and unexpectedly switching places with the spirit body, intercepting Fong Lei. At the same time, the spirit body nimbly ascended to block the pursuing Black Lei. With a sinister laugh, the Lan Mountain Demon King struck towards Fong Lei's sword-wielding right wrist, but was abruptly taken aback by a scream from behind. Turning quickly, he beheld Black Lei grasping a spirit body, his white, chilling teeth digging into its forehead, drawing inwards with a fierce pull. In an instant, the spirit's eyes became vacant and lifeless, before Black Lei cast it aside, its lifeless form tumbling to the ground. The Lan Mountain Demon King gasped in shock. Suddenly realizing his grave error, the true adversary he should have faced with full force was this Black Fong Lei. Yet, it was too late. Black Lei, in a swift motion, passed through the spirit body, seizing another and biting down sharply on its forehead, consuming its soul. Chapter 52, The Black Wind Gorge, Part 2. Meanwhile, Fong Lei chuckled coldly, tightening his grip on his broken sword, accelerating its deployment. The Thousand Illusions Methriya sword, renowned for its complexity and strength, reached its pinnacle after being refined to the 9th level by Nian Nu, sufficient to contend with most experts below the spirit level. The Lan Mountain Demon King sought to employ the same tactics again, but Fong Lei held him back. Time and again, he attempted to retreat, narrowly avoiding Fong Lei's sword light, helplessly watching as one spirit body after another was drained of its soul by Black Lei, turning into desiccated corpses. Before long, only 3 out of the 8 spirit bodies remained, a staggering loss. At last, the Lan Mountain Demon King reunited with the 3 remaining spirit bodies, forming a defensive line against the combined assault of Fong Lei and Black Lei. However, just then, a piercing howl resonated from outside the cave, rolling in like thunder, growing louder and closer until it burst directly into the cavern. Crash! A powerful gust of wind collided in the center, creating a massive vortex of air that forcibly separated the 2 sides. Fong Lei, startled, retreated, positioning himself beside Yuan Shi, gazing in astonishment at the figure advancing from the cave entrance. Lan Mountain, after all these years, your strength has not increased at all, the newcomer remarked with a mocking tone as he approached. The Lan Mountain Demon King let out a heavy snort, refraining from responding, though his gaze was decidedly unfriendly. The figure was that of a frail middle-aged man, marked by several deep wrinkles on his forehead, seemingly narrating tales of past hardships. His eyes, though not large, sparkled with clarity and intensity. Fong Lei, observing this somewhat thin man, found it hard to fathom the terrifying power contained within such a small frame. Just the previous strike that distanced them had revealed this individual was far superior to him. Has the esteemed Taoist departed? He continued, still addressing the Lan Mountain Demon King, only to receive another cold snort in reply. What a pity. In the past, you too. The Lan Mountain Demon King interrupted ominously, Elder Qing Yuan. If you have come to reminisce, this king has no interest, kindly take your leave. Elder Qing Yuan smiled faintly. Very well, those are all bygone matters, whether mentioned or not. They belong to the past. Ah, your name is Fong Lei. Indeed, Fong Lei replied. What brings you here? I have heard you have slain several of our sect's formidable experts. Thus, I have been dispatched to retrieve your soul, Elder Qing Yuan declared. Fang Lei raised a sword, stating, "That depends on whether you possess the capability." Elder Qing Yuan chuckled. Then 5 individuals entered from outside the cave, positioning themselves on either side, encircling Fang Lei and his companions. "I've heard you severely injured Qingyang, even destroying his Yin Luo banner. Therefore, today you shall not have the opportunity to utilize it." It was then that Fang Lei noticed something peculiar about the 5 individuals. Their eyes were pools of dead water, devoid of any glimmer, standing like lifeless statues. Yet their chests rose and fell, indicating they were indeed alive. 5-element copper corpses, quite commendable that you have managed to bring these treasures along," remarked the Lon Mountain Demon King. "Alas, the main sect requires living specimens, thus, we must rely on these corpses," Elder Qing Yuan replied, raising his right hand as if preparing to strike. Fang Lei thrust his sword forward, vanishing in a flash, the blade aimed at Elder Qing Yuan's throat. Yet, in the next moment, an ordinary arm reached out, colliding with the broken sword with a clang, sending Fang Lei stumbling back. Fang Lei was stunned. Even his razor-sharp sword had been repelled. What were these copper corpses made of? Elder Qing Yuan's hand finally descended, and the 5 copper corpses lunged forward with lightning speed, surrounding Fang Lei in an instant, their fists and limbs acting as weapons, clashing against Fang Lei's sword light. A cacophony of strikes echoed throughout the cavern, ringing like a clear, melodious spring, yet who could know the grave danger concealed within? Black Lei remained motionless, aware that 2 spirit-level experts were watching him closely, allowing no room for error. After 1,000 exchanges, Fang Lei found himself ensnared. At that moment, the Lon Mountain Demon King also moved, advancing toward Black Lei. Having lost 6 spirit bodies, he fixed his gaze upon Black Lei, attempting to seize him for his own. Within the encirclement, Fang Lei suddenly emitted a muffled groan. Having received a punch to his back, followed by a copper corpse's iron palm sweeping across his left rib, exposing flesh and blood, the Lon Mountain Demon King wasted no time, darting towards Black Lei as 3 spirit bodies closed in. Elder Qing Yuan's eyes flickered, a cold smile gracing his lips as he uttered an obscure incantation, intensifying the assault of the 5 copper corpses. With a swift motion, Fang Lei's back was torn, revealing his shoulder, 5 blood grooves etched into his skin. Moments later, his left arm snapped at the elbow, rendering it useless. Elder Qing Yuan's gaze was filled with murderous intent, ready to command the copper corpses to close in and capture Fang Lei. Suddenly, a white silk ribbon flew in from outside the cave, weaving through the 5 copper corpses and encircling Fang Lei, dragging him out of the encirclement. The copper corpse's reaction time lagged behind that of a normal human. Elder Qing Yuan, witnessing his imminent success slipping away, lunged forward, one hand reaching for Fang Lei, the other for the ribbon. The ribbon twirled, lifting Fang Lei into the air and spinning him around. When it settled back down, Fang Lei's right hand, clutching the broken sword, was pointed directly at Elder Qing Yuan. Elder Qing Yuan was taken aback, hastily retreating to evade the strike. In that fleeting moment, Fang Lei had already reached the opposite side, standing beneath the cave wall. Beside him stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in a flowing white gown. Elder Qing Yuan landed, his astonished eyes scrutinizing the white-clad woman as he solemnly inquired, "Silver Moon Fairy?" "Indeed," she affirmed. Elder Qing Yuan continued, "The fairy has always shunned worldly affairs, especially those concerning humanity. Why break that precedent today?" The Silver Moon Fairy replied coldly, "This is my affair, no need for you to meddle." Elder Qing Yuan retorted, "Thousands of years ago, humanity abandoned its alliance with the demon race. Has the fairy truly forgotten this?" With a huff, the Silver Moon Fairy remained silent. "Very well, since the fairy has intervened, I too shall cease holding back," Elder Qing Yuan declared, withdrawing a golden storage pouch from his waist and shaking it outward. Golden light flashed as 5 golden zombie figures landed on the ground. Similar in form to the copper corpses, yet adorned in golden armor that signified an immeasurable difference in their power. True-level golden puppets. The fairy has an eye for quality. Indeed, these are the true-level 5-element golden puppets gifted to me by the sect's elders before my departure. I wonder how long the fairy can withstand them. As Elder Qing Yuan spoke, he removed another storage pouch, whistling as the 5 copper corpses jumped into it one by one. Though Fang Lei could not comprehend the disparity between the golden puppets and the copper corpses, he understood from Elder Qing Yuan's actions that they were far from ordinary. Especially upon hearing him acknowledge the golden puppets as true level, he felt a wave of astonishment. The experts he faced were all at the spirit level, and the Lon Mountain Demon King was merely in a transitional phase between the spirit and true levels. It was hard to imagine the immense pressure of confronting 5 true-level experts simultaneously. The Silver Moon Fairy spoke little, her countenance serene and austere, devoid of any visible emotional shift. After a brief moment of composure, she engaged in battle with 5 golden puppets. her form fluttering like a pristine butterfly amidst a sea of gold. Chapter 53, The Silver Moon Fairy, Part 1, Fong Lei, sustaining significant injuries. Sat against the cave wall for a while before finally gathering his resolve to begin healing. As he activated the three-yang blood chi technique, he felt the pain diminish considerably, and the broken bones began to mend, albeit at a slow pace. After a brief moment, Fong Lei's gaze returned to the ethereal figure of the Nian Nu, focused on the characters of the return to origin technique. The technique had reached the 5th level without any abnormalities thus far, greatly enhancing Fong Lei's confidence in the system's calculations. Had it not been for the incomplete texts, he would have long since achieved perfection. Given the peculiar circumstances, he decided to cease observation and push the technique beyond the 5th level. Fixating on the Silver Moon Fairy, now encircled by the true-level golden puppets, Fong Lei directed his thoughts towards the return to origin technique. The ethereal figure trembled, the inner energy lines within it rapidly thickening and brightening, coursing throughout its form, with the prompt changing swiftly to return to origin technique, 6th level, can be continuously evolved. Fong Lei distinctly felt the surge of inner energy, but he was somewhat surprised. The last time he reached the 5th level, it took him a quarter of an hour. Yet this time it was completed in under 2 minutes. Regardless, as long as his inner energy was robust, that was sufficient. After pondering momentarily without results, he decisively pressed onward. In another 2 minutes, the return to origin technique reached the 7th level. However, Fong Lei noticed that the three-yang blood chi technique was on the verge of dissipating, nearly drained by the return to origin technique. If it must be drained, so be it. Perhaps that was the reason for the accelerated evolution of the return to origin technique. After reaching the 7th level, Fong Lei observed that the delicate lines of the three-yang blood chi technique had completely fused into the thicker lines, leaving only one energy line within the meridians. This time, it still took 2 minutes. Aside from the lines becoming brighter and thicker, and the inner energy growing stronger, nothing seemed amiss. Return to origin technique, 8th level. Continuous evolution can achieve perfection, which may lead to a certain degree of mutation. Mutation? Fong Lei hesitated slightly. He interpreted mutation as a transformation, where his form might shift into a second state. What might this second state entail? To be honest, he felt a thrill of anticipation, reminiscent of a journey into the realm of Journey to the West. Let it transform. Who fears what? With a resolute heart, Fong Lei pressed down. Initially, there was no response, but suddenly an intensely scorching wave of heat surged from his dantian, rapidly spreading throughout his body as meridians and blood vessels. Where the heat flowed, bones were scorched and softened, collapsing like dough. Fong Lei felt as if he had become a mass of dough, devoid of any rigidity, sliding to the ground and lying flat beneath the cave wall. "Hey, Brother Fong, what is wrong with you?" Yuan, she exclaimed, rushing over to support him. However, upon contact, she was taken aback. Fong Lei's body felt like a piece of red-hot charcoal, unbearable to the touch. Fong Lei paid no heed to her cries. His gaze was fixated on the current form of the ethereal figure, which closely resembled his curled-up body, then morphing into the movements of the golden rat from the 12 spirit boxing. Before long, the golden rat paused and transformed into the golden ox, then the golden tiger, the golden rabbit, until culminating in the golden pig. Throughout this transformation, Yuan Shi dared not release her grip, enduring the burns on her hands and arms as she partially embraced Fong Lei. By the time it stopped, her clothing had been scorched, leaving several large holes that exposed her fair skin beneath. Suddenly, Fong Lei stood up, his body restored to a robust form. Casting a keen gaze at the Silver Moon Fairy and the 5 golden puppets engaged in combat. With one determined stride, he joined the fray. The Silver Moon Fairy bore multiple injuries. Her left sleeve was torn, revealing a flawless arm marred by a conspicuous bruise. The pallor of her face was now tinged with crimson, indicating internal damage. With a fierce roar, Fong Lei lunged at a golden puppet, his hands morphing into claw-like appendages. One claw deflected the puppet's iron fist while the other pierced its chest, ripping it open. 2 more golden puppets attacked Fong Lei from behind, but the Silver Moon Fairy deftly sent them flying aside with her silk, thwarting their ambush. Unyielding, Fong Lei continued. His other hand reached for the puppet's neck, snapping its head off with a decisive crack before casting the lifeless body aside. Fong Lei's sudden emergence in battle, effortlessly dispatching a true-level golden puppet, startled both Elder Qing Yuan and the Lanshan Demon King, instilling within them an unsettling sense of foreboding, prompting thoughts of retreat. Yet Fong Lei was already entangled with another puppet, bolstered by the Silver Moon Fairy's support, allowing him to forsake any defensive considerations and focus solely on offense. A powerful kick, akin to a golden dragon's tail, struck the puppet's left flank, sending it flying over 2 yards. Fong Lei swiftly followed, channeling the turbulent energy of the return to origin technique into his arms and hands, piercing through the puppet's kicking leg, then lifting it to smash against a fragment of the Lanshan Demon King. With a resounding crash, the fragment was sent hurtling against the cave wall, while the puppet's head was flattened. Fong Lei raised the puppet once more, this time targeting the Lanshan Demon King. The Demon King, fearing for his life, abandoned all thoughts of the fragment and Black Thunder, fleeing directly towards the cave entrance. The golden puppet struck again, toppling yet another fragment, which Black Thunder seized by the neck, bringing it to his lips for a fierce draw. The last fragment, witnessing this, turned and fled, pursuing the Lanshan Demon King. Meanwhile, the Silver Moon Fairy restrained 3 golden puppets, preventing their escape, while Elder Qing Yuan had already slipped away behind the Lanshan Demon King. Fleeing desperately into the depths of the Blackwind Gorge, Fong Lei cast a glance at her, confident in her ability to manage, and prepared to pursue outward. The Silver Moon Fairy suddenly called out, "Fong Lei, these 3 golden puppets are mine. You have no objection, do you?" Fong Lei hurriedly replied, "Take them if you wish." "Ah, wait, you must return the Blood Jade Coral to me." The Silver Moon Fairy appeared to handle the 3 golden puppets with ease, smiling at his words, leisurely responding, "I won't let you labor in vain for my assistance, will I?" Fang Lei retorted, "Whatever." "Oh, and please bring back Miss Yuanxi, I will retrieve her later." With that, he swiftly dashed out of the cave, pursuing the direction in which the two had fled. Black Thunder remained concealed, closely following. After racing for several dozen miles, Fong Lei suddenly remembered that he was still holding a golden puppet, its head smashed into a pancake, utterly lifeless. He tossed it aside, but just as he was about to depart, he heard Black Thunder say, "Such a precious item, Master. Do you not feel regret in discarding it so carelessly?" Fong Lei was taken aback, recalling the Silver Moon Fairy's request for 3 golden puppets. "How precious can it be?" Black Thunder replied coldly. "Has the Master forgotten how I was transformed?" After a moment's contemplation, Fong Lei picked up the golden puppet once more, probing its head for any signs of life. Confirming there was none, before stowing it into his golden storage bag, Fong Lei could sense that Black Thunder's aura had grown significantly stronger, likely due to its consumption of the Lanshan Demon King's fragment. Ever since the Yin Luo banner had evolved to the 7th level, it had absorbed a considerable number of vengeful spirits and ghosts, further augmented by the fragments of Demon Kings and Elder Qing Yuan's 5 elements Yin Luo banner, making it at least 1 to 2 times more potent than before. Chapter 54, The Silver Moon Fairy, Part 2. In this relentless pursuit, they covered a distance of 400 to 500 miles, finally arriving at the end of the gorge, where a north-south range of mountains loomed before them, effectively separating the Yuan Kingdom from the Great Qi Kingdom. Fong Lei ascended a ridge, gazing down into the narrow and tranquil valley below, recognizing it as the birthplace of the sinister artifacts highlighted by the Red Boy. Despite the seemingly serene and picturesque surroundings, one would only find regret upon delving deeper into this place. The ghostly spirit gate indeed possesses some formidable means. How did those two manage to pass through? Fong Lei meticulously searched the area but could find no trace of them, indicating that they had likely descended or even traversed into another realm. "Let us go?" "I refuse to believe this," Fong Lei declared, plunging downward, closely followed by He Lei, who resembled a shadow. As they approached the edge of the forest, a ghostly white figure suddenly emerged from thin air, hurtling towards Fong Lei. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful palm strike infused with intense fiery energy from his returning origin technique. A sharp cry escaped the white figure as it plummeted like a stone sinking into water, creating ripples before vanishing from sight. Continuing onward, another white figure emerged from the woods, only to meet the same fate as the last. After encountering 7 or 8 such apparitions, Fong Lei found it peculiar and remarked, "Why do they seem as insubstantial as air, lacking any physical form?" He Lei replied, "These malevolent entities are born from resentment, inherently formless and intangible." Fong Lei inquired, "Then why do they seek to capture living beings?" "After eons of spiritual communion, they obviously desire to attain corporeal forms," He Lei elucidated. Understanding dawned upon Fong Lei, who then turned to He Lei and asked, "How do you know all this?" "I possess these memories within my mind," He Lei answered. "Memories within your mind?" Fong Lei was intrigued but chose not to press further, slipping into the woods to advance deeper. The further they ventured, the more malevolent entities appeared, at times manifesting in groups of 10 or more, some humanoid, others beastly, surrounding Fong Lei with their menacing displays. Yet, with a sweep of his energy infused with the essence of fire from the 3 Yang blood technique, they dissipated into nothingness. As they continued, the numbers swelled to throngs, nearly overwhelming Fong Lei. Fortunately, these malevolent beings lacked significant power, Contact with his fiery energy reduced them to mere wisps of smoke without much trouble. Hei Lei seemed indifferent to the struggles against these entities, remaining at Fong Lei's back, alerting him only when necessary. "Watch out behind you," he warned. In the midst of unleashing a wave of energy, Fong Lei could not pivot in time. Instead, he concentrated energy into his left hand and struck backward, crushing one of the malevolent beings. To his astonishment, it bore two heads. One shattered while the other latched onto his left wrist, sinking its teeth into him. "Oh, this is bad," Fong Lei exclaimed, quickly retaliating with his right hand, obliterating the creature. However, a tingling sensation swiftly spread from his left wrist throughout his body. Instinctively, he activated the returning origin technique to counteract the encroaching energy but found nothing. Anxiously, he enveloped himself in the technique, a faint golden aura emanating from his body to fend off the approaching entities, while he scoured his meridians for any traces of the ill effects, yet found none. How could it be that there are no effects? Fong Lei pondered, perplexed. More curiously, there was no sign of toxicity or any adverse reaction in his body. He concluded that these malevolent beings were ineffective against him. However, to verify this conclusion would be reckless. If proved incorrect, the consequences could be dire. Unable to resist the urge, Fong Lei seized a fist-sized gray sparrow from the fray, enduring its sharp claws and beak piercing his flesh. The familiar tingling sensation surged through him again, but vanished in an instant. Indeed, Fong Lei rejoiced, reaching out to grasp a larger beast, allowing its powerful jaws to bite into his arm. This time, the tingling intensified, causing a slight tremor throughout his body, yet it was fleeting and left no trace behind. He continued to capture a humanoid and a lion-like entity, gritting his teeth as they tore at him, only to witness the same outcome. Each creature dissipated into a cloud of gray mist upon their demise. The only entity he could think of was the Nian system, and with a thought, he summoned its humanoid projection. The apparition showed no signs of change, as if nothing had transpired. Fong Lei contemplated, fixating on the blood gauge in the lower right corner, realizing that the tingling sensation resembled an electric shock, suggesting it could potentially provide energy to the system. He decided to forego the protection on one arm, enduring the pain as the malevolent beings continued their assault. A wave of tingling surged through him, causing his heart to race, and he observed a slight fluctuation in the blood gauge of the humanoid projection. Though the change was minuscule, it sufficed for Fong Lei to confirm this fact. These malevolent entities, born from resentment, could indeed supply the energy required by the Nian system. This revelation compelled Fong Lei to reassess his understanding of electricity. Resentment, energy, and electricity intertwined in his thoughts, leading him to a singular term: source power. Indeed, it was source power, the primal force. Only source power could elucidate the connections between electricity, energy, resentment, and other forms of existence. Malevolent entities formed from resentment, which stemmed from the obsessions of practitioners or cultivators, crystallizing the essence of their cultivation into a cohesive entity, imbued with the consciousness of living beings, ultimately achieving sentience and manifesting as malevolent beings. Due to its nature as the purest and most authentic source in the natural world, once destroyed, it vanished completely. Fong Lei dared not assert that his conclusion was infallible, yet within the confines of his understanding, this explanation resonated profoundly. Thus, he bore the pain, extending his arms to allow the malevolent entities to continue their assault. Without the Nian system, Fong Lei would never have dared to be so audacious, but now, the transient pain was worth the surge of source power, ensuring the viability of future endeavors. Although each subsequent bite would drain the source power from the entities, their overwhelming numbers proved relentless. After a quarter of an hour, Fong Lei's body began to convulse. "Master, are you cultivating some dark arts?" Hei Lei inquired. "Dark arts? Do you think it resembles that?" Fong Lei retorted, slightly annoyed. "A bit," Hei Lei replied. "Then it must be so. However, I've heard that excessive consumption of malevolent entities can lead to bodily transformation. Aren't you concerned?" "Who transforms is still uncertain," Fong Lei responded, watching as his blood gauge filled to 3 lines, enough to sustain him for a while. Finally, he shook off the malevolent beings from his arms with a sigh of relief and conjured a path forward at great speed. Chapter 55. The Silver Moon Fairy, Part 3. The pursuit by the malevolent entities was no longer as frenzied as it had been at the outset, likely due to the increasing spirituality of the deeper realms. Yet, Fong Lei found it peculiar that despite his considerable speed, he still could not catch up to Qing Yuan and Lan Shan. Did they, like him, fear no evil? Or perhaps they possessed talismans to ward off malevolence, allowing them to traverse this place with ease, Fong Lei mused. As he neared the valley floor, Fong Lei beheld a mountain of bones, stark white and covering the entire depression, swarmed by various forms of malevolent entities circling above. Here, the malevolent beings appeared larger and stronger, emanating powerful waves from the bone mount. Fong Lei gradually halted, standing 100 meters away from the bone mountain, under the gaze of a horde of eerie beings. Even with the system shielding him, Fong Lei felt a flicker of fear. After a moment of silence, he called out, "Step aside." What a curious being. He actually commands us to move aside. A mocking voice emerged from among the malevolent entities, prompting a chorus of sinister laughter from the others. Fong Lei focused his gaze and noted that only about 30% of the entities exhibited expressions. The rest seemed devoid of intelligence, likely lacking in spiritual awareness. The one mocking him was a snow-white tiger. The tiger perched atop the bone mountain, embodying the essence of a sovereign, exuding an aura of dominion over the land. The ominous rumble of black thunder echoed in his ears. It would be wise to circumvent this path. I sense an unsettling presence. For this malevolent entity is markedly distinct from the others. Fong Lei shared this sentiment, now increasingly convinced that a portion of Black Thunder's memories derived from the DNA repository of the Nian Nu system, endowing him with a far superior understanding in certain respects. I merely seek passage, Fong Lei stated. Should you refuse, I shall not hesitate to force my way through. With that, he allowed a flying malevolent creature to land upon his back, only to swiftly seize it once it bit him, crushing it with a decisive motion, releasing a plume of ash and smoke that dissipated into the air. The white tiger squinted at him and remarked, "This path has never permitted human passage." Fong Lei pointed to the side, saying, "Do you consider him a human?" Following his gesture, Black Thunder stood, casting a shadow against the wall akin to that of a human. "A holy spirit," Fong Lei confirmed. The white tiger hesitated, its suspicion towards Black Thunder evident yet unclear. Finally conceding, "Very well, I shall allow you to pass this time. I hope we do not meet again." It gently tapped its claw upon the bone mountain, causing the surrounding malevolent creatures to scatter, thus clearing a route. Fong Lei then discerned a narrow crevice within the mountain, leading deep into its core. Realizing this was the boundary between the Yuan and Qi nations, he speculated that traversing this gap would lead him into Great Qi. As he passed by the white tiger, Fong Lei could not resist adding, "I believe we shall meet again." The white tiger paused, but by the time it turned, Fong Lei had already hastened to the crevice, flashing a grin before disappearing within, leaving the creature with no choice but to relent. The path was evidently not man-made, showing scant signs of passage, indicating that few ventured this way. Fong Lei moved stealthily, slowing his pace as a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Suddenly, a shadow leapt from above, delivering a punch aimed squarely at him. Thankfully, Fong Lei was on high alert. He dodged just in time, creating a large crater beneath him, revealing a copper zombie poised to strike again. Simultaneously, figures emerged from the light: the Lan Mountain Demon King, Elder Qing Yuan, and several other copper zombies. Qing Yuan, astonished, exclaimed, "You have managed to reach here?" Fong Lei retorted with a cold smile, "I trust this disappoints you." With a sudden burst of speed, he lunged toward the cave entrance. Behind him, Black Thunder engaged the ambushing copper zombie, battling fiercely. The Lan Mountain Demon King, having suffered considerable losses, lacked the resolve to continue fighting, wishing only to return to the Ghost Spirit Gate of Qi, hoping to trade his meager merits for resources to resume his cultivation. "We cannot be ensnared by him. We must flee." Elder Qing Yuan commanded the remaining copper zombies to intercept, making a hasty retreat. Caught off guard, the Lan Mountain Demon King quickly followed suit. Fong Lei, momentarily stunned, drew his broken sword, unleashing a blade of light that pierced the forehead of a copper zombie, extracting a swirl of green light in the process. Unsure of the green light's nature, he speculated it was related to the souls of the deceased. He quickly maneuvered to absorb it before stabbing another copper zombie. Soon, 3 out of 4 copper zombies lay slain, with the last one intercepted by Black Thunder, who drained its cranial green light. Pursue. Fong Lei was determined to uncover more comprehensive techniques from Elder Qing Yuan regarding the Yin Luo banner, unwilling to forfeit this opportunity. However, the delay allowed the two to escape further from sight. With no alternative, Fong Lei blindly chased after their direction for 2 days, finally arriving at the mountain's edge. "Old man, have you seen 2 individuals pass through here?" he inquired of a woodcutter he encountered. The woodcutter scrutinized him before shaking his head and walking away. Next, he encountered a herb gatherer, who similarly shook his head and departed without a word. The third encounter was with a hunter, to whom Fong Lei directly approached, asking, "Brother Hunter, can you understand my words?" The hunter shot him a glare, replying, "What are you shouting about?" "Of course, I can understand." Elated, Fong Lei responded at last, "Someone willing to converse. Have you seen 2 individuals pass through here?" Upon hearing the question, the hunter fell silent, shaking his head and attempting to leave. "What is the matter with everyone?" Why do they react this way when I mention passing through here? Fong Lei blocked the hunter's path, asking, Brother Hunter. I have already inquired of 3 others, all with the same expression. What is going on? The hunter cautiously glanced back, whispering, Do not pry. I cannot disclose anything. You may either return the way you came or pretend nothing has occurred and exit along the mountain path. Perhaps there is still a chance for escape. After uttering this, he sidestepped Fong Lei and ventured deeper into the mountain. Is it truly that serious? Fong Lei murmured, watching as the hunter vanished into the forest. He then followed the mountain path outward. As the hunter had warned, Fong Lei encountered several individuals who chose to ignore him, each treating him as if he were invisible. After a lengthy journey, Fong Lei finally reached the first town beyond the mountain by midday. Settling into a small eatery, he devoured 4 hearty bowls of steaming noodles. Satisfied, he patted his belly and tossed a piece of silver for payment. The innkeeper approached, a pained expression on his face, lamenting that a day's labor barely earned him a fragment of silver, making it impossible to provide change. Fong Lei replied, If you cannot provide change, surely you can help me acquire some clothing? He had noticed that his attire was markedly different from the locals, prompting his desire for a change. Peering into a copper mirror, he casually inquired, Are there any local customs regarding the mountains? The innkeeper glanced at him and replied, That is a forbidden area. Chapter 56. The Silver Moon Fairy, Part 4. Fong Lei had never contemplated employing mind control against an ordinary person, so he simply nodded, clasped his fists in gratitude, and departed the eatery, heading towards the kingdom of Zhou. The Qi and Yuan nations shared borders, with Zhou to the south. Thus Fong Lei was now traveling southward. At this juncture, Fong Lei relinquished the notion of continuing his search for Elder Qing Yuan, opting instead to explore the territory of Great Qi. Planning to traverse through Zhou to return to Yuan. If possible, he also wished to visit the main gates of the Righteous Qi sect and the Ghost Spirit sect. This journey spanned 2 months, not due to a lack of speed or the distance being excessively far, but rather because he intentionally slowed his pace to absorb the essence of Great Qi. The customs, cultural practices, spiritual cultivation, and societal governance all fell within his realm of study. Fong Lei observed that if the Yuan nation resembled a primitive society, the Great Qi had transitioned into a slave society, where a formidable state apparatus governed all, constraining the actions of the populace. Except for a select few at the apex of power, most inhabitants possessed little freedom. Those he encountered on the mountains, such as herb farmers, hunters, and woodcutters, appeared so fearful in the presence of strangers that they hardly dared to speak, petrified of inadvertently risking their lives. In stark contrast, formidable factions such as the Ghost Spirit sect, the Righteous Qi sect, and the Yuan Demon sect directly participated in governance, functioning as integral components of this bureaucratic machinery. For Fong Lei, this expedition proved immensely fruitful, particularly regarding the Ghost Spirit sect, which, despite being considered a second-rate entity within the vast realm of Great Qi, wielded significant influence in the kingdom of Zhou and Yuan. At this point, Fong Lei had already entered the territory of Zhou and found himself seated in a bustling tavern in the capital city of Zhou. After indulging in exquisite food and drink, he set down his bamboo chopsticks with satisfaction and poured himself a cup of fragrant tea to savor. Sitting by the window, I could see the pedestrians and the scenery outside with clarity. Suddenly, a group of individuals hurried past, driving a mule cart laden with coffins, causing the passers-by to scatter. Fong Lei noticed the martial artist leading the cart, adorned with a golden thread embroidered character for Qi, and furrowed his brow. At that moment, I overheard a conversation from the neighboring table. It was said that last night, the Zhengqi Gate and the Guilin Gate had engaged in fierce combat, resulting in numerous casualties. I truly cannot fathom the reasons behind their relentless bloodshed. It has been nearly half a year since this conflict began. I heard it was somewhat related to the Eastern Dynasty, and both sides found themselves in a predicament. The Eastern Dynasty refers to the Great Qi Kingdom, so named due to its location to the east of the Zhou Kingdom. Upon mentioning the Zhengqi Gate, Fong Lei recalled someone, Yuan Shuo, the son of Yuan Zifeng. When he ventured into the Heifeng Gorge to rescue someone, Yuan Shuo had quietly come to the Zhou Kingdom with his token. I wonder how that situation has unfolded. After settling the bill, Fong Lei exited the tavern, inquiring as he made his way towards the Zhengqi Gate, in the westernmost part of Zhou City. At the foot of a small hill, Fong Lei entered the imposing gate of the Zhengqi Gate, only to be stopped by a disciple guarding the entrance. Looking for someone? Who are you looking for? Fong Lei replied, I come from the Yuan Kingdom, bearing the elder guest token of the Zhengqi Gate. My name is Yuan Shuo. Clearly, the mention of the elder guest token made the disciple take note. After a moment of contemplation, he said, there seems to be such a person from the Yuan Kingdom, but it has been quite some time. He should have left long ago. It has only been 2 months. As long as he had some impression, he wouldn't forget. Fong Lei noticed the disciple's hesitance and discreetly retrieved a silver ingot from his sleeve, pressing it into the disciple's hand. The guard accepted the silver with a grin, saying, "Wait a moment, I'll inquire for you." Fong Lei watched him enter the stone building. Through the window, he saw three heads huddled together, whispering for a while before emerging, shaking their heads and declaring, "He has already left." Left? Did he go alone or with others? Fong Lei pressed. "I cannot say," the guard replied. And as Fong Lei was about to ask more, the guard suddenly pushed him away and whispered, "Stop inquiring. Leave quickly to avoid trouble." Fong Lei was taken aback and whispered, "Has something happened to him?" The guard blinked and turned back inside. After pondering for a moment, Fong Lei turned and walked away. But not far. Instead, he found a nearby inn to stay in, waiting for nightfall. In the stillness of the night, Fong Lei returned to the entrance of the Zhengqi Gate, gliding into the stone building beneath the window and surveying his surroundings before pushing the door open. Shortly after, he emerged again, making his way up the mountain. The Zhengqi Gate of Zhou Kingdom, while holding a prominent position, was not significantly larger than the Zhengqi Gate of the Yuan Kingdom, and soon he arrived at an auxiliary hall. Concealing himself in the shadows, he patiently awaited an opportunity, ultimately seizing a Zhengqi Gate disciple who had just exited the hall and dragging him into the woods. Utilizing the 11th level mesmerizing technique, without much prompting, the disciple divulged all he knew. The result was that the elder guest token had been forcibly confiscated, and Yuan Shua was imprisoned in the dungeon, yet to be released. Fong Lei was filled with rage. With a single strike, he crushed the disciple's skull and, brimming with murderous intent, set off to rescue him. However, midway, he halted abruptly. "The Zhengqi Gate lacks compassion. Then do not blame me for being unprincipled." He then retraced his steps and slipped back into the auxiliary hall. Inside, several Zhengqi Gate disciples were attending to official matters, with an elderly figure seated at a table, reviewing documents. Upon hearing the commotion, the elder lifted his gaze, only to be enveloped by a cloud of black smoke. He hastily shouted, "Who goes there?" Yet, he could utter no more than those few words before a hand pressed against his forehead, rendering him unconscious. The others, shrouded in the smoke, could not even utter a sound before collapsing, their souls forcibly extracted by the Yin Luo banner. Fong Lei paid no mind to how the Black Thunder dealt with those souls. With a swift grasp, he stored the Yin Luo banner and dragged the elder within. Lightly tapping a finger on the back of his head, the elder immediately stood, behaving like a mindless fool, searching the hall. Stuffing piles of martial arts manuals and technique books into a storage pouch, along with precious herbs, elixirs, and silver notes from the small treasury, filling one pouch after another, which he presented to Fong Lei. Satisfied, Fong Lei accepted the pouches, consolidating them into a larger satchel until the entire auxiliary hall was cleared. Only then did he deliver a knockout blow to the elder, slipping back outside. Behind the mountain, at the edge of a cliff, lay a cavern, deep and unfathomable. Disciples of the Zhengqi Gate guarded the entrance, requiring all who entered and exited to present a token. Fong Lei swaggered over, rummaging through his waist for a token and casually tossing it to the guard. "Is the chief steward present? How may I assist my brothers?" The guard captain inquired after inspecting the token. Fong Lei snatched the token back from his hand, curtly responding, "No need. I shall enter myself." "Understood. Should you require anything?" "Just call out," the guard captain said, gesturing for the iron gate to slowly rise. With a huff, Fong Lei strode through the iron gate, descending deeper. Another guard remarked, "This steward seems somewhat unfamiliar." The captain rolled his eyes, retorting, "How many chief stewards have you seen? You're just flattering him. We only recognize tokens, not faces. Whether he came today or tomorrow, it matters not." Indeed, with the token acquired from the auxiliary hall, Fong Lei navigated the corridors with ease, exchanging a few formalities at intersections to receive directions, swiftly arriving at the water prison's entrance. Upon sensing the odor emanating from within, Fong Lei's anger surged. The Zhengqi Gate had gone too far. Even if they refused to acknowledge his status as elder guest, to casually expel Yuan Shua was one thing. But to imprison him and throw him into the water prison was utterly unacceptable. If he did not return their cruelty with cruelty, he would not be worthy of his title as elder guest. Thus, when the warden arrogantly demanded the release order for the prisoner, Fong Lei grasped him by the throat. With a swift crack, he crushed the windpipe. The nearby guards were momentarily stunned, mouths agape. Just as they were about to shout, a flash of cold light swept through, severing their heads in unison, their bodies collapsing into the water prison. "Damn it, must I do everything myself?" Fong Lei cursed, neglecting to retrieve the warden's keys as he walked atop the iron bars of the water prison, calling out, "Yuan Shua? Yuan Shua, are you alive?" Inside, there was utter silence. The living prisoners looked up, their eyes the only visible features in the darkness, darting nervously at Fong Lei without daring to breathe. Someone, sensing an opportunity, seized the moment to hitch a ride while Fong Lei searched. They called out in a low voice, "Don't just stand there. Ask each other who knows Yuan Shua. Brother, you're looking for Yuan Shua, right?" Fong Lei affirmed, "Yes, Yuan Shua, a young man in his 20s. He was brought in about 2 months ago." A chorus of whispers rose from within the water prison as they began to inquire amongst themselves. Suddenly, someone shouted, "There's one here. He likely came in about a month ago, also a young man. I'm not sure if it's him." Fong Lei hurried over, witnessing several prisoners hoist a figure out of the water, calling, "Is this him? Hey, brother, wake up, someone has come to rescue you." After shaking him for a while, the man merely shook his head, failing to awaken. Quickly, someone dipped their hand into the filthy water and scrubbed the face of the unconscious man, revealing a gaunt, slightly bloated visage. Fong Lei drew his triangular sword. With a clang, he severed 2 iron bars and reached out to pull him up, vigorously wiping his face with his sleeve. Although swollen, the features, his brows, eyes, and nose, were still recognizable. It was indeed Yuan Shua, the eldest son of Yuan Zifeng. Jingqi Gate. I, Fong Lei, will not let this matter rest. Fong Lei bellowed fiercely, just as he noticed several individuals leaping up from below. He commanded, "You lot, help carry him. I will lead you out." The prisoners, eager for assistance, rushed forward to lift Yuan Shua. One suggested, "Benefactor, given the circumstances, why not rescue all our brothers? It would be advantageous to have more allies when we escape." Fong Lei pondered this and agreed. With flashes of sword light and the clang of metal, the water prison was breached, and the captives surged forth, ready to flee. "Wait," Fong Lei cautioned. "Charging out like this is tantamount to suicide. No one can escape while the iron gate remains shut." The prisoners halted, gazing at him expectantly. One inquired, "What does the benefactor mean?" Fong Lei replied with a smile, "Whether one or many escape, let us release everyone. I refuse to believe we cannot handle the fools of the Jingqi sect." He then retrieved a storage pouch from his satchel, tossing 2 small bottles to the front, instructing, "Regain your strength. I will free the others. Remember, guard my friend closely. If anything befalls him, none of you shall live." The prisoners shuddered, watching Fong Lei slip away before they began distributing the medicinal pills to restore their vigor. Fong Lei fought his way through, dispatching the guards in over a dozen cells and liberating more than 200 prisoners. He had gathered ample pills, distributing them before returning to the water prison to lead everyone out. At each checkpoint guarded by sentinels, Fong Lei struck first, eliminating the guards with lightning speed, allowing the prisoners to follow closely behind until they reached the cave's mouth. Through the iron bars, Fong Lei saw an increased number of people outside. The captain of the guards was conversing with an elder when he turned upon hearing the commotion inside. "The administrative officer has emerged, yet there is no mention of the prisoners?" Fong Lei replied coldly, "They are dead." The captain, momentarily taken aback, forced a smile. "What a pity." Fong Lei demanded, "Open the gate." The captain replied, "That decision is not mine to make." "What do you mean?" The captain glanced helplessly at the elder. The elder, his countenance frosty, scrutinized Fong Lei and demanded, "Who are you to impersonate a disciple of our sect? Speak the truth." Fong Lei, knowing the matter of the side hall had been exposed, remained unfazed and smirked. "Impersonate? A mere guest elder of the Jingqi sect. Does Fong Lei need to impersonate anyone?" The elder froze, suddenly realizing, "You are Fong Lei. Quickly, lock the doors and activate the defensive array." But it was too late. A dark figure rose from the ground, a shadowy hand striking the elder's forehead. With a sickening crack, the elder's skull burst, and his body fell backward, blood spilling profusely. He dispatched the captain with a swift motion, extracting a still-beating heart. The remaining individuals were stunned. Those who attempted to flee were swiftly dealt with by the shadowy figure. Behind, Fong Lei employed a mind-altering technique on 2 guards, and with a series of clicks, the iron door swung open. He then dashed out. Inside the cavern, the sound of thundering footsteps resonated as hundreds of prisoners surged forth, immediately clashing with the disciples of the Jingqi sect. Chaos erupted in the rear mountain, spreading rapidly to every corner of the sect. The sect master, Yang Fei, was deep in meditation when he received the news. Enraged, he smashed a stone door with his fist and led a group of elders and disciples toward the rear mountain. However, by the time they arrived, the scene was one of devastation, with countless casualties. Fong Lei and his group had long since departed. Among the prisoners, aside from a few martial masters, nearly half were inner strength experts, and a small portion had even reached the void return stage. These were formidable adversaries, captured with great effort by the Jingqi sect, and should they gain the upper hand, the sect would find itself in dire straits. Chapter 58, Source Power. The sect master, Yang Fei was most incensed that several highly dangerous spirit-level experts remained imprisoned in the water dungeon. Should they be among those who escaped and regained their strength, even he would be overwhelmed. When the disciples emerged from the inspection, they hesitantly relayed the news of the escapees, prompting Yang Fei to strike the elder responsible for the water prison, sending him flying several paces, leaving him incapacitated. Fong Lei. Who is he? Is he our adversary? Why did he attempt a prison break? After hearing from a surviving guard, Yang Fei scratched his head in confusion, turning to the protective elder beside him. The elder, looking grim, stammered, "He is the individual encountered by our disciple Yang Shua in the Yuan Kingdom." Holding a token from the guest elder, Dan Shinzi, Yang Fei was even more perplexed. If he possesses Dan Shinzi's token, he is technically a guest elder of our sect and should not have attempted a prison break. The protective elder cleared his throat before continuing. The sect master was in seclusion recently when Fong Lei sent someone bearing the guest elder's token, requesting our assistance in the Yuan Kingdom. However, but what? Yang Fei sensed the underlying issue, his expression darkening. The elder hesitated, prompting Yang Fei to roar, "Where is Yang Shua? Bring that brat to me immediately." The elder quickly interjected, "Sect master, Yang Shua was gravely injured in a battle against the ghost spirit sect and is currently recuperating." Yang Fei barely managed to suppress his fury, demanding, "What on earth happened? Speak up." The elder, realizing he could no longer hold back, sighed. He seized the token from the visitor. Yang Fei paused. "Why?" The elder chuckled bitterly. "That is not the primary issue. The key point is that he imprisoned the visitor in the water dungeon. I suspect tonight's upheaval is due to that." With a resounding crash, Yang Fei struck the cliff with his fist, collapsing the entrance to the water dungeon, followed by an enraged roar that echoed throughout the Zhengqi sect. "This scoundrel is digging his own grave. I will not let him off lightly." Two protective elders and two law enforcement elders quickly surrounded him, forcibly restraining him while urging, "Given the situation, even if you kill Yang Shua, it would be futile. If only Fong Lei would come forth to explain. Surely any misunderstanding could be resolved without such drastic measures." "Silence!" Yang Fei bellowed. "Do not say it is Fong Lei. Even if I were to dismantle the Zhengqi sect, it would not quench my rage." He pointed at the protective elder, sputtering with anger. "Brother, now that it has come to this, further words are pointless. We must prioritize capturing Fong Lei. The real threat lies with the escaped prisoners. If they truly escape, the Zhengqi sect will be perpetually unsettled." Yang Fei exhaled a long breath. "Elders, you too, organize the defenses at the mountain gate to prevent any incursions. The rest, along with the protective disciples, follow me to pursue Fong Lei. That scoundrel has gone too far, rescuing prisoners and utterly destroying my water dungeon. Furthermore, send word to the two uncles to exit seclusion. Just in case." With Fong Lei's current strength and formidable spiritual perception, he indeed discovered several standout individuals among the prisoners, particularly three who piqued his interest. They were a man and a woman, both released from other cells. The woman, notably peculiar, had been isolated in a cell. Had it not been for the multitude of bones within, he would have hesitated to release her, initially treating her as an ordinary captive. The two men, both advanced in age with long white hair cascading to their waists, were fierce expressions, dissuading anyone from daring to gaze upon them twice. These three blended into the throng, neither drawing attention nor lagging behind, dispatching any who dared obstruct their path as they surged forth from the Zhengqi sect, with weaker individuals willingly trailing behind them. Seemingly aware of Fong Lei's scrutinizing gaze, the three men maintained their stoic expressions, merely nodding slightly when they crossed paths, subsequently disregarding him. Fong Lei was unperturbed. After traversing for an hour, he overheard a middle-aged man, who was attending to Yuan Shua, remark, "Benefactor, this aimless wandering is not a viable strategy. It appears everyone is somewhat fatigued. I fear continuing further may prove unwise." Fong Lei turned to assess the situation and inquired, "Do you have a destination in mind?" The man's eyes glimmered with excitement as he replied, "Indeed, I know of a place that can accommodate us all. Moreover, should you wish, it could serve as a suitable refuge." Fong Lei smiled subtly, recognizing the man's perceptiveness in identifying him as a fellow traveler, evidently seeking to garner allies. He responded, "Very well, let us proceed to investigate." "Splendid." The middle-aged man beamed, then called out loudly, "Esteemed friends, our benefactor has liberated us from our confines. An act deserving of great gratitude. I have resolved to follow him henceforth. Those who share my sentiments may join. If you wish to pursue other paths, you are free to depart." Fong Lei quietly nodded, appreciating the man's articulation of his intentions, thus avoiding the encumbrance of unworthy companions. To his surprise, no one expressed a desire to leave. All eyes were silently fixed upon him. The middle-aged man's expression faltered momentarily before he managed to conjure a strained smile in Fong Lei's direction, clearly taken aback. With over 300 having escaped from the water prison, and a loss of around 100 along the way, they still possessed over 200 capable individuals. A formidable force indeed, justifying the ire of Yang Fei, the leader of the Jingqi sect, who had personally pursued them. After a brief contemplation, Fong Lei formulated a plan. Perhaps this fortuitous jailbreak could lead to momentous achievements. He proclaimed, "Since none wish to depart, we shall journey forth together. I am Fong Lei, and I must declare that until we establish clear regulations, no one is permitted to act independently. All matters will be discussed once we arrive at our destination. Does anyone have any objections?" The absence of responses indicated unanimous consent. Fong Lei nodded, gesturing for the middle-aged man to lead the way. The man felt a pang of self-reproach, realizing he had unwittingly invited potential trouble. However, with no other option, he suppressed his discontent and guided the group northward. After another hour's travel, a majestic mountain range emerged, stretching for hundreds of miles across the western plateau, Mount Wolin. A voice from behind called out the mountain's name. Fong Lei overheard murmurs, discerning that a faction resided within Mount Wolin, populated by both humans and demons, a semi-autonomous border region within the Great Zhou Kingdom. A few hundred miles further west lay an expansive desert and barren land. Although Fong Lei hailed from the North Stone City of the Yuan Kingdom, his 2-month journey had unveiled many hidden truths. In essence, the Yuan and Zhou kingdoms were regions effectively cordoned off by the powerful southern domain, collectively referred to as the wilderness. As the group rested, Fong Lei mingled among them to glean information about Mount Wolin. "Benefactor, I mean no offense. I merely wish to introduce you to a senior figure who may offer insights," the middle-aged man nervously explained. Fong Lei waved dismissively. "No need for concern. Let us enter first." At that moment, a furious roar emanated from their direction. "Is that you, Fong? Just wait until I catch you. I'll break your legs." Fong Lei's anger surged as he turned to survey the surroundings, shouting, "Who dares to bark like an old dog? If you have the guts, come forward. I'll gladly take you on." A distant howl pierced the air, reminiscent of thunder, heralding the arrival of a figure propelled by a tempest. The leader of Jingqi, Yang Fei, a prisoner exclaimed, recognizing the identity of the approaching figure. Fong Lei snorted, swiftly advancing. As he soared upwards, he matched Yang Fei's altitude. And before they could draw closer, a clash of fierce energies erupted between them. "Little brat, you truly possess some skill," Yang Fei taunted. "Why so silent now, old dog?" Their mocking voices echoed across the mountain. The ensuing clashes reverberated like thunder, with neither party gaining the upper hand. Yang Fei's pride was visibly bruised. As the leader of a sect and a renowned figure for over a century, being insulted by a mere youth was indeed a source of embarrassment. Behind them, 2 protective elders arrived at astonishing speed, taken aback by the unfolding scenario. While they had received word of Fong Lei previously, the descriptions had not conveyed such formidable prowess. However, they understood Yang Fei's temperament. Until he spoke, no one would dare intervene, fearing his wrath. Thus, they flanked Fong Lei, ensuring he could not escape. Yet, Fong Lei was not alone. 2 men and a woman emerged beside him, sharing knowing smiles. An elderly man said, "Huanhua, this time, let me take the lead, shall we?" The woman, named Huanhua, scoffed, but remained unmoved. The 2 elders then engaged the protective elders in a fierce battle, the intensity surpassing even that of Fong Lei and Yang Fei. "Why so quiet now, old dog?" Yang Fei ground his teeth in frustration, retorting, "You little brat. Your techniques are derived from Jingqi. Do you have the audacity to face me?" Fong Lei, taken aback for a moment, then replied with a chuckle, "Surely. This is not from Jingqi, but rather the little Yuan fist that strikes down the fallen." Channeling the energy from the Guiyuan formula, he broke through Yang Fei's defenses and struck with a fierce blow. "Is that the black tiger pouncing hard? It seems you think I wouldn't recognize it." Yang Fei roared, dodging and countering with a kick aimed at Fong Lei's lower body. They narrowly evaded each other's attacks in synchrony. "I'll do as I please. You have no say in this. Again, I'll show you the beggar staff technique," Fong Lei called out, swiftly altering his stance. As he leaped, his hands transformed into claws, aiming for Yang Fei's head. Yang Fei, enraged, retaliated, one hand blocking Fong Lei's strike, while the other aimed unimpeded at Fong Lei's chest. "Old dog, you've lived long enough. I still have my days ahead," Fong Lei shouted, his left hand morphing into a fist, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that collided with Yang Fei's fist. As Yang Fei staggered back, he laughed heartily, reveling in his perceived advantage. "Old dog, your time is up. Here comes the dog beating stick technique," Fong Lei bellowed, producing the Yin Luo banner, thrusting it toward Yang Fei. Yang Fei was caught off guard. Unable to retrieve his weapon in time, receiving a sudden thrust to his chest. The abrupt turn of events elicited cheers from the onlookers, who were invigorated by Yang Fei's misfortune. Although not a fatal blow, it was clear that continuing the fight would be unwise. Holding his chest, he gravely asked, "Are you from the Ghost Spirit sect?" Fang Lei paused, refraining from pursuing further, merely responding, "What do you think?" Yang Fei squinted, scrutinizing the Yin Luo banner before commanding, "Junior brothers, retreat." The two elders engaged in a fierce battle, having just emerged from the water prison. And with no time to recuperate, further conflict would be perilous indeed. Although the guardian elder felt a twinge of reluctance, Yang Fei clearly discerned the gravity of the situation and was taken aback by Fang Lei's strategies. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped out of the fray to protect Yang Fei and retreated. Fang Lei landed gracefully, retrieving several vials from his storage pouch. After carefully inspecting them, he tossed a couple to the two elders and another to the Huanhua maiden before declaring, "Let us venture into the mountains." Understanding his intent, the Huanhua maiden swallowed the elixir to restore her powers as much as possible. Not far into the mountains, they encountered a dilapidated temple on a hillside. Fang Lei entered to inspect the premises and organized a rotation of sentinels, allowing the others to rest inside. His primary concern was for Yuan Shuo, fearing that any further delay could lead to dire consequences, and he felt an obligation to Yuan Zifeng. Throughout their journey, Yuan Shuo had consumed numerous pills. Though his body seemed to regain strength, his mind remained clouded, rendering even Fang Lei unable to recognize him. This was the unique soul-binding technique of the Righteous Qi sect, akin to the soul-capturing methods employed by the demonic spirit sect. It appeared that this young man had fallen victim to such an affliction. The voice of the Huanhua maiden reached him from behind, and soon a graceful woman approached. She appeared refreshed from a bath, yet her tattered clothing could not conceal her exquisite beauty, though two crow's feet marred her forehead. Fang Lei quickly acknowledged her. "Ah, it is you, Huanhua Taoist. Might you possess a remedy?" The Huanhua maiden responded reverently, "You may simply call me Huanhua. As far as I know, only the caster can lift the affliction. Which adversary has this young man offended to warrant such treatment?" Despite the Righteous Qi sect's facade of righteousness, their treatment of an ordinary person in such a blatant manner is indeed perplexing. Fang Lei's eyes glinted coldly as he replied, "He suffers in my stead. Righteous Qi sect, await your reckoning." The two elder practitioners approached and bowed to Fang Lei in unison. "We are immensely grateful for your life-saving grace. And from this day forth, we pledge our loyalty to you," they declared. Fang Lei reciprocated the gesture. "Very well. How do you wish to be addressed?" "I am Chu Jing," one introduced himself. "I am Yitong," the other added. After exchanging pleasantries, Fang Lei learned of their backgrounds. Both were leaders of minor sects in the Zhou kingdom. They had incurred the wrath of the Righteous Qi sect over disputes of interest, resulting in their sects being annihilated and themselves imprisoned for over a decade. As for Huanhua, she was known as Huanhua Granny, a rogue cultivator who had been captured during a conflict many years ago. Her stubbornness led her to refuse cooperation, resulting in her prolonged confinement in a watery dungeon. The Righteous Qi sect is far more sinister than they project. Their ambition is not as righteous as they claim, and they are indistinguishable from the demonic spirit sect. Chu Jing remarked. Indeed, Yitong concurred. Chapter 60, An Expedition Between Two Kingdoms. Huanhua Granny suggested, "Since you bear the name of the ancient tomb sect, why not establish it in the Zhou kingdom? With your prowess, combined with our experience, we could surely contend with them." "Precisely," Fang Lei affirmed. "A clarion call will naturally attract supporters. Over the years, without the backing of the Daki forces, we would have perished countless times." "Ah, do you intend to use this temple as our base to cultivate our strength?" The middle-aged Song questioned, his face a portrait of confusion. "Indeed," Fang Lei confirmed. "It would be a pity to squander such a ready-made location. We can always select a more suitable site later." "Very well. If you deem it acceptable, I shall comply," Song replied, nodding. Fang Lei then retrieved a stack of silver notes from his storage pouch, instructing him to procure daily necessities from nearby villages or towns, while the others began to restore the temple and clear the main hall to serve as a meeting chamber. With over 200 hands working together, the temple's interior and exterior were soon immaculate, and the dilapidated walls and buildings were restored, awaiting Song's return with furnishings for habitation. By noon the following day, Song indeed returned with a large convoy, fully equipped with provisions for living. After everyone rested for a day, on the third day, Fang Lei convened a meeting, appointing Chu Jing and Yitong as guardian elders, Huanhua Granny as the law elder, and Song as the temporary overseer. Others were assigned various roles based on their capabilities, and after a blood oath, the ancient tomb sect of the Great Zhou Kingdom was thus established. Fang Lei dispatched two groups to send messages to Yuanhua Beishur City and Donghui City, instructing Song to liaise with the forces of Wolin Mountain. before he stealthily made his way to the capital of Zhou with Chu Jing and He Tong. The purpose of this expedition was clear: the demonic spirit sect, specifically their prison. With the successful capture of the righteous Qi sect's water dungeon, Fang Lei could not afford to neglect the seasoned experts imprisoned within the demonic spirit sect. Their rescue would significantly bolster the strength of the ancient tomb sect in the most rapid and effective manner. Other matters could be set aside for the time being. After dusk, Fang Lei entered the capital, heading straight for the demonic spirit sect's mountain gate. Chu Jing and He Tong took a different route, heading toward the rear mountain of the demonic spirit sect. According to their plan, as long as Fang Lei created a disturbance, they were to rush into the prison and liberate the captives. This time, Fang Lei was more direct. With a distance of over 200 meters remaining, he soared into the air, and with a single punch, he shattered half of the demonic spirit sect's mountain gate, instantly inciting chaos. Countless experts from the demonic spirit sect rushed down the mountain, but they were no match for Fang Lei, suffering heavy casualties. After a considerable time, 3 spirit-level experts descended from the mountain to encircle Fang Lei. Fang Lei's objective was to delay and divert the attention of the demonic spirit sect's masters. So he engaged in a fierce battle with the 3 for hundreds of exchanges. Once he sensed the time was ripe, he pierced one through the heart with his sword, severed the arm of another, and leaped toward the mountain. The demonic spirit sect of Zhou Kingdom had a greater number of spirit-level experts, bolstered by the presence of true-level masters. However, aside from that, they were not markedly different from the demonic spirit sect in Yuanhua. Thus, unless a true-level master intervened, no one could impede Fang Lei, who ruthlessly dispatched spirit-level adversaries, ensuring they either perished or sustained injuries. Fang Lei held no affection for the demonic spirit sect, and thus his attacks were merciless, particularly against those above the spirit level. Anyone who crossed his path would either not survive or would leave bearing grievous wounds. As he fought his way up the mountainside, a thunderous voice echoed from above: "Impudent fool! How dare you challenge the holy sect alone? State your name and prepare to die." Fang Lei chuckled softly, recognizing that a true-level expert had emerged, and boldly proclaimed, "Yama." "Yama?" The opponent paused, then suddenly realized he had been mocked, sneering. "Very well. Allow me, Yin Fanghong, to meet you, Yama." A figure descended from the sky, blocking Fang Lei's path. Upon recognizing Fang Lei's youthful visage, he was momentarily taken aback, astonished at such formidable prowess in one so young. Fang Lei, however, had no time to allow him to ponder, and with a swift motion of his 3-edged sword, he unleashed a blade of energy aimed directly at Yin Fanghong's face. Yin Fanghong, the newly appointed master of the demonic spirit sect in Yuanhua, and the grandfather of Yin Fangyi, was quick to evade, exclaiming in surprise, "How do you possess the sword of our sect's master?" Fang Lei retorted, "When you're dead, you can inquire in the underworld." With the chi of the 1,000 illusions and Methriya sword, a sword beam as thick as an arm shot forth from the sword, targeting Yin Fanghong's chest. "Oh, I recall now. Half a year ago, the demonic spirit sect of Yuanhua, including the master and 5 elders, was ambushed and slain. You were the one responsible, weren't you?" As Yin Fanghong spoke, he drew a steel whip from his waist and struck it against the sword energy. With a resounding bang, the sword energy dissipated, sending sparks flying from the steel whip, forcing Yin Fanghong to stagger back 5 steps, his expression changing dramatically. "Old fool, you talk too much. If you don't wish to fight, then get lost," Fang Lei shouted, launching another attack with the sword, the energy fanning out like ripples as it slashed horizontally at Yin Fanghong. Yin Fanghong's demeanor grew serious as he leaped into the air, swinging his steel whip in a wide arc, descending upon Fang Lei. Another resounding clash ensued, and both combatants retreated without yielding ground. The confrontation escalated as they engaged in close-quarters combat. As the battle progressed, Yin Fanghong felt increasingly alarmed. He was not concerned about his own defeat but suddenly recalled his grandson, Yin Fangyi. If he allowed him to remain within the demonic spirit sect of Yuanhua, encountering Fang Lei would surely spell disaster for him. With just a moment's distraction, a sharp sound echoed as the triangular blade severed the corner of the steel whip. The blade slid downward, grazing his lower abdomen, and the gleaming edge tore open his flesh. Although the cut was shallow, it was sufficient to instill terror in Yin Fanghong, who stumbled back, clutching his abdomen with his left hand, gritting his teeth and snarling, "You young fool, you seek death." With a swift motion, he flicked the steel whip to his waist and drew forth a banner from behind, chanting incantations as he hurled it towards Fang Lei. Just then, a voice rang out from the distance, "Master, no." But it was too late. The banner soared into the air, releasing a black mist akin to steam from a boiling pot, accompanied by a ghostly wail that enveloped Fang Lei in an instant. Another voice called out, "Yin Fang, quickly retract it. This person has a means to counter it." But before the warning could be heeded, a swirling vortex seemed to materialize from within the black mist surrounding Fong Lei, swiftly drawing in the dark energy. In the blink of an eye, the banner returned to Fong Lei's grasp, leaving Yin Fanghong bewildered as to why he was being urged to retract it. The scene left him dumbfounded. The Yin Luo banner. How could he possess a method to unravel it? Fong Lei raised the banner with a smile, saying, "Thank you," before stowing it into his golden storage pouch, leaving behind only the banner as the vengeful spirit was consumed by the black thunder. "Oh, I'll fight you to the death," Yin Fanghong roared as he redrew the steel whip, lunging towards Fong Lei, only to be intercepted from behind. "Ah, it's you. I wondered who had the audacity to call me out. It turns out to be an old acquaintance," Fong Lei exclaimed, recognizing the elder Qingyang from the ghost spirit sect, who had been injured outside Yuansha Mountain Manor. Qingyang, his face ashen, grasped Yin Fanghong's arm and said in a low voice, "Fong Lei, do you truly wish to pit yourself against the entire ghost spirit sect? And what if I do?" Fong Lei retorted. "Isn't the ghost spirit sect intent on killing me? I might as well deliver myself to your doorstep, saving you the trouble of chasing me down. I heard you raided the water prison of the righteous sect a few days ago. What do you intend to do here today? If you require resources, we can negotiate. There is no need for such a grand disturbance." "Very well." Fong Lei grinned, extending a finger and declaring, 100,000 taels of silver notes. "And I'll take my leave. Otherwise, prepare to close the doors of the Zhou Kingdom's ghost spirit sect. 100,000 taels? You might as well go rob a bank." Yin Fanghong nearly spat blood in his fury, realizing that their entire income for the year barely reached 200,000 taels. And with so many to support, Fong Lei's demand would leave them destitute. "Precisely, I am robbing you. A case of robbing the rich to aid the poor," Fong Lei stated, causing Yin Fanghong to feel a sharp pang in his chest, nearly coughing up blood but swallowing it back forcefully. 100,000 taels is excessive," Qingyang interjected. "There is another option. Open your treasury." "I seek something of value," Fong Lei proposed. "Absolutely not. If you empty the treasury, our sect will be forced to shut down," Yin Fanghong firmly rejected again. Fong Lei shrugged. "In that case, I'm afraid you'll have to prepare to close your doors." At that moment, a ghost spirit sect expert rushed in, whispering urgently into Yin Fanghong's ear. "What? The cells have been breached? How many escaped?" Yin Fanghong bellowed. "All of them," the newcomer replied in a hushed tone. "Those worthless fools. Who did this? Have you figured it out?" Qingyang immediately grasped the situation, stating, "No need to investigate. It was him." Fong Lei chuckled. "As long as you know. Remember my words. 100,000 taels of silver, or prepare to shut down. I will return in 3 days to collect." With that, he leapt into the air, soaring down the mountainside in an instant, leaving the scene in stunned silence. After exiting the city, Fong Lei hastily made his way south for 100 miles, soon spotting a large gathering of people, numbering at least several hundred. This was part of their earlier strategy to temporarily conceal their movements by heading south before circling back to the Wolin mountain range. "Master," Chu Jing and He Tong rushed to greet Fong Lei. "Ah, the spoils are plentiful," Fong Lei remarked approvingly. "This is all thanks to your brilliant strategy, Master." "In gathering so many talents," Chu Jing replied. "Enough flattery. Tell me, do we have any experts?" "Indeed, we have 4 at the spirit level. And there's one you might not expect," Chu Jing answered. Fong Lei raised an eyebrow. Could there be a true level expert among them? The two men exchanged glances and smiled. "Master's foresight is remarkable. There is indeed a true level expert, though her condition seems rather unusual. Let us go take a look." Fong Lei decided, following the two into the crowd. The prisoners, who had been resting, rose to their feet upon seeing Fong Lei, acknowledging his presence. Fong Lei gestured for them to continue resting, then approached a low area where 2 individuals sat back to back in meditation, a woman reclining beside them. "These 3 are together. The woman is the leader, while the 2 gentlemen are her attendants," Chu Jing explained. Fong Lei marveled internally. If 2 spirit-level experts were merely attendants, the woman's status must be extraordinary. Upon seeing the 3, the 2 middle-aged men stood and bowed. Speaking only after Chu Jing introduced Fong Lei as the leader of the Zhou Kingdom's ancient tomb sect, the 2 men replied, "We greet you, Master." Fong Lei nodded and walked over, taking the woman's wrist and placing 2 fingers on it. After a moment, he frowned. "Her spirit is incomplete?" The 2 men nodded in unison, knowing the cause without needing to elaborate. Sensing the grip on her wrist, the woman turned and sat up, her expression blank as she gazed at Fong Lei. Fong Lei reached to touch her forehead, but paused as she instinctively jabbed her finger towards his palm, causing him to retract his hand and stand back. The woman, having missed her target, withdrew her hand, returning to her previous vacant demeanor. Noticing the grime covering her face, Fong Lei surmised that, though her true beauty was obscured, Her delicate features were evident in her eyes and nose, leading him to believe that she would reveal herself as a stunning beauty once cleaned. This place is not suitable for a prolonged stay. We shall discuss matters upon our return, he concluded. The group promptly set off, with the woman flanked by the two middle-aged men, keeping pace behind Fong Lei. Though her mind seemed clouded, her speed did not falter. She matched their pace, though her gaze remained unfocused and lost. They reached the Wolin mountain range by dawn, where individuals awaited to guide them inside. Song had also arranged food and medicine, ensuring they could eat and recuperate upon arrival. Due to the presence of a few women among the prisoners, mostly middle-aged or older, they were all assigned to Elder Huanhua for care. Song had also recruited some servants from nearby villages to assist with the provisions, and after a flurry of activity over the past few days, things had finally settled down. Just as calm returned, trouble began brewing on the mountain. That evening, several disciples responsible for guarding the front of the mountain were discovered dead the following day, not a single survivor among them. Fong Lei was furious. Originally, today was the day he intended to visit the ghost spirit sect to collect the silver notes, but with this incident, he had no choice but to postpone. He dispatched 4 spirit-level elders to patrol openly and covertly, while he himself feigned seclusion and stealthily left the mountain. The first day passed without incident. The second day, still nothing. On the third day, while meditating beneath a tree at the mountain's summit, Fong Lei abruptly received a message from the Black Thunder below, prompting him to rise and hurry down. Upon arrival, he found a newly joined spirit-level elder engaged in combat with a group of masked black-clad individuals. At first glance, the black-clad figures bore a striking resemblance to ghost spirit sect disciples, yet they appeared impeccably clean, devoid of any insignia, save for their eyes and hands gripping swords. Black Thunder silently approached from behind, conveying, "There are still hidden black-clad individuals on the left. Should we flush them out?" Fong Lei shook his head and said, "You go notify Elder Hu, while Elder Chu will flank from behind to cut off their retreat." He Lei received the order and promptly departed. Since Fong Lei had advanced his Gui Yuan Ju to the 9th level, He Lei's strength had dramatically increased as he continuously devoured the souls of vengeful spirits. Now, he possessed a subtle edge over Fong Lei, able to maneuver freely several dozen miles away, making him the perfect messenger for warnings. Among the elders, there was Elder Sun, a newly inducted spirit-level expert. Though advanced in age, he had swiftly regained much of his strength thanks to the medicinal pills provided by Fong Lei. As long as he did not encounter a true level master, he could hold his own for a while. However, the ordinary disciples fared poorly. 2 more had fallen in the short span of time. Fong Lei understood well that once the ancient Tomb sect raised its banner in the state of Zhou, bloodshed would be inevitable. If they did not enter a state of readiness now, they would be left vulnerable to slaughter. Therefore, his gaze was fixated solely on Elder Sun, disregarding everyone else. Suddenly, Elder Sun let out a ferocious roar, his voice akin to that of a lion or tiger, momentarily stunning his opponent. With a swift motion, he plunged his right hand into the enemy's chest and extracted a still-beating heart. Chapter 62. The Prison Break. Part 2. Elder Sun let out a hearty laugh, but unexpectedly. His opponent drove a sword into his side, and both men collapsed simultaneously. Fong Lei was startled and was about to flee when he heard rustling leaves nearby. Quickly concealing himself again, a figure swooped in, landing beside Elder Sun and his opponent, raising a hand to strike down. Fong Lei hastily flicked his wrist, sending a silver needle that flashed through the air and embedded itself in the intruder's wrist. The newcomer recoiled in shock, clutching his wrist, and only then did he notice Fong Lei approaching from the side. "It's you." Fong Lei smiled. "Didn't he expect to see you here?" As he spoke, his gaze darted, noticing that Elder Sun was still alive, struggling to sit up. Without hesitation, Fong Lei propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful strike. The intruder attempted to retaliate, but was forced away from Elder Sunday Brother. "The leader of the ancient Tomb sect has arrived. You may reveal yourself now," the newcomer called out. Fong Lei turned to see several masked figures rising from the bushes. In the center, one man lifted his mask and exclaimed, "Boy, we meet again." Fong Lei retorted, "Old dog, I had suspected it was you and was merely waiting to see how long you could hide. Your arrival is timely, saving me another trip to the Justice Gate." The man was none other than Master Yang Fei, accompanied by his 2 guardians. The left guardian urged, "Brother, stop wasting time with him. Let us eliminate him while his reinforcements have yet to arrive. The rabble will fall with him." Yang Fei and the right guardian swiftly took position, surrounding Fong Lei in a triangular formation. Fong Lei remained silent, countering their advances with a punch and a palm strike, drawing all 3 foes toward him. Suddenly, he shifted his technique, unleashing the true spirit 12 strikes like a dart, slipping through their encirclement to appear behind the left guardian. With a grip like a vice, Fong Lei seized the left guardian's waist, his fingers digging in ruthlessly. The sound of bones shattering echoed as the left guardian crumpled to the ground. Yang Fei and the other guardian were taken aback, rushing in to assist. But Fong Lei had already released the left guardian, propelling the golden dragon above him to strike down upon the right guardian's head. The right guardian, startled, raised his hand in defense, only to be sent crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. At times, Fong Lei found it perplexing that the Gui Yuan Ju could only exert its true strength when employing the true spirit 12 strikes. However, it mattered little. Victory was all that counted. Yang Fei, unable to believe his eyes, realized that Fong Lei seemed even stronger than before. In a moment of crisis, he prioritized rescuing his two brethren. This was precisely the outcome Fong Lei desired, as he continued to strike the right guardian while ensuring he could not escape. Turning the tide of the battle to a one-man assault against three, Yang Fei grew increasingly alarmed, recognizing his earlier underestimation of Fong Lei's full capabilities. The left guardian, barely holding on due to decades of cultivation, finally succumbed and collapsed. The right guardian attempted to intervene, but Fong Lei swiftly struck him down as well. In the distance, the sounds of wind signaled the arrival of elders Hu and Chu. Faced with no other choice, Yang Fei broke free from Fong Lei's grasp and retreated into the trees. Disappearing from sight, elders Hu and Chu landed, unleashing fierce attacks upon the remaining members of the Justice Gate, leaving none alive. Elder Hu, brimming with fury, seized the right guardian and declared, "Leader, let us kill this one too." Fong Lei chuckled, "Hold on, this one's worth some silver. If we kill him, we'll lose that." Laughter erupted among the group as they began to clean the battlefield and return to the mountain. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall, Fong Lei's first action was not to rush down the mountain for treasure but to summon the elders for a meeting. After a thorough discussion, Fong Lei concluded that the immediate priority was to enhance the strength of the sect members, particularly the ordinary disciples. Although he could disturb the Justice Gate or the Ghost Spirit Gate, their experts could do the same. The situation, based on the previous battles, was not optimistic. All the elders agreed and promptly assigned tasks, each responsible for overseeing the training of specific disciples. Training required resources, and resources demanded silver. Song proposed to utilize the nearby mines within 100 miles of the Wolan Mountains, aside from a small portion controlled by the demon clan deep within the mountains. Most were in the hands of local powers. Fong Lei remarked, having successfully raided the Justice Gate and the Ghost Spirit Gate, the ancient tomb sect has gained some notoriety, sufficient to maintain local order. These forces should reconsider their allegiances. I'll entrust this task to Elders Chu and He. The two readily agreed. Elder Sun, having sustained injuries in today's battle, would need time to recuperate. One of the two Ten Elders, who always accompanied the women, would take over the mountainous defenses, while the other remained to assist Elder Huanhua and care for the women. The two Ten Elders were brothers, and after some time, they finally revealed the woman's name, Chi Xian, a lady of true level strength, respected by all as Miss Chi. Since returning, Fong Lei had been wandering outside and had not yet met Miss Chi. After a brief inquiry with Elder Tan, he did not dwell on it and followed Song down the mountain. Song also brought back news that a senior from the demon clan wished to meet him. Considering he would be residing here for the long term, Fong Lei readily agreed, and after the meeting adjourned, the two set off. They journeyed northwest along the Wolan Mountains for over 500 miles, arriving at a picturesque valley. Shortly after entering, they were spotted by the vigilant flying demon clan and sounded an alarm. In an instant, numerous demonic figures surged forth, encircling them. Fong Lei, having previously encountered the demon clan in the Hafen Gorge, understood that truly powerful demons, once they attained human form, were not much different from humans. Only the lesser demons exhibited clear half-human, half-demon traits, so he paid them little heed and allowed Song to negotiate. Song produced a token, and after the small demons verified it, they were permitted to proceed. Song, are you quite familiar with them? Fong Lei inquired. Song smiled shyly and replied, "At this point, I don't wish to hide anything from the leader. I am, in fact, of the demon clan." Fong Lei chuckled. "You are quite candid. I appreciate that." Song was momentarily taken aback. "The leader knows?" Fong Lei responded, "I had my suspicions, but I wasn't certain." Song felt a wave of relief wash over him. Chuckling to himself, "I must have been overly clever," thinking, "Ha." Fong Lei waved a hand. "No matter. I have dealt with demons before and possess some discernment. As long as your intentions are not harmful to me, why should I hold it against you?" Song bowed deeply, sincerely stating, "I shall heed your words. Please rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives. I only seek a place to belong." "Very well. Lead the way," Fong Lei replied. Song, genuinely moved by Fong Lei's implicit trust, took the lead and galloped ahead. The valley was vast, and after walking for about an hour, passing through the inspections of two groups of minor demons, they reached a deeper part of the valley and finally halted beneath a majestic and perilous castle. Numerous guards of the demon race surrounded the perimeter, yet they appeared quite accustomed to the presence of the two visitors, merely casting a glance before turning their attention elsewhere. Fong Lei remarked, "No wonder it is said that humans and demons coexist. This has become the norm." Chapter 63, Jailbreak, Part 3. Song chuckled and swiftly approached, presenting a token to the guard stationed at the castle's entrance. The guard took the token inside, and shortly afterward, a beautiful female official emerged, smiling as she greeted, "Ah, it is Brother Shi. It has been a long time since you last visited the king." Song returned the courtesy, saying, "I am ashamed to admit that I was recently captured and almost lost my life. Thankfully, I was rescued, and I hurried here to pay my respects to the king." The female official nodded and, glancing at Fong Lei, inquired, "And who is this?" Song replied, "This is Fong Lei, the leader of the ancient tomb sect from the state of Zhou, as mentioned in my letter." The official clasped her hands in greeting. "I have long admired you." Fong Lei reciprocated the gesture. The official then stepped aside, saying, "Please, the king is already aware of your arrival and is waiting for you." Fong Lei expressed his gratitude and followed behind as they entered. Upon entering, he discovered that the castle was far larger than he had imagined, seemingly hollowing out the entire mountain behind it, creating an independent little world. As he walked, he marveled and casually asked, "What is the king's name?" Song whispered, "The Nine-Tailed Fox King." Fong Lei gasped, realizing the king's extraordinary lineage. The official laughed, "Our demon race is different from yours. We do not have such taboos. You may address the Fox King directly." Fong Lei nodded, "Thank you for the reminder." Yet, he speculated that the official must also belong to the nine-tailed fox lineage. It was well known that the fox race, especially the nine-tailed fox, were born as spirit beasts, inheriting beauty and grace through the ages. The females were renowned for their stunning beauty, while the males were charming and elegant, a truly exceptional clan. He was astonished to see one in person today. Many individuals traversed the castle's interior, and Fong Lei could not discern whether they were all demons or if some were humans, as he clearly observed many dressed similarly to them among the crowd. The official continued, "The Fox King is quite open-minded. As long as there is no hostility towards our clan and one is willing to submit, they may enter and exit the city freely. If one encounters a suitable partner, they may also form unions and bear children." "Oh, is that so?" The Fox King is truly wise, able to overlook clan and racial differences. Such a thing is rare among sovereigns. The official smiled without speaking further and soon led them to a palace. The palace was built into the mountainside, with sheer cliffs looming above, yet the interior was brilliantly lit. Numerous female soldiers flanked the sides, all exceptionally beautiful and spirited. Upon entering the main hall, they noticed the elevated jade throne was unoccupied, but figures soon emerged from behind a screen, with several palace maids smiling and greeting the official. The official, unconcerned, turned to Fong Lei, gesturing for him to proceed. Fong Lei discerned that although the Fox King wielded great authority, she was quite amiable, choosing not to receive visitors formally in the grand hall, but rather opting for a more relaxed approach. As they stepped behind the screen, Fong Lei's gaze fell upon an enchanting beauty, a woman of unparalleled grace, and he was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Are you the Fox King?" The maiden, still seated at a table, straightened her posture and smiled, "Indeed, I am the king." Her dark, captivating eyes began to scrutinize Fong Lei, and after a moment, she instructed, "Fonger, please find seats for our esteemed guests." The official promptly complied, and soon two maidens brought forth two embroidered stools, while another pair set a small table before them, followed by an assortment of tea and fruit, before retreating. The Fox King then rose, her maidens assisting her in positioning her chair at the head of the small table, and she gestured, "Please, take a seat." Fong Lei and Song expressed their gratitude as they sat down, while the official stood beside the Fox King. The Fox King said, "I have heard that you, Fong Dao, arrived from the eastern city of the Yuan state. Is this true?" Fong Lei felt a stir in his heart and replied, "Indeed, I passed through the Black Wind Gorge." The Fox King remarked, "No wonder. That girl, Inu, is exceedingly proud and seldom admires anyone, yet she holds you in high regard." Fong Lei found the tone of her laughter somewhat peculiar, yet he could not pinpoint why. So he said, with the Fox King's invitation, "I wonder what wisdom you wish to impart." The Fox King smiled knowingly, turning her head slightly, and soon a maid presented a brocade tray, placing it gently before Fong Lei. Curious, Fong Lei noticed it appeared to contain documents of some kind. Song's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly nudging Fong Lei to express his gratitude immediately. The official explained, These are the land deeds and mineral rights for the mountains your sect occupies, spanning 500 miles. They are now yours. Fang Lei was taken aback. Reaching out to examine the papers. While he could not fully comprehend their significance, he was aware they were genuine. After a moment of contemplation, he set them down. The Fox King expressed curiosity. Do you not desire them? Fang Lei chuckled awkwardly, hesitating to respond. It was unusual to receive such generous gifts without cause, after all. These deeds might not seem extraordinarily valuable, yet the mineral rights could be immediately monetized, turning into a significant fortune in no time. I cannot accept a reward without merit. I would ask the Fox King to clarify the circumstances before I make a decision. The Fox King replied, very well, there are two reasons. One is the recommendation from the fairy Inu, and the second is your newly established ancient tomb sect. Fang Lei pondered, I can surmise the first reason. But how can the Fox King rely on a sect that has just been founded and lacks stability? The Fox King stated, though your foundation is unsteady, I can assist in solidifying it. These deeds and mineral rights are my goodwill. Once your sect flourishes, you can secure the Wolin Mountain Range, which will serve to fend off threats from the east and south. This is my intention. Fang Lei remarked, are you asking me to be a scapegoat? Not at all. The Fox King countered, we are partners, allies, not merely a lone struggle for you. If Fang Dao truly does not wish for this, I will not force you. It merely requires a bit more effort. Fang Lei inquired further, could the Fox King enlighten me about the threats from the southeast? Quite simply, it is because you have not reached that stage yet, which is why you remain unaware. The Yuan state and the Zhou state are under the control of the great powers to the east and south. You are aware of this, are you not? Fang Lei nodded. In daily life, all seems calm, and nothing occurs. But when the winds shift, significant events will unfold, though ordinary people cannot perceive them. Fang Lei mused. Am I also considered a wind? The Fox King laughed. What do you think? Then I shall return to the Yuan state. The Zhou state's whims are inconsequential. Fang Lei stated. The Fox King shook her head. Do not forget that the Yuan state is where you stir the winds. No one expected you to venture into the Zhou state and create such a stir in such a short time. Fang Lei replied. Then I have no choice but to accept. The Fox King smiled alluringly and gestured toward the brocade tray. Fang Lei, feeling no need for politeness, unfastened his storage pouch and placed the deeds and documents inside before saying, the Fox King has promised that if significant matters arise, you will not turn a blind eye. Indeed, the Fox King affirmed. Fang Lei rose and clasped his hands in farewell, saying, very well, I shall take my leave. The Fox King made no attempt to keep him, simply stating, Fenger, please see them out. Chapter 64. The King of Hell, Part 1. After departing the palace, Fang Lei and Shi Song bid farewell to the official and made their way back to the castle's exit. Before long, they mounted their horses and retraced their steps. As they walked, Shi Song remarked, your reputation is truly formidable, master. The Fox King has made a considerable gesture this time. Fang Lei shrugged. She is merely returning a favor. Once we establish ourselves, these things will inevitably come to us. Rather than face conflict later, it is wiser to prepare in advance. Shi Song paused for a moment, then replied, what you say makes sense. Let us go, with these resources. We must consider how to expand the sect as soon as possible. In the realm of the Ghost Gate and the Righteous Gate, I shall allow them a brief respite. For I am determined to ultimately flatten these two peaks. With a swift crack of the whip, the majestic steed let out a resounding neigh and galloped forth. Upon returning to the ancient temple, Fang Lei promptly summoned Chu and the two elder who, reallocating their tasks to retrieve the land deeds and mineral documentation for acquisition. Additionally, he instructed Shi Song to disseminate notices widely, initiating a large-scale recruitment of disciples. With ample funds at hand, the affairs became manageable. Substantial sums of silver were poured forth, resulting in a rapid multiplication of the ancient tomb sect's disciples, soon exceeding 2,000. Fang Lei organized efforts to excavate caverns, emulating the style of the Fox King's palace, hollowing out nearly 30% of the mountain behind the temple. Layer upon layer of cavernous palaces began to take shape, resembling a stratified structure akin to a glazed tower. Meanwhile, messengers dispatched to Beishir City and Dongquist City returned in succession, bearing letters from his uncle Fang Zhongyan and Yuan Zifeng. Joyously, it was reported that Yuan Lin had emerged from seclusion, and during an encounter with invading foes, he unleashed a celestial dragon that devoured all adversaries, significantly enhancing his reputation. None dared to disturb the Erlong Mountain thereafter. However, the situation at Dongquist City, particularly at the Yuanxiao Villa, appeared grim. Fang Lei's antagonism towards the Righteous Gate had prompted Sita Yuan to withdraw his disciples. While an outright confrontation had yet to unfold, the implications of their actions were evident, inciting local factions to eye the situation with malice and leading to several bloody provocations. Clearly, it was time for decisive action against the Righteous Gate. Pondering over the letters in the Grand Hall, Fong Lei reached a resolution. Instead of sending reinforcements on a long journey to Dongqua City, it would be wiser to strike at the root and eliminate the Righteous Gate and the Ghost Gate altogether. Once this shocking news spread, not only would the smaller factions of the Yuan state tremble, but even the powerful forces of the Qi state would turn their attention to Wolin Mountain, thus resolving the crisis faced by the ancient Tomb sect. With this plan in mind, Fong Lei summoned the remaining elders to discuss the eradication of the Righteous Gate. "Oh, this is rather perilous," he Tongdao cautioned. Although he desired the Righteous Gate's downfall, he understood the gravity of a direct confrontation, especially considering the formidable legacy they possessed and the backing of the Qi state. Fong Lei countered, "The Righteous Gate must have contemplated this as well, which is why they are confident we will not act rashly. If we strike decisively, seizing the mountaintop and incinerating their gate, they will have no means to resist." Laughter erupted among the assembly. The plan appeared feasible. Fong Lei further insisted, "The treasure tower of the Righteous Gate must be preserved. It harbors the treasures we seek." The others readily agreed, eager to fulfill their tasks. At that moment, Tan Yong, the elder of the Tan clan, returned. "What? Miss Qi wishes to accompany us? Is that advisable?" Fong Lei questioned, aware that her mental state was still unclear and any mishap could prove troublesome. Moreover, it was evident to all that the two Tan elders had been particularly attentive to Qi Xian, indicating her extraordinary background. "Not a problem, as long as I stay close to her. Besides, her abilities may yet prove beneficial," Tan Yong assured. Fong Lei understood the implication and, wary of being accused of idleness, nodded. "Very well, exercise caution and ensure you remain close to her." Tan Yong expressed his gratitude before departing. As dusk descended, over 400 adept disciples of the ancient Tomb sect, clad in black knight gear and led by 6 elder spirit-level practitioners, stealthily departed the mountain, swiftly making their way toward Zhoudu City. Among them, a significant portion comprised peak experts at the Void Return stage, many just a step away from reaching the spirit level, motivated by the prospect of rewards that would facilitate their advancement following the impending battle. All disciples were aware of Fong Lei's prowess. Having surpassed the true level at a young age, securing his favor or guidance promised imminent elevation. Thus, morale surged for this evening's undertaking. Fong Lei had already arrived at Zhoudu City, driven by 2 objectives: to locate Yang Shuo, the disciple of Master Yang Fei, whose recovery depended on him, and to seize the treasure tower before the battle commenced to prevent any unexpected actions from Master Yang. Despite the Righteous Gate's heightened defenses, Fong Lei easily infiltrated the mountain gate, capturing a disciple and utilizing mind control techniques to extract Yang Shua's whereabouts. Yang Shua had faced severe reprimand from Yang Fei regarding the situation with Yuan Shua and was currently confined, making him easily accessible. After ensuring the guards were subdued, Fong Lei entered a chamber to find a man in his 30s meditating. Upon noticing Fong Lei, the man's expression shifted to one of shock, stammering, "It's you." Fong Lei smirked, surprised, "Are you? What brings you here?" Yang Shua, now acutely aware of Fong Lei's reputation, deemed resistance futile and abandoned any thoughts of combat. "I seek something from you." "What is it?" "You know what it is. Do not make me repeat myself. Hand it over." Yang Shua replied coldly, "What if I refuse? Then your demise is inevitable." As Fong Lei spoke, he swiftly approached Yang Shua, and before a cry could escape, his palm pressed against Yang Shua's forehead. The latter trembled, his gaze growing unfocused before he lowered his head in submission. Retrieving his hand, Fong Lei reflected, "Such a peculiar sensation. Why does it feel familiar?" He then searched Yang Shua's belongings, producing a golden bell from his storage pouch. Gently shaking it, the bell emitted a clear tone that resonated with the soul, imparting a dreamlike quality. This bell was a treasure obtained by Yang Shua from the Yuanfu Palace, its exact name unknown, yet it possessed the ability to sway the spirit, making it a remarkable artifact, especially given Yang Shua's limited cultivation. Emerging from the confinement chamber, Fong Lei instructed the guards, "Maintain vigilance here. No one is to enter." With that, he vanished into the shadows, observing the movements of the Righteous Gate disciples below, sensing their growing unease as they began to act. Fong Lei would not allow them to relocate their treasures unimpeded. With a swift motion, he leapt from the shadows, incapacitating a guard with a punch and swiftly dispatching another. As the alarm was raised, Fong Lei welcomed the ensuing chaos, advancing toward the entrance. An elder rushed out, only to confront Fong Lei. Not wishing to linger, Fong Lei drew his trident sword, swiftly piercing the elder's chest, leaving him lifeless at the door. The ensuing rush of ordinary disciples, lacking even the Void Return stage, faltered in the wake of their comrades' demise, retreating in fear. Anticipating Master Yang Fei's imminent arrival, Fong Lei produced an item from his sleeve, tossing it skyward. With a resounding crack, A burst of colorful light illuminated the sky, capturing the attention of the Righteous Gate disciples, their expressions shifting to one of alarm. It was clear to all that this night would be steeped in bloodshed. "You scoundrel, it is indeed you. Everyone, converge and eliminate him." A furious roar echoed as Master Yang Fei, accompanied by 2 law enforcement elders, along with a dozen other elders and instructors, rushed to the scene. Upon witnessing the dire situation, their eyes turned red with rage, and they shouted as they charged forward. Master Yang Fei had been in the midst of a council when he heard of the turmoil at the treasure tower. Without waiting to reach the location, he saw the fireworks signaling trouble from above. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fong Lei leaped to meet them, swiftly tossing a Yin Luo banner behind him, which embedded itself at the entrance of the treasure tower. As he activated the spell, the earth trembled, and the Yin Luo banner shot upwards, reaching an impressive height of nearly 18 feet in an instant. Black mist billowed from the banner, enveloping the treasure tower, culminating in a thunderous crash and a flash of golden light, revealing a majestic golden edifice towering above the treasure tower. Inside, the anguished screams of vengeful spirits mingled with the cries of the disciples of the righteous sect who remained trapped within, soon followed by an eerie silence. The elders of the righteous sect stood dumbfounded, their hearts gripped with fear at the sight of the swirling black smoke. In mere moments, Fong Lei had engaged in a fierce battle with Master Yang Fei and the 2 law enforcement elders, exchanging blows that forced the 3 to retreat repeatedly. "Why are you all just standing there? Attack together and eliminate this demon," Master Yang Fei exclaimed, his frustration evident as he felt his patience wearing thin. The other elders, jolted into action, swiftly joined the fray. The pressure mounted on Fong Lei, who quickly adapted his movements, darting through the gaps in the crowd like a slippery snake, waiting for the right moment to strike. Suddenly, a cry rang out as one instructor was sent tumbling backward, while another collapsed to the ground, convulsing. An elder, anticipating Fong Lei's next move, positioned himself to strike, but was caught off guard as a hand pierced through his chest, causing his lifeless body to crumple to the floor. In the blink of an eye, 3 had perished, igniting Master Yang Fei's fury as he bellowed, "Useless fools, retreat." Except for the 2 law enforcement elders, the others hastily withdrew, securing the perimeter. One individual attempted to seize glory by charging towards the treasure tower, only to be met with a chilling scream as the black mist engulfed him, leaving nothing but silence in its wake. The elders, now wide-eyed with shock, remained steadfast on the outskirts, too fearful to make any rash movements. Master Yang Fei retrieved a jade box from his storage pouch, holding it in his palm as he directed a fierce gaze towards Fong Lei. "You wretched brat, you forced my hand. Prepare to meet your demise." With that, he slammed his palm onto the box's lid. Fong Lei could feel the surge of Yang Fei's inner energy flowing into the box, which seemed to undergo some transformation. Emanating a terrifying aura, a wisp of white mist burst forth from above Master Yang Fei's head, coalescing and expanding until it surpassed his own form, eventually taking the shape of a massive head with 2 sharp horns glinting ominously. Fong Lei took a step back in surprise, his body instinctively reacting as he entered a defensive stance, readying for an assault. The head resembled that of a human but bore features of a beast, with large eyes, a pronounced nose, and 2 tusks protruding from its mouth. Thoughts raced through Fong Lei's mind as he recalled various monstrous forms, ultimately uttering a single word: demon. Indeed, this was the legendary visage of a demon. How could the righteous sect possess such dark sorcery? It appeared that Elder Huanhua's words rang true. They were indeed of the same ilk as the ghost spirit sect. "Ha ha ha, you young one recognize my true form." The laughter and speech were unmistakably Master Yang Fei's voice, yet it was tinged with a malevolent undertone. Fong Lei retorted, "If I couldn't identify your ghastly appearance, I would no longer deserve to be here." With a flurry of movements, the creature's arms, resembling the legs of an elephant, reached out towards Fong Lei, fists clenched. Master Yang Fei was now entirely enveloped in the white mist, making it impossible to distinguish between him and the demon. The giant fist came crashing down, prompting Fong Lei to leap upward, his right fist poised for a powerful strike. A thunderous impact resonated as Fong Lei was slammed to the ground, the force rattling his bones and sending a surge of blood rushing to his head. What tremendous strength! Once more, Fong Lei roared, spinning like a top, his right fist transforming into a whirlwind as he charged at the demon once again. With a mocking laugh, the demon raised another fist, bringing it down with the weight of a stone mason's chisel upon Fong Lei. The second collision sent Fong Lei crashing into the ground, shattering the stone beneath him, his feet sinking 3 feet into the earth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Once more, Fong Lei sprang forth from the earth, matching the demon's height as he unleashed a mighty roar. The sound surged forth like a tempest, compelling the demon to squint against the force. In response, it sent a punch straight for Fong Lei's chest. The impact sent Fong Lei soaring backward, just as he was about to collide with the treasure tower. A figure emerged from within to catch him, ensuring he landed safely before the tower. What? Another Fong Lei? The astonished elders of the righteous sect observed the second Fong Lei, identical in form but with a darker complexion, as if he had just emerged from an ink pool. Chapter 66. The Nine-Tailed Fox King, Part 1. At that moment, a deafening battle cry resonated from below the mountain. As disciples reported the emergence of numerous unidentified night prowlers launching a fierce assault on the righteous sect's fortifications, the law enforcement elders glanced at the demon, then gestured for the others to follow as they charged down the mountain. They believed Fong Lei was doomed, no longer needing to intervene. The demon regarded the Black Lei. Its voice rumbling, "Your aura is peculiar. It seems not of this world." Black Lei remained silent as figures resembling him emerged, dispersing to encircle the demon. The demon's fury ignited. "Those who obstruct my path shall perish." Ignoring the threat, Black Lei vanished in a blur, reappearing at the demon's left side, delivering a powerful punch to its temple. Simultaneously, several shadowy figures surged from the right and behind, striking the demon's sides. The collective impact sent the demon's massive head reeling. Yet it sneered, "With your meager ghostly abilities, you think to challenge me?" It swung its fists outward, sending Black Lei and the other shadows flying, their forms exploding into clouds of black mist midair. The white mist ascended, expanding into a cloud that lifted the demon toward Black Lei. As Black Lei's eyes darkened with uncertainty, he grappled with the choice of whether to shield Fong Lei from the impending blow. Yet, he realized his consciousness was entirely under Fong Lei's control, and a mere thought could lead to his undoing. Two conflicting thoughts clashed within him, but ultimately, he chose to stand firm. As he remained motionless, the Yin Luo banner surged with an abundance of black mist, infusing his body with a power rivaling that of the demon. "Step back, let me take over." At that moment, Fong Lei's voice resonated from behind, prompting Black Lei to subtly withdraw and slip into the Yin Luo banner. Fong Lei stepped forward, positioning himself directly across from the demon, a confident smile gracing his lips. Black Lei was his trump card, a life-saving technique, but it did not imply that he would recklessly sacrifice himself, unless faced with the direst of circumstances. The demon's bovine eyes widened in confusion. "Are you unharmed?" Fong Lei chuckled. "It is you who are in peril, and a significant one at that." Suddenly, he extended his right hand, which grew larger with a tremor, directly challenging the demon's stature. Raging Sivajra, be crushed. With a mighty sweep, he brought his hand crashing down. The demon's eyes were glazed until a large hand descended upon its head, abruptly rousing it from its stupor. In response, a mighty fist surged forward. Crack! A crisp and resounding sound erupted, unleashing a tempest that ravaged the air above the treasure tower. The fist was instantly obliterated, dispersing into a cloud of white mist, accompanied by a shower of blood. Enraged, the demon roared and shook out another arm, while the other elongated, transforming into a colossal hammer that swung towards Fong Lei. In perfect timing, Fong Lei raised his left palm, invoking the heavenly joy diamond, and struck the hammer with a powerful slap. Crack! The hammer shattered once more, showering the area with blood. The demon continued to grow more arms, while its other fist relentlessly hammered down on Fong Lei. Fong Lei, unfazed, unleashed a flurry of strikes with the diamond's four slaps. Resembling the true forms of the four great diamonds, each blow caused the demon's fist to explode. Fong Lei relied on his own strength, while the demon drew upon the powers of the master Yang Fei. Although its strength surged several-fold after becoming a demon, it was still constrained by its limited foundation, leading to an incessant downpour of blood. After dozens of fierce exchanges, the demon had transformed from a massive iron hammer into a mere small mallet, its movements growing increasingly labored. Sensing this, Fong Lei prepared for one final strike, proclaiming, "I shall slay you." With a resounding clap, his hand descended, hammering down onto the demon's head, piercing through the cloud of white mist and splitting it in two. The two masses of white mist lingered briefly in the air before bursting apart, revealing two lifeless corpses. The demon's presence had vanished, leaving only the desiccated remains on the ground, drained of all vitality. Fong Lei glanced at them, curious about how Yang Fei had summoned this demon. Had it not been for his recent risk in elevating the return to origin technique to level 10, the diamond's four slaps would not have been a match for this demon. On that note, the gamble had proven correct. After a brief survey of his surroundings, Fong Lei transmitted a message to Black Thunder to secure the treasure tower, then turned and shot down the mountain. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at a battlefield, charging directly at the two law elders. Before he got close, a broken sword flew from his sleeve, and a 5-foot-long sword beam erupted, exuding a fierce sword aura, akin to a divine dragon emerging from the sea, striking one of the elders in the lower back and cleaving him in two. The other law elder, taken aback, was swiftly struck by Elder Sun's punch to the ribs, sending him sprawling out and sealing him in place with a single finger. Fang Lei surveyed those still engaged in battle and called out, "Those who surrender may live. Those who resist will be left with none." Initially, his words met silence. But soon a voice broke through, "I am Fu Qing. I have not committed great evils, and I am willing to submit." His opponent hesitated momentarily before swiftly pointing at Fu Qing's chest. Fu Qing did not evade, and his body trembled, rendered immobile. "Excellent, the first one. Is there anyone else?" If not, before he could finish, another voice rang out, "I am Jia Qian, deputy envoy of the sub-hall, willing to submit." One after another, voices of surrender echoed, each fearing they might be too late and face dire consequences. The masters of the ancient tomb sect, suppressing their murderous intent, stepped forward to seal the surrendered. And soon only a few remained in defiance, all members of the righteous Qi sect, including their elders and direct disciples. Fang Lei waved his hand, commanding, "Kill." The ancient tomb sect's experts roared and surged forth, gravely wounding several within moments. After a few more exchanges, they fell one by one. These individuals had long harbored deep hatred towards the righteous Qi sect, and thus their strikes were merciless. Had Fang Lei not called for surrender, a brutal fight to the death would have ensued. Fang Lei ordered Elder Sun to allocate some personnel to guard the captives, while the others cleared the remaining battlefields to expedite the conclusion of the conflict. Elder Sun complied, meeting with 2 other spirit-level elders and departing with their respective groups. Fang Lei, however, turned back towards the treasure tower. The array of the treasure tower had not yet activated when Fang Lei seized it, followed by Black Thunder wreaking havoc, leaving it in a state of paralysis. The treasure tower boasted 3 levels, each housing a grand hall, spacious and filled with an array of martial arts techniques and skills. Fang Lei made his way directly to the 3rd level. There were only a handful of techniques on the 3rd floor, yet they encompassed the pinnacle heart techniques of the righteous Qi sect, each one a treasure worth its weight in gold. Fang Lei meticulously examined them, collecting those that resonated with him into one storage bag for personal study, while others of lesser significance were placed into another bag, intended as rewards for disciples who had made exceptional contributions. Yet, it was still insufficient. He needed to continue pillaging elsewhere. With the bags in hand, he descended the stairs, and upon reaching the 2nd floor, he did not bother to scrutinize the contents, simply noting the titles and stuffing them into another storage bag. The 1st floor received the same treatment, collecting everything in sight. Chapter 67, The Nine-Tailed Spirit Fox, Part 2. Why is there so little? Fang Lei pondered, weighing the storage bag in his hand with dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "Black Thunder, surely the treasure tower cannot contain only this meager trove? Is there anything left unclaimed?" Black Thunder emerged, expressionless, shaking his head. "You are not concealing anything, are you?" Black Thunder rolled his eyes, but remained silent. Fang Lei chuckled, "I trust you have no ulterior motives. Let us depart." Upon exiting the tower, just as he retrieved the Yin Luo banner, he saw Elder Sun and the others approaching, their faces glowing with success. "Master, what should we do with the mountain?" Fang Lei replied, "If all the people are dead, what purpose does the mountain serve? Burn it down." Yes. They had long prepared sulfur and oil, promptly igniting torches and scattering them, transforming the mountain into a sea of flames in an instant. Fang Lei counted their numbers, suddenly remarking, "Wait, where are Elder Tan and Miss Qi?" Elder Sun tilted his head, saying, "Tan and Miss Qi were just here. Did they leave already?" No one answered, clearly unaware of when it had happened. Elder Sun, displeased, remarked, "These people truly are." Suddenly, a disciple rushed up from the base of the mountain, approaching with urgency. "It is dire. Miss Qi is in trouble. Elder Tan has pursued her and sent me to inform the master." The group was taken aback. Miss Qi was truly of elite cultivation. How could she be in danger? Fang Lei demanded, "What exactly happened?" The disciple explained, "I only heard Elder Tan say that Miss Qi seemed to have been lured away and chased after that person." Fang Lei realized, this is clearly a ploy to draw the tiger away from its mountain lair. Which direction did they head? The disciple pointed downward. Elder Sun inquired, "Master, shall we pursue?" Fang Lei waved his hand, "No need. You all have been exhausted through the night. Return to the mountain immediately, and do not stir up trouble on the way. As for Qi and Tan, I will pursue them." He tossed the storage bag to the disciple and soared down the mountain, vanishing into the night. With the return to origin technique elevated to level 10, the Luo Yin elusive steps had upgraded to the art of air control. Fang Lei raced through the air as if his feet barely touched the ground, like a meteor streaking across the night sky, swiftly reaching the mountain's base. At this moment, both Tan and Qi had vanished without a trace, having fled to an unknown location. Fang Lei stood atop a height, contemplating briefly before decisively following the direction indicated by the disciple. The righteous Qi sect was located in the northwest of the Zhou capital, while the two had headed southeast, clearly making their way into the city. In the city, who could it be? Could it be the ghost spirit sect? Fang Lei believed that given the commotion caused by the righteous Qi sect, the entire city would be aware, making it entirely plausible for the ghost spirit sect to send someone to spy. Moreover, Miss Qi had once been their captive, making it likely she would be drawn back into their web. Thus, Fang Lei headed straight for the ghost spirit sect. Along the way, he could keenly sense numerous eyes peering up from below, likely experts concealed within the Zhou capital. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he descended towards a large courtyard. A high-ranking individual descended from the sky, startling the homeowner, who hurriedly welcomed him with deep bows, exclaiming, "It is an honor to have you here, esteemed elder. How may I assist you?" Fang Lei smiled gently and said, "No need to be nervous. I merely wish to inquire about something. Did you happen to see 3 individuals pass by just now? Where did they go?" The host, being a master of internal martial arts, was naturally sensitive to the fluctuations in his surroundings. Upon hearing the question, he felt a twinge of anxiety, but upon noticing Fang Lei's stern gaze, he hurriedly replied, "Indeed. I saw them. They went in that direction, one after the other." Fang Lei inquired, "And where might that be?" The host hesitated for a moment, then responded, "It seems to be toward the Imperial City." The mention of the Imperial City stirred something within Fang Lei, and with a brief expression of gratitude, he took flight, heading straight for the Imperial City. The Imperial City of the Great Zhou Kingdom was vastly more expansive than that of the Yuan Kingdom, occupying nearly a third of the area of Yuan's capital. From a high vantage point, one could see a sea of red walls and green roofs, with soldiers moving in orderly formations, their weapons gleaming brilliantly under the light. Fang Lei descended silently onto a tower's eaves, crouching low to observe. Within the Imperial City, there was a constant flow of people, seemingly without incident. However, after a meticulous search, Fang Lei noticed an anomaly, a concentration of officials and soldiers in one area. Although they appeared to be patrolling normally, they were dispersing from a single location, leading to a sudden decrease in the number of people, making it eerily similar to other areas. Dressed in black night attire, Fang Lei felt confident in his speed and ability to remain undetected. With a swift surge of internal energy, he propelled himself toward the suspicious area, descending from a height of about 7 or 8 meters, landing deftly upon an artificial rock formation. Peering forward, he observed several eunuchs and palace maids cleaning the ground, where water from a recent skirmish still lay, indicating a violent confrontation had occurred, with bloodshed likely. This must be the place, Fang Lei thought. He glided closer and swiftly covered a eunuch's mouth, dragging him into the shadows. There was no need for enchantments or illusions. A mere threat caused the eunuch to stammer out the events of the recent struggle. It was indeed Tan Yong. With a swift motion, Fang Lei knocked the eunuch unconscious and darted toward the direction indicated. Soon, he spotted a group of soldiers, led by a general in red robes, marching briskly. Among them was a figure clad in black, tightly bound by ropes, with only his feet free to move, Tan Yong. Fang Lei followed for a while, seeking an opportunity to rescue him, but felt the risk of alerting the palace guards was too great. As he continued, he eventually saw a smaller city gate ahead, heavily guarded with soldiers clad in armor. Could this be the dungeons? Fang Lei pondered. Resolute, he decided not to wait any longer. Leaping into action, he pursued the soldiers, raising his left hand to unleash his broken sword, which shot forth directly at the general. Hearing the rush of wind, the red-robed general turned sharply, only to find a silver blade soaring towards him. Before he could react, his head was severed. Fang Lei landed beside Tan Yong, swiftly sweeping his left hand through the air. The broken sword returned, slicing through several soldiers, while his right hand pressed against Tan Yong's chest, releasing the seal upon him with a forceful burst. He quickly tore apart the ropes binding him. "Master, let's not linger. We must depart at once," Fang Lei urged. Tan Yong understood that remaining behind would only serve as a liability. It was the 14th prince who abducted the young lady. "I must," Fang Lei interrupted, grasping his waistband and hurling him outward. "I understand." Tan Yong leveraged the momentum to land upon the city wall and charged forth in a bid for escape. Fang Lei, wielding the broken sword, dispatched several soldiers and soared into the air, swiftly disappearing into the night. Just as he departed, a powerful presence surged from the dungeon's watchtower. A golden-armored figure landing with a thud, gazing briefly in the direction Fang Lei had taken before turning back to resume his duties. Soon after, waves of Imperial guards arrived, led by various commanders, spreading out to search for the escaped prisoner and his captor. The commotion stirred the entire Imperial city, with a chief eunuch reporting to the emperor, followed by a decree from the palace demanding the capture of both the abducted and the abductor. Chapter 68. The emergence of evil. Fang Lei did not venture far. Instead, settling a few hundred meters away, crouching low to conceal himself within an artificial mountain amidst a pond. Watching as the Imperial guards passed by, he decided to close his eyes and rest. As dawn approached, Fong Lei quietly emerged, locating a solitary young eunuch, swiftly incapacitating him and dragging him into the hidden recesses of the artificial mountain. Before long, he donned the eunuch's attire, with a feather duster draped over his arm, striding confidently toward the inner chambers. With disguise and aided by his extraordinary skills in deception, he easily gleaned information about the 14th prince's residence. Swiftly arriving at the entrance. "Halt! Who goes there?" Two eunuchs stationed at the gate immediately demanded, recognizing Fong Lei's unfamiliar face. Fong Lei calmly explained, retrieving a token from his sleeve and tossing it to them. One eunuch examined it and exclaimed, "Ah, it is indeed the esteemed deputy chief eunuch. We did not recognize you. Please forgive our oversight." Relieved that his ruse had worked, Fong Lei coughed lightly and said, "No need to dwell on it. We are all part of the same family. Thank you." The eunuch bowed and returned the token, inquiring, "What business brings you here, esteemed deputy chief eunuch?" Fong Lei replied, "Nothing of great concern. I have been dispatched to investigate two disturbances that occurred in the imperial city last night. Has anything noteworthy transpired?" "Disturbances? No, nothing of the sort. You may rest assured," the eunuch replied. "That's good to hear," Fong Lei said, lowering his voice as he leaned closer. "I have heard whispers that the 14th prince brought someone back last night, and these disturbances seem to be linked to that individual." "Someone?" The eunuch blinked in surprise. "That cannot be. I have been on duty since last night, and my eyes have not closed for a moment. I have seen no one." Fong Lei chuckled. "If one person calls it gossip, what if many do? Besides, if this news reaches the emperor's ears?" The eunuch laughed nervously, taking Fong Lei by the arm and leading him inside. "Deputy chief eunuch, despite your unfamiliarity, I feel a sense of camaraderie with you. We must share a drink and discuss this further." Fong Lei acquiesced, allowing himself to be led into the prince's estate, where they settled in a guest room behind a side hall. The eunuch promptly ordered a feast, and once the dishes arrived, he lowered his voice to explain. "It's nothing serious. The 14th prince simply took a liking to a girl, and when her servants came searching for her, a scuffle broke out, creating a bit of a ruckus." Fong Lei observed him with keen interest, his eyes suddenly glinting with intensity. "Just a girl, you say?" The eunuch trembled slightly, his gaze becoming unfocused. "Of course, she is not an ordinary girl." Fong Lei, intrigued, pressed further, "What makes her so extraordinary?" The eunuch's expression turned vacant. "Extraordinary indeed. She is a princess from the Great Qi Kingdom." Fong Lei was taken aback. "A princess from the Great Qi Kingdom? How did she end up in the Great Zhou Kingdom?" The eunuch chuckled foolishly. "She sought refuge, looking for a protector." Fong Lei was astonished that the eunuch possessed such information and continued, "Why is a princess from the Great Qi Kingdom imprisoned at Ghost Spirit Gate?" "That is due to our prince's machinations. She did not recognize her fortune, and now she finds herself ensnared by the prince's grasp." Suddenly, Fong Lei leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "Where does the 14th prince reside? Take me there." The eunuch swayed as if intoxicated but agreed, "All right, I shall lead you there." The two exited the room and made their way directly to the prince's quarters. Strangely, the eunuch turned out to be the deputy steward of the prince's estate, holding a position equivalent to Fong Lei's token. One served in the palace, the other in the prince's estate. Thus, as they walked, many eunuchs and palace maids saluted them without questioning further. Entering a grand hall and arriving at the prince's sleeping quarters, they were met at the door by several female attendants. Fong Lei's brow furrowed, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. However, he had come to realize that the 14th prince was no ordinary individual, possessing remarkable cultivation. It was this prowess that allowed him to tempt Miss Qi all the way until she was subdued. Thus, with a swift jab, he instructed the eunuch to summon the door. "Your Highness, someone from the palace has urgent matters to discuss," came a voice from within the chamber. "Please wait." A young voice responded from inside, followed by the sound of a chair scraping and tea utensils clinking. The door swung open, revealing a dashing young man dressed in luxurious attire. Fong Lei felt a measure of relief as he did not hear the rustling of clothing or the sound of someone getting out of bed as he had imagined. "Oh, this eunuch looks familiar. You must be the 14th prince," Fong Lei said coldly. The 14th prince's eyes narrowed. Indeed, suddenly, he saw an iron palm crashing toward him, and before the strike even landed, the force of it struck him, causing him to momentarily lose his breath. The 14th prince was indeed formidable. He stumbled backward, crashing through the door and into the room, retaliating with a punch. Bang! A violent force swept through the chamber, demolishing furniture and screens, sending the palace maidens outside screaming in terror as they fled. Fong Lei showed no mercy, delivering a second strike that sent the 14th prince tumbling into a writing desk. "Who are you?" The 14th prince demanded. Your executioner, Fong Lei roared, as he unleashed a powerful blow that shattered the writing desk along with the chair behind it. The 14th prince, now in a desperate position, dodged to the side, only to be met with another blow that sent him crashing toward the embroidered curtain. Fong Lei had caught a glimpse of someone lying behind the curtain and, with a fierce motion, he tore it aside, revealing Miss Chi. She looked somewhat familiar. Fong Lei mused, staring at the sleeping beauty, feeling as if he had seen her before. Ever since the ghost spirit sect rescued them, Fong Lei had spent most of his time away, rarely staying on the mountain. Their encounters had been limited due to Miss Chi's mental state, making this his first sighting of Chi Xin since she had regained her true form. You scoundrel, so you are here to rescue her. In that moment of distraction, the 14th prince seized the opportunity, leaping to the palace door. Upon seeing Fong Lei, he immediately grasped the situation. Fong Lei pressed his left palm against Chi Xin's chest, channeling energy into her while coldly stating, if you wish to live a few more days, I advise you to abandon this foolishness. Otherwise, your princely life will come to an end. A shiver ran through the 14th prince. Few dared to threaten him so boldly. Yet, gazing at the beauty on the bed, he felt unwilling to concede. With a sinister smile, he retorted, even if you rescue her, it will be futile. She has been poisoned by me. Without the antidote within a day, she will turn to a puddle of blood, and not even the gods can save her. Oh, is that so? Fong Lei straightened, having sensed something amiss within Chi Xin. It was clear that her predicament was more than just a sealed cultivation. The 14th prince grinned cruelly, knowing that a large contingent of guards was already arriving outside, encircling the palace. Then I truly cannot let you go. Come with me, Fong Lei declared, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear beside the 14th prince, his five-fingered claw gripping the back of his neck. The 14th prince let out a cry, instantly losing his ability to resist. The guards outside shouted in unison, but seeing their master captured, they dared not recklessly intervene. With a swift motion, Fong Lei pressed a silver needle into the 14th prince's acupoint, sealing him effectively. He then hoisted Chi Xin onto his back and made for the exit. Release the prince, and I will spare your life. A commanding officer barked, but it was merely an empty threat. They did not dare approach. Fong Lei, unperturbed by the gleaming weapons, held the 14th prince in front of him as he burst out of the palace, soaring into the air. Quick, alert the city guards. We must stop him and rescue the 14th prince. Chaos erupted within the prince's residence as numerous guards rushed toward the city gates, shouting warnings. Bold rebel. Release the prince at once, or face death. Not long after leaving, Fong Lei encountered a formidable opponent among the patrolling guards, a skilled fighter wielding a spear. To hell with you, Fong Lei retorted, as a broken sword flew from his sleeve, its glimmering edge slicing through the air like a silver dragon, piercing the leg of his assailant, who immediately collapsed. The guards below unleashed a volley of arrows, but Fong Lei's right hand descended with a powerful strike, redirecting the arrows to the ground, resulting in numerous casualties. Noticing another group preparing to shoot, Fong Lei pressed down with his left hand, shielding the 14th prince beneath him. Hold your fire. Be careful not to injure the prince. The archers complied, retracting their arrows. Fong Lei chuckled, quickening his pace as he dashed straight toward the city wall. Despite the city's vastness, it was merely a few miles, and in no time, he stood before the towering walls. The guards on the ramparts, having received word, quickly positioned themselves, blocking his path. Who are you, and why do you seek the 14th prince? One commanding officer called out. Fong Lei slowed his pace, stating, he is of use to me. Once I am done, I shall return him. If you attempt to obstruct me, prepare to collect his remains. The officer's brow furrowed deeply. He could surmise the situation, but knew that allowing Fong Lei to pass could incur the emperor's wrath. If I cannot hand him over, I'm afraid I cannot let you through. Then you shall collect his remains, Fong Lei replied ominously, as he swung his palm down, severing the 14th prince's right arm and tossing it atop the wall. Though his acupoints were sealed, the 14th prince could still vocalize his agony, unleashing a horrific scream as blood rained down from above. The officer's expression darkened, and he solemnly warned, do you not fear retribution? The annihilation of your kin? Fong Lei coldly replied, since I dared to come here, I have never entertained fear. With that, he raised his hand once more, preparing to strike the 14th prince's left arm. Stop. Do not cut again. Just leave. The officer's face paled in terror as he frantically waved his hands, signaling the guards behind him to clear a path. Realizing that if he severed the prince's left arm, regardless of the emperor's reaction, his own life would be at stake if the prince returned, he had no choice but to relent. Fong Lei smirked, darting past the wall like a shooting star, soaring out of the city. Shortly after his departure, the officer and several commanders rushed downstairs, leading troops swiftly toward the city outskirts. Fong Lei understood that he had stirred a significant hornet's nest, drawing the ire of the royal family of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Although he was currently disguised, he knew that with time, they would soon uncover his identity, as Qi Xian and Tan Yong were the best leads. Having just obliterated the righteous spirit sect and now provoking the royal family, Fong Lei had to carefully consider his next steps. Hiding would be futile. As rulers of the Great Zhou, their influence reached every corner, and he would inevitably be caught. Thus, only one solution remained: to fight. But how to fight? Engaging in a direct confrontation would be unwise given their strength. Instead, he would have to use violence to counter violence, employing the most ruthless methods to compel them to yield. How to compel them? By demonstrating his own might, ensuring they would think twice before capitulating. The recent extinguishment of the Righteous Gate has indeed caused quite a stir within the Great Zhou Kingdom. If a fire were to be set to the Ghost Spirit Gate as well, even those of royal lineage would have to reconsider their positions. As Fong Lei walked, he pondered the situation. However, with two individuals in tow, could he truly venture into the Ghost Spirit Gate? Although he harbored no fear of them, it felt rather precarious. A sudden smile crossed his face, for he carried the 14th prince of the royal family in one hand while a princess of the Great Qi Kingdom was slung across his back. Surely, the upper echelons of the Ghost Spirit Gate were aware of this predicament. If he were to successfully obliterate the Ghost Spirit Gate as well, his name would surely resonate throughout the Great Zhou Kingdom, or rather, the entire wilderness domain. With determination, Fong Lei swiftly turned northeast, carrying one and supporting another. Yin Nu, with her health at its peak, showed no signs of fatigue and could replenish her strength at any moment. After several intense battles, he had developed a slight understanding. The mysterious return to origin technique grew stronger with each confrontation. Twice, he had forcibly advanced to the next level following defeats in fierce battles. Achieving completeness in the midst of conflict seemed to be a hallmark of the return to origin technique. No one anticipated that a fugitive fleeing for his life would suddenly choose to confront rather than hide, aiming to increase awareness of his actions. Amidst the astonished cries of the disciples of the Ghost Spirit Gate, a shadow plummeted like a meteor onto the treasure pavilion atop the mountain, shattering the defensive formation. Many disciples, caught unaware, met their untimely demise. A spiritual-level elder shot in from a distance, yet before his sword could reach Fong Lei, a silver dragon erupted from him, shattering the sword with a crack and piercing through the elder's chest. The corpse fell to the ground, leaving the observing disciples in shock, prompting them to flee in terror. Who goes there? A thunderous shout rang out as Yin Fanghong, accompanied by several elders, rushed to the scene. Upon close inspection, he froze in disbelief. Is that not Fong Lei? And it seems he carries the woman abducted from the prison. But who is this one-armed man? Ah, the 14th prince? An elder behind him exclaimed, startling the others as their gazes darted between Fong Lei and the prince, utterly confused about the unfolding events. The fresh wound on the prince's right shoulder was vividly apparent, suggesting he had recently suffered a grievous injury. Who, indeed, had the audacity to sever the prince's arm? Could it be this very man before them? Fong Lei, Yin Fanghong gritted through clenched teeth. Fong Lei extended a hand, coldly demanding, "Hand it over." Yin Fanghong's expression darkened. "I have none." "No. Very well. The Ghost Spirit Gate shall close from this moment forth." "You laugh." Yin Fanghong chuckled. "You, Fong, are the first person in my long life to earn my respect. After annihilating the Righteous Gate last night, today you seek to shut down the Ghost Spirit Gate. Are you not afraid?" Fong Lei raised his left hand, hoisting the 14th prince. "I still need one more. Royalty, mind you, if you dare defy me, I shall extinguish him as well." Yin Fanghong, prepared to use persuasion mixed with threats, found himself stifled. This man was unfazed by the royal family. What good would further threats do? "Old man, stop stalling. If you have any sense, take your people and leave. I'm a bit weary of killing today. My mood is rather pleasant, so consider this an act of kindness. But do not provoke my wrath." Yin Fanghong felt humiliated, reduced to being extorted by a mere youth. Contemplating his options, he stepped forward, stating, "I only seek to fight." "Very well," Fong Lei replied eagerly, "but I must warn you, once we begin, I shall hold nothing back. May fortune favor you." With that, he shifted his stance, still carrying Qi Xian while holding the 14th prince, and unleashed a powerful strike known as the Angry Sea Diamond Palm. The palm transformed into a towering mass, its energy crashing down like a tempest upon Yin Fanghong. Yin Fanghong raised both hands in defense, but it was futile. With a series of sickening cracks, his wrist bones shattered, his arm broke, and his body crumpled to the ground. The experts of the Ghost Spirit Gate stood in shock, realizing that a single strike had claimed their leader's life. This man was truly terrifying. Struggling for breath, Yin Fanghong rasped, "Why do you target the Ghost Spirit Gate?" Fong Lei coldly replied, "Because I find you displeasing." Is that not a sufficient reason? Indeed. With that, Yin Fanghong closed his eyes for the last time. Avenging our leader. Kill him. A voice rang out as an elder charged forward, unleashing secret techniques against Fong Lei. However, before they could close the distance, a shimmering silver dragon appeared, and a wave of sword energy swept through, obliterating their heads. Only a few remained undeterred, while the rest stood frozen, devoid of will to fight. Fong Lei swiftly dispatched another spiritual level expert, then turned his gaze, calling out, "Who else wishes to tempt fate? I shall assist them in their demise." No one responded. Why would they be foolish enough to do so? Suddenly, a spiritual level expert stepped forward, clasping his fists. "I am Qing Qi, willing to surrender to the Master Fong. May I ask if you would accept me?" Fong Lei's eyes narrowed, his voice sharp. "You wish to surrender?" Unfazed, Qing Qi replied, "Indeed. I recognize I am no match for Master Fong, and I am aware that some from the Righteous Gate have defected to your faction. Thus I have decided to leave the Ghost Spirit Gate and join the Ancient Tomb sect." Fong Lei scoffed. "How can I be assured of your sincerity?" Qing Qi did not argue. Instead, he pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, his face contorting in pain. Moments later, a small wisp of black gas emerged from his fingertips. "The Ghost Spirit Gate possesses secret techniques. This is a soul essence I have extracted, sufficient for you to control life and death." He extended the essence forward. Life essence? Fong Lei had heard of such a concept but had never engaged with it practically. Hesitation washed over him until he heard Black Thunder's voice in his mind. "He speaks the truth. It can indeed control life and death. You will know once you try." Fong Lei extended his right hand to accept it, but then suddenly, he jabbed his finger upward, sending a surge of inner energy into Qing Qi's palm. "Ah!" Qing Qi gasped as if his very soul were being grasped, his complexion paling instantly, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he struggled to breathe. Fong Lei quickly withdrew his finger. "I believe you now. When we return, share this secret technique with me." Gasping for air, Qing Qi bowed deeply. "Yes, master." Fong Lei pondered for a moment before producing a Yin Luo banner, within which the souls had long been devoured by Black Thunder, leaving it empty. He waved it over Qing Qi's hand, drawing the life essence inside. Upon sensing it, he confirmed the presence of a faint soul within. Qing Qi stepped aside, maintaining a stoic expression as he glanced at his fellow disciples. "And you?" Fong Lei shook the Yin Luo banner, raising his voice. "Who else wishes to surrender?" "I, Qing Fong, am willing to submit." Indeed, another stepped forward, following Qing Qi's lead and offering his life essence, quietly standing aside. With these 2 leading the way, the other elders lost all hesitation, one by one declaring their surrender and presenting their life essences. Life essences could only be extracted by those of spiritual level or above. Those of lesser cultivation could not retrieve them. However, with elders taking the lead, the rest knelt in submission, offering their allegiance. Having slain Yin Fanghong and 2 elders, Fong Lei had effectively subdued the Ghost Spirit Gate without shedding further blood, a result that took him by surprise but was ultimately satisfactory. The first order of business after conquering the Ghost Spirit Gate was to relocate. He commanded Qing Qi and the other elders to gather all valuables and precious items, setting their sights on Wolin Mountain before setting ablaze all structures upon the mountain. As for the treasure pavilion, he personally ensured that every tome and manual was taken without exception. Such a formidable force as the Ghost Spirit Gate rarely faced scrutiny, even today. As groups exited the city, it merely drew some curious glances and whispers. By the following day, those brave enough to investigate the Ghost Spirit Gate discovered an unusual silence. Upon ascending the mountain, they found it utterly vacant, reduced to ruins. On a sheer cliff, 3 large characters were etched. Ancient Tomb Sect. What? Has the Ancient Tomb faction annihilated the Ghost Spirit Sect? When did this transpire? Just yesterday. My heavens, the Ancient Tomb faction is on the verge of upheaval. Merely a day prior, they had subdued the Righteous faction, and now they have extinguished the Ghost Spirit Sect. A new formidable force is emerging in the Great Zhou Kingdom. The discussions reverberated throughout the entire Zhou capital and swiftly found their way to the Imperial Palace, where they were reported to the Emperor. Isn't the Ancient Tomb faction only just established a few days ago? How could they have stirred such a commotion so quickly? The Emperor inquired. According to the scouts' reports, the leader of the Ancient Tomb faction possesses unparalleled strength, overpowering the leaders of the 2 major sects, which allowed them to topple these colossal entities in such a short span of time. In that case, we must remain vigilant. Send out scouts to negotiate and see if they can be persuaded to ally with us, the Emperor commanded. Understood. The Emperor set down the memorial and asked, "Have we found any trace of the 14th Prince?" "Half of the Imperial Guard's undercover agents have already been deployed and should yield results shortly," came the response. The Emperor slammed his palm on the dragon table and declared, "Humph. Seize this individual and annihilate his entire clan." Let us see who dares to defy my authority. Sire. Urgent news. A eunuch rushed in, frantically handing a bamboo tube to the chief eunuch. The chief eunuch hastily opened it, spilling out a crumpled piece of paper, which he unfolded, his expression instantly shifting. What news do you bring? The emperor asked. The chief eunuch's face clouded with concern. We have traced the kidnappers of the 14th prince. The emperor's eyes lit up with joy. Oh, splendid. Who is it? I shall personally lead the troops to exterminate his entire lineage. Regardless of his background or sect, anyone who offends me must perish. The chief eunuch managed a rueful smile, hesitating to respond. What is that expression on your face? You look as if you have just returned from a toilet. What is amiss? The chief eunuch forced a smile and cautiously explained, Your Majesty, the one who kidnapped the 14th prince is the leader of the ancient tomb faction. The emperor was taken aback, his smile freezing on his face. Seizing the moment of the emperor's distraction, the chief eunuch continued, Additionally, the kidnapping of the 14th prince may be connected to the princess seeking refuge from the Great Qi Kingdom. The emperor's head snapped up in surprise. The princess of the Great Qi Kingdom, Qi Shiner? How could she be involved in this? The chief eunuch held up the paper, pretending to read aloud. The leader of the ancient tomb faction, Fang Lei, infiltrated the imperial city to rescue the Great Qi princess Qi Shiner, kidnapping the 14th prince in the process, and subsequently slew the leader of the ghost spirit sect, Yin Fanghong, recruiting numerous disciples of the ghost spirit sect. He has now fled to the Wolin Mountain Range, the headquarters of the ancient tomb faction. The emperor demanded, It seems you are familiar with Qi Shiner's situation. Speak quickly. Yes, I have only a little information. The 14th prince lured Princess Qi Shiner into the imperial city, capturing her along with her protector, Tan Yong. Fang Lei of the ancient tomb faction arrived to rescue Tan Yong, then proceeded to the prince's residence to kidnap the prince and rescue the princess, the chief eunuch explained. The emperor berated, You imbecile. Why did you not mention this sooner? The chief eunuch defended himself. It only transpired last night. I intended to report it to your majesty today, but I had no idea. The emperor fell silent for a moment before erupting in anger. Damn it. How dare he even lay hands on the princess of the Qi Kingdom? Inform Fang Lei of the ancient tomb faction that I renounce this son. Let him deal with it. It will save me the trouble. But he is your flesh and blood. What flesh and blood? He is a debtor, pressing me for my life. The chief eunuch cautiously advised. After all, she is a fallen royal princess. Perhaps, the emperor interrupted, that is unacceptable. The Zhou Kingdom is worlds apart from the Great Qi Kingdom. Even a fallen royal family is not something we can provoke. In the Wolin Mountain Range, within the Grand Hall of the ancient tomb faction, Chu Jing reported, In recent days, we have discovered numerous spies at the foot of the mountain. After engaging with our disciples, it has been determined that they are likely the imperial guards of the Zhou royal family. Leader, how should we respond? Fang Lei replied. Ignore them. Maintain close surveillance. We shall not act unless they do. If they make a move, we shall preemptively strike. Understood. Fang Lei added. The righteous faction and the ghost spirit sect have been absorbed into our faction. The two branches of the Yuan Kingdom no longer serve a purpose. We will arrange for personnel to consolidate them soon. Those who wish to stay may do so. Those who do not will be dismissed. These locations must be brought under our control. Chu Jing acknowledged and departed. Fang Lei sat for a while before exiting the grand hall and entering a side chamber. Leader. Tan Yong bowed deeply, his demeanor more respectful than before. Fang Lei nodded. Is she still unconscious? Tan Yong shook his head. Fang Lei furrowed his brow. Strange. Logically, if the toxin were purged, she should have regained consciousness. Regarding Qi Shiner, Tan Yong was meticulous, stating, Leader, can you confirm that the 14th prince left no hidden traps? I have employed soul-searching techniques. If there were any hidden traps, I would have discovered them by now. That is indeed peculiar. Could it be that the toxin has triggered some changes in her soul, rendering her unable to awaken? Changes in her soul? Fang Lei felt a spark of realization and instructed, Step outside for a moment, secure the main door, and allow no one to enter. I will attempt another method of treatment. Yes. Tan Yong exited the hall, closing the large doors behind him and sitting down to meditate quietly. Fang Lei examined her face for a moment, then extended his right hand to press against her forehead, summoning the Nian Nu. A gentle flow of internal energy surged from Qi Shiner's brow. The humanoid specter flickered slightly, a fine line illuminating from her brow and traveling downward, illuminating the meridians, governing vessels, and 8 extraordinary vessels, connecting all the acupoints throughout her body. In the upper left corner, the characters Qi Shiner appeared. The illuminated lines within the humanoid specter represented a comprehensive map of Qi Shiner's meridians. Fang Lei focused intently, primarily observing the condition of the meridians within her head. As his consciousness shifted, the humanoid specter's head expanded, and the illuminated lines grew brighter and finer, with some overlapping veins gradually clarifying and becoming distinct. This is the remarkable power of the Nian system. It not only allows for the simulation of cultivation techniques but also diagnoses subtle changes within living beings to facilitate treatment and improvement. The full name of Nian is the Ancient Biological Simulation and Prediction System. To put it bluntly, even a fish could be simulated into a human form through its capabilities. Of course, whether the final result resembles a human form would require experimentation to ascertain. Fong Lei focused on the fine meridians, his intention directing a thin stream of light to flow forth. The outer meridians also exhibited flickering light, albeit at a much slower pace. This process appeared to be exceedingly slow, yet in reality, it operated at the speed of light, with the system running at full capacity for analysis. As time passed, Fong Lei cast a glance at the lower right corner, his heart aching as he noticed the red line of vitality had consumed an entire segment. The second line was visibly diminishing. When the red line halted at the halfway mark, the illuminated lines within the humanoid specter's head ceased their movement. A line of small text appeared below Qishiner's name, Repair in Progress. Fong Lei was quite astonished. This actually worked. As the red line of vitality dipped to 1/3, the text in the upper left corner transformed. Data extracted from DNA Reserve Library. Successful replication of the host's missing genetic code. Repair complete. System exiting. Fong Lei stared at the small text, lost in thought, particularly intrigued by the mention of data extraction from the Reserve Library, which reminded him of a previous scene. Just then, a cold voice suddenly rang in his ear. Have you had your fill? Withdraw your filthy paw. Fong Lei's gaze fell upon Qishiner's face, and he couldn't help but smile. You truly have awakened. However, meeting her gaze sent a shiver through him, and suddenly, a gust of wind shot from the bed, aimed directly at his eyes. Fong Lei yelled and leaped from his chair, darting to the door with lightning speed, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Qishiner flipped herself off the bed and sat up, her voice sharp. "Lecher, I shall kill you." Her graceful figure moved swiftly to Fong Lei's side, striking towards his face with a palm. Fong Lei's expression darkened, and instead of dodging, he met her attack with his own right palm. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed in the room, shattering all furnishings into dust. Chapter 72. A kind heart meets no reward. Chi-Chi appeared to be ensnared, his countenance paling instantaneously. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he gasped for breath like an exhausted beast. Fong Lei promptly retracted his finger and declared, "I trust you now. Turn around and recount this secret technique to me." Taking several deep breaths, Qing-Chi bowed and replied, "Yes, Sect Master." After a moment of contemplation, Fong Lei produced a Yin Luo banner, which had long since consumed the lingering souls, leaving only an empty Yin Luo hall. With a wave of his hand, he drew Qing-Chi's life soul into it. Upon further concentration, he indeed sensed a faint soul body moving within. Qi-Chi immediately stepped aside, his expression devoid of emotion as he cast his gaze upon his fellow disciples. "What about you?" Fong Lei shook the Yin Luo banner with his right hand and called out loudly, "I am Qing Fong, willing to submit." Indeed, another individual stepped forward, emulating Qi-Chi by offering their life soul and silently positioning themselves to the side. With these two leading the way, the other elders lost any lingering thoughts of resistance, each expressing their willingness to submit and offering their life souls. Only those of spiritual rank or above could extract life souls, while those lower than the void return stage could not. However, with the elders taking the lead, the others knelt in surrender. By eliminating the sect master Yin Fanghong and two elders, Fong Lei had essentially captured the ghost spirit sect without a single drop of bloodshed. A result that exceeded his expectations, yet was quite satisfactory. The first order of business after subduing the ghost spirit sect was to relocate. He commanded Qing-Chi and the other elders to gather their wealth and precious items, setting their course for Woolen Mountain, before setting fire to all structures atop the mountain. As for the treasure tower, he personally took charge, ensuring that every scripture and manual was removed without exception. Such a powerful entity as the ghost spirit sect was seldom interfered with, and on ordinary days, no one dared to intervene. The unusual exodus from the city, however, drew attention and speculation. By the following day, some brave souls ventured up the mountain to investigate the oddity, only to discover that it had been laid to waste, reduced to ruins. On a cliffside, 3 large characters were carved. Ancient Tomb Sect. What? The Ancient Tomb Sect has annihilated the ghost spirit sect? When did this happen? Just yesterday. My heavens, the Ancient Tomb Sect is rising to prominence. Just a day prior, they subdued the righteous sect, and now they have obliterated the ghost spirit sect. A new power is emerging in the great Zhou kingdom. The overwhelming chatter echoed throughout the entire Zhou capital, swiftly reaching the imperial palace and being reported to the emperor. The Ancient Tomb Sect was only just established a few days ago. How could they have stirred such a commotion so quickly? The emperor inquired. According to the spies' reports, The ancient tomb sect's master possesses unparalleled strength, overpowering the leaders of the two major sects, which is how he managed to topple these formidable giants in such a brief period. Understood. We must be cautious. Send someone to negotiate and see if they can be persuaded to surrender. Yes. The emperor set down the memorial and continued. Have there been any leads on the 14th prince? Half of the Imperial Guard's undercover agents have already been deployed. We should have news shortly. The emperor slammed the dragon table and declared, Humph. Capture this individual and annihilate his entire clan. Let us see who dares defy me. Your Majesty, urgent news. A eunuch rushed in, handing a bamboo tube to the chief eunuch. The chief eunuch hurriedly opened it, pouring out a crumpled piece of paper, which he unfurled, and his expression instantly changed. What is it? The emperor asked. The individual responsible for the abduction of the 14th prince has been identified, replied the chief eunuch. His face clouded with concern. The emperor's spirits lifted. Oh, splendid. Who is it? I shall personally lead the troops to eradicate his entire clan. No matter his background or sect, anyone who offends me must perish. The chief eunuch revealed a bitter smile, hesitating to respond. What is that expression? You look as if you're in distress. What is happening? The chief eunuch forced a smile and cautiously said, Your Majesty. The mastermind behind the abduction of the 14th prince is none other than the master of the ancient tomb sect. The emperor was momentarily stunned, his smile freezing on his face. Seizing the opportunity while the emperor was lost in thought, the chief eunuch added, There is another matter. The abduction of the 14th prince may be related to the princess seeking refuge from the great Qi kingdom. The emperor abruptly lifted his head, astonished. The princess seeking refuge from the great Qi kingdom, Qi Shiner? How could she possibly be involved? The chief eunuch held up the note, pretending to read aloud, and proclaimed, Fong Lei, the master of the ancient tomb sect, in order to rescue the princess of the great Qi kingdom, Qi Shiner, infiltrated the imperial city and abducted the 14th prince, then proceeded to the ghost spirit sect to kill sect master Yin Fanghong and subdue the disciples of the ghost spirit sect. He has now escaped to the Wolan mountain range, the headquarters of the ancient tomb sect. The emperor demanded, You seem to know about Qi Shiner. Speak up quickly. Indeed. I only know a little. The 14th prince lured Princess Qi Shiner into the imperial city, only to capture her when her protector, Tan Yong, arrived. Fong Lei of the ancient tomb sect came to rescue Tan Yong, and then abducted the prince to save the princess. The emperor scolded, You fool. Why did you not tell me sooner? The chief eunuch felt wronged. This only happened last night. I intended to report it to your majesty today, but I had no idea. The emperor fell silent for a moment before suddenly erupting in anger. Damn it. How dare he target even the princess of the Qi kingdom? Inform Fong Lei of the ancient tomb sect that I disown this son. Let him kill him. It will save me the trouble of doing it myself. But that is your own flesh and blood. What flesh and blood? That is a debt collector, pressing me for my life. The chief eunuch cautiously advised, After all, she is the princess of a fallen royal family. We should consider. The emperor interrupted, That is out of the question. The Zhou kingdom and the great Qi kingdom are worlds apart. Even if they are a fallen royal family, we cannot afford to provoke them. At the Wolan mountain, within the grand hall of the ancient tomb sect, Chu Jing reported, In recent days, we have detected many spies at the foot of the mountain. After engaging with our disciples, we have determined they may be from the imperial guards of Zhou kingdom. Sect master, what course of action do you suggest? Fong Lei replied, Do not concern ourselves with them. Maintain close surveillance. If the enemy remains still, we shall do the same. If they move, we shall act first. Understood. Fong Lei further instructed, The righteous sect and the ghost spirit sect have been absorbed into our sect. The two branches of the Yuan kingdom no longer serve a purpose. We must arrange for personnel to assimilate them soon. Those willing to stay may do so, while those unwilling shall be dismissed. These two locations must be incorporated. Chu Jing acknowledged and departed. After a brief pause, Fong Lei exited the grand hall and made his way to his side chamber. Sectmaster. Tan Yong bowed deeply, his demeanor more respectful than before. Fong Lei nodded and inquired, Is she still unconscious? Tan Yong shook his head. Fong Lei furrowed his brow. Strange. The toxin should have been completely eradicated. She ought to be awake by now. Regarding Qi Shiner, Tan Yong was meticulous, stating, Sectmaster, can you be certain that the 14th prince did not leave behind any hidden tricks? I have employed soul-searching techniques. If there were any hidden schemes, I would have detected them by now. That is indeed peculiar. Could it be that the toxin has triggered some changes in her soul, rendering her unable to awaken? Changes in the soul. Fong Lei's mind stirred. Please step outside for a moment and ensure the main hall door remains closed. No one is to enter. I shall employ a different method to treat her. Understood. Tan Yong turned and exited the hall, securing the two large doors before sitting down to silently wait. Fong Lei studied her face for a moment, then extended his right hand to press against her forehead, summoning Nian Nu within his mind. A gentle internal energy flowed from Qi Shiner's brow into her being. The humanoid silhouette flickered momentarily, a fine line of light emerging from her brow, then coursing downward through the meridians, governing vessels, and all acupoints within her body, illuminating the points and connecting them in a radiant network. In the upper left corner, two characters appeared, Qi Shiner. The luminous lines within the humanoid silhouette represented a complete map of Qi Shiner's meridians. Fang Lei focused intently, primarily examining the condition of the meridians within her cranium. As his consciousness shifted, the humanoid silhouette's head enlarged, with the luminous lines becoming brighter and finer, gradually clarifying and distinguishing overlapping meridians. This exemplifies the remarkable capabilities of the Nian Nu system, which not only allows for the extrapolation of cultivation techniques, but also facilitates the diagnosis of subtle changes within living beings, thereby enabling effective treatment and improvement. The full name of Nian Nu is the Ancient Biological Simulation and Deduction System. To put it bluntly, even a fish could be transformed into a human through its capabilities, though the ultimate form it assumes would only be revealed through experimentation. Fang Lei focused intently on the fine veins, directing his thoughts upward, and a slender beam of light began to flow through them, with a flicker of light also shimmering within the peripheral veins, albeit at a much slower pace. This process appeared to be sluggish, yet its speed was akin to that of light, as the system operated at full throttle, performing calculations and analyses. As time passed, Fang Lei glanced at the lower right corner, feeling a pang of distress as the red line of his health bar had diminished by an entire segment, while the second line was visibly decreasing. When the red line halted at the halfway mark, the luminous line within the head of the human-shaped phantom ceased its movement, and a line of small text appeared beneath Qi Xin in the upper left corner. Repair in progress. Fang Lei was quite astonished. It truly worked. When the health bar in the lower right corner dipped to 1/3, the prompt changed to data extracted from the DNA repository, successful replication of the host's missing genetic code. Repair complete, system exiting. Fang Lei stared at the text, lost in thought, especially at the mention of the data extraction from the repository, which reminded him of a previous scene. Just then, a cold voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Have you had enough? Withdraw your hands. Fang Lei's gaze fell upon Qi Xion's face, and he could not help but express his delight, saying, "Ah, you truly have awakened." However, the moment their eyes met, a shiver ran through him. Suddenly, a gust of wind from her finger shot towards his eyes. Fang Lei shouted and leaped from his seat, darting to the door like lightning, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Qi Xion rolled over and sat up from the bed, her voice sharp. "Lecherous scoundrel, I shall kill you." Her graceful figure swiftly approached Fang Lei, a palm aimed at his face. Fang Lei's expression darkened. He did not evade, but instead met her strike with his own hand. Bang! A dull thud resonated through the room, and all the furnishings were reduced to dust. Qi Xion's body trembled violently before flipping backward, landing on the bed. Just as she was about to continue, the door was flung open, and Tan Yong burst in, calling out loudly, "Princess, stop at once. This man is not the Prince of Zhou, but the Master of Fang." Chapter 73. The Arrival of Silver Moon. Second update, 6,000 words. Qi Xion was taken aback. Frowning, "What Master of Fang? Tan Lao, what are you talking about? Your Highness is unaware. Much has transpired during this time. Allow me to elaborate." Fang Lei grew impatient with their stammering, snorted coldly, and turned to leave, heading straight for the main hall. Tan Yong hesitated for a moment, still prioritizing Qi Xion, and thus summarized the events that had taken place. After some time, Qi Xion revealed a look of disbelief, solemnly stating, "Have I misjudged him? Yet, why do I feel as if I harbored deep enmity toward him?" Tan Yong replied, Is that so? But given your condition, it seems that the illness you suffered was also alleviated by Master Fang's skilled hands." Qi Xion remarked, "Not far from the main hall, there is a cliff with an entrance in between. Inside lies the temporary treasure hall of the ancient tomb sect." Fang Lei entered without any formalities, ascending directly to the 3rd floor, where he encountered several elders. They promptly greeted him and returned to their seats, resuming their own tasks. This was also the reason Fang Lei could swiftly win over the hearts of many. The 3rd floor was accessible to elders of spirit level and above, allowing them to enter and study various cultivation methods at any time. Fang Lei's purpose for this visit was to study the ghost spirit sect's mind techniques. Although he had gotten a general overview in the past few days, he wished to delve deeper, including into the righteous Qi sect. Before long, Huanhua approached him to report, "There has been a conflict between the disciples of the High Mountain sect of Fanhua County and ours regarding the acquisition of the mine. How should we handle this?" Without raising his head, Fang Lei replied, "Just send 2 elders to deal with it. In the future, for such trivial matters. Manage them yourselves without always coming to seek my counsel." Huanhua smiled and departed. Ever since then, no one dared to disturb Fong Lei with such so-called trivial matters. Unless it involved life and death or the survival of the sect, would they request his involvement. Fong Lei remained in the treasure hall for 2 months, hardly stepping outside. At mealtimes, disciples would naturally bring him food, which was quite comfortable and worry-free. During these 2 months, Fong Lei engrossed himself in the texts, not only perusing the top-tier techniques of the 3rd floor but also skimming through the lower-level techniques of the 2nd and 1st floors, making for a comprehensive study. Furthermore, the Ghost Spirit sect and the Righteous Chi sect had nearly 1,000 years of heritage, and the treasure hall was filled with vast collections of secret histories and texts. Enough for anyone to spend years studying them. With the assistance of Nian Nu, every book he read was directly imprinted into the system, then copied into his memory, allowing him to retain everything he encountered. Even if he did not fully comprehend it at the moment, he could ponder it slowly in the future. Fong Lei maintained his position atop the mountain, while the disciples of the Ancient Tomb sect, after an initial period of adjustment, began to engage in battles across the land. Seizing mineral resources from various factions, they established branch territories in numerous locations, rapidly sweeping across the wasteland like a hurricane, gradually earning the title of the foremost sect. Fong Lei remained unaware of all this, receiving only occasional reports from Huanhua, Chu Jing, and others, which he did not take to heart. One day, Fong Lei set down the scriptures in his hands and stepped out of the treasure hall, glancing around for a moment before suddenly feeling inspired and strolling toward the mountaintop. He soon arrived at the summit, standing on a peculiar rock and gazing out over the sea of clouds. After observing for a while, he let out a long sigh. No matter where one is, the sky remains the same. There is no difference. Just then, a light laugh echoed from behind him. A woman's voice. Fong Lei was taken aback, turning to look, but saw no one. He scrutinized the surroundings, focusing on a specific point in the void, and chuckled. "Since you are here, why not show yourself instead of hiding?" A voice emerged from the void. "You can see me?" Fong Lei turned back, continuing to gaze at the sea of clouds, and replied, "I guessed." The void fell silent, uncertain whether it was truly believed or doubted. After a moment, a soft sound emerged beside Fong Lei, revealing a stunning figure. Fong Lei looked her up and down and said, "It is you?" The beauty cast a sidelong glance and replied, "It seems that Master Fong is not particularly welcoming." Fong Lei coldly remarked, "I hold grudges." Another light laugh interrupted Fong Lei's words. The soft and enchanting voice made one feel weak all over. "Then I shall apologize to you." She curtsied gracefully. Fong Lei did not shy away, returning the gesture and saying, "Fairy, you traveled great distances to visit this humble place. It cannot be merely for a courtesy." The woman smiled, revealing her extraordinary beauty, and said, "Of course not. I have come for a matter." This lady was none other than the Silver Moon Fairy of Hafeng Gorge. "What matter?" The Silver Moon Fairy swept her hair back with her right hand, saying, "I have been entrusted to invite you on a journey." "A journey?" Fong Lei was taken aback. "Where to?" The Silver Moon Fairy tilted her chin, gesturing toward the world below as she completed a half-circle. "Here, of course." Fong Lei was puzzled. "What do you mean?" The Silver Moon Fairy replied, "I have heard that you have not stepped outside for the past 2 months and have been quite comfortable. But do you know anything about the world below? Come, I mean you no harm." As she spoke, she lightly leaped into the void, gliding down like a bird toward the mountain below. Fong Lei hesitated for a moment before following suit. The Silver Moon Fairy showed no intention of stopping. They traversed a distance of 1,000 miles and landed outside a small city. This place was originally called Qingke City, but has now been renamed Wuhai City. "Do you know why?" Fong Lei responded. "Wuhai City sounds like a person's name." "Indeed. Do you know who this Wuhai is?" Fong Lei shook his head. The Silver Moon Fairy smiled slightly and said, "Wuhai is a branch leader of your sect, a pinnacle figure within the returning Void Realm. He achieved great merit during the resource contention in Qingke City and was thus appointed as a branch leader, leading to the renaming of this city." Fong Lei observed a peculiar nuance in her smile, yet he could not help but defend her, saying, "Isn't this quite commendable? With the burden of responsibility comes an additional obligation. Wu Haiqing stands to benefit to some extent. The only thing that has changed is a name." The Silver Moon Fairy pouted and replied, "You are quite the eloquent speaker, adept at defending your own. Come now, let us venture inside and take a look." With that, she donned a delicate veil hat, allowing a cascade of sheer fabric to elegantly obscure her beautiful visage, and led the way into the city. The streets were bustling with activity, revealing no signs of unusual occurrences. However, under Silver Moon's intentional guidance, he noticed that many storefronts displayed a diamond-shaped metallic emblem. with a coffin prominently depicted at its center. A coffin? What could that signify? Fong Lei inquired, to which Silver Moon chuckled lightly. Why? It symbolizes promotion and wealth. Of course. A sudden realization dawned on Fong Lei, but before he could respond, Silver Moon enshrouded the matter in mystery again, asking, "Do you know the story behind this coffin?" Fong Lei shook his head in confusion. "It belongs to the ancient tomb sect," Silver Moon whispered, gliding ahead with an air of mystery. Fong Lei was taken aback, exclaiming, "The ancient tomb sect? Who concocted such a notion?" Silver Moon seemed to ignore his question, continuing her brisk pace. Just then, a figure emerged from one of the shops, clad in a standard uniform, with a coffin embroidered in gold thread on his chest, identical to that of the emblem. Moreover, he was not alone. Others followed suit from various shops, all in matching uniforms, wielding weapons, and advancing towards Fong Lei with menacing expressions. A fierce-looking man in the front barked, "Are you the one shouting and causing a ruckus?" Fong Lei nodded slightly. Young man, you have quite the audacity to criticize our sect in public. How many heads do you possess? If you no longer desire them, just let me know, and I shall remedy the situation swiftly." Fong Lei chuckled. "Isn't a name meant for people to call upon?" With a clang, a large blade was unsheathed and pressed against Fong Lei's neck. The burly man growled, "Even if it is to be called, it is not something someone like you is entitled to, understand?" Fong Lei quickly replied, "Understood, understood, I won't dare next time." Next time? The group of men laughed in unison, gazing at him as if he were a fool. "Do you believe you will have a next time?" Fong Lei retorted. "What do you intend to do? What do you think? We shall sever your head." "Frightened, are you?" Fong Lei shook his head defiantly. "Not at all." The man stumbled back momentarily, as another shouted, "Song, this is just a foolish boy. Let us finish him off with a single stroke." Song contemplated. "Killing him outright would be a waste. Look at his attire, he must belong to a wealthy family. Rather than slaying him, we might as well wait for his father to pay a ransom." Fong Lei surveyed the scene, observing that the street's passers-by had nearly vanished, with the bravest among them now hiding within shop fronts, peering out cautiously. "You belong to the ancient tomb sect," he deduced. "Indeed, you possess some discernment. We are indeed from the ancient tomb sect. Now, hurry and inform your father to send money, or else." Just as the man uttered the words, a snap echoed in the air, his head dropped to his chest, and the blade clattered to the ground. A collective gasp escaped the remaining men, who recoiled in terror and brandished their weapons in response. Fong Lei sidestepped, grasped the blades back, and thrust it forward, piercing the throat of the nearest man. With a swift motion, he swung the blade, shattering another man's skull, then thrust the hilt forward, driving it through the chest of the last attacker. Only one man remained, trembling as he discarded his weapon and fell to his knees, begging for mercy. Fong Lei considered striking him down, but instead mused, "Return and inform Wu Hai that if such occurrences arise again, I shall take his head as a trophy." With that, he stepped past the man and continued on his way, soon spotting Silver Moon, who was watching him with an amused smile from around a corner. Fong Lei expressed his dissatisfaction. "You could have simply told me. Why the elaborate detour?" Silver Moon replied, "It is one thing for me to inform you, but witnessing it firsthand transforms it into a personal affair for you." Fong Lei chuckled. "You seem quite invested in my affairs." Silver Moon cryptically remarked, "Not just I. There is another." Fong Lei, intrigued, inquired, "Who?" "The female fox." Fong Lei burst into laughter. "You two seem rather incompatible. She speaks rather harshly of you, and you reciprocate in kind. Is that truly so?" Fong Lei challenged. "Why don't you see for yourself?" With that, he turned to depart. Silver Moon, gritting her teeth in frustration, muttered, "That cunning fox dares to speak ill of me behind my back. I shall see to it." Chapter 74. Internal Strife, Part 1. Third update, 9,000 words. Fong Lei wished to explore further, but was pulled along by Silver Moon, who this time took him on a remarkable journey, covering over 5,000 miles, landing them outside the capital of the Yuan Kingdom. "My goodness, you have traveled quite the distance," Fong Lei remarked, feeling somewhat fatigued as he sat upon a rock, catching his breath. This was his first direct journey from the territory of the Zhou Kingdom to the capital of Yuan, and he had not been able to discern the path until he caught sight of Yuan City from afar. "Fong Lei, I trust you can surmise the purpose of my bringing you out here?" "I have a notion," he replied, "but do not hold your expectations too high. I lack the enthusiasm to deal with these matters all day. Perhaps you could enlist someone to assist?" "Where would I find such a person? If they turn out to be like Wu Hai, wouldn't I be falling into another pit? You have a ready candidate beside you. Consider her." "Who?" Fong Lei was genuinely curious, as this woman seemed to possess an abundance of knowledge regarding his affairs. Silver Moon smiled. "The princess of the Dachi Kingdom." "Her?" Fong Lei shook his head vigorously. "She seeks your aid. If you do not utilize her now, you may find yourself at a disadvantage. What does she require? Have you forgotten her origins? Fong Lei suddenly realized. Does she possess such capabilities? Do not underestimate her. In certain aspects, she surpasses you. Fong Lei fell silent for a moment, then said, regardless of your motives with the Fox King, I may consider your suggestion. Now, what brings us to the capital of Yuan? It is time you divulged that. Silver Moon stated. I am fulfilling a request from two individuals, the female fox and my little disciple. I had no choice but to come personally, otherwise, I would be disinclined to involve myself in such trivial matters. Who is your disciple? Yuanxi. Yuanxi? Fong Lei laughed momentarily, but his expression turned solemn as he inquired. What is this? Has something happened to the Yuan family? Silver Moon revealed. It is said that you retrieved something from the Yuan family shrine. Is that true? Fong Lei nodded, in a manner of speaking. Silver Moon expressed admiration for his honesty, stating, since then, strange occurrences have plagued the Yuan family shrine. Anyone who enters, regardless of their cultivation level, inexplicably faints, and although they recover without severe consequences, they remain in a dazed state for at least a month before fully recuperating. I once visited to investigate, but after 2 days of vigilance, I discovered nothing unusual. It was only after the owner spoke of it that I seized this opportunity to seek you out. Fong Lei mused, if it is indeed strange, then others must have witnessed it. Is there anything different? Only my little disciple Yuanxi saw it. Everyone else has had their memories erased and knows nothing. What was it? An apparition. An apparition? Fong Lei pondered for a moment, recalling the remnant souls of the Yuan floating palace. Then let us go investigate. First, we shall head to Yuan City. Someone has sought my assistance. Who? Silver Moon pursed her lips. An old acquaintance of yours. Fong Lei was left speechless. This person had a tendency to speak in half-truths, so he chose to ignore her. Silver Moon giggled in silence as the two set off towards Yuan City. Soon arriving at an imposing gate. This is... Fong Lei glanced at the plaque. Lingsui Garden. I have not heard of it. Just then, a lively girl dashed out from the gate, instantly rekindling his memories. Princess Xingyang's attendant, Xingwen. The fairy has arrived. Xingwen exclaimed excitedly, then turned to Fong Lei. Her expression souring as she said, Oh, it is the esteemed Fong Master. Your arrival is indeed a surprise. Fong Lei, perceiving her unfriendly tone, chose to ignore her and simply inquired, What brings you here? Yin replied, There are troubles on Xingyang's side, and only you can assist her. What troubles? He asked. It pertains to your ancient tomb sect, she replied. Fong Lei nodded and followed her inside, soon encountering the waiting Princess Xingyang in the hall. The princess remained beautiful, though she appeared somewhat haggard, as if burdened by concerns. Once seated, Xingyang said, Brother Fong, your esteemed presence is a great honor for me. I must trouble you with matters concerning our sect. Fong Lei asked, What exactly is the issue? 2 elders from our sect have taken an interest in a piece of royal land, insisting on incorporating it into the ancient tomb sect. I have attempted negotiations multiple times without success, and thus have no choice but to call upon you for assistance. A piece of land? Fong Lei mused, smiling. Is that all? Of course, it is not merely about the land. Yin interjected. Otherwise, we would not have sought your intervention. I would like to hear more. Fong Lei said. Very well, Princess Xingyang conceded, realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, and began to narrate the details. The remains of an ancient demonic creature? Fong Lei was taken aback, casting a questioning glance at Yin. Indeed. This is why such sensitive information can only be disclosed to you and must not reach the disciples of your sect. Fong Lei then remarked, given this threat, why not find a way to eliminate it? The royal family of the Yuan kingdom occupies this land to suppress the demonic energy emanating from the remains using their dragon veins aura. After thousands of years, it should be nearly resolved. However, even so, we cannot allow this place to fall into the hands of outsiders. If the demonic energy is released, it would spell disaster for the Yuan kingdom. Fong Lei nodded. I understand. I will take care of this matter. I will go at once. Wait a moment, Brother Fong. Xingyang called out. Is there something else? As a witness to the establishment of our sect, I find it peculiar that we would face challenges over this land upon entering the Yuan kingdom. Do you not sense something amiss? Fong Lei froze, glancing at Yin, who was also regarding him with a knowing smile, and he exclaimed, You believe someone is exploiting this situation. Xingyang smiled in agreement. Fong Lei responded, Our sect's expansion was entirely spontaneous, and even I was taken aback. There are undoubtedly those with ulterior motives among the new recruits. I concur with your assessment. What do you suggest we do about it? We must uncover the puppet master behind this, she replied. And how do we proceed? Tomorrow morning, I will engage in one final negotiation with your sect. Brother Fong, you might consider disguising yourself and accompanying me to observe. Very well. But what of the Yuan family? Are they in a hurry? Yuanxi has been keeping watch. A few more days will not matter. That is reassuring. The following morning, after breakfast, Fong Lei transformed his appearance into that of a middle-aged guard and set off with Qingyang. Inyu, donning imperial attire, was easily mistaken for one of the palace maidens if not closely scrutinized. Northeast of the Yuan capital lay a verdant landscape with a deep valley encircled by towering mountains. Resembling a fortress, Fong Lei climbed to a vantage point and whispered, "It lies just below." Inyu nodded. As Fong Lei scrutinized the surroundings, the imposing mountains seemed to resemble two great dragons coiling and pressing down upon the valley. This range likely contained the dragon vein of the Yuan royal family, exuding a formidable aura that instilled awe in those who approached. Fong Lei marveled. "Indeed, it is a blessed sight." "You flatter me, brother," Qingyang replied. After a moment, Fong Lei suddenly exclaimed, "What a strong aura of weaponry." Qingyang was startled and replied, "You can perceive it?" Fong Lei nodded. She glanced at Inyu, who also appeared intrigued, and whispered, "The royal dragon vein cannot be without its guards. These are the elite forces stationed here." Suddenly, a swift horse galloped towards them, and the soldier dismounted to report, "Your Highness, the ancient tomb sect's experts have clashed with the garrison, resulting in casualties on both sides." The trio frowned simultaneously and hurried towards the narrow mountain pass. At the narrow entrance, hundreds of ancient tomb sect disciples drew their weapons, confronting the stationed troops within. Among them lay several corpses, evidently slain by the garrison's crossbows, and there were casualties on both sides. "Cease at once," Princess Qingyang commanded, riding to the rear of the ancient tomb sect and calling out, "Let the responsible elder come forth to speak." A deep voice responded from ahead, "Ah, it is Princess Qingyang. Clear the way." The ancient tomb sect disciples parted, creating a 2-meter-wide corridor, shifting their gazes from the mountain pass to Princess Qingyang, with some blades adjusting their angles accordingly. The voice continued, "The soldiers behind cannot advance. Please, Princess, proceed." Qingyang snorted softly, glancing back at Fong Lei and Inyu, then dismounted to walk forward. Fong Lei closely followed, while Inyu remained behind. One person and one guard raised no suspicions, thus no one obstructed their passage. As they approached the front, Fong Lei noticed two elders, one young and one old. Suddenly, he felt a chilling killing intent emanating from the crowd, causing him to turn around. "What are you staring at, dog?" An ancient tomb sect disciple shoved through, striking Fong Lei viciously. He swiftly dodged, slicing down with his palm, snapping the assailant's arm. The man howled in pain, collapsing to the ground, and cried, "The soldiers are killing people. The soldiers are killing people." Fong Lei was momentarily stunned, angrily retorting, "You fool. I didn't even use my full strength. Who is killing whom?" However, the disciples of the ancient tomb sect did not share his view, and a wave of anger surged forward. As Fong Lei contemplated whether to retaliate against the advancing disciples, his sensitive instincts detected that same lethal intent again, accompanied by an inexplicable ripple spreading outward. Sound transmission technique. Fong Lei quickly deduced that someone was manipulating the situation. Such techniques required at least spiritual level mastery to execute, indicating a spiritual level expert hidden among the ordinary disciples, which was telling. Princess Qingyang understood that there was no time for explanations amidst this sudden turmoil. She whispered, "We must charge through." Before she could finish, Fong Lei dashed into the midst of the ancient tomb sect disciples, sending several flying as he swiftly approached one individual, his fingers poised to strike. Looking for death, the individual hissed, thrusting towards Fong Lei's vital point. Simultaneously, several others leapt from the crowd, lunging at Fong Lei. Qingyang clearly observed this and immediately lashed out with her whip, driving back 4 attackers. Yet 2 still reached Fong Lei, their blades descending with ruthless precision, even trampling over their own comrades. With a cold smirk, Fong Lei allowed himself to be struck, but his fingers had already grasped the assailant's throat, internal energy surging to seal their vital points, propelling him forward. The sound of clashing blades echoed as 2 large swords collided, missing their target. Chapter 75. Internal Strife, Part 2. 1 update, 3,000 words. Amidst 2 thunderous roars, 2 figures swiftly approached from ahead, launching strikes at Fong Lei. Princess Qingyang was encircled by 4 ancient tomb sect disciples, unable to escape, and with the 2 armed individuals, Fong Lei faced attacks from both the front and rear. The 2 from behind posed little threat, but the 2 elders from the ancient tomb sect, both of spiritual level cultivation, could not be underestimated. Fong Lei, gripping his captive, charged forward, colliding with one elder with his left hand, while his right-hand prisoner was thrust towards the other elder. With a resounding thud, both elders were forced back, one from the impact, the other hesitating to attack for fear of injuring their own. However, the 2 behind him, seemingly mad, surged forward, their dual blades aimed at Fong Lei's back. Fong Lei, adept at discerning the wind's whispers, suddenly crouched and slipped to the right. With a swift flick of his left hand, the broken sword hidden within his sleeve transformed into a silver dragon that shot forth, severing the necks of 2 assailants with a pair of dull thuds. The disciples of the ancient tomb sect gasped in shock, and someone shouted, "Everyone, attack together! Let us eliminate him!" Instantly, a wave of agitation swept through the crowd, converging on Fong Lei. Fong Lei, holding a captive in his grasp, called out, "Elders, do you still wish to keep your men?" The 2 elders, one surnamed Ma and the other Zhu, were taken aback. Elder Zhu raised his hand and commanded, "Do not move." Yet, amidst the throng, a voice cried out, "He has killed our brothers. We cannot let him go. We must avenge the fallen." Fong Lei looked towards the source of the voice, but could not locate the speaker. He then observed the 2 elders. Elder Ma wore an indifferent expression, starkly contrasting with Elder Zhu's urgent demeanor. The disciples of the ancient tomb sect were once again ignited with fury, brandishing their weapons and preparing to charge. Suddenly, Princess Qingyang called out loudly, "Where is General Shenwei?" A coarse voice echoed from the mountain's mouth. "This subordinate is here. Prepare to shoot." "Yes." At Princess Qingyang's command, the archers who had initially retreated moved forward once more, pushing high-powered crossbows to the forefront. However, the voice continued to incite, "Do not be afraid. First, kill this man. Then capture the princess. The soldiers will not dare to shoot." The incitement abruptly turned into a gasp of horror, as a seemingly ordinary disciple of the ancient tomb sect soared from the crowd, crashing towards Fong Lei and landing with a thud. The advancing disciples halted abruptly. Fong Lei chuckled, stepping forward to deliver a kick to the fallen man's waist. Why not continue to stir the pot? The infiltrator opened his mouth, but could not utter a sound, glaring at Fong Lei in silence. Only someone as astute as Fong Lei could discreetly expose the infiltrator, without raising any suspicion. Tossing the captive aside onto the infiltrator, Fong Lei glanced at Princess Qingyang before turning his gaze back to the 2 elders. "Elders, you seem to sense something amiss," furrowing his brow as he called out, "Do not act recklessly." Elder Ma retorted, "Do you think that capturing our 2 disciples allows you to threaten our sect?" Fong Lei shook his head, and just then, a piercing scream echoed as one of the attackers on Princess Qingyang was ensnared by a whip, his throat crushed and life extinguished. The remaining 3 assailants, now panicking, faltered in their attack, and with a powerful strike from Qingyang, one was sent flying, another disarmed. In an instant, the tide of battle turned, with one bound by a whip and another with a severed arm, rendered immobile. "Brother Fong, do you see it clearly now?" Qingyang inquired. Fong Lei nodded, his gaze sweeping over the 2 elders, and then he suddenly commanded in a deep voice, "Attack." A hand materialized from behind Elder Ma, striking him squarely in the back, causing him to collapse. Elder Zhu gasped in shock and retreated, his voice laden with alarm. "Princess Qingyang, are you intent on exterminating us?" Qingyang remained silent, merely casting a knowing glance at Fong Lei. Fong Lei inquired, "What is your name?" "Zhu Yijia," came the reply. "And this gentleman?" "Ma Xiangdong," he answered. Fong Lei then gestured towards the 2 men pinned beneath him. "And these 2? Zhu Yijia replied, "They are disciples of the ancient tomb sect, but I cannot recall their names." However, he grasped Fong Lei's intent. These 2 were undoubtedly masters of spiritual level prowess. Unthinkable for them to lower themselves to the status of mere disciples. Disciples of the ancient tomb sect. Fong Lei scoffed, crouching down to one. "Will you confess willingly? Or shall I assist you in speaking?" The man's face turned ashen, his eyes wide with fear, yet he remained mute. "Very well, allow me to assist you." Fong Lei placed his palm on the man's forehead, and as his technique activated, the initial calmness quickly morphed into a crimson hue across the man's face, as if all his blood surged to his head. With a soft pop, he succumbed to death. Fong Lei was taken aback, a secret technique enhancement. This was a nefarious sorcery, typically not initiated by the individual, but forcibly implanted, leading to self-destruction upon any interaction with their soul. Fong Lei, incensed, extended his hand towards the other individual. Princess Qingyang hurriedly intervened. "Brother Fong, do not. This will only lead to their demise." Fong Lei retorted, "I refuse to believe it." With that, he pressed his palm against another's forehead. At this moment, Elder Ma began to realize the gravity of the situation, particularly as Princess Qingyang consistently referred to Fong Lei as brother. Although skepticism lingered in his heart, all previous doubts were cast aside as he observed in silence. Fong Lei did not employ the mind-altering technique again. Instead, he activated a different method, channeling energy into the infiltrator's mind, gradually spreading it throughout the major centers of his brain. The figure's name in the upper left corner shifted to blank, and lines of light illuminated within the skull, quickly covering the entire neural network. Fong Lei directed his intent, enlarging the mental image, revealing the delicate neural pathways. Following the flow of the white lines, He discovered the root of the issue at the back of the head, where a bubble the size of a fingernail hung precariously, resembling a grenade poised to detonate. A smile crept across Fong Lei's face. Including Princess Qingyang, others were puzzled by his sudden grin, yet even Elder Zhu dared not move. And the disciples of the ancient tomb sect stood in anticipation. Fong Lei circled the bubble with his intention, wielding the precision of a scalpel to sever all surrounding neural pathways, then reshaping them. Before long, the bubble shriveled like a withered fruit, condensing into a mere black dot. Fong Lei had no obligation to save the man, nor did he concern himself with the consequences of his actions. He activated the mind-altering technique once more. In a brief moment, the infiltrator's malicious gaze dulled, ultimately fading into confusion. Fong Lei then withdrew his hand and pointed at the infiltrator's throat, stating calmly, "Speak. What is your name? From where do you hail? What is your purpose in joining the ancient tomb sect, and how many accomplices do you have?" Zhu Yijie was taken aback, fists clenched, nearly rushing forward to interrogate the man himself. Fan Xing, the fourth-generation heir of the Fan family from the Great Qi Kingdom. I was ordered to infiltrate the Yuan Kingdom and create chaos within the ancient tomb sect. There are 30 of us, 10 of whom possess spiritual-level prowess. Fong Lei listened and turned his gaze to Zhu Yijie, his eyes conveying unspoken understanding. Zhu Yijie's face flushed crimson, veins pulsing on his forehead. Suddenly seizing Elder Ma by the collar, he exclaimed, "Ma Xiangdong, you are one of them, aren't you?" Elder Ma, severely injured, managed a wicked smile. "Indeed. I have deceived your trust for so long. It is time to end this charade." With a thud, Ma Xiangdong was hurled to the ground. Zhu Yijie shouted, "How could I have trusted you, only to find you are a traitor?" He raised his hand to strike, but Fong Lei intervened. "Stop." Zhu Yijie paused, obediently retracting his hand, bowing his head, and suddenly fell to his knees. Zhu Yijie failed to vet his subordinates. "I beseech the sect master to punish me." The disciples of the ancient tomb sect were taken aback, bewildered by Zhu Yijie's actions. "Kneel," Zhu Yijie commanded, and with a rustle, all the disciples sank to the ground. Fong Lei did not feign concern for them. He stepped forward to Ma Xiangdong and queried, "The Fan family's objectives in the Yuan Kingdom extend beyond just the ancient tomb sect, do they not?" Ma Xiangdong grinned maliciously. "You are correct, Fong Lei. I suggest you speak for yourself. You have seen Fan Xing's fate, and surely do not wish to share the same. Abandon that thought. I am not one of the Fan family, and I am unaware of their other intentions." Fong Lei scoffed, "Then you are of no further use." With a swift motion, he struck Ma Xiangdong on the head. Fong Lei glanced at Zhu Yijie, saying, "Your transgressions will be noted. Bring those few over. I wish to interrogate them further. The rest remain on guard. Anyone who acts recklessly shall be executed without mercy." Zhu Yijie promptly responded, summoning a few trusted aides to escort Fan Xing and several others alongside Fong Lei. Princess Qingyang had already made her way to the mountain's entrance, with General Shunwei leading towards a nearby cave. The Silver Moon Fairy followed closely, playfully teasing Fong Lei without uttering a word. As they approached the cave's entrance, a sudden deafening roar echoed from deep within the valley, followed by a plume of black smoke. "This is bad. Someone is taking advantage of the chaos to infiltrate the valley and cause destruction," General Shunwei exclaimed. Without further ado, he led a contingent of guards directly towards the scene of the disturbance. Qingyang remarked, "Indeed, it appears there is more than one group involved. There are hidden hands at play." Fong Lei's expression darkened as he instructed, "Elder Zhu, you are tasked with overseeing these individuals. Ensure nothing goes awry. Dispatch orders to the others to assist the guards in securing the mountain pass." With that, he and the two women leapt after General Shunwei. Qingyang's demeanor was grim. "Are they attempting to release demonic energy or retrieve ancient demonic remains?" she queried. "It could very well be both," Silver Moon replied. Qingyang continued, "It has been many years since such occurrences have arisen. What is the Great Qi Kingdom plotting? Perhaps it is related to the recent upheavals within the Great Qi Court." Fong Lei suggested. "Is this connected to Princess Qi Xin?" Silver Moon mused. "Perhaps," she replied. Deep within the valley, hundreds of guards were engaged in a fierce battle with 100 or so intruders. The assailants were uniformly clad in emerald garments and donned green hats, making them difficult to spot while concealed among the foliage. Fong Lei approached, glancing around with a smirk. With so many green hats, it's no wonder. Chapter 76, A Grand Green Hat. Second update, 6,000 words. The Silver Moon Fairy shot him a disapproving glance, speechless. Princess Qingyang pouted, pointing towards a large pit ahead. "It seems to be over there. Let us proceed." General Shunwei was at the pit's edge, engaged in combat with several green-hatted foes. These adversaries possessed the strength of the Void Return realm, with one spiritual-level opponent blocking General Shunwei's approach to the pit. There are people inside, Qingyang cried out, leaping forward. However, just as she reached the edge of the pit, a sword flew out from within, striking with lightning speed towards her vital points. Startled, Qingyang forced her body to twist, her palm risking severance as she struck downward. With a clang, a silver light surged from the side, colliding with the sword's trajectory and deflecting it aside. Qingyang blushed. Thank you, Brother Fong. Fong Lei dismissed it casually, delivering a swift strike that sent the sword back into the pit before he landed. Silver Moon had already taken a position, and the three formed a triangle around the pit's edge. Are there many spiritual level practitioners from the Yuan Kingdom? This trip has certainly been worthwhile. A chilling voice emanated from below as three figures leaped out, attacking Fong Lei and his companions. Fong Lei grunted, raising his palm for a straightforward strike. The approaching assailant had yet to deliver their attack when Fong Lei's powerful hand sent them hurtling back into the pit with a resounding splash, followed by a voice cursing. Useless fool, press on. Another similarly dressed figure charged forward, only to meet the same fate. Meanwhile, Silver Moon and Qingyang each engaged an opponent. The Silver Moon Fairy, lacking any intention to kill, effortlessly neutralized her assailant's attacks, neither retreating nor advancing, maintaining a stalemate. Qingyang, the least skilled, found herself in a fierce struggle until General Shenwei joined, allowing them to secure a corner. On Fong Lei's side, a third attacker approached. Having learned from the failures of the previous two, he unleashed a flurry of flying swords aimed at Fong Lei from all angles. Fong Lei's Golden Buddha technique had evolved to a terrifying level, rendering him nearly invincible against those below the true realm. When he had previously captured a spy, he had effortlessly disregarded their attack, subduing them with a single strike to their vital points. As the flying swords descended, Fong Lei bent slightly, akin to a taut bow, colliding his body against the incoming blades while extending his right hand to grasp the assailant's shoulder. All the flying swords were deflected, leaving the attacker astonished as they transitioned from offense to defense, attempting to claw at Fong Lei's wrist. Unfortunately for them, their efforts were in vain, as Fong Lei seized their arm, shattering their shoulder bone with a sickening crunch. With a swift motion, Fong Lei hurled the attacker against the pit wall, where a sickening thud marked their demise. Laughter erupted from below. Not bad. You two, join forces and try to hold them off. Fong Lei, hearing the voice willing to sacrifice comrades for the sake of holding out, surmised that something significant was occurring beneath the swirling purple mist. He turned to Silver Moon and suggested, Fairy, let us descend and investigate. Excellent idea, she replied, her left hand releasing a white ribbon that pierced through her opponent's neck as she leaped downwards. Fong Lei followed suit, but before he could reach the mist, two strange figures emerged to block his path, unleashing a barrage of colorful lightning that crackled explosively before him. Seven Fiends technique, Silver Moon exclaimed while evading, remarking, I didn't expect the great Chi demon race to be involved as well. The opposing creature sneered, but hasn't Fairy Silver Moon involved herself too? Does this king not possess the same qualifications? Silver Moon replied coldly, transgressing ancestral teachings invites calamity. You must consider your choices carefully. The creature merely responded with a derisive laugh. Fong Lei and the creature exchanged numerous blows, and sensing an opportunity, Fong Lei remarked, the Seven Fiends technique is quite impressive. The adversary retorted, you are the leader of the ancient tomb sect, Fong Lei. Deputy leader, not the main one, Fong Lei corrected. The creature scoffed, a mere human, oblivious to the danger, dares to tread here. Do you know what lies below is untouchable? Yet you are here as well. Why should I refrain from touching it? Fong Lei countered. The creature shook its head, the lightning intensifying, eager to engulf Fong Lei entirely. Suddenly, Fong Lei proposed, how about we strike a deal? Teach me your Seven Fiends technique, and I shall pay you. The creature paused before bursting into laughter. If you desire the Seven Fiends technique, wait until after my death. Fong Lei exclaimed, excellent. That is precisely what I was waiting for. With a swift motion, he clapped his palms together, causing the colorful lightning to erupt between his hands, leaving nothing behind before swiftly splitting left and right to ensnare the creature. The creature was taken aback, realizing the vast disparity in their strengths. By the time it attempted to flee, all escape routes were sealed by Fong Lei's grasp. Fong Lei's right hand shrank dramatically, seizing the creature by the neck, a surge of inner energy flowing in to seal its powers, while his left hand swiftly pressed against the creature's forehead, activating the mind control technique. The creature's eyes bulged in terror, its body convulsing in futile resistance, only to lose its light moments later. Fong Lei's demeanor remained calm, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he tossed the creature aside and extended his right hand, from which 7 colorful orbs of light burst forth, signifying the completion of the Seven Fiends technique. The mind control had opened a new path for Fong Lei. allowing him not only to search for techniques within others' consciousness but also to utilize the opponent's cultivation as nourishment during the process. Fong Lei chuckled as the 7 colorful orbs flew downward, disappearing into the purple mist. An enraged roar erupted from below, followed by a series of explosive sounds as the 7 orbs were intercepted, causing the purple mist to churn violently upward. Silver Moon, witnessing this, marveled at Fong Lei's newfound capabilities but quickly shouted, "Fong Lei, stop the mist from rising." Acknowledging her, Fong Lei soared above the mist, pressing down with both palms, unleashing 2 golden flames from his hands that immediately transformed the mist into white smoke. Just then, the purple mist parted, revealing a pair of sharp, horn-like protrusions that shot towards Fong Lei and Silver Moon with deadly precision. The Silver Moon and the Beast King were engaged in a fierce battle, both taking to the skies simultaneously to evade the horned creature. However, Fong Lei did not retreat. Instead, he swung his right palm in a diagonal slash. The clash resonated like 2 iron rods colliding, sending a jolt through Fong Lei's right arm, yet the horned creature remained unfazed. Fong Lei swiftly leaped into the air, with the creature in pursuit, finally revealing its true form from the violet mist. The Princess Qingyang and General Shenwei had long vacated the pit, and upon witnessing the scene, they commanded the guards to maintain their distance. The elite fighters clad in green hats had already suffered significant losses, now trapped within a tightening encirclement, resisting desperately. Fong Lei gaped at the creature for a moment before exclaiming, "What a colossal green hat!" Both Silver Moon and Qingyang exchanged glances, unable to come up with a better retort, silently agreeing that indeed, the green hat was quite remarkable. The creature was a Qingyao, a humanoid monstrosity formed from a blue bull, yet it bore an oddity, resembling a human 7 parts and retaining 3 parts of its bovine form. It had horns, eyes, a nose, and lips akin to a bull, while below the chin, its features mirrored that of a human. With 2 large hands clenching into fists, the joints made a crackling sound. Atop its head rested a vibrant green hat made of pure bull fur, cascading down to its ears, draped in garments crafted from green bull fleece that encircled its waist. "Qing Mo clan," Silver Moon gasped. The Qingyao creature gazed with its round eyes at Silver Moon, unable to suppress its salivation, chuckling, "Fair Silver Moon, I have long heard of your renowned beauty, yet fate has kept us apart until now. It appears destiny has brought us together." Silver Moon snorted through her nostrils, retorting, "Qingyao, as a royal of the Qing Mo clan, you should be aware of the ancestral decree that forbids any non-human tribe from entering the wasteland. Why do you lead the charge in violating this?" Fong Lei, learning of such a decree, began to ponder the origins of Silver Moon and the Fox King, growing more curious. The Qingyao creature erupted into laughter. "Rules are made by humans, and after so many years, as the wasteland is on the verge of change, why should I not enter?" Silver Moon responded sternly. "Are you aware of the fate that befalls those who trespass into the wasteland? There is but one outcome, death." The creature scoffed, "Fair Silver Moon, I have heard tales that long ago you fell into a state of madness, resulting in the loss of half your power. Tell me, who here dares to kill me?" Just as the final word left its lips, a large hand descended from the heavens, slapping it squarely on the forehead, causing its entire body to plummet into the pit. Fong Lei shouted, "How dare you challenge me in the wasteland? I will not spare you." Ignoring the peculiar gaze from Silver Moon, he leaped into the fray, and a cacophony of sounds erupted from the mist, followed by the bellow of a bull, shaking the earth. Fong Lei emerged from the mist, exclaiming, "By heavens, this is indeed a bull demon. Too bad I lack the 3 Princess Universe ring. What weapon shall I wield?" As Fong Lei pondered, 2 horns broke through the mist, poised to leap. With no other choice, he pulled a dragon-headed staff from his storage bag and swung it down upon one of the horns. The Qingyao creature let out a furious bellow, while the other horn twisted to retaliate, but Fong Lei relentlessly pursued, the staff laden with iron essence, heavy as a small mountain. After numerous strikes, a crack finally appeared in the horn, oozing blood. The creature attempted to charge out, but Fong Lei's powerful grip and the occasional barrage of colorful thunder beads left no opportunity for escape. Finally, it cried out, "Human, if you have the ability, do not strike just one horn. Of course, if I don't strike one, how can I deal with both?" Fang Lei retorted. With a crack, one horn bent at an angle. With a resounding snap, it broke, blood gushing forth. Fong Lei then turned his focus to the other horn, pressing down with both hands in a relentless assault. "Hey, little bull spirit, weren't you quite arrogant? Let us see how bold you are now." The only response was the creature's anguished bellows, echoing with a somber tone. "Fong Lei, do you truly wish to slay him?" Silver Moon inquired. Fong Lei rolled his eyes, continuing his assault without pause. "What? Do you wish to plead for him?" Silver Moon remained silent. Fong Lei scoffed, "The The wasteland is my domain. Anyone who seeks trouble here must perish. This little bull will serve as a warning, a sacrifice to frighten others." As he spoke, energy surged through his right hand, and he struck down hard with the staff. With a crack, the other horn shattered at the base, creating a fountain of blood. A wail echoed from the pit, followed by a frantic scream. "Human, the Qingsheng clan will not spare you." Fong Lei smirked. "Unfortunately, you will not witness it." Gripping the staff tightly, he struck the green hat. The commotion at the bottom of the pit abruptly ceased, and the violet mist began to settle, no longer roiling. The Beast King, engaged in battle with Silver Moon, had already halted, standing at a distance, gasping in shock before turning to flee. However, just as it soared 100 feet away, a crackling thunder resounded overhead, and a cascade of 7-colored light enveloped it. 7 fiends art. The Beast King shouted in alarm, realizing that even at the pinnacle of the spirit level, it had not mastered this technique. How could a mere thief of the heart method have cultivated it to perfection? Fong Lei's figure materialized before it, coldly stating, "I warned you, the wasteland is my territory. Those who seek trouble shall die." The staff fell from the heavens, striking the Beast King's head, and its mangled corpse plummeted from the sky. Fong Lei returned, glancing at Princess Qingyang. "You handle those individuals." Qingyang nodded. "Let us go down and take a look," Fong Lei said, leaping downward, with Silver Moon following him, both descending into the violet mist. The pit was merely dozens of meters deep, and soon they reached the bottom, where the mist only lingered above, leaving the bottom clear and unobstructed. The Qingyo creature lay on the ground, its body reduced to about 10 feet in size, still retaining its bovine-headed humanoid form. Fong Lei, having slain him. "You must be prepared for the retaliation from the beast folk of the great Qi nation," Silver Moon cautioned. "What? Are you prepared to let go? If so, I shall do the same and wash my hands of this," Fong Lei replied. Silver Moon shot him a glare. "Who told you to strike so decisively? We cannot escape this trouble now." However, after a pause, she added, "It may not matter. They have already intruded here," signaling that the Yuan nation is no longer at peace. Fong Lei countered, "Enough with the doomsaying. Let us see what lies below. With goods in hand, I feel no fear. Let them come. Who can stop those willing to risk their lives?" Silver Moon smiled, gracefully approaching a corner of the rock, pointing at the bubbling gas rising. "This is it. The ancient demon remains, long silent beneath the earth, have begun to stir, releasing demonic energy." "This demonic energy, indeed," Fong Lei remarked, gesturing towards the violet mist overhead. Silver Moon nodded. "This is merely a diluted form of demonic energy, insufficient to cause significant harm, but over time. Who can say?" Fong Lei stepped forward, scooping up a bit of the bubbling water. "Be careful," Silver Moon warned, but Fong Lei, unperturbed, pinched a drop between his fingers, his expression shifting to one of intrigue, then pressed his right hand against the bubble. "What have you discovered?" Silver Moon inquired, astonished. "You claim this is demonic energy?" Fong Lei asked. "Strictly speaking, it is the blood of ancient demons, merely altered by the underground water flow, further diluted by pressure from the depths before reaching the surface." Fong Lei pondered. "Ancient demon blood. How peculiar indeed." Silver Moon remarked, "What seems amiss?" Fong Lei, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Where did the ancient demons originate?" Silver Moon replied, "There are 2 theories. One suggests that ancient demons, much like immortals, achieve their forms through countless years of cultivation and transformation, merging their essence with the cosmic principles, attaining a demonic status. Another perspective suggests that the ancient demons originated from a distant, archaic race, inherently different and predisposed to aggression, thus earning the moniker of demons. Their bodies are intertwined with the essence of the cosmos, a notion that intrigues Fong Lei. He was astonished to discover that the bubble water infused with ancient demon blood contained source energy, which was promptly absorbed by Nian Nu, resulting in an increase in the red health bar of her human-like shadow by half a notch. Ancient demon blood and resentment are but different manifestations of source energy. While engaged in conversation, Fong Lei's hand remained submerged in the bubble water until he sensed it had been depleted, at which point he withdrew his palm. Inu scrutinized him and remarked, "You know, you always evoke a peculiar feeling in me, though I cannot quite articulate what it is." Fong Lei chuckled. "Are you perhaps interested in me?" "Bah." Inu spat. "Let us depart. I feel rather uncomfortable lingering here." Fong Lei nodded in agreement, and they ascended together. "How is your internal injury?" Fong Lei inquired as they neared the pit's apex. Inu replied, "It's an old ailment, nothing of consequence." Fong Lei offered, "If you do not mind, I could examine it, perhaps." "What are your conditions?" "Conditions?" He pondered, stroking his chin. "How about you pledge yourself to me?" "Oh, bah." At that moment, they landed on the surface and heard Princess Qingyang's voice behind them. Who was to pledge themselves? Fang Lei pointed and exclaimed, her. Qingyang was taken aback. Yinyu's expression darkened as she retorted, what nonsense. Observing their expressions, Qingyang smirked, does my little sister seek to provoke? Yinyu growled, Qing girl. Do you desire a fight as well? Qingyang laughed and ceased her teasing, adding, what will become of the Fan family and Qi? They have incurred a deadly enmity by annihilating so many spirit-level beings. Yinyu regained her composure and stated, what is there to fear? As long as they dare to come, they shan't return. The princess indeed felt relieved. Yinyu continued, Fang Lei, the greater the influence of the ancient tomb sect grows, the more concerns you shall have. It will ultimately reach a point where you cannot afford to be distracted. I have a suggestion. Aside from Beishir City, your hometown, perhaps you could entrust the management of the remainder of the Yuan kingdom to Qingyang. What do you think? Of course, this is merely a suggestion. You may decide the specifics. Fang Lei asked, Princess, would you be willing to accept this? Qingyang looked at Yinyu and said, the Yuan kingdom is my home. As long as you agree, my sister shall have no objections. After all, we are under your and the fairy's protection, Yinyu remarked. Only if the ancient tomb sect flourishes and aligns with the royal family will the Yuan kingdom return to a state free from outside interference. Fang Lei readily responded. Very well. As long as you are willing to take it on, it shall be settled. Princess Qingyang commanded General Shenwei to fill the large pit and retrieve the royal sealing formation to set it up. The three then returned to the verdant garden. While several experts from the Fan family were held captive by Elder Zhu. In the dead of night, within the secret chamber, Yinyu lay relaxed on a jade bed, allowing Fang Lei's gentle internal energy to flow through her. After an hour, she opened her eyes and asked, how is it? Fang Lei exhaled, saying, try to circulate your energy and see if there are any issues. After a moment, Yinyu's face lit up with surprise. It's cleared. How did you accomplish this? The ailment that had plagued her for over a century had been eradicated, and her joy was genuine. Fang Lei waved his hand dismissively, boasting, merely a trivial skill. Not worth mentioning. Yinyu pouted, speak, whatever the condition, I shall agree. Fang Lei interrupted, any condition? Yinyu's expression stiffened as she realized she had overstated, quickly saying, some conditions are not permissible. Fang Lei suggested, then perhaps you could help watch over my family? Yinyu paused, watch over your family. Indeed. If you cannot ensure their safety within the Yuan kingdom, seeking assistance elsewhere would be futile. Seemingly pondering his underlying intent, she eventually conceded, very well. I shall take responsibility for the Fang family members. Fang Lei hastily expressed his gratitude. Fang Lei resided in the verdant garden for 3 days, during which he urgently summoned Elder He Tong from Qi to formally hand over the affairs of the ancient tomb sect within the Yuan kingdom to Princess Qingyang. Excluding the headquarters at Air Long Mountain in Beishir City, he also dispatched orders to the ancient tomb sect in the Zhou kingdom through Yitong, requesting Princess Qi Shiner to oversee all matters, with elders Huan Hua, Chu Jing, and Yitong assisting her, before setting off towards Dongqi City alongside Yinyu. With her ailment alleviated, Yinyu seemed considerably brighter throughout their journey. Although an ancient entity of over 1,000 years, she resembled a youthful maiden of 17 or 18, appearing even younger than Fang Lei. Humph, that insufferable vixen. Let us see if she dares to disrespect me again. I shall strip her of her skin, Fang Lei jested. Strip her skin? Wouldn't he that leave her naked? Yinyu burst into laughter. Soon, they arrived at the Yuanxia mountain villa, where Yuan Shi rushed down from the mountain upon hearing the news. Master, Brother Fang, you've arrived just in time. It seems the ancestral statue is about to take flight. Both were momentarily stunned before following her up the mountain to the Yuan family's ancestral hall. Indeed, as Yuan Shi had claimed, sounds of clattering emanated from within the hall, unmistakably the statue shifting upon the incense table. Additionally, a melodic chant resonated, akin to heavenly music enveloping the hall. The statue's agitation was one matter, but the sound was rather unsettling. At first, it was quite melodious. However, prolonged exposure evoked an involuntary sense of disorientation, prompting an urge to dance along with the melody. Yinyu, well versed in such matters, furrowed her brow and remarked, soul-devouring demonic music. Indeed, it is demonic music, Fang Lei concurred. Recalling his first encounter with the 3 elders of the ghost spirit sect and noting the similarities in the sound. You've encountered it before? Fang Lei nodded, his gaze flashing with cold light. Ghost spirit sect. Yinyu speculated, could there be a connection to the Demon King of Lanshan? The Demon King of Lanshan? Fang Lei was taken aback, suddenly recalling his 2-month journey through the Great Qi Kingdom. It is highly probable that experts from the Great Qi Kingdom have arrived. However, I do not comprehend why they would target the Yuan family in this statue. Does it hold some special significance? At that moment, the chanting ceased, and everything seemed to revert to normal, with no further anomalies occurring. Fang Lei waited in silence for a moment, but could no longer resist the urge to enter the hall for a closer inspection. Fang Lei, be cautious. Due to Yuan Shi's presence, Yin refrained from entering, harboring an innate aversion to the chanting, merely offering a warning. Fang Lei waved his hand dismissively and stepped inside the hall. He looked up to find the statue unchanged, save for the peculiar serpent that he had previously removed from beneath it. The anomaly must pertain to the statue. Just as he pondered this, the chanting erupted with renewed vigor, the volume soaring to unprecedented heights. Simultaneously, the statue's eyes emitted a menacing purple glow, enveloping Fang Lei's head. Oh no! Fang Lei barely had time to think before an icy sensation gripped him, plunging him into an abyss of coldness, his entire being instantaneously frozen. A searing pain ripped through his mind, as if a colossal hand was reaching inside and pulling at something. All he could hear were the startled cries of Yin Yu and Yuan Shi, and before he could fully process the moment, he lost consciousness. Chapter 78. Fang Lei found himself in a peculiar dream. In this dream, he flitted about like a butterfly, traversing countless places, unaware of the distance traveled, until he alighted upon the forehead of an individual in a dilapidated courtyard, who was crying. In a daze, Fang Lei heard a woman sobbing nearby. He attempted to open his eyes to see, but his eyelids felt heavy. After several futile attempts, he discovered his hands bound by some unseen force. As I began to feel an unsettling strangeness, suddenly the cries ceased, and with a loud thud, something struck my abdomen. An acrid, smoky odor wafted through the air, and I felt my body temperature rise sharply. In that moment, I realized with a jolt that someone was attempting to burn me alive. Who could be so malicious? What had I done to deserve this? I wanted to shout in anger, but I found my mouth bound, as if wrapped in cloth, rendering me unable to open it. As the heat intensified, I tried to muster my inner energy, only to be horrified to discover that I was completely devoid of it. Not only was I lacking in energy, but even drawing breath was becoming increasingly difficult. What had I done to incur such wrath? I urgently called out to Nian Nu, and indeed, her ethereal form flickered into view, remaining close. However, to my dismay, the upper left corner of my vision remained blank, save for the two characters spelling out my name. What on earth had transpired? Why was everything so desolate? My mind raced as images flashed before me like lightning, eventually leading back to the scene in the Yuan family ancestral hall, where I witnessed my soul being drawn out by a violet light, escaping and ultimately attaching itself to a lifeless body. This was absurd. Had I truly borrowed a body to return to life? I felt more wrong than Doi. But now was not the time for grievances. I needed to confront the imminent peril of being reduced to ashes. What to do? I set aside other concerns and focused on devising an escape from this dire situation. In the body I now inhabited, I had once absorbed the essence from a broken sword, which had enabled my initial breakthrough into the realm of inner strength. Yet, this body now held no trace of inner energy, making any attempts at advancement futile. The flames grew fiercer, and my body became unbearably hot, my blood coursing rapidly, causing my skin to feel swollen. Oh, the Sanyang Baoyanju. I suddenly recalled that it was a yang-based technique associated with fire. Could I harness the flames to generate inner energy? If I could summon even a trace of it, Nian Nu would surely be able to unleash her full potential. With no time to ponder further, I acted. The principles of the Sanyang Baoyanju surged through my memory, and I immediately began to channel it. A glimmer of hope emerged as I felt a faint breath stirring amidst the boiling blood, flowing into my dantian and increasing in intensity. Yes, this was it. Moments later, I was elated to discover that I had successfully cultivated a thread of inner energy. As the words Sanyang Baoyanju, entry level, upgrade available materialized in Nian Nu's ethereal form, I halted my focus, and with a determined thought, pressed forward. The apparition flickered, and a brilliant line emerged from my dantian, swiftly coursing through my body before returning to my dantian, transforming the text to read, Sanyang Baoyanju, Level 1, continuous upgrades possible. I relentlessly pressed forward, ascending to Level 2, then Level 3, and so forth. The searing sensation gradually diminished, and by the time I reached Level 7, a refreshing coolness enveloped me, as the heat generated by the burning wood was absorbed into my being through Nian Nu's guidance. Upon reaching Level 9, an unexpected scream pierced the air. Junior sister, quick! What is happening? I heard the footsteps of several individuals, seemingly startled and clustering together. One voice ventured, could it be a ghost? Another retorted, stop being ridiculous. What ghost would appear in broad daylight? Yet someone pointed out, but it seems Master Brother's body isn't burning at all. The voices fell silent, and after a moment, a girl cried out, brother, Please don't scare me. I know the injustice you suffered, but our Qingliang sect is too weak. Even if we sacrificed everyone, we couldn't avenge you. If you harbor any resentment, let it be against me, and spare the brothers. I had no patience for their idle chatter. With a swift motion, I forced my mouth open, creating a gap in the binding cloth, and shouted, "Enough of this nonsense. Free me at once, or I shall suffocate." Footsteps erupted. At least 6 people scrambling away, fearing I had returned from the dead. The girl called out, "Brother, are you human or ghost? Please don't frighten me." Another voice stammered, "Master brother, it's me, Xiaoyu. Please don't scare me. If you are a ghost, return to where you belong. Humans and ghosts cannot coexist." Xiaoyu? A name flashed in my mind. Lu Xiaoyu, the 5th disciple of my father and my childhood friend, as close as brothers. I couldn't help but bellow, "Lu Xiaoyu, you fool. Hurry and clear the firewood. Do you wish to roast me alive? Move quickly." Lu Xiaoyu stood dumbfounded for a moment before exclaiming, "Junior sister. It really is master brother. Quickly, quickly, clear the flames." The girl complied, and together they grabbed sticks and poles, prying apart the charred wood that had been accumulating around me. However, the shroud binding me was tightly wound, and despite their efforts, they could not free me. Growing impatient, I called out, "Step aside, step aside." With the Sanyang Baoyanju coursing through my body, I forcefully thrust my arms outward, shattering the binding cloth. The girl gasped, quickly averting her gaze. Finally, I realized I was completely bare, devoid of any clothing. Lu Xiaoyu, in a hurry, removed his outer garment and draped it over me. His face awash with tears as he asked, "Master brother, you truly are alive, right? Please don't deceive us." Once dressed, the girl rushed forward, her eyes red as she threw herself into my embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Instinctively, I patted her shoulder, and a flash of memory surged forth. Yu Xiaoshan, my younger sister, just 16 years old, had lost our mother early and our father a year prior due to injuries sustained in a duel. Now I bore the name Yufeng Lei. At 19 years of age, having been ambushed at the foot of the mountain just half a month ago, only to awaken in this new body moments before my soul had attached itself here. What a twist of fate. Was this truly a predetermined arrangement? It struck me as profoundly tragic. I had only just begun to make a name for myself in Beishir City as Feng Lei, only to be thrust into the life of a downtrodden disciple of a failing sect. With my right arm around Yu Xiaoshan's shoulders, I turned to Lu Xiaoyu and said, "Is it really so amusing to fool you? Who bound me so tightly that I nearly suffocated?" Lu Xiaoyu scratched his head, sheepishly smiling. I retorted, "I had my suspicions it was you. Now let us put all this behind us. We need to eat first. I'm starving." Both Yu Xiaoshan and Lu Xiaoyu exchanged awkward glances. I paused and asked, "What kind of look is that? Surely, you haven't run out of food?" "Brother, we thought you had perished and were preparing to leave," they replied, revealing that they were both carrying backpacks, as if ready to abandon their home. I couldn't help but burst into laughter, then said, "Do you have any money? Let's head down the mountain for a meal. We can discuss everything later." Lu Xiaoyu inquired, "So are we still leaving?" "Leave? I've come back to life. Where would I go?" "Right. Brother says we aren't leaving, so we won tea. Xiaoyu, let us go eat." "But what about the other brothers?" "Forget them. Everyone has their own path. Let them be." As the 3 of us made our way down the mountain, halfway there, Lu Xiaoyu retrieved a set of clothes from his pack, finally allowing me to change out of the outer garment. "Brother, when did you develop such a hearty appetite?" Yu Xiaoshan asked, eyeing the mountain of empty bowls before me. Without looking up, I replied, "You two have kept me hungry for days. Could I not be starving?" "That is true." They both agreed. After devouring 8 large bowls of beef noodles, I finally felt satisfied, patting my belly with contentment. My gaze fell upon Yu Xiaoshan's backpack, and I asked, "Where are you two planning to go? Do you still remember that the second brother was a talented disciple? We wish to join his original sect." Feng Lei nodded, taking the opportunity to filter through the memories in his mind, and said, "Let us return home. As long as I am here, you need not be exiled or dependent on others." Yu Xiaoshan smiled sweetly, and the 3 of them exited the restaurant, chatting as they descended the mountain. Suddenly, a teasing voice rang out from ahead. "Oh, who is this? They look somewhat familiar." A group of individuals approached. Indeed, they seemed somewhat familiar. Like that dog from the Yu family. Laughter erupted, the mocking words reaching Feng Lei and his companion's ears. Yu Xiaoshan's face turned pale, and she angrily drew a long sword from her bundle. Lu Xiaoyu did the same. A young man stepped forward, a mocking smile on his face, and said, "You Feng Lei, I thought you were dead. I didn't expect you to be so fortunate. How about I send you on your way once more?" Feng Lei chuckled, "Sure." In an instant, he shifted position and stood behind the young man, his right hand gripping his neck. The young man gasped in surprise. But it was too late to evade. A crack echoed as his neck was broken, and he collapsed to the ground. Fang Lei teased, "Now, call out, and I shall release you." The young man turned pale as paper, gritting his teeth in silence. Fang Lei continued, "Really not going to call out? If you remain silent, I might just have to kill a dog in the street." The young man felt Fang Lei's grip tightening like a vice around his neck, panic overwhelming him. And he cried out, I will. Woof woof." Fang Lei chuckled. "Too late, I didn't hear you." With a snap, the young man's neck was broken, his head drooping lifelessly to the ground. Fang Lei flicked his wrist, discarding the body, and looked coldly at the now pale-faced henchman, saying, "It's your turn." The henchman finally reacted, screaming as they turned to flee. Chapter 79, Life and Death Duel. Fang Lei sneered, his figure flickering as he appeared behind one man, striking his neck with a palm, instantly rendering him motionless. He then pivoted and, with 2 leaps, caught up to the fastest one, delivering a punch that sent him crashing against the wall, dead on impact. On his way back, as he spoke, he was already mentally rehearsing the Luo Yin phantom steps and ascending cloud ladder techniques, which proved invaluable in this instance. Within mere breaths, 7 or 8 henchmen, along with their master, lay lifeless on the ground. The speed of the events was so swift that passers-by barely had time to react, only to witness a scene of carnage that sent them fleeing in terror. "Brother!" Yu Xiaoshan exclaimed in horror, witnessing her brother's cold-blooded killing for the first time, his skill unfathomable and ghostly. Lu Xiaoyu stood in shock. Fang Lei, however, busied himself looting the corpses for valuables, lamenting the absence of storage bags, stuffing what he found into his sleeves, and called out, "Let us go. Haven't you seen such scenes before as martial practitioners? Look at your pitiful expressions." With that, he strode ahead, with Yu Xiaoshan quickly following. As they passed a corpse, Lu Xiaoyu checked for breath, confirming the man was dead, and hurriedly caught up, exclaiming, "Senior brother, you seem to have grown much stronger. Really? Would you like to learn?" "Of course." "Very well. Starting tomorrow, I shall teach both of you diligently." "That is wonderful." Upon returning to the mountain, Fang Lei allowed them to tidy up the sect and retreated into his room to organize his thoughts. The events at the Yuan family ancestral hall replayed vividly in his mind as his energy surged, a blue light enveloping his soul at the moment of his out-of-body experience, which had ultimately allowed him to escape. The blue light? Fang Lei recalled that the only object associated with blue light was the illusory serpent attached to the broken sword, the so-called Azure Dragon. However, given his current cultivation level, he could not yet explore the realm of the soul, so he set that aside for now. Furthermore, he had gleaned from Yu Fang Lei's memories that this place was a county in the southern part of the Great Qi Kingdom, named Riyun County, with Sichuan Prefecture above it, followed by Nanwei Prefecture, and then the Great Qi Dynasty. As for the Yuan family ancestral hall and the deity, perhaps only by locating the Mountain Demon King could he unravel who had targeted him. Well, there was no point in overthinking it. It was time to focus on enhancing his cultivation. The martial arts techniques and heart sutras he had practiced were all backed up in the repository, and as long as he had sufficient energy, there were minimal obstacles to their execution. The only trouble lay in the frailty of this body and the lack of medicinal herbs on the mountain, preventing him from executing the techniques in their entirety. Nonetheless, after a night of intense training, Fang Lei once again stood at the starting line of the spiritual level, with the most pressing need being to gather spiritual pills to strengthen his physical form. Additionally, Fang Lei noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Despite having access to excellent techniques and ample energy, the results of his deductions felt somewhat lacking compared to his experiences in Beishir City. The following morning, while Fang Lei was instructing his sister and Lu Xiaoyu in the courtyard, a commotion arose from the foot of the mountain as a troop approached. "Oh no, it's the family of Quang Hong, whom senior brother killed yesterday," Lu Xiaoyu remarked. "Brother, should we perhaps hide?" Yu Xiaoshan suggested. Fang Lei waved his hand dismissively. "Hide? What is there to fear with me here? Besides, our possessions on this mountain are rather outdated. Wouldn't it be delightful to have some visitors?" With that, he picked up a small stool and swaggered outside, loudly instructing, "Just watch from a distance. Do not approach too closely." Sitting at the mountain gate, Fang Lei gazed down for a moment, perplexed. The Great Qi Kingdom was known for its severe laws, contributing to a stable and peaceful realm for its citizens. Yet, among the approaching Quang family, there were a significant number of soldiers. Had they reported to the authorities for my capture? Fang Lei was partly correct. The Quang family had indeed reported him, but after bribing the county magistrate with a considerable sum of silver notes. The soldiers had come along merely as witnesses for the Quang family's revenge. The entire contingent numbered over 100, with many onlookers trailing behind. The news of Yu Fang Lei's resurrection and the public execution of Quang Hong and his henchmen had already caused quite a stir in Riyun County, with some reveling in the misfortune while others celebrated. It was said that today, The Kuang family had come seeking vengeance, attracting many curious spectators. You Fong Lei, under the bright sun, you slaughtered Kuang Hong and 7 others with brutal methods. Do you acknowledge your crimes? A military officer urged, advancing on horseback and demanding answers. Fong Lei replied, Esteemed officer, it is well known that I am a man presumed dead, having traversed the gates of the underworld. Were it not for my ancestors' protection, I would not have awakened. Pray tell, what is wrong with seeking vengeance against my enemies? The officer was at a loss for words. Another officer cleared his throat, stating, Very well, let us consider your argument reasonable. However, you have killed Kuang Hong and others, and the Kuang family is unwilling to let this go, insisting on revenge. As a witness, I shall allow you both to settle this in a duel to the death. How do you find that? Fong Lei grasped the situation. Nodding in agreement, that is acceptable. The officer announced, Today, the Kuang and Yu families shall resolve their grievances. Any deaths or injuries in this duel shall be left to fate. Let it begin. After the two exchanged pleasantries, they urged their horses to a nearby tree, where stone benches were brought, and fragrant tea was prepared for the spectators. Fong Lei, his expression impassive, stepped forward and asked, Who will come first? With a loud crash, a burly man jumped forward, shouting, I will. Even before he moved, the internal energy emanated from him, causing his clothes to rustle dramatically. Return to the void realm. Fong Lei remarked, swiftly dodging the man's strike, and in a flash, he was behind the man, gently tapping his shoulder. The burly man was drenched in cold sweat. Hastily retreating, Fong Lei did not pursue, but merely remarked, You alone are insufficient. Bring a few more. He added, If you have the ability to kill me, it's of no concern to you. The man glanced back, and indeed, the head of the Kuang family waved his hand and said, Fulfill your wish. Swiftly, 3 more strong men emerged, joining the first to encircle Fong Lei at the 4 corners. With a unified shout, they launched an organized offensive and defensive formation. Fong Lei scoffed, leaped into the air, soaring over one man's head before landing outside their formation. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, Not quite there yet. Come again. Whether I kill one or a multitude, it ought to be a swift end. Wouldn't you agree? Infuriated, the head of the Kuang family stroked his beard. Although 2 skilled fighters stood behind him, resorting to their trump cards right away would be a source of ridicule. Thus, despite his reluctance, he waved his hand and commanded, Everyone attack. Whoever kills him will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of silver. The promise of riches stirred the fighters, and they rushed forward. Even the 2 elite fighters felt compelled to act, fearing they would miss out on the spoils if Fong Lei were to be beaten to death. Fong Lei exclaimed, Now that is more like it. Is that everyone? Then let the games begin. As soon as the last word left his lips, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind one of the strong men. With a swift motion, he dislocated both of the man's shoulders, then delivered a precise strike to his ribs. The man let out a grunt and crumpled to the ground. Another strong man lunged at Fong Lei with a flying kick, but Fong Lei swiftly countered, knocking him down with a single hand. 2 down, he called out, charging forward with unparalleled speed. Utilizing his formidable technique, he dispatched 2 more men in quick succession. For down, he noted, as he weaved through the crowd like a shadow, leaving 2 more on the ground. 6 down, only 4 remained. All experts from the Void Return realm, their faces now devoid of their earlier confidence. They exchanged apprehensive glances, contemplating retreat. Where do you think you're going? With you 4, we'll have an even 10, perfect for a grand opening. As soon as the word opening left his lips, he charged forward, creating a series of thunderous impacts as the 4 men were sent flying backward. Fong Lei swiftly caught each one and tossed them back, then clapped his hands and declared, All done. From the moment Fong Lei engaged until he proclaimed completion, no more than 30 breaths had passed. 10 martial artists, all seasoned fighters hired by the Kuang family, had been utterly defeated in a single encounter. The mountaintop fell into a profound silence, leaving 2 officers watching from beneath the trees in stunned disbelief. After a moment, they glanced at the head of the Kuang family, suggesting the blame could not be placed on them. Fong Lei surveyed the faces around him and approached a subdued martial artist, casually asking, Do you wish to live? Before the decisive confrontation, both sides had agreed that life and death were left to fate, and the loser would have no say in their destiny. Yes, the martial artist replied after a moment's hesitation. Fong Lei nodded. Even ants strive to survive. How much more so for a person? Very well, 10,000 taels of silver. 10,000 taels? The man stammered. What? Are you not worth 10,000 taels? If not, then I might as well kill you. As Fong Lei raised his hand in a slashing motion, the man pleaded, Wait. Spare me, 10,000 taels it shall be. Fong Lei extended his hand, commanding, Pay up. The martial artist lamented, I have no money on me. Isn't your family head right here? Ask him for it. The martial artist complied, calling out, family head. I require 10,000 taels, please assist. The head of the Kwang family, Kwang Jun, was furious, his face pale with rage. But to refuse under such circumstances would ruin their reputation and make it impossible to recruit experts in the future. He reluctantly retrieved 10 silver notes from a storage pouch and sent them over. Fong Lei eagerly accepted the notes, stuffing them into his robe, and pointed to the martial artist, saying, let us go. Next time you engage in battle, make sure to have silver notes ready. Life is negotiable. The martial artist's face flushed with embarrassment as he hurried back to his comrades. Fong Lei then approached another martial artist, repeating the same demand. No need for chatter. 10,000 taels. This martial artist, aware that further discussion was futile and only served to humiliate him more, directly sought assistance from the head of the Kwang family. He returned with another 10,000 taels, head bowed. As Fong Lei continued through the ranks, the head of the Kwang family, feeling the pressure, finally declared, here are 60,000 taels. Redeem the lives of these 6 men. Please take them. Fong Lei grinned as he accepted the money, saying, if only you had said so earlier, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths. He dismissed the martial artists, allowing them to return to their ranks. The 2 officers watched in awe, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the silver notes in Fong Lei's hands. Had I known it would be so easy to make money, I would have come up the mountain first to negotiate with this young master you Fong Lei. 10,000 taels. The Kwang family's entire estate must be at stake. It should have started at 20,000 at least. Youngsters truly lack business acumen. Chapter 8. The sword hidden in the underground palace. Fong Lei flicked the silver notes in his hand, the sound echoing as he called out, shall we continue? Kwang Jun's eyes blazed with fury as he turned to the elder he, saying, I ask you to intervene. I only desire this boy's head. The silver notes will be yours afterward. The elder's name was He Tianyu, and the man beside him was his brother, He Tianzhua, both of whom possessed spiritual level cultivation. Having witnessed the earlier events, He Tianyu was not confident enough to guarantee he could subdue Fong Lei alone, so he suggested, brother, let us attack together. Agreed. He Tianzhua replied, sharing the same sentiment. Recognizing that taking on Fong Lei individually might lead to defeat, Kwang Jun was overjoyed and reprimanded the 10 martial artists. Open your eyes and learn what a true expert looks like. You are all worthless. The 10 martial artists lowered their heads, their faces flushed with shame and no words to say. Fong Lei, pocketing the silver notes, scrutinized the 2 brothers and remarked, you both truly underappreciate yourselves. Willingly serving such a family as aides. Why not come to my humble abode? I assure you, there will be ample opportunity for you to showcase your talents. He Tianzhua scoffed. You should focus on how to preserve your own life first. Fong Lei smiled. Indeed, then let us proceed. As soon as the words left his lips, he vanished from view, appearing behind He Tianzhua. As he raised his palm to strike, he suddenly found himself facing empty space. He Tianzhua had shifted to his right and was now attacking him. What impressive footwork! Fong Lei exclaimed, surprised to encounter someone capable of evading his phantom technique and counterattacking. With a powerful shout, he raised his palm and collided with He Tianzhua's strike. The 2 were sent back simultaneously, and He Tianyu seized the moment to charge forward. His fist aimed at Fong Lei's back. Fong Lei feigned ignorance, arching his back to absorb the blow with his spine, then used the force to propel himself forward. Launching a counterattack at He Tianzhua, He Tianyu was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his eyes, and then roared as he charged in again. He Tianzhua, seeing Fong Lei unaffected by his brother's punch, was equally astonished. In that fleeting moment, Fong Lei closed the distance, his hands like dragon claws, targeting both He Tianzhua's heart and left arm. With a resounding thud, he narrowly avoided the heart strike, but his lightning-quick claw caught He Tianzhua's left elbow, dislocating it with a sharp crack, and then he effortlessly tossed him aside. He Tianyu, rushing in, had to dodge to the right, but Fong Lei was already upon him, delivering a palm strike to his chest. Ah, brother! He Tianzhua cried out, wishing to lend aid, but upon reaching Fong Lei, he halted, helplessly lowering his right hand. Fong Lei pressed against He Tianyu's chest, his inner force contained yet potent, smiling as he asked, do you submit? What do you want? 100,000 taels. He Tianyu was taken aback. Fong Lei added, or serve me for 2 years. He Tianyu hesitated. Kong Jun, the head of the Kong family, wore an expression of utter discontent, his face a mask of displeasure. Just moments after boasting, 2 formidable spiritual level masters had perished, a striking blow to his pride. Yet, upon hearing Fong Lei's terms, he cried out, I will offer 100,000 taels of silver. Fong Lei turned with a smile and replied, you offer? Excellent. Then I shall require 1 million taels. Kong Jun protested, why must my offer multiply so drastically? Fong Lei retorted, because the entire affair originated from your Kong family. You may choose not to pay, but our families cannot simply let this matter rest. Despite his simmering rage, Kong Jun dared not respond further. A million taels would undoubtedly leave the Kong family in dire straits this year. Fong Lei turned away, withdrawing his hand as he asked, "Have you come to a decision?" He observed as Tianzhua had already reattached his arm, and after a hushed conversation between the two, they finally agreed. "Very well, we shall settle for 2 years." Fong Lei nodded, saying, "I have experienced death once, and I have slain Kong Hong. If you are satisfied with today's duel, we shall consider it even. If not, you are welcome to return to Qingliang Mountain at any time, though I shall not be as accommodating as I am today." Kong Jun trembled, casting a resentful glance at Fong Lei before looking at He Tianzhua and his brother. He then turned and left with his entourage. The 2 military officers, having witnessed the spectacle, hesitated to engage with Fong Lei as they led their horses away. "Gentlemen, please wait." Fong Lei's call startled them, and they quickly inquired, "What do you wish to do?" Fong Lei approached with a grin. "You two have witnessed today's events, and there will surely be future complications. Please accept this small token as a gesture of goodwill." He presented 2 silver notes with great respect. One officer chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Oh, this is too much. Young Master Yu is exceedingly gracious. Rest assured, from now on, matters concerning Qingliang Mountain will be our responsibility. Do not hesitate to ask." He accepted the silver notes with ease, tucking them into his sleeve before bowing in farewell. Once all had descended the mountain, including onlookers, Fong Lei turned to speak, only to be interrupted by Yu Shaoshan, who rushed out, exclaiming, "Brother, you are truly remarkable. You've earned such a fortune in an instant." Lu Xiaoyu chimed in, "Indeed. In all my life, I have never seen so much money, not even when Master was alive." Fong Lei smiled in return, retrieving 20,000 taels from his storage pouch, saying, "This is the first year's tribute. Should you achieve merit in the future, I will offer additional rewards. Please accept." The 2 He brothers were taken aback, not expecting a tribute along with their service. Fong Lei reassured them, "Indeed, your service is genuine, but the tribute is also real. Once we become well acquainted, you will understand my character, Fong Lei. By the way, may I know your names?" They clasped their fists in greeting, He Tianzhua and He Tianyu. They accepted the silver notes with assurance and inquired, "Young Master, what shall we do next? We cannot simply take your money without purpose." Fong Lei surveyed the dilapidated courtyard and declared, "The first step is to strengthen our sect. Xiaoyu, take some silver notes and head down the mountain to hire craftsmen. Acquire as many as you can. I need you to rebuild the Qingliang sect at the fastest possible pace." Lu Xiaoyu's face lit up with excitement as he responded loudly, "Shaoshan, you and the He brothers should go down the mountain and spread the word, recruiting new disciples. Monthly tributes will not be an issue. Remember, we only seek inner sect masters, those in the Void Return realm and above, who can be reinstated upon verification by the He brothers." "Understood, brother." The 4 quickly discussed their plans before setting off. Once they had departed, Fong Lei stood quietly for a moment, then suddenly pointed like a sword, unleashing the 1,000 illusion Omni-Evolution sword technique with the ferocity of a tempest. With a final shout, he directed his fingers toward an ancient tree on the hillside. A beam of azure light shot forth from his fingertips, swirling around the tree before severing it in 2. The light then spiraled back, coalescing into a blue orb that floated gently at Fong Lei's fingertip. "Indeed, it is you," Fong Lei mused. "Though I do not know your origins, having saved me once makes you a benefactor. It seems I must hasten to find a sword." This azure light was the manifestation of a mysterious serpent beneath the statue of the Yuan family, which had aided Fong Lei's spirit in escaping through the void during its transit. When Fong Lei battled with the He brothers, he had sensed a stirring within his soul, prompting him to draw it out while executing the 1,000 illusion Omni-Evolution sword technique. The light was bound to the broken sword. However, all remnants of it remained with Fong Lei of the Yuan family, allowing it to hide within his soul until this moment. A sword. A sword. The thought of a sword ignited a flicker of memory within Fong Lei. He recalled that his father, Yu Fong Lei, once mentioned a certain sword hidden within a basement in Qingliang Mountain, a blade no one dared to disturb. The basement. Fong Lei turned and entered the courtyard, beginning to search based on the vague recollection in his mind. His late father had not elaborated, merely mentioning in passing that even he had not dared to touch the sword, warning his son that should he ever be absent, no one would know of its existence. A sword that no one dared to touch. What kind of sword could it be? Hope stirred within Fong Lei, as the broken sword from the Yuan floating palace had also been a blade no one dared to approach, yet it had willingly come to him. Perhaps, just perhaps, after searching for about half an hour, he indeed found an entrance behind the courtyard, beneath a half-exposed mountain wall. A narrow passage descended into darkness, blocked by a massive stone, easily overlooked without careful inspection. Fong Lei found a piece of wood, ignited it, and cautiously made his way down. The passage extended for several dozen meters, leading to an underground chamber, modest in size, divided into 3 stone rooms, furnished with stone beds, tables, and benches, suggesting it had once been a place of cultivation. The central stone room was more spacious and well-organized, while the left room contained several stone coffins. And the right housed a storage room filled with 2 large rows of bookshelves, laden with dusty tomes. Fong Lei first entered the left stone room, lifting the lid of the coffin to inspect its contents. Inside lay a skeletal remains, its clothing long decayed, revealing grim, gray bones. Finding nothing unusual, he proceeded to the right storage room, sweeping his hand through the air, unleashing a gust that swept the dust to the ground before he re-entered. Upon a cursory glance, he realized the texts were martial arts manuals of the Qingliang sect, basic and rudimentary, likely left by its founder. He had little interest in these tomes. His focus was solely on the sword. However, after rifling through the room, he found no trace of the blade. Returning to the left stone room, he began with the first coffin, lifting the remains to search beneath. The first had no sword, nor did the second. Upon reaching the third, as he raised the remains, a flash of azure light emerged, darting into the skeleton and disappearing. Startled, Fong Lei dropped the remains to the ground and, lifting the tattered clothing, searched within. He soon spotted a glimmer near the pelvis of the skeleton, revealing the outline of a sword. It was yet another short sword, approximately 2 feet in length. Fong Lei set down the wooden stick and bowed 3 times before the skeleton, then carefully struck the bones to extract the short sword. Given previous experiences, he took no chances. He channeled the scorching inner energy of the 3-yang precious lotus technique into the sword, causing it to vibrate intensely before he grasped the hilt with 2 fingers. Chapter 81. Sword Soul with a swift motion. The familiar sensation of electricity coursed through him as a surge of source power flooded into his body, replenishing the crimson thread of his blood essence that had been depleted over the past days. Fong Lei rejoiced, for as long as he possessed this energy, nothing would prove insurmountable. He then examined the short sword with meticulous attention. Compared to the broken sword, this blade appeared somewhat ordinary, lacking the dragon-shaped guard and hilt that rendered the former so breathtaking. The only detail that piqued Fong Lei's interest was the scale-like, minuscule protrusions along the sword's blade. However, it was not as simple as it seemed. As Fong Lei gracefully swept his hand over the blade, he paused in contemplation, then gently tapped it with his fingertip. A drop of blood fell onto the blade, instantly seeping in, causing the sword to tremble as an azure light flared forth, revealing a dragon's head that rose toward the heavens, emitting a resonant roar. Ah, indeed, this was the place. If Fong Lei's conjecture was correct, the short sword and the broken sword from Beishir City were, in fact, one and the same. This was the missing half of the blade, merely accompanied by a hilt crafted by predecessors for convenience, thus transforming it into a short sword. With this realization, it became clear why the spirit had manifested upon his possession of Yu Fong Lei at Qingliang Mountain. It was the essence of this sword. The sword's spirit, dragon-shaped, perhaps hinted that this blade was, in essence, a divine dragon. Fong Lei speculated, sensing no anomalies with the short sword, and retrieved the corpse to place it back in the stone coffin. Just as he had pushed the coffin lid halfway, he suddenly noticed what appeared to be inscriptions on the stone wall by the corpse's feet, prompting him to lean in and investigate. After a brief moment, Fong Lei stood upright, chuckling in astonishment. Qingyuan sword technique. Could it be related to the Qingyuan sword art? The Qingliang sect possessed a fundamental sword technique known as the Qingyuan sword art, which, according to Yu Fong Lei's memories, seemed rather ineffective. Hence, the sect had fallen into decline. But what could the Qingyuan sword technique be? Fong Lei carefully retrieved the corpse once more, set the coffin lid aside, and leaped inside, beginning to tap and explore the bottom of the stone coffin. Before long, he exclaimed, "Found it!" At the coffin's edge, he uncovered a stone groove about 2 fingers wide, lifting the stone slab above it to extract a scroll, which contained the so-called Qingyuan sword technique. After searching briefly to ensure there was nothing else, he leapt out, respectfully placed the corpse back inside, and closed the coffin lid. Out of curiosity, he examined the 4th coffin, but found nothing of value, before finally proceeding to the central stone chamber. Seated before the stone table, Fong Lei unfurled the scroll and began to study the images and text of the technique. Upon completing the first layer, he felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. After finishing the second and third layers, he couldn't help but commend the technique while tapping on the stone table. The Qingyuan sword technique, named as such, was in truth a supreme cultivation method that encompassed both inner and outer refinement. It allowed for the cultivation of true-grade inner energy, free from delusions, and even higher levels, while also enabling mastery of swordsmanship, sword flight, and the formation of sword arrays to vanquish foes, traversing the cosmos. Most importantly, it was a thoroughly complete technique, spanning from the first layer to the ninth. As for what lay beyond, Fong Lei was uncertain, but in comparison to the incomplete Guiyuan technique he had previously encountered, this was indeed a flawless treasure. Setting the scroll down, Fong Lei pinched his brow, lost in thought. Since arriving in this world and beginning his cultivation through Nian Nu, all his achievements had stemmed from her deductions. He had never truly encountered a comprehensive and premier cultivation method. The Guiyuan technique was decent but regrettably fragmented, with all subsequent insights derived from Nian Nu's interpretations. The Qingyuan sword technique before him appeared to be an excellent choice. At the very least, it was holistic. In the later stages, integrating Nian Nu's deductions might provide him with a solid foundation. The air atop Qingliang Mountain was silent, and seizing the opportunity of solitude, Fong Lei resolved to begin his cultivation, aiming to thoroughly comprehend the Qingyuan sword technique and imprint it firmly in his memory, including the inner energy operation chart, before summoning Nian Nu to commence his practice. Qingyuan sword technique. First layer entry can be sustained and stabilized. This time, the prompt differed from the past, and Fong Lei did not dwell on it, simply directing his thoughts accordingly. The luminous lines within the humanoid silhouette began to circulate rapidly, completing a circuit in an instant before converging in his dantian. The prompt transformed to Qingyuan sword technique. First layer entry can be sustained and stabilized. Fong Lei pressed further, and it quickly evolved to Qingyuan sword technique. First layer level 1 can be sustained and stabilized. Then it changed again. First layer level 2 can be sustained and stabilized. Fong Lei finally grasped the distinction. Indeed, experiencing a complete technique was a markedly different process from lacking one, as the former was far more refined and meticulous. After pressing down 9 times consecutively, the prompt declared, first layer level 9 perfected, can be continuously deduced. Fong Lei hastily halted, preventing the system from continuing its deductions, and shifted his focus to the second layer. The second layer built upon the first, making it even more intuitive, which he entrusted to Nian Nu for stabilization. The prompt automatically shifted to Qingyuan sword technique. Second layer entry can be sustained and stabilized. With confidence, Fong Lei pressed onward until completing the second layer at level 9 perfected, at which point he finally paused. He could distinctly sense changes occurring within his body. A refreshing sensation enveloped him, akin to sitting beneath the shade of a tree, shielded from the sun's rays. With a mere thought, the Qingyuan inner energy surged through his body, invigorating every pore, while some stagnant energy was expelled during the internal circulation, leaving him feeling remarkably unburdened. His stomach grumbled with hunger, and just as he contemplated finding something to eat, he suddenly heard a cacophony of voices outside. As many people made their way up the mountain, upon stepping outside, he discovered Lu Xiaoyu leading a large group, directing them as they unloaded supplies from horse-drawn carts at the mountain's entrance. Fong Lei glanced over and was astonished by the sheer abundance. Pots, bowls, and utensils, oil, salt, sauces, and vinegar, everything one could desire. Additionally, there were carts brimming with pork, vegetables, and rice, accompanied by 7 or 8 robust women, likely the cooks. Upon spotting Fong Lei, Lu Xiaoyu called out, "Senior brother, everything is ready. We'll start working right after lunch." Fong Lei smiled and replied, "All right, just keep an eye on things. Hey, senior brother, lunch features braised pork. Aren't you staying?" He called as Fong Lei made his way down the mountain. "I'm terribly hungry, so I won't wait for you all. I'm heading down for a quick bite," he shouted back. "Senior brother, we have braised pork for lunch. Won't you join us?" Yet, in the blink of an eye, Fong Lei had vanished from sight. With near-flight speed, he reached the base of the mountain, returning to the same noodle shop as before. In less than 15 minutes, he had devoured a mountain of noodles, drawing the attention of fellow diners who momentarily forgot their own meals, captivated by his voracious appetite. "Ah, what bliss! At last, I no longer feel hungry." Fong Lei rubbed his belly, placing down his bowl and chopsticks, and with a satisfied burp, he noticed the curious gazes of those around him. With a shy smile, he remarked, "I was a bit hungry, please excuse my manners." It was well known that Yu Fong Lei of Qingliang Mountain was a notorious glutton, and today's encounter certainly lived up to the reputation. Suddenly, a woman's voice drifted in from outside, interrupting Fong Lei's moment. Following the sound, he discovered 2 young gentlemen seated at a long table outside the noodle shop. A teapot and cups before them, untouched, Fong Lei scrutinized one of their faces and realized that it was a woman disguised in men's clothing, her features exquisite. She had been the one to speak. The other was a rugged man, grinning as he observed him with an oddly scrutinizing gaze. Fong Lei picked up a teacup from his table and, swaying unsteadily, approached, boldly taking a seat beside the woman. After pouring himself a cup of tea and taking a sip, he playfully patted her shoulder and said, "Now, do enlighten me. How am I a glutton?" The woman's expression darkened, and with her right hand, she pointed sharply at Fong Lei's wrist. Fong Lei let his wrist drop, allowing her fingers to glide past, only to reattach his hand to her shoulder once more. Each time she prodded, he evaded, and their exchange became a playful back and forth, reverting to the original state after several rounds. After 7 or 8 attempts, the woman grew impatient, suddenly rising, her stool flying backward as she stumbled, delivering a palm strike aimed at Fong Lei's right ear. Fong Lei exclaimed, "Oh dear, how quickly the tide turns." Truly, as the old saying goes, only women and petty men are difficult to nurture. While speaking, his hands were not idle. He leaned back, 2 fingers darting toward her palm. As she withdrew, he swiftly grasped her wrist, channeling inner energy into her, causing half her body to go numb as he pulled her into his embrace, inadvertently pressing her cheek against his lips. A woman let out a piercing scream, instantly arching her body like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She swung her left fist towards Fong Lei. With a swift motion, Fong Lei pushed outward with his right hand, sending the woman sprawling away and narrowly avoiding her punch. Just as he regained his footing, a gust of wind approached from his left. A burly man had launched an attack. Fong Lei was not one to hold back. He flipped his left palm outward, and with a resounding thud, the two clashed hands. Fong Lei swayed slightly, while the man was jolted back, retreating 5 steps and almost colliding with a wooden post outside a noodle shop, his expression a mix of shock and confusion. Fong Lei reached into his pocket, pulled out a piece of silver, and tossed it into the shop as he turned to leave, remarking, "In this peaceful era, where do such mad dogs come from? The shopkeeper ought to keep a better watch next time." With that, he strode away. The woman approached and whispered, "Brother, is that him?" There was no denying it was him, but his formidable prowess was simply astonishing, leaving one in disbelief. If that's the case, then the rumors about the Kwong family must be true. It was indeed his doing. The man nodded and said, "Let us follow him and see." The woman, unwilling, retorted, "He just insulted us. Do you really want to seek further trouble?" The man shook his head and led the way outside. Reluctantly, the woman followed, her displeasure evident. Upon turning, she noticed the patrons in the shop staring at them and snapped, "Haven't you seen a fight before? What are you looking at?" The frightened diners quickly lowered their heads, fearful of attracting trouble. Chapter 82, The Lord of the Ruyun Manor, Part 1. Instead of heading directly back to the mountains, Fong Lei made his way towards the county town. Given the current circumstances, it seemed he would need to linger here for a while. First, he had to familiarize himself with the local situation and, incidentally, procure some medicinal herbs. Ruyun County was not large. Traversing from one end to the other took merely 7 or 8 miles. Surrounded by mountains, it was dotted with small hills, often occupied by minor sections. Upon reaching the city gates, he saw a crowd gathered around a notice on the wall. Someone was reading aloud, and indeed, it was a recruitment announcement posted by Yu Shaoshan. Fong Lei chuckled and continued on his way, glancing back at the 2 followers behind him without acknowledging them. His arrogant demeanor was something he hadn't noticed before. The woman, still seething from the earlier incident, exclaimed angrily, "I haven't forgotten the humiliation we just faced." The man replied, "As they say, a gentleman's worth is often re-evaluated after 3 days apart. Do you remember what happened back then?" "How could I forget?" she retorted. The man fell silent. Suddenly, a coarse voice called out from behind, "I wondered where this handsome lad came from. Turns out it's the Meng family girl. What's the matter? Are you so infatuated with men that you've taken to secretly following them?" Laughter erupted amongst the group. The siblings' expressions changed simultaneously. They turned to find 4 peculiar individuals standing behind them, varying in height and build, all leering at the woman and smacking their lips in a rather unsettling manner. "Indeed, she's grown more exquisite," one of them said. "Old for, why not take her home as a concubine?" The 4 burst into laughter. The man stepped forward, shielding the woman, and said firmly, "I am Meng Fan of the Meng family. Why do you mock my sister?" The short individual scoffed, "No need to announce your name. We're well aware. We simply find this girl quite charming and couldn't resist the urge." Another wave of sinister laughter ensued, dripping with lewd intentions. The woman, named Meng Li, was proud and haughty by nature, and she could not tolerate such lewdness. "You little imp, are you seeking death?" she shouted, darting around Meng Fan to confront the short man, aiming a finger at his throat. The short man chuckled, "Ah, a rose with thorns. How delightful. Old 4. If you don't want her, I'll gladly take her. As he spoke, he ducked beneath Meng Li's arm and reached around to poke her in the waist. However, before he could make contact, a flash of cold light slashed from the front, severing half of his finger and causing blood to spurt forth. The man yelped and leaped back, his face contorted with rage as he bellowed. You insolent girl, you'll pay for this. He threw a punch towards the sword. Meng Li, exhilarated from her successful strike, was suddenly met with a fierce wind that surged towards her chest, the pressure overwhelming. With a thud, she was struck in the chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood and stumbling back. Meng Fan had been right behind her, but he was blocked by the tall and stout man. In a moment of panic upon seeing his sister injured, he inadvertently fell victim to the stout man's attack. Collapsing to the ground, the short man leaped forward to subdue Meng Li, bending down to hoist her onto his shoulder, and with a malicious grin, he remarked, "Wait for me, Rose. I'll make you wish for death." The thin man, who had remained quiet until now, said, "Enough. Let us take them back to report. That lad must have heard the commotion. We should leave." Lifting Meng Fan, the 4 turned and sped towards the eastern side of the city, but after a short while, they halted. The thin man remarked, "This can't be right. The noise we made was considerable. Surely he must have heard it?" The short one retorted, "What does it matter? We just need to return and report. Little girl, just wait and see how I deal with you." The 4 continued on, moving swiftly, clearly masters of an internal martial art at the pinnacle of their abilities. Meng Li realized then that she and her brother had unwittingly fallen into their trap, becoming bait to lure Yufeng Lei. A wave of injustice washed over her, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Feng Lei had not only heard the commotion, but had also witnessed it clearly. When he pondered over the siblings' names, he couldn't help but chuckle. This was yet another entanglement involving Yufeng Lei and the girl Meng Li, entirely unrelated to him. However, upon hearing the thin man's remarks, curiosity piqued within him, prompting him to follow. He trailed the 4, pausing intermittently, gradually piecing together their intentions and realizing they were indeed targeting him, but had inadvertently ensnared these unfortunate souls for their scheme. Riyun Manor, located northeast of Riyun County, backed against a grand mountain, encompassed a sprawling estate that claimed half the mountain's foot. From afar, one could see towering pavilions, striking and conspicuous. The audacity to share a name with the county indicated that the manor's master was no ordinary figure in the martial world, possessing both strength and influence enough to command respect. The walls of the estate soared 3 meters high, with battlements spaced every 100 meters, patrolled by guards, ensuring a tight security presence. What a grand spectacle, Feng Lei observed from a distance, watching as the 4 entered through one of the gates. Moving with the swiftness of lightning, their figures barely discernible under the sunlight. On the wall, a guard had just passed by when he suddenly turned and called out, "Who goes there?" Another guard behind him shivered, then retorted angrily, "What are you yelling about? You nearly startled me. Didn't you see someone pass by?" The first guard asked, "Don't be ridiculous. It's broad daylight. You must be seeing things." Feng Lei descended from the wall, deftly slipping into the treetops. It was only when the 4 bizarre individuals turned down another path that he cautiously emerged, using the old trees as cover to approach quickly. With his mastery of the Qingyuan sword technique having reached the 4th level, he felt his movement skills had become increasingly refined, nearing the ability to glide as if flying. Tracking these minor characters within such a vast estate was indeed an effortless endeavor. Suddenly, the stout man remarked, "Hey, boss. The master didn't instruct us to capture these 2. Do you think we'll face punishment?" The thin man replied, "Even if we accomplish nothing, we certainly won't be at fault. These 2 are closely tied to Yufeng Lei. The master will surely find them useful. I say, old 3, can you keep your filthy hands to yourself? This girl has a fiery temperament. If she bites her tongue in despair, you'll be in for a world of trouble." The short man grumbled, "Then my fingers are for naught. Who told you to have such lustful thoughts? It's your own fault." The 3 chuckled in unison. "Damn it. As long as the master doesn't fancy this girl, I'll." "All right, shut your filthy mouth." As they approached a courtyard, they greeted the guards and proceeded inside, dragging their captives along. The courtyard walls were not high, and Feng Lei stood atop the treetops, allowing him a clear view of the scene within. He observed as the 4 peculiar figures dragged a person directly into the main hall, from which they had not emerged for quite some time. After waiting for a while, a troubling memory surfaced in Feng Lei's mind, recalling his experience with the Liu family in Jingyuan City. Upon examining the layout of the courtyard, a sense of dread washed over him. There must be a secret chamber or underground palace within the main hall. Realizing this, he sprang into action, soaring into the courtyard like a shooting star and darting into the living room. "Who goes there?" came a startled cry from within, followed by the silhouette of an individual lunging toward him. Fong Lei raised his hand, and his short sword transformed into a streak of azure light, piercing through the intruder's throat, who then collapsed to the ground. However, this commotion attracted the attention of the guards outside and the attendants inside, all rushing toward the source of the disturbance. Without uttering a word, Fong Lei moved deeper inside, invoking the Qingyuan sword technique. As his sword danced around him like a vibrant azure dragon, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies in its wake, he seized one of the attendants who had rushed out and pressed his palm against the man's forehead, demanding, "Where is the secret chamber?" The attendant hesitated, bewildered, and pointed toward the interior. With a forceful push, Fong Lei propelled the man forward, swiftly arriving at a screen where a doorway was revealed, leading down a passage. Amidst the resounding thuds, the four peculiar figures emerged from below, while the Meng siblings had vanished. The thin man sneered, "You indeed followed us. Why not go down and reunite with your old flame?" Fong Lei sensed the impending danger and let out a cold snort, unleashing a powerful strike from his right palm. A force akin to a mountainous gale descending upon the four. They had believed they achieved a great feat. Yet they were utterly unprepared for the might of Fong Lei's blow, and amidst their wails, they were reduced to mere splatters of flesh, meeting an untimely demise. Unperturbed, Fong Lei pressed onward into the underground palace, turning a corner just as a fierce wind collided with him, accompanied by eerie howls that sent a shiver down his spine. Startled, he circulated his internal energy and struck forward, breaking through the tempest and entering the depths of the palace. His gaze swept the surroundings, landing on a pair of eyes, Meng Li, who looked at him with a mix of shock and complexity. Beside her was Meng Fan. Both siblings seated in chairs without restraints yet unable to move. Fong Lei cast a casual glance before focusing on another individual, the one who had previously obstructed him. Judging by their exchange of blows, this person appeared to be at the pinnacle of the spirit level, or perhaps even at the true level. "What are the conditions?" Fong Lei suddenly inquired. The master of the estate's eyes flickered, responding, "An annual supply of 200,000 taels of silver, along with a monthly dosage of spirit-gathering pills, with additional rewards calculated separately." Fong Lei nodded. "And what of my Qingliang sect?" The master replied. "That will not affect our collaboration." "Very well, I accept." The master, a man in his 40s clad in scholarly robes, displayed a certain scholarly demeanor. Upon hearing Fong Lei's acceptance, he narrowed his eyes. "Is that truly so? Once you enter my door, there is no turning back." Fong Lei grinned, offering no retort. "Good, please ingest this pill." The master retrieved 2 small vials from his sleeve, one black and one red, tossing them to Fong Lei. Chapter 83. The Master of Ryun, Part 2. Fong Lei first uncorked the black vial, revealing a gleaming black pill. The master explained, "This is the soul-nourishing pill. It poses no harm to the body, but nourishes the soul. However, it is highly addictive. One must consume it annually. If a year passes without it, the power of the soul will sharply decline, weakening one's cultivation, and the longer one waits, the more severe the decline, potentially leading to half-disability." Fong Lei clicked his tongue and then opened the red vial, revealing a pill the size of a longan. This is the spirit-gathering pill, which, as its name implies, greatly aids in advancing to the true level. Fong Lei shook his head. "You are quite generous, master." With that, he tilted his head back and swallowed both pills simultaneously. They dissolved upon entry, sliding down his throat into his abdomen. The master could not help but clap, exclaiming, "Brother Yu, you are the most straightforward and decisive person I have ever met. For your decisiveness, I shall toast you later." With a wave of his hand, he summoned someone to release the Meng siblings from their restraints. Turning to them, the master clasped his hands and said, "Young friends, you have been startled. This was all instigated by the 4 peculiar figures, and indeed, it was not my command. But it is fortunate that they have been dealt with by Brother Yu. Avenging your grievances, do not let it weigh heavily on your hearts." Aha! Meng Fan had long known much about this master of Ryun, but had never met him in person. He quickly returned the gesture, assuring it was of no consequence. Meng Li, however, glanced between Fong Lei and the master, her thoughts unknown. Afterward, the master of Ryun instructed his subordinates to prepare a banquet, leading Fong Lei and the others out of the underground palace, entirely disregarding the deceased attendants above, as if nothing had occurred, leaving the Meng siblings in a state of trepidation. Fong Lei knew nothing of this master of Ryun. Even Yu Fong Lei's memories contained only a vague concept of the Ryun Mountain Manor, devoid of any useful details. Yet he neither inquired nor sought further information, and their conversation remained limited to respectful references to the master, thus passing through a lavish and lively banquet. Numerous guests attended the feast, but from the seating arrangement, It was clear that only he and the Master of Ruyun held any true status and power at their table of 8, which included the individual he had encountered in the underground palace, along with 5 others. As this banquet was in honor of Feng Lei, he naturally occupied the guest of honor position, with the Master of Ruyun seated beside him. However, Feng Lei could sense the hostility emanating from the eyes of others. Yet he remained unfazed. As the wine flowed and dishes were served, the atmosphere grew jubilant. Apart from the main table, other tables erupted in cheers, drinking heartily and feasting on hearty portions of meat, reveling in the merriment. After a while, someone, heavily intoxicated, leapt up to the hall's exterior, issuing a challenge. The challenged party immediately responded, and the two engaged in a fierce duel in the yard, exchanging blows without mercy, save for the restraint of not striking to kill. Soon, one emerged bruised and defeated. Cheers rang out within the hall, and soon after, another contestant entered, eager to join the fray. Outside in the courtyard, hundreds of estate guards surrounded the dueling ground, lanterns and torches illuminating the scene as cheers erupted, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Feng Lei watched with keen interest, refraining from cheers or comments, simply enjoying the food and drink in silence. Suddenly, the Master of Ruyun produced a small red vial from his sleeve, tossing it into the air, where it landed on the stone table at the southern end of the dueling ground. He smiled. "Brothers, seeing your enthusiasm, I shall add to the excitement with this spirit-gathering pill as a prize for the most skilled." The spirit-gathering pill was the premier elixir of Ruyun Mountain Manor, enticing to all present, some even willing to draw blades for it. Consequently, the atmosphere surged as the foremost figure at the main table, a monk, leapt to his feet, declaring, "Master, you are generous. I shall claim it." Without any visible movement, he glided from the table to the dueling ground. The monk merely stood there, and the victor of the previous match instantly deflated, exclaiming, "Master Hong Yuan, your cultivation is profound. I concede, it is merely a spirit-gathering pill. Let it go to me." The monk Hong Yuan chuckled wickedly, satisfaction evident on his face. "You may have it, but you cannot simply take it. 3 exchanges, if you can withstand 3 moves from me. It is yours." "Truly? A monk does not speak falsehoods. In a display of courage, I shall accompany you, noble sir." The man named Xiang Pu, a pinnacle of the realm of void return, elegantly assumed his stance. At that moment, the master of the Cloud Manor called out, "Master Hong Yuan, let it suffice." Hong Yuan, with a casual demeanor, replied, "Understood." With a thunderous shout, Xiang Pu stepped forward, creating 6 phantoms that swiftly lunged towards Hong Yuan, simultaneously unleashing 6 shadowy palm strikes. Hong Yuan smirked and stated, "Merely a trivial skill." He advanced with his right foot and, without hesitation, pointed with his right hand at the leftmost palm shadow, disregarding the others. Alarmed, Xiang Pu swiftly shifted to the right, launching his left fist towards Hong Yuan's chest. Hong Yuan let out a hearty laugh, maintaining his hand's position while abruptly striking downward, resulting in a resounding crack as he met Xiang Pu's punch. The sound of shattering bone echoed, marking the fracture of Xiang Pu's left arm. His second strike ended in defeat. He staggered back, pallid, and bowed slightly as he retreated into the hall. The gap between the spirit level and the realm of void return was indeed significant. Hong Yuan erupted into a boisterous laugh, casting a glance at the gathering spirit pill before turning his attention to the hall. The eyes of the gathered spectators followed his gaze, landing on the evening's guest of honor, the newly inducted offering, Yu Feng Lei, with a meaning that was unmistakable. Yet, Feng Lei remained silent, seemingly detached from the proceedings. The siblings Meng Fan and Meng Li, seated nearby, were taken aback. Could it be that he was afraid? Unlikely. Observing Feng Lei's indifference, Hong Yuan squinted slightly, then turned to approach the gathering spirit pill. Just as he was about to reach out, a voice called from behind, "Brother Hong Yuan, are you in a hurry? Allow this old man to join in your play." Turning around, he found Bai Huang, another esteemed member of the Cloud Manor, standing on the martial stage. Hong Yuan, with a hint of irritation, replied, "Brother Bai, do you wish to intervene?" Bai Huang responded, "Like you, I am intent on obtaining this gathering spirit pill. Since the other brothers are hesitant, I shall take the initiative." Hong Yuan huffed heavily and stepped closer, and the two engaged in fierce combat. As both were of the spirit level, previous promises were rendered moot. Although the master of Cloud Manor had instructed to keep it light once the fight commenced, who cared for such notions? As long as one survived the final blow, it could be considered mercy. The master of Cloud Manor shook his head, chuckling as he glanced at Feng Lei, transmitting his intentions without words. Feng Lei, noticing, felt a stirring in his heart and began to formulate a plan. On the martial stage, the two had exchanged over 200 blows, yet remained evenly matched. However, those at the main table could see that Hong Yuan was clearly at a disadvantage. After another 100 exchanges, Bai Huang suddenly shouted, unleashing 2 fiery dragons that ensnared Hong Yuan. Recognizing the danger, Hong Yuan's outer cloak burst apart like flocks of birds taking flight into the flames. With a series of sharp sounds, the fiery dragons created gaps, allowing Hong Yuan to evade and declare, I concede. Bai Huang chuckled, retracting the dragons into his grasp and bowing, I yield. Fang Lei's gaze shifted to the other 4 participants. Observing their lack of movement, contemplating, he realized it was time to showcase his own abilities. He boldly announced, Brother, allow me to join you. As he spoke, a gray shadow appeared on the martial stage. Ah, brother you. It seems you cannot remain idle, remarked Bai Huang. Indeed, witnessing such excitement stirs the desire to partake. Fang Lei replied, Very well, please proceed. Bai Huang gestured graciously. Fang Lei stepped forward, delivering a gentle palm strike, devoid of force. Bai Huang paused, returning the gesture lightly with a smile. Forgive me, Fang Lei said, as he advanced with fervor, unleashing a series of formidable techniques. Angry Sea Diamond, Heavenly Joyed Diamond, Thousand Sorrows Diamond, and Awakening Diamond, like a tempest that surged forth. Bai Huang, taken aback, released 2 monumental fiery dragons. But they only penetrated 2 layers of the waves before extinguishing at the 3rd, as the waves cascaded down upon him. Bai Huang swiftly retreated, drawing a hefty, ghost-headed blade, gripping it tightly before cleaving downward. With a thud, the 3rd layer of waves split open. Yet the ensuing 4th layer transformed into a massive fist that struck him squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling through the air, landing with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Fang Lei remained silent until Bai Huang's throat ceased its movement, then stated, Brother Bai, I beg your pardon. It matters not, the skill was lacking. I humbly accept defeat, Bai Huang responded, graciously sheathing his blade and returning to the hall. Fang Lei, observing the others, noted their lack of reaction and boldly claimed the gathering spirit pill for himself. The situation was evidently clear. Bai Huang's defeat diminished the chances of victory for the other 4. The prospect of losing face outweighed the allure of the prize, prompting them to forego it altogether. The master of Cloud Manor clapped in appreciation, exclaiming, What splendid matches we have witnessed. In light of this revelry, I shall announce another matter. I am soon to embark on a journey, and the manor cannot remain leaderless for a day. Hence, let us select a vice master tonight. Brothers, who among you is interested? The other tables fell silent, all eyes turning to the main table, where the position of vice master would undoubtedly be filled by one of them. Fang Lei returned to his seat, silently cursing the old fox. This was the true agenda behind the earlier commotion, the gathering spirit pill merely a catalyst. Observing the older gentleman, he found none willing to respond, perplexed until the master of Cloud Manor declared, Brother you are the youngest and most capable among us. Why not take on this role? Rest assured, my brother, you shall not be treated unfairly. What is mine shall also be yours. Looking upon that earnest face, which provokes the urge to slap it, and those eager eyes that seem to invite disdain, Fang Lei retorted, Very well, since no one else is willing, I shall accept. The master of Cloud Manor slammed the table, laughing heartily, Splendid. I truly admire your forthright and generous spirit, brother you. I predict you will achieve greatness in the future. Come, let us raise a toast to Vice Master you. With a clamor, all rose, lifting their cups and proclaiming, to Vice Master you. Fang Lei noted a glimmer of light in the eyes of someone across the table, realizing this was no enviable position. Nevertheless, he raised his cup and declared, Thank you all. Henceforth, we shall share joys and sorrows together. Cheers. After setting down his cup, the master of Cloud Manor clapped his hands, and 2 rows of courtesans entered, accompanied by music that filled the air as they danced and celebrated upon the martial stage. Brothers, enjoy yourselves, commanded the master. The banquet at Cloud Manor continued throughout the night, dispersing only at dawn. Fang Lei, overwhelmed by the wine, found himself half-conscious and escorted to a guest room. Upon entering, he heard someone within, breathing erratically, and inquired of the 2 maidens, Have I entered the wrong room? One maiden laughed, No, it is personally arranged by the manor master. There is no mistake. Vice Master, please enjoy. She guided him to a seat, assisting him in removing his outer coat before leaving discreetly. Once they departed, Fang Lei lifted his head with a grin, glancing towards the bed, where he spotted a pair of delicate feet. Approaching softly, he peered up and was greeted with a pair of wide, furious eyes and a contorted face, twisted in anger. If not for being bound, she would have leapt up to stab him. Mainly, it seemed Master Shun was quite adept at managing affairs, having brought someone else's daughter to serve his purposes. Fang Lei grinned, gesturing for silence with his finger and softly instructed, I shall release you, but do not act rashly, or I shall retaliate. With a pointed finger at her neck, A surge of internal energy flowed into Meng Li, releasing her seal with a soft pop. Meng Li scrambled to her feet, clutching her shoulders, and asked, "What do you intend to do?" Fang Lei replied, "Sleep, of course. I've drunk my fill, and I'm utterly exhausted." Meng Li hurriedly descended from the bed and whispered, "Please, don't act recklessly." Fang Lei retorted, "You're the one being reckless. Had I known, I wouldn't have released you. Enough of your prattling." He then plopped down onto the bed, pulling the exquisite quilt over himself, soon producing a symphony of snores. Meng Li, flustered, quickly donned her shoes and attempted to exit, but after listening to the sounds outside, she retreated, sitting angrily at the table, glancing between Fang Lei and the door, tears streaming down her cheeks. Suddenly, Fang Lei turned over and murmured, "Stop crying. I'll take you out tomorrow." "What about my brother?" she inquired. "Of course. He will come too. Do you wish to leave him behind?" With that, he turned back to sleep, ignoring her further. As dawn broke, Fang Lei opened his eyes and turned to see Meng Li dozing against the table. He sat cross-legged on the bed and activated his cultivation technique. One could not deny that Shun Mufeng's spirit-gathering pill was indeed remarkable. After a night of absorption and transformation, he felt a swelling sensation in the internal energy cultivated from the Qing Yuan sword technique, and the soul-nurturing pill had sharpened his mind, prompting him to hasten his practice. The Qing Yuan sword technique, level 5, stage 1, continued to solidify. Fang Lei pressed the buttons fervently, and within a quarter of an hour, he reached level 5's perfection and began to enter level 6. As he advanced through the latter stages of the Qing Yuan sword technique, the internal energy required grew exponentially. Level 5 alone surpassed the cumulative energy of the previous 4 levels. However, the rewards were tremendous, granting Fang Lei a feeling of transcendence. Feeling he still had capacity, he boldly ventured into the 6th level's progression. Shen Mufeng had unwarrantedly seated him upon the Deputy Lord's throne. He wouldn't naively assume it was out of benevolence. Seizing the present opportunity to deepen his strength was of utmost importance. When he stabilized level 6 at stage 5, he noticed Meng Li had awakened, seemingly watching him. While footsteps approached from outside, someone was coming to check on the room's activity. Indifferent to the distraction, he focused on solidifying his realm, level 6, 7, 8, and finally reaching level 9's perfection. At that moment, he felt a slight tremor from the short sword in his sleeve, as if it yearned to fly out. Fang Lei reached in, pressed his palm upon the sword, and infused it with internal energy. After a brief moment, the short sword ceased its agitation, returning to its original state. Curious, he pondered whether the sword spirit's unusual reaction held any significance. "You're awake," Meng Li's voice broke through. Fang Lei opened his eyes, nodded absent-mindedly, and said, "You must be hungry. Let us find something to eat." However, Meng Li replied, "What about today?" Fang Lei reassured her, "Do not worry. I must return to Qingliang Mountain shortly, or else Xiao Shan will be anxious." Only then did Meng Li relax. Hearing their conversation, a maid entered with a cheerful greeting. Inquiring, "Deputy Lord, shall we prepare the meal?" "Bring it in," he replied. Before long, a table laden with delectable dishes was set before them, the maid attending to their dining needs. As Fang Lei practiced the Qing Yuan sword technique, his stomach growled with hunger, and he eagerly dug in with chopsticks, consuming 2/3 of the feast before contentedly setting down his utensils. Meng Li, however, lacked the appetite, having only taken a couple of bites, her gaze fixed on him. Fang Lei inquired, "Where is the Lord?" "He has already departed," came the response. Fang Lei was taken aback. "So soon?" "Indeed. The affairs of the estate are being managed by someone else. You might as well head over now," she suggested. "Very well." Rising, he instructed Meng Li, "Just wait here a moment." Upon entering the banquet hall from the previous night, it was already tidied up, with many individuals waiting to hear from their newly appointed deputy lord. Fang Lei sat in the center, scanning the room and noting only Han Yuan the monk and Bai Huang, both of whom were at the spirit level. The other 4 were absent, likely taken by Shen Mufeng. After a brief opening statement, the manager presented a stack of documents, highlighting the key points for Fang Lei, providing succinct explanations. Fang Lei did not inquire further. All matters were already concluded, and he merely went through the motions, swiftly signing his name and delegating tasks for execution. Once only Hong, Bai, and the manager remained in the hall, Fang Lei finally asked, "Where has the Lord gone?" The manager replied, "To Qingchuan Prefecture." "When will he return?" He did not specify. Fang Lei nodded and instructed the manager to send Meng Fan to see Meng Li, allowing the siblings to reunite. Before turning to the monk, Brother Han Yuan, "Was there never a deputy lord position in the estate before?" The monk candidly replied, "There was. But due to an incident, the previous one died, and no one has taken the role since." Fang Lei nodded, then addressed Bai Huang, "Your fire departure technique is truly remarkable. I am in awe." Bai Huang laughed heartily. Deputy Lord, you are too modest. Your palm technique has truly opened my eyes. Should the occasion arise, I would be grateful for your guidance. Certainly, Fong Lei replied. Their exchange fostered a more amicable rapport among the three. Subsequently, Fong Lei instructed the manager to seek him out at Qingliang Mountain for any matters, bid farewell to the two, and left the estate with the Meng siblings. Due to Fong Lei's insistence on not taking guards, midway, Meng Fan glanced around to ensure no one was watching and said, Brother Yu, this Lord Xin is no benevolent figure. You ought to be cautious. Fong Lei had awaited these words, smiling as he replied, I would love to hear more. Meng Fan, seeing Fong Lei's expression, spoke more boldly. This man has connections that run deep, not only in Qingchuan Prefecture and Nanyue County, but also within the Imperial City, the intricacies of which are beyond explanation. In my view, your position as Deputy Lord is fraught with peril. Fong Lei nodded deeply, expressing his gratitude, then fell into contemplation. If Shun Mufeng indeed possessed influence within the Imperial City, he must be entangled with the powerful families of the great Qi nation. And Fong Lei sought to investigate those responsible for his plight. Perhaps this was a vital clue. From long ago, he had known that the Ghost Spirit sect was backed by a powerful family in the Great Qi. And following this thread might lead him to the core of the matter. By the way, Brother Meng, have you heard of the Ghost Spirit sect? Fong Lei casually inquired. His curiosity piqued by the absence of any mention of the sect in his ancestors' records. Was it due to his lack of knowledge? Or did the Ghost Spirit sect simply lack prominence in the Great Qi? The Ghost Spirit sect? Meng Fan paused, contemplating before responding. It seems to be an external sect, not based in the Great Qi. What do you seek them for? Fong Lei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly relaxed. This made sense. Much like the Yuan and Zhou nations, the Ghost Spirit sect was primarily based in the Imperial City, seldom dispatching branches to the lower regions. Even if they existed, it would likely be only in central cities or the Imperial City itself. Far-reaching areas may not have heard of them. Nothing much. I stumbled upon it while perusing my ancestors' notes a few days ago, Fong Lei casually explained, then hastened his pace. Upon nearing Ruyun County, the three parted ways. As they reached the midpoint of Qingliang Mountain, they heard a cacophony of shouts echoing from above. Upon arrival, Fong Lei could not help but marvel. Impressive indeed. The efficiency is quite commendable. Lu Xiaoyu had recruited over 200 craftsmen, and the He brothers had brought in 70 to 80 new apprentices, all enthusiastically engaged in extensive construction on the old foundation of the Qingliang sect. A vast expanse of groundwork had already been excavated. With timely funding, the main structure could be erected within 10 to 15 days, and habitation could commence shortly thereafter. Brother, senior brother, Yu Xiaoshan and Lu Xiao spotted Fong Lei from a distance and excitedly rushed over, chattering about their recent achievements, before asking, Brother, where did you go yesterday? After observing the He brothers approach to pay their respects, Fong Lei returned the gesture and replied, I visited Ru Yun Mountain Estate. I am now the Deputy Lord there. Deputy Lord of Ru Yun Mountain Estate. The four of them stood in shock, gazing at Fong Lei in bewilderment. Fong Lei smiled and reassured, Do not worry. The Deputy Master will not hinder the development of our Qingliang sect. Besides, it is advantageous to have the support of a powerful ally. This is not a misfortune for us. However, it seems you will have to bear more responsibilities in the future. As he spoke, Fong Lei discreetly pulled the He brothers aside and shared a few whispered words. Initially, the two displayed some hesitation, but soon their faces brightened and they patted their chests, assuring him that while Fong Lei was away, they would take charge of the Qingliang sect. Upon returning, Fong Lei sent Lu Xiaoyu away and ushered Yu Xiaoshan into a room. He presented her with a gathering spirit pill, assisting her in refining it with his internal energy. Following that, he imparted the first two layers of the Qing Yuan sword technique to her, advising her to practice alongside Lu Xiaoyu. Yu Xiaoshan, feeling the surge of powerful internal energy within her, could not help but inquire, Brother, did you just promise them the gathering spirit pill? Fong Lei chuckled, Clever little one. Tell Xiaoyu that we shall provide him with one when we have surplus in the future. As for the He brothers, they must be treated with respect. Only then can we win their hearts. Is it not only 2 years? Just wait. When the time comes, even if we wish to send them away, they shall not depart. Yu Xiaoshan gazed at her brother's profile and pondered, Is this still the same brother I knew? Why overthink? As long as he is my brother. That is enough. Fong Lei affectionately ruffled her hair and softly said, Come, let us step outside and take a look. Some areas require modification, and we must build a treasure pavilion beside the main hall, which will certainly prove useful in the future. Fong Lei spent just a day on Qingliang Mountain, guiding the craftsmen in adjusting the foundation of the treasure pavilion and designating a plot for a cemetery and a medicinal garden. Soon, He was hastily summoned back by the representatives of Ryun Villa, for they had a guest visiting.